I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Not only has this incident soared to the top of trending topics on Weibo, but it has also been disseminated across various short video platforms. Although the comments section lacks the acrid toxicity often found on Weibo, the fervor remains remarkably high. Numerous prominent Douyin streamers have hastily clipped segments of the video, crafting their own content to ride the wave of popularity. A male student from Linhai University, donning sunglasses and peering into a female dormitory, was caught in the act by a senior preparing for her postgraduate exams. Yet he feigned blindness and nonchalantly walked away. Such despicable behavior constitutes a criminal offense. If we do not promptly curb such morally reprehensible acts that harm women, what dire consequences might ensue? How can we, as women, ensure our own protection? I cannot help but inquire when Linhai University will expel this peeping Tom and ensure he faces justice. The immensely popular news anchor with millions of followers wasted no time in capitalizing on the situation, voicing her righteous indignation. The majority of comments are vehemently denouncing the voyeur. Additionally, some individuals have resorted to doxing Yang Jinrong, sharing his personal details in the comments section, which has incited a wave of online harassment. Of course, there are occasional rational queries, such as whether it is possible that he is genuinely blind. However, such comments are quickly drowned out by vitriol. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A woman would never joke about her own purity. If you can empathize with the peeping Tom, you are undoubtedly a vile creature yourself, likely engaging in similar behavior. Even if you are not, your ability to sympathize with such a man is hardly commendable. The comment section of the news anchor continues to shield her, as even a few normal comments that occasionally appear are swiftly deleted by her. For instance, one commenter remarked, "Before the facts are fully clarified, is it reasonable for a prominent streamer like the news anchor to hastily release a video to exploit the situation?" Such comments are met with immediate removal and blocking by her team. On Weibo, Lin Yuyu has posted another update. The video still features Yang Jinrong in sunglasses, but the audio has been altered. This time, Lin Yuyu recorded her own voice, tinged with a tone of grievance. "I never imagined that one day, as a victim of voyeurism, I would have my integrity questioned while advocating for my rights. Nevertheless, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of justice. This incident has severely impacted my preparation and mental state for the postgraduate entrance exam. I was once brimming with confidence, feeling certain of my admission to my desired institution. Yet today's events have destabilized my mindset and plunged me into a state of despair. I fear I may not succeed in my pursuit of a master's degree. However, my education has taught me that when faced with adversity, one must not retreat, but rather bravely stand up to confront evil. I vow, on my family's honor, that every word I speak is the truth. Moreover, a woman would never jest about her own purity. I am prepared to report this to the authorities. I will fight relentlessly for the rights of all women and ensure he is imprisoned." The entire audio paints Yang Jinrong as irredeemably wicked. What she referred to as voyeurism has been sensationalized to make him seem akin to a murderer. Clearly, she has been negligent in her studies, failing to review or practice. Yet now she claims her mental instability and depression are due to being spied upon, which has hindered her performance. At the video's conclusion, Lin Yuyu added, "Any negative comments will be deleted." Once again, this stirs the pot, elevating the situation's intensity. Not only are major social media platforms ablaze with discussions, but even television stations and newspapers have caught wind of the story. However, the media is considerably more cautious, refraining from sensationalist reporting without concrete facts due to fears of repercussions. Similarly, the news is spread throughout Linhai University. In the female dormitory, Chi remarked, "Isn't Yang Jinrong the one who has been your loyal admirer?" Indeed, who would have thought that beneath his seemingly charming exterior lurks a voyeur, peeking into girls' dormitories? How disgusting! Several girls scrolled through Weibo, chattering animatedly. "How many times must I say it? He is not my loyal admirer." Lu Chi retorted coldly, "He is overly accommodating to everyone. Since high school, he has always complied with requests for help. I have merely asked him for assistance a few times. There is no relationship between us. Oh yes, our Chi-Chi has no connection to the voyeur. Thank goodness, otherwise she might be implicated. In the spacious principal's office, several school leaders gathered around a mahogany round table, while the wall ahead displayed a calligraphy piece bearing the words admonition to the offspring. The walls on either side were adorned with phrases, such as heaven maintains vigor through movement. A gentleman should constantly strive for self-perfection. The highest good is like water, which benefits all things without contention. And the distance tests a horse's strength. The rapid spread of public opinion has surpassed everyone's expectations, reaching the administration office, where the principal urgently convenes several vice principals and department heads, including the leaders of the law school and advisors for the legal studies program. Yang Jinrong had previously demonstrated commendable behavior, consistently aiding classmates and actively participating in class activities. There seems to be no reason for such an egregious act. The nearly 40-year-old advisor furrowed his brow, that in his mind. Yang Jinrong was the quintessential nice guy. He even thought Yang Jinrong was ill-suited for a law profession. However, this incident could not be suppressed any longer. It would certainly not end well. The female student has reported it to the police. The critical point is that the video she provided clearly indicates the male student's suspicious behavior. A student who brings such disgrace to the school should rightly face expulsion. Being in the third year, if expelled, his life would likely be ruined. We must proceed with caution. Various department heads expressed their opinions. Until the truth is ascertained, we should refrain from making rash judgments. We must not allow a guilty person to escape, nor wrongfully accuse an innocent one. Ultimately, the principal made the call. Since the female student has reported it, we shall cooperate with the security personnel to investigate the truth. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock sounded at the door. The principal, displaying no airs, personally opened it. Ah, old Dean, what a surprise to see you here. A silver-haired elder stood outside, clad in a short-sleeved Tai Chi outfit, hands clasped behind his back, with a kind expression and a warm smile. Why, can I come back for a visit? No, absolutely not. Principal Liu beamed, hastily inviting his former mentor into the office. The other vice principals and department heads rose in respect upon seeing the elder. And Principal Liu personally moved a chair for him, urging, please, take a seat. No. The elder waved his hand, then revealed a banner he had been holding, which bore the inscription Virtue endures. That I have come to find someone. The elder's purpose? Principal Liu was taken aback. You came to our school to find someone? And you brought a banner. The words virtue endures are not something just anyone can bear. The elder then explained the reason for his visit. After the elder finished speaking, he did not linger, but urged Principal Liu to assist in locating the individual before departing, as he had an appointment for a checkup at the hospital. He did not leave the banner behind, intending to deliver it personally to the student. The others could not help but be astonished that a director with a shining bald head shook his head, saying, this truly exemplifies the difference. While some male students risk their lives to save others shamelessly spy on female dormitories that in a vast forest. One encounters all sorts of creatures that we cannot allow a single rotten apple to tarnish our school's reputation. The student who risked himself to save another must be commended. Another director whispered, it is indeed an opportunity to promote positive energy for the school, countering the negative impact of this incident. As for the student who spied on the girls' dormitory, he should face severe consequences. Wait, the advisor from the law department grew anxious. How could his student suddenly be implicated in such wrongdoing? If true, he would not hesitate to take action. But what if, just perhaps, it is a misunderstanding, Tea that ruin a dedicated student's future? He quickly interjected, esteemed leaders, this matter has not yet been thoroughly investigated. It may not necessarily be Yang Jinrong's fault. It could merely be a misunderstanding. Rest assured, we shall not wrong an innocent person nor let a guilty one escape. Ultimately, Principal Liu spoke, let us handle this matter discreetly. We will first contact the female student. that if we can clarify things internally, it would be ideal that we must provide everyone with a timely explanation and prevent the rumor mill from running rampant. The situation was essentially settled. Soon, Lin Yuyu, who was preparing another essay in her dormitory, received a notification from her advisor to report to the principal's office. Upon receiving the news, her eyes sparkled. However, instead of heading directly to the principal's office, she changed out of her revealing attire into ill-fitting loungewear, applied a muted makeup look, and rubbed her eyes until they appeared red. This appearance and makeup conveyed an unmistakable sense of sorrow and repression. As if that were not enough, Lin Yuyu also removed her freshly done manicure, satisfied only after achieving the desired effect. She then took a rather dejected photograph of herself in the mirror and posted on Weibo. Feeling so miserable, I just held back tears while attempting a practice test, only to realize in horror that I had gotten every question wrong. Cry my heart out to JP. Nevertheless, I will not give up. The road of rights protection is fraught with immense difficulty. However, I shall remain resolute and unwavering until the ultimate victory is achieved. Dear family, cheer for me. Fist at JPG fist at JPG fist at JPG. After posting this Weibo update, Lin Yuyu felt a sense of satisfaction as she made her way to the office. Approximately 20 minutes later, a visibly aggrieved Lin Yuyu appeared at the principal's office. You are Lin Yuyu, correct? Do not be afraid, the balding director reassured her. The school will not allow you to suffer any injustice. You may speak freely to the teachers and the principal present. Lin Yuyu gazed at the assembly of school leaders, whom she could only see during the school mobilization meetings, and her heart raced with anxiety. Yet, her nervousness stemmed not from fear but from exhilaration. For the first time, she felt the power of having summoned so many leaders for a special meeting, all due to her brief video. It was an intoxicating sensation, akin to wielding supreme authority. Lowering her head, she feigned a timid demeanor and spoke, "Respected directors and principals, I should not have posted the video that tarnished the school's reputation without the teacher's permission." However, she lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, as if she had endured an immense grievance. Her voice became increasingly delicate, a sight designed to evoke the protective instincts of the men around her. I could not stand by idly while the girls' dormitory was being spied upon, which compelled me to share the video online. Esteemed school leaders, you would not hold this against me, would you? The majority of the attendees were male leaders, with only 2 female leaders present, and all were moved by Lin Yuyu's words. Yang Jinrong's counselor furrowed his brow, while Principal Liu internally shook his head. Could we please view the original, unedited video you recorded? Yes, of course, Lin Yuyu replied, feigning anxiety as she retrieved her phone to play the footage. The video clearly showed Yang Jinrong, wearing sunglasses, lurking beneath the girls' dormitory with a hesitant gait, indeed looking suspicious. Teacher Quan, please summon Yang Jinrong from your class, Principal Liu instructed. Certainly, I will do so immediately. Teacher Quan, the counselor for Yang Jinrong's law class, hurriedly exited the office, dialed Yang Jinrong's number, only to find it switched off. This caused Teacher Quan's heart to tighten with concern. Could this voyeurism incident truly be authentic? Uncertain of Yang Jinrong's whereabouts, Teacher Quan resorted to calling other students, who informed him that Yang had gone out shopping that morning and was currently untraceable. Teacher Quan instructed a student to locate Yang Jinrong and bring him to the principal's office without delay. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong was awakened from his slumber in the dormitory by his panting roommate. "Yu Huai, bro, wake up. The counselor urgently needs you. You must go to the principal's office. Why are you still wearing sunglasses while sleeping?" "It's nothing," Yang Jinrong replied. "Why Yu Huai, will you accompany me?" "Yang Jinrong, how can you still sleep at a time like this?" The online discourse is about to explode. Before Yu Huai could finish, another dorm mate rushed in, catching his breath. "I just got back from playing basketball at the gym, and several people asked me if you were caught spying on the girls' dorm." "Zhang Xiaohua, do you truly believe I am that kind of person?" Yang Jinrong retorted without directly answering. "Well," Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Recalling the kindness Yang Jinrong had shown him in the past, he quickly amended his statement. If that's the case, you should hurry to the principal's office. Just then, the last dorm mate, Yang Bin, returned to Yang Jinrong, Yang Jinrong, feeling clarity in his mind, shook his head and inquired, "Who has the time to accompany me to the principal's office?" The urgent summons to the principal's office indicated that Yang Jinrong was likely to face punishment, potentially expulsion, or even more severe consequences. Regardless of how well Yang Jinrong treated them, they had to contemplate their choices. Silence fell among them, save for Yu Huai, who declared, "I will accompany you. Only those who falsely accuse you truly understand your plight." "Look, isn't that the peeping Tom?" "Yes, I think his name is Yang Jinrong. Sounds rather impressive. But who would have guessed he's a voyeur? Peeping at the girls' dormitory. Wearing sunglasses on such a gloomy day. Does he think that they'll not recognize him? TSK. Why not wear a mask too? Clearly, he's feeling guilty. Such a coward, I disdain him even more. In ancient times, he would have been subjected to the pig cage punishment." As Yu Huai led Yang Jinrong towards the principal's office, several girls pointed and gossiped about him. Their voices unrestrained and piercing to Yang Jinrong's ears, he finally understood why his phone had been bombarded with messages. He had been falsely accused of being a voyeur. Ignore them. Yu Huai, a chubby boy who typically kept to himself, was fiercely loyal when called upon. That he had already inquired about the entire situation on their way down and believed in Yang Jinrong's character. Convinced he was wrong, that it's all right, Yang Jinrong reassured himself, not allowing his inner resolve to waver. The two continued on their path to the principal's office, disregarding the surrounding chatter. Within the principal's office, after Lin Yu's tearful address, she surreptitiously snapped a few photos and subsequently edited a new Weibo post. "The principal is taking this matter seriously. Thank you to the leaders, and to my idol Zhang Yuqi for the support, and to all my sisters and family. Now, we await the arrival of the voyeur. I firmly believe the school will handle him with the utmost seriousness and provide all of us girls with an explanation. With the support of my sisters, I will not give up easily. I will fight to the end." The comment section quickly filled with messages. Kudos to the school leadership for their swift action. If the school merely expels him, would that be sufficient? Such a punishment seems too lenient for a voyeur. In my opinion, this kind of voyeur should undergo chemical castration. Let him spend the latter half of his life atoning for his sins. Sisters, we have the voyeur's information. Why not send him some local specialties? He must live in perpetual fear to atone for his sins. Such a voyeur deserves to die immediately. Perhaps we should send him a wreath instead. Watching the rapid increase in comments and the most liked messages, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, relishing the thrill of her scheme coming to fruition, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction washing over her. Minutes later, Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai arrived at the principal's office. The door wide open. Inside sat numerous school leaders, who turned their attention to Yang Jinrong upon his arrival, their gazes laden with complexity, scrutiny, disdain, and appraisal. Lin Yu stood off to the side. "Take off your sunglasses," the balding director commanded first, his tone authoritative to a student of a first-class university. "How dare you engage in voyeurism at the girls' dormitory? What kind of behavior is that?" Yet, Yang Jinrong did not remove his sunglasses. He boldly responded, "I did not." "You did." Lin Yu's voice escalated sharply, her tears flowing freely as she pointed an indignant finger at Yang Jinrong. "I have video evidence. You dare to deny it." Yang Jinrong recognized her voice. It was the very same voice that had berated him for supposedly spying on the girls' dormitory when he had lost his way along the school's blind path. Yang Jinrong attempted to explain his presence near the girls' dormitory, but was interrupted by Lin Yu's tearful, piercing retort. "What do you mean Do you still wish to argue? Do you have any idea how much harm your actions have caused me and all of us girls? Esteemed school leaders, I was merely trying to relax after exhausting myself with my graduate school preparations when I encountered this voyeur. Woe is me. After being spied upon, I forced myself to take a test, and the questions I once knew how to answer turned out to be all wrong. This incident has inflicted such damage upon me. Lin Yuyu deliberately brought up her graduate school plans, theatrically wiping her tears as she passionately accused Yang Jinrong. In summary, she claimed, "I failed my entrance exam because of being spied upon. He must take responsibility." The chubby Yu Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. This, regardless of whether Yang Jinrong truly spied, the matter had not yet reached a conclusion. Even if it were true, could one's ability to succeed in graduate school be directly linked to this incident? "Yang Jinrong, do you have anything to say?" A vice principal inquired. "You would do well to apologize to Lin Yuyu now. Seeking her forgiveness, an apology will not suffice." The balding director interjected sternly, his gaze upon Yang Jinrong resembling that of a judge determining his fate. "Your shameful actions not only caused irreparable harm to Lin Yuyu, but also inflicted psychological distress upon the collective female population, tarnishing the reputation of our school." With those words, he swiftly branded Yang Jinrong with a most heinous label. Fortunately, this director was not a figure of fate. Otherwise, how many more wrongfully accused souls would roam the earth, more aggrieved than Doi? Yang Jinrong, should you fail to provide evidence that you did not engage in any peeping behavior, you shall face expulsion from the university. Furthermore, another authority figure spoke up, the dean of the School of Economics, a man of seemingly respectable demeanor, with sparse hair slicked back in an exaggerated fashion, his hair wax glinting as if it were a mirror. "You may also find yourself detained by the public security authorities." Expulsion. Yu Huai's heart raced. This meant that Yang Jinrong's 2.5 years of university education would amount to nothing. He would not receive his diploma. He could even face criminal detention. Such a fate would be utterly devastating for a university student. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu felt an inner glee. The harsher the punishment for Yang Jinrong, the greater her chances of securing a recommendation for further studies. Only Yang Jinrong found the situation laughable. "You slander me, and rather than investigating the truth, you demand that I prove my innocence. If I were accused of having eaten 2 bowls of noodles while only paying for one at a breakfast shop, should I then cut open my stomach to show everyone that I only consumed 1 bowl?" At that moment, Yang Jinrong recalled a saying, "If others claim you have done something, it is best to have genuinely done it. Only those who falsely accuse you know the extent of your injustice." This phrase could not have been more fitting to describe Yang Jinrong's predicament. Faced with this disreputable student confronting them publicly, the expressions of the 2 university leaders instantly soured. The bald director scolded. "We convened an emergency meeting on a weekend for your sake. You claim we have not investigated. Before you even arrived, we had already reviewed the surveillance footage and the video evidence recorded by Lin Yuyu. No less than 10 times. We are absolutely certain that you are indeed a peeping Tom." The dean of the School of Economics added, "Principal, do you not think that someone so unrepentant and utterly devoid of shame should be expelled immediately and turned over to the public security authorities for detention? P.S. Thank you for the recommendation from Zayakij Guanjingsheng. This is my first time writing here, and the numbers are so low, it feels quite daunting. 5. When we meet in court in the future, do not weep too pitifully. Yang Jinrong, you still claim you did not peep at me. Did you not peep into the girls' dormitory? Then what is this?" Lin Yuyu brandished her phone, playing a video that depicted Yang Jinrong lurking beneath the girls' dormitory, appearing suspicious. This image looked like undeniable evidence of peeping. "What further excuses do you have, Yang Jinrong? A morally bankrupt student like you does not deserve to be a part of our Linhai University. Principal, please impose a punishment upon him." Many leaders present echoed, directing their collective condemnation at Yang Jinrong. At this moment, Yang Jinrong stood at the eye of the storm, both online and among the university officials. He was being vilified. "Do you mean to say that based solely on her word in a dubious video, you are certain I am a peeping Tom, prepared to ruin my academic career that I have toiled for over a decade to build?" Faced with the chorus of accusations, Yang Jinrong felt no fear whatsoever. His voice resonated clearly among every director, vice principal, counselor, and even the elusive Principal Liu. "You do not intend to investigate the truth. Do you? What further investigation is needed? What we observe is the truth. So many witnesses have seen it with their own eyes. Could it possibly be false? Before the principal could respond, Lin Yuyu interjected again, aggressively asserting, would I, as a girl, just about my own innocence? I have already reported it to the police. She had reported it prior to his arrival. What was witnessed is not necessarily the truth. Yang Jinrong laughed instead of expressing anger. Since you all take her word alone to condemn me as a peeping Tom, attributing to me baseless accusations, then now, let all of you open your eyes wide and see clearly. Yang Jinrong removed his sunglasses and calmly stated, you accuse me of peeping? Apologies, I am blind and currently experiencing temporary vision loss. Haha. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu could not help but laugh. It was as if she had encountered the funniest joke of her life. Continuing her aggressive stance, temporary vision loss? What a farce. Just wait for the public security officers to apprehend you and send you to jail. The other university leaders scrutinized closely and indeed noticed the dried brown ointment staining the area around Yang Jinrong's eyes. But this did not prove anything. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, several uniformed public security officers knocked on the principal's office door. Just in time, Lin Yuyu hurried forward, adopting a feigned expression of grievance, pointing at Yang Jinrong. It was him. He peeped at me. He peeped at our girls' dormitory. According to standard procedure, the public security authorities typically communicate with the university regarding incidents on campus beforehand. And today, this case had already begun to gain traction online before they received the report. It not only topped the local trending searches, but also surged to the national hot topics. Such a case, drawing widespread public attention, required the public security authorities to approach with caution. Hence, they dispatched several officers, including a female officer. The female officer, around 30 years old, approached Lin Yuyu with a friendly demeanor, offering a few words of comfort before inquiring about the entire incident. After Lin Yuyu's embellished account, the basic details of the case were clarified, and she added, just now, this peeping man was adamantly arguing that he was temporarily blind, even going so far as to smear ointment around his eyes to fabricate a story and deceive everyone. The female officer, named Chen Yun, upon hearing this information, did not immediately turn to look at Yang Jinrong, but rather corrected Lin Yuyu with a serious tone. Lin Yuyu, until the case is conclusively determined, please refrain from using derogatory terms such as peeping man in public. This student named Yang Jinrong is currently merely a suspect. The female officer's words caused Yang Jinrong to regard her with newfound respect. This was professionalism. Lin Yuyu scoffed and did not respond. Officer Chen Yun then focused her attention on Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong, you claim your eyes are temporarily blind. Do you have any evidence to support this? The traces of ointment cannot serve as evidence. Yang Jinrong, unable to see the other person's features, could only gauge their approximate location by sound, and he turned to face her as politely as possible. Officer, my eyes are indeed temporarily blind. I shall not disclose the reasons. Yang Jinrong retrieved 2 documents from his pocket. Here are the diagnosis and examination reports issued by the hospital. According to the doctor, I merely need to apply the ointment regularly, wear protective eyewear, sunglasses, and rest for 1 night to recover. As for how Yang Jinrong returned to the university from the hospital, it was simple. After leaving the hospital, he took a taxi, explaining his blindness to the driver, who brought him to the school gates, and he then followed the designated blind path. He had originally thought there would be no incident, but the path was poorly laid out, resembling a maze, and he inadvertently ended up beneath the girls' dormitory. That it was only through his heightened sensory awareness that he managed to navigate back to his own dormitory. Officer Chen Yun took the 2 documents, read them carefully, and confirmed they were indeed from Linhai First People's Hospital, with a clear diagnosis stating temporary blindness in both eyes. Upon reading the cause, she instinctively remarked, cause, flame burns or irritation. What have you done? Did you rush into a fire scene to rescue a little girl? Yang Jinrong did not hesitate to respond straightforwardly. This incident, I believe the public security officers can verify. A firefighting hero? Yu Huai's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you bravely charged into a fire scene to save someone, injuring your eyes, and yet you are being wrongfully accused of being a peeping Tom." At this revelation, all eyes, which had been fixed on Yang Jinrong, suddenly shifted toward Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu was instantly rendered speechless, but she refused to believe it. She could not accept that her chances for further studies were evaporating so close at hand. She turned to Yang Jinrong, her neck stiffening. "Impossible. You must be lying. Someone as sleazy as you could never be a firefighting hero. Who are you calling sleazy?" Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow, his voice no longer gentle but serious and grave. "Lin Yuyu, is it? I mistakenly elevated you by calling you senior. Your recent words and actions have constituted personal attacks and defamation against me that I hope that when we meet in court in the future, you do not weep too pitifully. 6. Double standards and favoritism. Boys should be more magnanimous. Testimony in court." "Humph." Lin Yuyu scoffed dismissively. "Who would believe your tall tales? How do we know these two documents are not forged? It would not be surprising for someone like you to commit any sort of misdeed." Yang Jinrong found no merit in wasting further words on her. He turned to the public security officers. "Officers, I am now reporting that someone is slandering me, inciting widespread reading and sharing online, and furthermore, she has infringed upon my personal privacy by disclosing my private information online, resulting in me being subjected to online harassment." Although Yang Jinrong was currently in a state of blindness, his phone had been bombarded with messages, and his QQ account was also besieged by online attacks. These facts were undeniable. "Do you have any evidence?" Officer Chun Yun inquired according to protocol. She had already reviewed the entire situation prior to her arrival. "Naturally, there is evidence." Yang Jinrong gestured for Yu Huai to unlock his phone, then on their way to the principal's office. Yang Jinrong had asked his friend Yu Huai to take screenshots and record the online evidence. Both being law students, they handled such matters with ease that Yu Huai promptly submitted the evidence to the officer. While Yang Jinrong simultaneously powered on his previously turned-off phone. As the device powered on, an incessant barrage of notification sounds erupted, some indicating text messages, others the unmistakable alerts of QQ. Even more outrageous. Mere moments after booting up, a phone call came in, and upon answering, a torrent of abuse erupted from the other end. "Peeping Tom, why haven't you gone and died yet? I've already sent a wreath to your address provided by Fairy Lin, and it will arrive in your hands tonight. How dare you?" The call was abruptly terminated with a harsh beep. Those present gleaned two critical insights from this exchange. Fairy Lin, also known as Lin Yuyu on Weibo, had divulged Yang Jinrong's address, resulting in the delivery of the wreath. Yang Jinrong was indeed a victim of genuine online harassment, regardless of whether Yang Jinrong was guilty of the peeping accusations. Lin Yuyu's actions were undeniably illegal. The security officers, taken aback by the rapid turn of events, promptly proceeded to file a report for Yang Jinrong. The evidence was unequivocal, and they quickly completed the collection of proof. They even contacted the hospital treating Yang Jinrong's eye condition for verification. The only remaining uncertainty lay with the school. Whenever a case involves a school, the security department handles it with utmost caution. After all, these are the nation's blossoming flowers and hopes. "Lin Yuyu, please sign here." Chun Yun handed the report form to Lin Yuyu, offering her a pen. Upon seeing the report, Lin Yuyu momentarily froze, her mouth opening in an attempt to refute, but suddenly she burst into tears. "Woo! I don't see anything wrong with suspecting him of peeping. Even if he didn't, isn't his sneaky behavior enough to warrant my suspicion? I'm just a vulnerable girl. When I might be spied upon, shouldn't I be brave enough to stand up? I did nothing wrong." Woo! The previously assertive Lin Yuyu transformed into a tearful, wronged girl in an instant. Her dramatic display rivaling even the finest performances of certain celebrities. Yet, there were those who bought into her act, akin to a high-level streamer receiving lavish donations from a devoted fan, leaving others baffled. Several security officers, "We can handle our school's internal matters without burdening you further." At this juncture, the ball director remained firmly on Lin Yuyu's side. When Yang Jinrong was accused of peeping, he had not advocated for internal resolution. Rather, he supported expulsion and detention at the security office. Such glaring double standards incited an incredulous laugh of anger from Yang Jinrong. Even Yu Huai, the forthright chubby one, could no longer contain himself. Director, you didn't say that just now. Jinrong was accused of peeping without any evidence, and you argued for his detention. Now that there is proof of Lin Yuyu's defamation, which clearly constitutes a criminal offense, you want to resolve it internally? I can't believe the leadership of Linhai University exhibits such blatant double standards. This last remark came from Yang Jinrong, who wished to avoid trouble for his friends. Fearing that Yu Huai's continued outspokenness might provoke retaliation from the school authorities, the bald director was momentarily rendered speechless by the public confrontation from two students, yet he silently harbored resentment toward Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. As a school leader, manipulating two students was hardly a challenge. A mere word from him could hinder the academic journeys of diligent scholars who had persevered for years. This was precisely what Yang Jinrong feared. Coughing to regain attention, Principal Liu finally spoke, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd until silence reigned, but he then spoke gravely. Security officers, please proceed with the necessary protocols and handle this matter with impartiality. Our school will assuredly treat every student fairly and justly. The subsequent procedures were simple. Both Lin Yuyu and Yang Jinrong signed the respective report forms and registered their identification details, according to protocol. Both were to be taken back to the security office to await further verification of all evidence. However, due to Yang Jinrong's temporary blindness, he was afforded special consideration and would not be taken in. As for Lin Yuyu, she too should have been escorted away. Lin Yuyu, age 23, is an adult and possesses criminal liability. You are suspected of defaming Yang Jinrong, violating his rights to reputation and privacy, and committing slander, for which you must bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. Chen Yin paused before continuing. According to Article 243 of the criminal law, the sentencing standard for the crime of false accusation is fabricating facts to falsely accuse others, intending to subject them to criminal prosecution. If the circumstances are severe, imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control may be imposed. If serious consequences arise, imprisonment for more than 3 years, but less than 10 years may result. Of course, the final judgment will be determined by the court. There are other charges as well. At this moment, Lin Yuyu truly broke down, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, her face as pale as a ghost. I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Oh, let's settle this amicably. The dean of the Fine Arts College interjected, a woman in her 40s dressed elegantly in a qipao. Exuding an artistic demeanor. Empathizing with Lin Yuyu, she turned to Yang Jinrong, advocating for Lin Yuyu. Yang Jinrong, she didn't mean it. She is currently preparing for her graduate entrance exams, and being a girl, she is understandably a bit overwhelmed and sensitive. You, as a boy, should be magnanimous. How about we have Lin Yuyu publicly apologize to you, and our school can issue a statement of your innocence? Let us downplay this situation. Such was the sentiment that good boys should be magnanimous. She didn't mean it. Preparing for graduate studies? Overly sensitive. A boy should be forgiving. A simple apology, and this would all be over. Were they stacking buffs here, directly maxing them out? Not only Yang Jinrong, but even the security officers were wide-eyed with disbelief, while Yu Huai's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to speak, a hand restrained him. It was Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai. Yu Huai was truly incensed. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such shameless individuals. Yet today, he found 3 before him. No, 4. The bald director was equally culpable. Yet, Yang Jinrong silenced him, taking a deep breath that why Yu Huai's heart sank. He was all too familiar with his classmate and roommate. A quintessential nice guy who would almost always acquiesce to others. To Tio put it nicely, he was magnanimous. To be blunt, he was a pushover. Would this guy really back down now? The hero, wrongfully accused of being a voyeur, nearly taken away by the security officers, was on the brink of having his entire academic career and life ruined. Could he really tolerate this? The key point was that, as law students, they both understood that choosing to forgive and signing a release would preclude any future litigation or pursuit of accountability. Yu Huai's heart was filled with dread at the thought of such an outcome. Just as Yang Jinrong opened his mouth, he confirmed this notion, inhaling deeply as he donned his sunglasses, speaking slowly. Since our esteemed leaders have spoken, I could be magnanimous this once. However, you must adhere to my demands, apologize and acknowledge your mistakes. Remember, I expect every one of my requirements to be met, and if you fail to satisfy me, I reserve the right to pursue legal action. No, Yu Huai turned, astonished, staring at Yang Jinrong with wide eyes. Not only he but the security officers, Officer Chen Yun, and the school leaders all stared in disbelief. My goodness, this person actually chose to forgive? Only the bald director inwardly smirked, thinking that Yang Jinrong was far more astute than Yu Huai, with emotional intelligence that far surpassed mere expectations. His earlier thoughts of making things difficult for them evaporated in an instant. Since Yang Jinrong had cleared his name, the counselor, Quan Jiwei, who had remained silent until now, nodded slightly, recognizing the value of a magnanimous individual like Yang Jinrong, who harbored no malice. All right, the dean of the Fine Arts College, named Yu Qian, gave Yang Jinrong a thumbs up, her face beaming with approval. This is indeed a good boy with a generous spirit. However, one must admit their mistakes when wronged. She turned to Lin Yuyu, who had risen and kindly smiled. Lin Yuyu, you were at fault first. Although it wasn't intentional, it nearly caused a grave misfortune. Now, publicly apologize to Yang Jinrong and seek his forgiveness that I'm sorry. Lin Yuyu, though unwilling, was genuinely frightened by Chun Yun's mention of criminal responsibility. She had no desire to end up imprisoned, so she could only lower her head and offer a half-hearted apology. Look, the young lady has apologized. You've suffered no tangible loss. Let us put this matter to rest. Yu Qian again played the role of peacemaker. As if nothing had transpired that a half-hearted apology, I refused to accept it. Yang Jinrong interjected. I only accept a heartfelt, sincere apology that if not, I will choose to report this again or pursue legal action. Yu Qian was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Yang Jinrong's words, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Very well, please specify the standards for an apology, and let Lin Yuyu follow them. All right. Yang Jinrong nodded. Yu Huai, help me start a video recording on my phone. Let Lin Yuyu publicly apologize now. Her expression must be sincere, and her attitude must be proper, genuinely recognizing her error and apologizing. Although Yu Huai was somewhat perplexed, he complied without question that I am prepared to forgive her for the slanderous accusation of voyeurism on the condition that she fulfills the following stipulations. First, she must publicly apologize in front of an audience, record it, and send the video to platforms such as Weibo within 1 hour, acknowledging her wrongdoing. Second, tomorrow, in the presence of all the faculty and students of the school, she must deliver a public apology to me, admitting her errors. Third, within 1 hour, she must delete the defamatory post on Weibo and compose a written apology of no less than 10,000 words, clearly detailing her actions against me and acknowledging her unlawful behavior. Fourth, she must mitigate the repercussions of her online harassment against me. Within 24 hours, she is required to have all users who retweeted her slanderous post delete their shares and issue a public apology. Fifth, before Yang Jinrong could finish, Lin Yuyu interjected with a quivering voice, stating, I can comply with the first 3 conditions, but how am I supposed to fulfill the 4th? Tens of thousands of users have shared the post. How can I possibly reach them all? I can't do it. That is your concern, that if you can persuade them to retweet, why can't you persuade them to delete? Yang Jinrong continued, disregarding Lin Yuyu's interruption. Only upon satisfying the aforementioned 4 conditions will I consider forgiving you for your slander. With that, he turned to face Yu Qian, the dean of the art college. She nodded in agreement, finding the 4 conditions quite reasonable. Lin Yuyu, Do you believe you can find a way to accomplish this? Lin Yuyu initially intended to protest that it was impossible, but upon realizing that if Yang Jinrong remained unforgiving, she might face a prison sentence, she gritted her teeth and nodded. I will find a way to earn the forgiveness of classmate Yang Jinrong. I will agree to this first, and then we will see about obtaining the letter of forgiveness that AS for whether I can accomplish it afterward. How can he force me? Remember my 5 conditions. Yang Jinrong stated, not wasting any more words that I end that case. The security officer Chinyin thought to himself, shaking his head internally but not showing it outwardly, as he took the report form and annotated it with the phrase the parties involved have reached an understanding. Please have both parties sign. Can the officer help me rewrite a copy? Please include the 5 conditions for forgiveness that I just mentioned, Yang Jinrong inquired. Certainly, Chinyin nodded, swiftly documenting the 5 conditions Yang Jinrong had just articulated. Done. I must remind you, once you sign the letter of understanding, it cannot be reopened. Are you aware of that? Yes, I understand, Yang Jinrong affirmed. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Signatures were affixed, and the security officer departed. The school leaders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. For them, it was merely an extended workday with a meeting, and everything else seemed to have transpired without incident. Director Chin, please draft a public announcement confirming that classmate Yang Jinrong was misunderstood, to be posted in the school bulletin tonight. Additionally, contact media platforms to promptly mitigate any negative impact, Principal Liu instructed once more. Director Chin, known for his baldness, quickly nodded in agreement. Leaders, we shall take our leave now. Yang Jinrong signaled to Yu Huai to accompany him back to the dormitory. After their departure, the other leaders also bid farewell. Principal Liu smiled, revealing his 2 gold teeth, having only spoken a few words. He cast a meaningful glance at the still-present Lin Yuyu before turning on his heel and departing. That IT remained uncertain whether this self-conceited young woman grasped the underlying implications of Yang Jinrong's words. He had only forgiven the slander, not the online harassment, nor had he pardoned the invasion of privacy or the personal attacks and insults directed at him. Lin Yuyu, wishing to express her grievances to Director Chin, was met with a stern glare from him, prompting her to leave with her lips pressed tightly together. Upon returning to her dorm, Lin Yuyu intended to open the Weibo app and delete the defamatory post. However, upon noticing her account had gained over 100,000 followers, her finger hesitated above the delete button, a sense of inexplicable pride swelling within her. I concoct a mere post, and even the elusive Principal Liu must convene an emergency meeting on my behalf, while 4 security officers are dispatched. Even if I did wrong by slandering Yang Jinrong and nearly succeeded in getting him expelled, it ultimately comes down to an apology. Women can sometimes be rather peculiar, as if their actions were worthy of boasting about, even when those actions are morally reprehensible. I won't delete the post. Let us see what you can do about it. Same city express delivery. Whose wreath is this? Jinrong, are you all right? I just heard people discussing you downstairs. Upon returning to the dorm, her 2 roommates inquired. Yang Jinrong could not detect any genuine concern in their tone, but chose not to dwell on it. Shaking his head to indicate that he was fine to Yu Huai, you should rest. Do you need my help? No, it's fine. Yang Jinrong declined Yu Huai's offer, tending to his own medicinal needs and completing his hygiene routine before lying in bed, devoid of appetite for food. Night had already fallen, and whether it was a figment of his imagination, Yang Jinrong felt as though whispers about him surrounded him, akin to auditory hallucinations. Abandoned by his parents as a child and raised in an orphanage, he had only been able to attend school through the kindness of strangers. He believed that most people in society were inherently good. Despite the countless scornful glances he had endured, he had never committed a wrongful act, always choosing to avoid conflict, preferring to suffer in silence. That it could be said that he was either open-minded or enduring, but it was often viewed as merely submissive. As long as he could rationalize his experiences, he found solace. He often comforted himself in this manner. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, Yang Jinrong found sleep elusive, the whispers echoing in his ears, compelling him to take out his phone and put on his headphones. Yo-Yo, please open the Qi Shao Dian app and play the Art of War. Whenever he struggled to sleep, he would turn to Sun Tzu's teachings, but with his eyes closed today, he could only listen. Sun Tzu said, to manage a large group as one would a small group, one must divide them. To confront a large group as one would a small group, one must be mindful of the terrain. As he listened to the Art of War, Yang Jinrong gradually succumbed to slumber. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he felt himself entering another realm, a voice resonating in his ear. Ding! The host has completed the assessment and meets the binding conditions for the True Energy System. The True Energy System is now activating. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the system and receiving a beginner's gift package, which is now being unlocked. Congratulations, host, for receiving a body enhancement talisman. Note, the enhancement talisman can cure the host's current ailments, with the extent of enhancement dependent on the host's current physical condition, equivalent to tenfold physical strength, including strength, speed, reaction time, endurance, and all physical attributes will be enhanced. Commencing enhancement: blindness alleviated, pain relieved, strength enhanced, speed enhanced, enhancement complete. This surreal sensation left Yang Jinrong feeling utterly bewildered, a multitude of question marks swirling in his mind. He attempted to awaken from this dreamlike state, but found himself unable to do so, as if pressed down by an unseen force, until the completion notification finally roused him from his dream. His eyes opened to a blinding sunbeam. The dormitory was now empty, and judging by the intensity of the sunlight, it was likely nearing noon. My eyesight is restored, was Yang Jinrong's first reaction, followed closely by the realization that his entire body felt invigorated, his thoughts clearer than ever. Could this truly be the transformative experience depicted in novels? Wait, is this real? A system? Yang Jinrong called out. The host merely needs to summon me with a thought to converse with the system. It's true. Yang Jinrong marveled. System? Did you just say your name is the True Energy System? What are your capabilities? The functions of the system must be explored by the host on their own. Does the host have any further questions? What time is it? The host must check for themselves. Yang Jinrong ignored the system and rose to assess his body. As he moved, he discovered that his physique had indeed been enhanced, whether in strength, speed, or reaction. This revelation filled him with both shock and joy. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! A potential disruptor of societal harmony has been detected, successfully triggering a positive energy mission. The host is required to make a choice. Option 1. Let it be. It's not worth provoking a weirdo. Simply avoid this incident. Reward: 250 yuan. Option 2. If it can be tolerated, it cannot be endured. In a fit of rage, confront her and beat her until she spills gold coins. Reward: 1 gold bar. Option 3. Spread positive energy in society and use legitimate methods to punish those who negatively impact social health, ensuring they receive the consequences they deserve. Reward: a Ducati Diavel Superbike. All paperwork and invoices will be delivered to the host within 24 hours upon completion of the mission. What does this mean? Yang Jinrong pondered, his brows furrowing as he began to grasp the implications. He retrieved his phone and downloaded the Weibo app, searching for voyeurism. The results led him to a post shared by the celebrity Zhang Yuqi. Lin Yuyu had not adhered to the conditions set for reconciliation the previous day. Not only had she failed to delete the post, but she had also published a new essay. As a woman, do I not have the right to suspect others of voyeurism? The content was predominantly accusatory. Devoid of any apology, Yang Jinrong was thoroughly incensed. He retreated time and again, enduring beyond measure, initially believing that Lin Yuyu would recognize her mistakes and amend her ways, to his utter astonishment. This woman proved utterly unrepentant. Very well, system. I choose option 3. Option 1. This was the old Yang Jinrong. Option 2. Inherently unlawful in nature. Although Yang Jinrong truly yearned to deliver a couple of punches to her, the allure of gold bars was equally tempting. However, a gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall, and Yang Jinrong had no intention of engaging in illegality. The host confirms the selection. Please complete the task. With a final prompt from the system. Silence ensued. Yang Jinrong, undeterred, having gathered all relevant evidence, decisively opened the WeCourt mini-program, registered, logged in, filled in his identification details, underwent facial recognition, and meticulously followed the procedure to file a lawsuit, drafting the complaint and submitting the requisite evidence. Applying for expedited processing, he completed the online lawsuit. By the time he finished, it was already noon. After freshening up and changing his clothes, he was about to go out for a meal when he heard a multitude of voices outside his dormitory door. What the heck, so many wreaths? What is going on? Mourning the peeping Tom Yang Jinrong. Better to die early and reincarnate than to perish now. Wreaths for the peeping Tom Yang Jinrong, plagued by evil spirits and afflicted by 100 ailments? This is ridiculous. Wasn't there a school-wide announcement clarifying that Yang Jinrong was misunderstood? Why are wreaths being sent? Who is sending them? The path is completely obstructed. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Jinrong opened the door, and several white wreaths toppled over. He did not evade, but instead reached out to steady them. Looking up, he was astonished to see the corridor filled with wreaths, large and small, in various designs, at least 20 or 30. Numerous classmates turned their gazes toward Yang Jinrong, some recognizing him while others did not, but all speculating. Just as they were about to speak, a voice echoed from downstairs. Same City Express delivery. Whose wreath is this? Please sign for it. This operation is astonishing. The moment the words "whose wreath is this, please sign for it" rang out, all students' attention was immediately drawn downstairs, their gazes synchronously shifting to the delivery person carrying the wreaths, before almost simultaneously turning back to Yang Jinrong. Who sent in the wreaths? How malicious! My goodness, witnessing such a bizarre event for the first time in my life. It must be those online bullies. Right? Poor Yang Jinrong, falsely accused of being a peeping Tom. Even after the school clarified, he still receives wreaths. Tisse, I wonder if Yang Jinrong's heart is strong enough. If he were somewhat fragile, he might truly succumb to depression. Depression? No. I feel that someone with a slightly weaker heart might contemplate suicide. Sure. You lot, keep it down. Don't you see Yang Jinrong's expression has changed? He is being slandered, enduring online harassment, and now receiving wreaths. How pitiable. Let us discuss this less. Yet, why are you saying so much? The murmurs continued, and Yang Jinrong couldn't help but chuckle. His handsome face, surpassing even the dawn, radiated warmth as he smiled and waved to those downstairs. My wreaths, please bring them up. As these words left his lips, the previously animated crowd fell into an immediate hush. The silence was palpable. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. What is this maneuver? Amid the bewilderment, the delivery person rushed upstairs with the wreaths, and upon witnessing the array before Yang Jinrong's dormitory, he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an ostrich egg. Wow, I've never seen so many wreaths in my life. Just place them over there. Yang Jinrong waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the delivery person to leave. All right, the delivery person set the wreaths down, took a photo with his phone to complete the delivery, and then turned to depart. As he walked away, he posted on social media, "Today I delivered a rather unique express order. Wreaths, the quality is exceptionally good. Easily worth 1,000 or 800 that I wonder if I'll receive so many valuable wreaths when I pass away," attaching a picture he had just taken. After posting, he commented on his own post. "You wouldn't believe how heavy these wreaths are. I even saw a few with LED screens. Aren't those worth 1,000 or 2 each?" Just then, 2 more delivery people carrying wreaths brushed past him. "Do you know how to get to dormitory 505? Just ahead." The delivery person who had just posted on social media pointed the way. "Look at that. So many wreaths. They hadn't seen the end of it yet." More wreaths continued to arrive, and the observant counted. There were indeed over 60. By the time Yu Huai returned with lunch, he exclaimed, "Jinrong, I brought you some takeout." "What the heck? Who put all these wreaths outside our dorm?" "Mine." Yu Huai was instantly furious, lifting a foot to kick the wreaths away. "This must be Lin Yu's doing." Let us go find the school administration. Don't break them, Yang Jinrong interjected, turning to the gathered onlookers, flashing a brilliant smile that gleamed like porcelain in the sunlight. Everyone, please step aside. I don't want my wreaths damaged. The once warm smile transformed into something sinister under the juxtaposition of the colorful wreaths, causing many students to recoil in fright, hastily diverting their paths. Fearful of bad omens, some students refrained from taking photos, while those who were less superstitious captured videos to share online, some posting on social media, others on the school forum. Soon, the situation escalated. The uproar on the internet grew louder. Naturally, it reached Weibo, where those sending the wreaths excitedly shared their celebratory posts. Lin Yuyu was among the first to see it. Instead of feeling any remorse, a smirk of satisfaction curled her lips. Still thinking I'll apologize? Just wait for more wreaths to come. The school leaders at the Academic Affairs office were once again stirred. Principal Liu, who had been about to have lunch, immediately tagged everyone in the school leadership group upon seeing the news. Seal the campus at once. No deliveries or couriers are allowed on school grounds. We must have a meeting with Lin Yuyu, but let me finish my meal first. Meanwhile, after a brief wait, ensuring that no more wreaths were on their way, Yang Jinrong recorded a video for evidence and reopened the WeCourt mini-program to supplement his proof. To his surprise, the lawsuit he had just submitted had been astonishingly processed. Excellent. Then to the courtroom we go. What to do? Yu Huai felt somewhat at a loss before the multitude of wreaths. He wanted to dispose of them, but was once again halted by Yang Jinrong. What a waste to throw them away. Yang Jinrong opened the 69 Tongqing app, searched for funeral homes, inquired with a few, and ultimately found the most suitable one. He dialed the number. Hello, good day. This is Ping and Funeral Service. I am the owner, Zhang Lingtian. Our establishment operates 365 days a year, providing comprehensive funeral services, including professional. Yang Jinrong interrupted his lengthy introduction, smiling as he asked, I'm the one who inquired about your wreath recycling prices on 69 Tongqing earlier. I have many wreaths here. Could you come to collect them? Zhang Lingtian paused before laughing. Oh, right. Based on the photos you provided, I can only give a preliminary estimate. I'll need to confirm on-site. Is that all right? No problem. Please send a few people over. The address is Linhai University. Yang Jinrong hung up the phone. Dawai Yu Huai was utterly dumbfounded. What a revelation. Wreaths can be recycled. They must be worth quite a sum. Yang Jinrong, who had previously been angry about the wreaths, now appeared transformed, calmly waiting for Zhang Lingtian to arrive while enjoying his meal. Approximately an hour later, as the lunch break neared its conclusion, Zhang Lingtian finally arrived, panting heavily. The security guards were unusually strict today. They wouldn't let me in, costing me 2 packs of cigarettes. Zhang Lingtian, tall and slender with a fair complexion, dressed in a suit, grumbled as he raised his head to examine the wreaths in the corridor. Wow, what a treasure! All of these are fantastic. Wait a moment, aren't these my wreaths? Priced at 1888. How expensive? Yu Huai exclaimed in disbelief. So how much will you offer for recycling? Zhang Lingtian stroked his chin. Grinning, my dear student, I'll buy all these wreaths at a maximum of 60% of the original price. I'll have to restock them once I take them back, and I can't sell them all at once. Only 60%? Yu Huai glared at Zhang Lingtian. Boss, you're being too greedy. Zhang Lingtian chuckled. Business is tough for brick-and-mortar stores these days. Please understand. How does the downturn in brick-and-mortar sales relate to your funeral service? Can others provide online services? Yu Huai muttered in protest. That's 65% flat rate for all of them, all in pristine condition. Yang Jinrong interjected. Who knows? We might establish a long-term partnership. Long-term partnership. Zhang Lingtian was taken aback. Is that really a possibility? No, I was just too busy admiring the wreaths to ask. How did you receive so many? Ultimately, Zhang Lingtian agreed to recycle all the wreaths at 65%, averaging around 1,200 per wreath, totaling 66 wreaths for a grand sum of 51,480. Transfer the funds. Have them taken away. The proprietor of the physical store is truly unscrupulous, executing a reverse discount and suddenly deducting 480 yuan. A sum substantial enough to cover my sustenance for half a month. Yu Huai lamented, his heart aching as he gazed at the removed wreaths. This buyback price at 65% off seemed to weigh heavily on him. I'll treat you to some crayfish tonight. Yang Jinrong smiled. Let us go, it's time for class. Damn it, adoptive father, I want garlic-flavored ones, 5 kilograms. As the class hour approached with the other two roommates still absent, Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai took their red-covered international private law books and headed to class. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Fine Arts, Lin Yuyu entered the lecture hall for a public course with a cheerful demeanor. Having chosen a literature class aimed at enhancing essay writing skills, soon the classroom filled with students, and the instructor arrived early to commence the lesson. At that moment, two officials clad in court uniforms knocked and entered. One of them announcing, "Who is the citizen Lin Yuyu? Here is a copy of the lawsuit that requires your acknowledgement and signature. On what grounds are you suing me?" In the large classroom, over 100 students turned in unison to the doorway where the court officials stood. "Who is Lin Yuyu? You don't know her? Haven't you scrolled through Weibo? She's trending. Even the big star Zhang Yuqi has retweeted about her. Wait, I remember now. Isn't she the one involved in that peeping scandal?" "What peeping scandal? Ladies, please mind your words. She is clearly being slandered. Didn't the school issue a notice this morning regarding the misunderstanding and defamation? If not for the magnanimity of the male student, the perpetrator of these rumors would already deserve to be locked up for reflection. By the way, what did the court just say? Citizen Lin Yuyu, please acknowledge receipt of the lawsuit copy," the court official reiterated. This time, everyone heard clearly that a lawsuit copy. Upon hearing her name, Lin Yuyu instinctively stood up, but when she comprehended the term lawsuit copy, she was utterly stunned. What lawsuit copy? As she rose, over 100 pairs of eyes fixated on her. The murmurs persisted. Lin Yuyu felt her head buzzing, engulfed in a haze of confusion. "Please show us your ID, if you haven't brought it. An electronic ID will suffice." The two officials approached Lin Yuyu, handing her the lawsuit copy and producing a document for her to read carefully before signing and providing her fingerprint. What is happening? Lin Yuyu was genuinely frightened. It was the first time she had encountered court officials, let alone publicly accepting a lawsuit copy. It sounded terrifying. "There's no need to be anxious," one official patiently explained. "The lawsuit merely signifies that someone is suing you. You must submit a defense statement to the court within 15 days. Failing to do so will not affect the court proceedings. 3 days before the trial. The court will notify both you and the plaintiff, and an announcement will be made." Upon hearing terms like lawsuit, trial, and plaintiff, Lin Yuyu trembled, her mind racing with anxiety. She instinctively inquired, "Can I ask who is suing me?" The plaintiff, defendant, and reasons for the lawsuit are all clearly outlined in the document. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, surprised by her reaction. The lawsuit described how Lin Yuyu, a student, had stirred such a significant online uproar, garnering millions of views, suggesting she should be bold enough to confront the situation. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, defendant Lin Yu, charges of insult, defamation, slander, personal attack, and invasion of privacy. Lin Yuyu instinctively opened the lawsuit copy and read aloud its contents. "Wow!" The students in the large classroom gasped in unison, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was heading to court. Many students quickly pulled out their phones to record videos, eager to document the unfolding drama. "I can't wait to see how this lawsuit will conclude. What more is there to say? Didn't you hear the announcement this morning? Yang Jinrong not only did not peep, but is also a heroic firefighter." TSK. Lin Yuyu is a senior in her 4th year, supposedly preparing for her graduate studies in fine arts. This is going to be quite a spectacle. By the way, why hasn't she interned yet? I know a senior who balances interning while preparing for graduate school. Why is she still attending public courses with us? Who knows, perhaps she lacks enough credits? Or maybe she simply enjoys the class. Every word of gossip echoed in Lin Yuyu's ears. Yet she remained oblivious, consumed by thoughts of her lawsuit that hadn't Yang Jinrong already signed a letter of understanding. Why was he still suing her? Weren't they clear of any misunderstandings? On that, we cannot comment. The lawsuit and its accompanying evidence and related materials complied with our court's filing procedures, which we have reviewed. Furthermore, due to the involvement of students and the significant public attention this case has garnered, our court has decided to expedite the processing, and a hearing might occur within 5 days. Please prepare yourself mentally. After clarifying, the two court officials produced a form, verified Lin Yuyu's identification details, and requested her signature and fingerprint before departing. Lin Yuyu, now devoid of any desire to attend the public lecture, left the classroom in a hurry, burdened with distress. Meanwhile, the students within the classroom continued their discussions. Many began posting the videos they had just recorded on short video platforms, naturally sharing them on social media. Senior defames Junior, accusing him of being a peeping Tom, and now she's being sued. In the principal's office, the school leaders, who had gathered to discuss the wreath incident, were just settling in when they learned that the wreath had been removed, leaving them in a state of bemusement. Principal Liu was about to speak when Lin Yuyu's voice piped up. "Leaders, you must stand up for me. Woe is me." Before her figure even appeared, her voice filled the room. "What happened to you, Lin Yuyu?" Yu Qian inquired with concern as she stood. Lin Yuyu sobbed, "Yang Jinrong. He is inhuman, he is untrustworthy, he goes back on his word. He signed a letter of understanding, yet he still went to court to sue me. That shouldn't be the case. I thought Yang Jinrong was quite reasonable and not the type to act this way." Yu Qian expressed her disbelief. "From what we understand, he is quite upright." "You don't understand." Lin Yuyu handed the lawsuit copy to the leaders, who leaned in to read. Indeed, it was a court lawsuit copy, clearly stating Yang Jinrong as the plaintiff and Lin Yuyu as the defendant. "How could he do this?" Yu Qian exclaimed, angered. "Principal Liu, let us call Yang Jinrong in to clarify what's going on. He signed a letter of understanding, yet turned around to sue this young lady. This is unacceptable." Immediately, a leader reached out to Yang Jinrong. During class, Yang Jinrong had anticipated that Lin Yuyu would rush to the school leaders to plead her case upon receiving the lawsuit copy. Prepared for this, he tidied up, informed Yu Huai, and requested leave from class. Shortly after, Yang Jinrong appeared alone in the principal's office, holding a copy of the International Private Law book. Upon seeing him, Lin Yuyu sprang to her feet, pointing at him and shouting, "You already signed the letter of understanding. On what grounds do you still sue me?" Public opinion can swiftly turn against one. Do not underestimate its pressure. "On what grounds am I suing you?" Yang Jinrong scoffed coldly. From the moment he was falsely accused of being a peeping Tom, his heart had grown cold. Moreover, he had given Lin Yuyu the opportunity to acknowledge her mistakes and reform. Yet she not only failed to cherish it but also retaliated. For such a person, Yang Jinrong did not wish to waste another expression. His gaze was piercing, akin to a judge's, as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yuyu. "You, who show no remorse, who have not apologized to me, who have failed to fulfill the conditions of the letter of understanding, and who, as of this moment, still do not comprehend your transgressions." His words rang out, leaving Lin Yuyu speechless and at a loss. Likewise, the leaders and faculty present were taken aback, especially the dean of the Fine Arts Academy, as Yang Jinrong had indeed given Lin Yuyu a chance. If today there are still those who would urge me to grant her another opportunity, then if a future victim emerges who cannot prove their innocence, how would you, esteemed leaders, decide? What if that victim is one among you? Seated here, what then would you do? Victims should not repeatedly forgive offenders. They ought to wield the law as their weapon to protect their rights, allowing the law to judge and penalize the criminal, thus severing the cycle of reoffending. The chance for offenders to reform should be granted by the law through rehabilitation in prison, not by expecting victims to provide such opportunities. Yang Jinrong poured forth all his pent-up anger, leaving the leaders dumbfounded. Yet he was not finished. He scanned all the school leaders. If any leader still wishes to stand in support of her, Lin Yu, this criminal, feel free to confront me in court, to advocate for her before the judge. With that, Yang Jinrong turned and left, having said all that needed to be said. How the school leaders would handle the situation was no longer his concern. After Yang Jinrong departed, the spacious office remained silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Yuyu let out a cry. Overwhelmed by fear, it was only now that she realized her actions were not merely mistakes, but rather violations of the law. "Take her away," Principal Liu said meaningfully, gesturing for the dean of the Fine Arts Academy to escort her out. Once the dean had led Lin Yuyu away, the bald-headed director finally grasped the situation. "No, Principal Liu, just look at who Yang Jinrong is. How dare he rebuke all the school leaders in front of so many authorities? Has he been emboldened by audacity? Who grants him such courage?" Principal Liu merely lifted his eyelids, rendering the bald-headed director speechless, too intimidated to utter another word. The principal then admonished, "Is it not enough that our school has garnered so much negative press because of Lin Yuyu? She has manipulated public opinion to slander classmates, inciting division between genders online. She has doxed fellow students, illegally disclosing their privacy, leading to the Wreath incident. Such a heinous occurrence is unprecedented in the entire university community. It severely tarnishes our school's reputation that if we do not address her actions legally, which male student would dare to enroll in our institution? We might as well forego recruitment brochures altogether and simply announce a reduction in enrollment." As Principal Liu's anger flared, all the leaders fell silent, their eyes cast downwards, too fearful to breathe. The meeting was adjourned. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The president of the court contacted Yang Jinrong, inquiring whether he would accept a pre-trial mediation, conveying Lin Yuyu's willingness to apologize and compensate. However, Yang Jinrong declined. He had already extended an opportunity once. She had failed to appreciate it, and he would not waste any more time. Soon, the Huaqiao District Court issued a notification that a hearing would take place in 3 days. On that day, Yang Jinrong donned a black suit, a tie, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, clutching a copy of the criminal law as he arrived at the Huaqiao District People's Court. Yu Huai, on the other hand, was equipped with 2 handheld gimbals, each holding a phone, ready for a live broadcast. Prior to the hearing, Yang Jinrong had successfully obtained permission from the court to live-stream the trial, and today he intended to broadcast the trial of Lin Yuyu. With his head held high, Yang Jinrong walked into the court, taking his seat at the plaintiff's table as directed by the court staff. Yu Huai was not present as a witness, but rather as a classmate attending to assist with the live stream. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu sat at the defendant's table, looking haggard. She had not found free legal aid and had not dared to inform her parents. Her friends and close companions were unwilling to accompany her, leaving her to sit alone at the defendant's table. The trial was about to commence, and all members of the panel were present. The presiding judge, following legal protocol, confirmed the presence of both the plaintiff and defendant, announced the court's decorum, verified the identities of those involved, and inquired if there were any objections, before declaring the identities of the trial members and informing the parties of their rights and obligations. After completing the entire process without any objections, the presiding judge announced the court was in session. Simultaneously, the authorized court livestream began, broadcasting on both Weibo and Douyin platforms. The livestream room had already secured permission, and the title was the same. Senior sister accused me of peeping, then cyberbullied me, refusing to apologize, forcing me to face her in court. Initially, the title did not attract much attention, but as time passed, big data algorithms matched it to Lin Yuyu's original Weibo post and relevant trending topics, leading to it being promoted to those who had previously cyberbullied Yang Jinrong. Gradually, the number of viewers entering the live stream surged, both on Douyin and Weibo, with viewers flooding the comment section. "Whoa, is this for real? He really filed a lawsuit. Folks, who understands? How can that guy dare to sue a little fairy? Everyone report him. Get lost. Upstairs, stop pretending. This is a court-authorized live broadcast. Let's keep it serious." When I first saw that trending topic, I was puzzled. Why are there still people peeping in this day and age? Is it that the Douyin female streamers are not charming enough? Or the Tiger female streamers lack allure? Later, I learned that this guy was falsely accused by a senior sister. What bad luck. Just last time, a male student at our school was accused of harassing a senior sister and was ultimately expelled, while that senior sister was recommended for graduate school. Later, the boy was driven to suicide by jumping off a building, and only then did we realize he was wronged. The collective condemnation can lead to dire consequences. Do not underestimate the pressure of public opinion. Not only were the viewers in the live stream room bombarding the comments with messages, but Lin Yuyu's fans and family members were also fervently stirring up discussions on Weibo. Why are we judging our girl? Isn't it just that he peaked? This guy is so petty, actually going to court to sue. Such a small-minded man deserves to be falsely accused, setting aside the facts. Doesn't Yang Jinrong have any fault? You must hold strong, Goddess Yuyu. The presiding judge will deliver justice. Many uninformed female fans continued to embellish the Lin Yuyu incident, with some even sending Yang Jinrong's photos in an attempt to vent their frustrations. However, they likely did not anticipate that after Lin Yuyu's verdict, it would soon be their turn. During the trial, the clash of perspectives shattered worldviews. The rhythm of the internet would not affect the court's procedures. After the presiding judge allowed Yang Jinrong to read the indictment, the defendant Lin Yuyu was prompted to present her defense that I do not have a defense statement. It was not that Lin Yuyu had not prepared, but rather that until this very moment, she still believed that simply apologizing in court would suffice for forgiveness, allowing her to escape unscathed. Biting her lip, she stammered, I don't think I have done anything wrong. The judge interjected, Defendant, please use the correct terminology, that we are not debating whether a mistake was made, but rather whether a crime was committed. The presiding judge rapped the gavel, glancing at the female student at the defendant's table, his brow furrowing as he internally lamented the lack of legal awareness among today's students. This was a university student. After all, just last week, he had presided over a case involving aiding and abetting, where several university students only realized their actions were illegal once handcuffed. Next came the evidence presentation phase. Yang Jinrong had long been well prepared, including Lin Yuyu's initial defamatory Weibo post accusing him of peeping, malicious comments beneath that post, a retweet and commentary from the celebrity Zhang Yuqi, as well as insults from Weibo super topics and trending searches. All evidence for defamation, evidence for personal attacks, invasion of privacy. An insult. Please, Defendant Lin Yuyu, present your evidence. Evidence? What evidence? Lin Yuyu's face turned pale. He has already signed a letter of understanding. We have reconciled, so his lawsuit is invalid. The presiding judge shook his head, fully aware of the event, yet still inquired according to protocol. Plaintiff, is this true? Yes. Yang Jinrong nodded. The live stream rooms on both platforms suddenly erupted with a deluge of comments, sweeping across the screen. Why is he suing her if they've already signed a letter of understanding? Yang Jinrong, doesn't he seem like a good person either? A fly doesn't buzz around an empty egg. Clearly, this guy is not innocent, that he looks decent, but his heart must be vile. Tiske. How pathetic for a grown man to sue a girl just because she called him a peeper. Such pettiness guarantees a lifetime of failure. Oh please, the upstairs can't even compare to you. Black Tiger must bow to you as his master. Get lost upstairs. Is speaking up for our girls called being a sycophant? Yang Jinrong is being dishonest, having signed a letter of understanding, yet still has the audacity to sue our Yuyu. What a disgrace. Wait, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Yang Jinrong, of course, could not see these comments that he paused for a moment before fixing his piercing gaze on Lin Yuyu, his voice resonating like thunder as he questioned. I would like to ask, Defendant Lin Yuyu, do you remember the preconditions of the letter of understanding? If you don't recall, I can read them to you right here. Yang Jinrong produced the letter of understanding issued by the security personnel and read aloud the 5 preconditions in court. Now, I ask the defendant, have you written a 10,000-word letter of apology? Have you posted on Weibo to clarify the truth? No, you have not only failed to clarify the facts, you did not apologize. You did not delete the defamatory post that caused me great harm. Instead, you wrote another essay, further cyberbullying me. As a result, I received 66 wreaths. Do you understand the extent of the harm one wreath can cause me? 66 wreaths filled our entire dormitory corridor, blocking the boys' dormitory to the point of being impassable. I endured unprecedented humiliation. Was there really such a thing? Both the presiding judge and the jurors were taken aback. This piece of evidence seemed not to have been submitted by the plaintiff. The judge pounded the gavel. Defendant, is what the plaintiff just stated true? Lin Yuyu's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Momentarily at a loss for words. Your Honor, I have evidence to prove this. Yang Jinrong produced several printed photographs from the scene, holding them high for everyone present to see, wreaths occupying the entire corridor, creating a rather grand spectacle. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Goodness, how malicious! This must require the village chief to have passed away to receive so many wreaths, not apologizing, not deleting her Weibo post, and even using public opinion to send wreaths to the victim. This person should be sentenced to prison to reflect on her actions, to prevent her from harming others in the future. My goodness, not only is the defendant despicable, but those who sent the wreaths are equally vile. All who sent wreaths should be sued and imprisoned. Yes, we support Yang in doing this, the comments flooded in wildly. And those who had sent wreaths began to feel a twinge of fear upon seeing the barrage of comments. They truly feared being sued, but thinking that 66 people had sent wreaths, they felt somewhat reassured, believing that the law would not hold the collective accountable. Thus, shouldn't we spare the girl? Do you really want to ruin a girl's life? Indeed, that is quite sufficient. Even at this moment, she does not forget to show her support for Lin Yuyu. The facts are clear, the evidence is ample, and the proof is valid. The judge turns to Lin Yuyu, issuing a final inquiry. Does the defendant have anything further to say? That was not a gift from me. It is unrelated to me. They insisted on giving it to her. I did not ask them to send it. If anyone should be punished, it should be them, not me. Woo-woo. Lin Yuyu has completely broken down, crying out, Judge, you should send someone to arrest them. They're the ones who deserve to be sentenced. It has nothing to do with me, woo. The audience in the live broadcast cannot help but burst into laughter at this remark. Truly a family member, selling out her relatives at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu's Weibo fans, those who sent her floral tributes, are outraged to discover that the blogger they financially supported has turned against them. Each one fuming with indignation. Alongside their anger, a sense of fear arises. Could she really be arrested? Silence. The judge strikes the gavel, decisively concluding all necessary procedures. The evidence is complete, the events are clear, and only the final sentencing remains. Considering that the defendant is still a student, this court, through the jury's resolution, may impose a lighter sentence. Yet at this moment, Yang Jinrong raises her hand. Plaintiff, do you have any objections? The judge inquires. Your Honor, I do not agree with a lighter sentence. Yang Jinrong stands, her voice resonant. The defendant Lin Yuyu does not qualify for leniency. I offered her a chance for redemption, requiring only an apology, and I even relinquished my pursuit of legal responsibility against her. However, she has not only failed to recognize her mistakes and reform, but has instead escalated her actions, further harassing me online and inflicting additional harm. Furthermore, Yang Jinrong points at Lin Yuyu in the defendant's seat, loudly questioning, Lin Yuyu, why are you not out interning in your senior year, but instead choose to remain in school? I am preparing for the graduate entrance examination. Lin Yuyu is startled by the booming voice. Her speech stammering, no. Yang Jinrong asserts firmly, to my knowledge, your family background is not favorable. Other students in similar circumstances are working diligently while studying. Yet you, even in your senior year, continue to make excuses for your graduate studies, relying on your family and parents. You are lazy, remaining in school without earnest preparation, merely indulging in enjoyment. Speak. Yang Jinrong's final words thunder like a clap of thunder, shocking to the ears. Did you ever consider that you might not genuinely want to take the graduate entrance examination? No, I did not. Lin Yuyu's mind is in turmoil, her subconscious rebelling loudly. I have thought about studying hard for the examination. I just cannot summon the effort. Every time I pick up a test paper or a book, I feel drowsy that I want to play on my phone, scroll through Weibo, binge-watch dramas. Woo-woo. I do want to get into graduate school. I falsely accuse you of spying because I hope to fabricate an incident to secure a recommendation for graduate school. Woo-woo. Some people have been granted such recommendations. Why can't I? Woo-woo. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. The viewers in the two major platforms live broadcasts were equally stunned, their worldviews shattered. Maximum penalty. 13 years for defamation. Who could have anticipated that Yang Jinrong's few words would unleash such a thunderous revelation? Lin Yuyu admitted in court that she falsely accused Yang Jinrong of spying, with the intention of securing a graduate school recommendation. The nature of her actions is exceedingly malicious. To malign others for her own benefit is the act of a venomous heart, deserving of the harshest punishment. I have never witnessed such brazen shamelessness in my life. If one wishes to pursue graduate studies, rather than diligently preparing and practicing, they choose to resort to underhanded schemes. If one cannot prove their innocence, does this mean that the male student will be expelled or even sent to detention? This male student has toiled for over a decade, only to have his future ruined by malicious slander. A double first-class university has such trash among its ranks. I was previously manipulated by her, and even helped her by liking and sharing. I apologize to the victim. It's astonishing to see a woman apologizing to a man. I need to sleep for a bit. Goo. At this moment, not only are netizens flocking to the live courtroom broadcast, but also the leaders of Linhai University are present in the live stream. In the principal's office, a large screen displays the live broadcast through a projector. The dean of the School of Fine Arts gapes in disbelief, her mouth agape. As a woman herself, she had empathized with Lin Yuyu, but never imagined she had been deceived by a seemingly innocent student. The bald-headed director is dumbfounded. He had publicly supported Lin Yuyu and demanded her expulsion. Colleagues, do you have any opinions or suggestions regarding this matter? You may express them now, Principal Liu states, scanning the various school leaders. His tone neither joyful nor sorrowful. I suggest expelling Lin Yuyu from the university that I have checked, and Lin Yuyu is still a party member. I propose that the party branch expels her from the party. She has also received financial aid. I recommend recovering those funds. Several school leaders propose this, and with just a few words, Lin Yuyu's student status, diploma, degree, and party membership cease to exist. Moreover, she must repay the financial aid. This time, no one comes to Lin Yuyu's defense. The matter is tacitly accepted. In the courtroom, Yang Jinrong speaks again. I suggest imposing the maximum penalty on the defendant. The cost of slander is far too low, leading to a proliferation of defamation in our society and on the internet. I, Yang Jinrong, am not only the plaintiff in this case, but also a citizen with the duty and responsibility to contribute to societal progress. I urge the judge to render a judgment in this case as a precedent. Let us contribute to reducing instances of defamation in society. I can provide countless examples of slanderers who face no consequences. While victims may lose their jobs, or in severe cases, their lives due to a single rumor. In 2013, in the Jiangnan region, a kind-hearted cyclist saw an elderly person fall unconscious and took them to the hospital, covering their medical expenses. The elderly person remained in a coma, yet the cyclist was falsely accused by the elderly's family of causing the accident. The cyclist's child faced insults at school, his wife and mother received disdain in the community, and he was even demanded to pay $1 million in compensation. Ultimately, to prove his innocence, he took his own life. Only when the elderly person regained consciousness did the truth emerge, but the unfortunate cyclist and his family never received an apology from the elderly's family. In 2012, a 59-year-old teacher at a certain university was falsely accused of attempted assault by a female student, sentenced to prison, and decades of his innocence were obliterated, losing his pension eligibility, and he spent 10 years in wrongful appeals. Never ceasing. Just last year, he proclaimed, 10 years of imprisonment, I am not to blame, before passing away in despair. Last October, the female student who falsely accused him of attempted assault was arrested for selling illicit substances, finally revealing the truth of the wrongful case from a decade prior. Your Honor, such cases are countless. I earnestly beseech the judge and the jury to seriously consider and render a judgment that is most beneficial to society. Each of Yang Jinrong's words struck Lin Yuyu's heart like a thunderbolt. In that instant, Lin Yuyu's heart rate soared to unprecedented heights. Her breathing became unstable. Her legs weakened. Her entire body trembled. She felt as though the world was spinning. Unable to stand, collapsing onto the defendant's seat. Upon hearing Yang Jinrong's words, everyone in the jury was taken aback. The plaintiff is correct. The increasing number of slanderers in this society is precisely because the cost of slander is too low. At most, a mere 10 days of detention. And that requires the victim to hold power and influence. When ordinary individuals become victims, they must expend vast amounts of time, energy, money, and even their lives to prove their innocence. Slander is as easy as speaking a word, while refuting it requires running to exhaustion. The court must also consider societal impact. After rigorous discussion and consideration by the jury, the final verdict was rendered on the spot. The defendant Lin Yuyu is found guilty of insult, slander, the crime of false accusation, defamation, personal attack, and invasion of privacy. The facts are clear, the evidence is unequivocal. The circumstances are severe, showing no signs of remorse. With a danger of reoffending, this court hereby sentences the defendant Lin Yuyu as follows: 3 years imprisonment for insult, 3 years imprisonment for slander, 3 years imprisonment for defamation, 3 years imprisonment for personal attack, and 3 years imprisonment for invasion of privacy. The sentences shall run consecutively, resulting in a total imprisonment of 13 years for Lin Yuyu. The defendant Lin Yuyu is not eligible for probation. Probation requires meeting the conditions of minor circumstances, showing remorse, and no danger of reoffending. This case is concluded. Boom! Before the judge could finish reading, Lin Yuyu felt as if struck by lightning, her scalp tingling, her breath halting, her heart stopping, her eyes rolling back. And she fainted. The judge immediately called for a doctor to revive Lin Yuyu. This revival was worse than unnecessary, only causing Lin Yuyu to experience the pain of death once more. She fainted again. The doctor remained undeterred, reviving her again. "It's fine. You can keep fainting. I can still save you." Lin Yuyu. The trial has concluded. Lin Yuyu is handcuffed and taken away, in her feeble state of semi-consciousness. She is in a state of panic. 13 years. By the time I finish my sentence, the world will have changed. I am utterly terrified, crying out, "I protest. I do not accept. I want to appeal to the higher people's court." Protesting after the case has concluded is ignored. And as for appealing to the higher people's court, it must follow procedures. The law enforcement officers paid no heed to her cries and directly took her away. This moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. 13 years. How terrifying. Just for slandering someone, a sentence of 13 years. It feels like the court's judgment is a bit harsh. Harsh. Consider those who have jumped from buildings to prove their innocence. Does it still seem harsh to you? Let us refrain from such discussions. The plaintiff nearly faced expulsion from school after dedicating over a decade to arduous study, all of which could be undone in an instant. Do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? It is indeed a matter of great weight. It is rumored that the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, is a student of the law school. Why must Lin Yuyu provoke someone from the law faculty? Are you truly as foolish as the occupants of the upper floors? If the victim had not been Yang Jinrong, would expulsion have been imminent? The spectators are engaged in fervent discourse, and those who had previously sent wreaths to Yang Jinrong are thoroughly alarmed. It is their first encounter with fear. For the first time, the specter of imprisonment feels alarmingly close. Some individuals begin to reflect, while others hastily delete their previous slanderous posts on Weibo. Yet, there remain those who do not acknowledge their wrongdoing. After all, it is not they who have been sentenced. The mindset of luck persists in the hearts of certain individuals. Meanwhile, this live-stream trial has also ascended to trending status by the conclusion of the trial. The viewership in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. Countless individuals flocked to the stream. The attention on the broadcast surged rapidly, with tens of thousands of viewers captivated by this courtroom drama. Drawn in by Yang Jinrong. However, the live stream was abruptly terminated following the verdict. Who has access to the replay? For those who arrived late and missed such a thrilling spectacle, a replay is desperately sought. I too implore for it. Even as the stream closed, the barrage of comments continued unabated, with countless individuals clamoring for a replay. Soon enough, someone released the replay. Additionally, some bloggers seized the opportunity to create short videos, disseminating them across various platforms such as Weishi, Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili. These videos quickly soared to trending status. Prominent lawyers have also cited this case as a landmark ruling on defamation, analyzing it, creating videos, and even archiving it as a reference for future defamation cases. On this day, the entire internet was ablaze. The news reverberated throughout the online community. It is the first time I have witnessed a successful conviction of a defamer after so many reports. I recall that the news reporter also covered this story, did she not? I must inquire, do journalists not need to investigate the truth of matters before producing videos that sway public opinion? As for the news reporter, she is merely for viewing pleasure. You have yet to visit Weibo, where the situation is even more infuriating. Consider the celebrity Zhang Yuqi. Did she not exacerbate the entire incident? I have been thoroughly displeased with Zhang Yuqi for quite some time, constantly sowing division. Can the plaintiff not bring her to court? I long to witness the plaintiff decisively vanquishing Zhang Yuqi. However, this would pose a significant challenge, as she is a major celebrity, wealthy and backed by formidable agency forces that if Yang Jinrong were to pursue legal action against her, it would likely be smothered. For now, I shall keep a close watch on the plaintiff. I am eager to see whom he will confront next. Those who sent wreaths cannot be spared. Perhaps we should extend some mercy. The true defamers have already been sentenced, so why pursue others relentlessly? I can't help but wonder if the occupants of the upper floors sent wreaths to the plaintiff. I have captured their ID accounts. I shall forward them to him later. The online community is in a frenzy. Both of Yang Jinrong's accounts have seen a meteoric rise in followers. Naturally, some are genuine supporters, while others are mere onlookers, including those who have previously insulted him and sent wreaths, now following him to stay updated on whether he will file a lawsuit. This incident continues to gain traction, and unless another trending topic emerges, its momentum shall persist for some time. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and contributed positively to society. You have been rewarded with a Ducati Diavel Superbike, which will be delivered within 24 hours. The source is legitimate and compliant, so there is no need for concern. Just as Yang Jinrong exited the courthouse, he received the system notification that he had always harbored a fondness for motorcycles but lacked the funds to purchase one. Merely envying those who did, now he finally possesses one, a Ducati Diavel no less, which fills him with a sense of exhilaration. It seems he must obtain an e-license. Ding. This online harassment case is not yet fully resolved, and the host may choose from the following subsequent tasks. Option 1. The online participants in the harassment were also misled by Lin Yuyu and should not pursue the accountability of others. Reward: a premium VIP membership to Dianyang. Option 2. Let it go. This incident of online harassment involved numerous participants, making it exceedingly difficult to seek justice. Such a troublesome affair could impact academic pursuits. So it is best to endure and move on. Reward: a green turtle-shaped pillow. Option 3. Promote positive social energy and convey the truth. Randomly select 5 fortunate individuals, reveal their identities, and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve, thereby serving as a warning to other participants in online harassment and contributing to the reduction of such behavior. Reward: 50,000 RMB. First, I shall eliminate option 2. What does a green turtle-shaped pillow signify? System, are you implying something? As for option 1, the moment Yang Jinrong decided to transform himself, he knew he could not opt for option 1. He resolutely chose option 3. While contemplating this, Yu Huai approached him, patting his shoulder with excitement. "Brother, you were incredible just now. Such a moment of triumph. It feels liberating, even more exhilarating than a delightful surprise, right?" Yang Jinrong shot him a glance. "If you cannot make a comparison, then do not. The thrill of a delightful surprise is undeniably refreshing. Come on, let us get some crayfish." Yu Huai chuckled. Earlier in the courtroom livestream, our 2 channels received over 6,000 in gifts. After splitting with the platform, we still netted over 3,000. You promised before the stream that all gift money would go toward crayfish. Don't be foolish. Return the equipment first. Yang Jinrong replied tersely. Just don't break the gimbal. Both handheld gimbals were borrowed from a neighboring dormitory, while the phones used for streaming belonged to them. Yu Huai suddenly lowered his voice, as if feeling guilty, and leaned closer to Yang Jinrong's ear. "Wait a minute. Speaking of which, if live streaming is so lucrative, why don't we start our own live stream? Let us go buy a gimbal during our free time between classes. We can stream and earn money. Go away. Do you really think we can earn anything? If it doesn't take off, what's the point? Focus on your studies and become a useful person to society." Yang Jinrong interrupted Yu Huai's dreams of internet fame. "What gimbal? Are we not going to eat crayfish?" Gulp. Mentioning crayfish made Yu Huai swallow hard. He wiped his mouth and said, "I can hold off for a bit. Live streaming won't interfere with our studies. After class, we could stream a bit, and when we have time, edit some videos. Maybe we'll go viral. I've done my research. Short videos can earn money on Bilibili. And live streaming is best on Douyin, where the traffic is massive. However, the wealthy tend to favor beautiful women. Why not ask Lu Qiqi to join us? Get lost." Yang Jinrong refused to continue discussing the topic of live streaming. It is not that he looked down on internet celebrities. Rather, he simply believed that the path of becoming an influencer is fraught with challenges. Relying on luck for success, that it is far better to acquire solid professional knowledge and work diligently. As for Lu Qiqi, they had no relationship whatsoever, not even friendship. Since the incident of false accusations and voyeurism, he had not received any message from her. The two continued their casual conversation as they walked. The courthouse was somewhat remote, and it took them over 10 minutes to reach the main road. Then, it was lunchtime, but unfortunately, the only options nearby were breakfast stalls. Yu Huai's stomach growled, prompting him to quickly drag Yang Jinrong to a breakfast stall. "Boss, do you have any noodles left?" The boss did not look up. "We're out of noodles and rice. All that is left are a few zongzi. They're delicious. Want to buy some?" Yang Jinrong inquired. "Sweet or savory zongzi?" The boss glanced up at Yang Jinrong and smiled. "Isn't it a coincidence? I have 2 sweet zongzi and 2 savory zongzi. Which would you like?" "I'll take the sweet zongzi." Yu Huai chuckled. "Give me both sweet zongzi." "Odd one out." Yang Jinrong shook his head. "I'll take some chili sauce and 2 bottles of soda." "How much is that?" "All right, the zongzi are 40 yuan, and the soda is 7. That'll be 47 in total." Ding. Yang Jinrong scanned to pay. The boss prepared the zongzi and handed them to the two. They were indeed starving and devoured their food heartily when suddenly a woman's voice of complaint pierced the air. "Didn't we agree to find a place for wedding photos? Why are we in such a desolate area? There isn't even a place to eat." "It's all your fault. I said we should find a professional studio for wedding photos, but you insisted on finding a location and a photographer yourself. What could I do? It's only natural to get lost in such a vast area like Linhai." "Wait." The second voice seemed to belong to another woman. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai almost simultaneously glanced sideways, discovering 2 women arguing over wedding photos. Yu Huai was about to speak when Yang Jinrong silenced him with a gesture. "Let us enjoy the show while we eat." That he grinned. As they munched on their zongzi and sipped soda, they found the scene quite entertaining. "Zhuge Lily, you're getting impatient already, and we've only just begun taking wedding photos?" "No, my dear, let us find a spot to rest first. It's too hot in the middle of the day." "Humph." After Zhuge Lily softened her tone, the two quickly reconciled and left the car. Yu Huai had anticipated a more heated argument, but was disappointed to see it fizzle out so quickly. Sigh, the Yuri arguments are so brief. How dull. Let us go. The two finished their meal at lightning speed and hailed a taxi back to school. With no classes in the afternoon, Yu Huai went off to play basketball, while Yang Jinrong indicated he had other matters to attend to. Hello everyone, I am Yang Jinrong, a law major at Linhai University. Studying for 2.5 years. Yang Jinrong recorded a video in his dormitory, accompanied by text, and uploaded it to his accounts across various platforms that he demanded that all netizens who had previously shared posts slandering him delete those posts by sunset today. Additionally, those who had sent him rees were required to pen a 2,000-word apology letter and publish it publicly, as well as send it to him privately. Before nightfall, he stated that should they comply, he would refrain from pursuing the matter further. For those two groups of individuals, if no response was received by dusk, he would randomly select several fortunate observers, and they would meet in court. Upon completing the video, Yang Jinrong chose to disregard the online tumult. He had already gathered sufficient evidence, granting the online bullies one final opportunity to rectify their actions, should they fail to appreciate this chance. They would face consequences that could be equated to silver bracelets and complimentary meals. With no classes scheduled for the day, he immersed himself in his criminal law textbook, gradually digesting its contents. He envisioned a future career as a lawyer after graduation, although his mentor advised against pursuing such a path due to his excessive sense of justice, which could easily offend others. Typically, individuals with a strong sense of justice are not particularly agreeable. Yet Yang Jinrong was notably amiable. Such a disposition, however, could hinder his success in the legal profession, limit his earnings, and impede his integration into the legal community. Instead, teaching seemed a more fitting vocation, a sentiment echoed by the former director of the orphanage. Yet, Yang Jinrong had no desire to become an educator. Reflecting on the orphanage's former director, he realized it had been quite some time since he last visited, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him. With no classes to attend, he decided to pay the old director a visit. Yang Jinrong was the type of person who acted swiftly. He promptly changed his attire and set out, first to purchase a few gifts. The director had no particular hobbies, but he enjoyed eating conch, so Yang Jinrong proceeded to the seafood market to procure some small sea snails. Upon arriving at the market, he was warmly greeted by a shopkeeper with golden, wavy hair who exclaimed, "Such a handsome young man. You must have a special affinity for our seafood. Come and pick out what you like." Yang Jinrong felt somewhat overwhelmed by her exuberance. He preferred to choose items quietly without the fervent sales pitches that often accompanied market visits. "I'll take a few pounds of small sea snails, please." Unable to resist the shopkeeper's enthusiasm, he ultimately selected 5 pounds of snails and, under her enthusiastic recommendations, added 5 pounds of shrimp and 6 blue crabs to his purchase. "How much for your sea cucumbers?" Yang Jinrong inquired as he noticed a box of them on the shelf, recalling that the old director had cardiovascular issues, and sea cucumbers could be beneficial for heart health. Since he had earned some money from his live stream, it seemed prudent to be considerate of the old director. "Dada, you have a discerning eye. These are premium wild sea cucumbers, priced at $4 per gram." The shopkeeper replied, flipping her hair with a warm smile. She stepped onto her toes, retrieving a box of sea cucumbers. This box weighs 12 grams, a total of $4,800, and it comes with a gift bag. "Rest assured, it's a genuine product. That's rather expensive," Yang Jinrong remarked, attempting to haggle, but the shopkeeper skillfully countered his efforts. Ultimately, he bought the sea cucumbers that don't worry handsome. "Once you've shopped with me, you'll surely return," the shopkeeper boasted, clearly pleased with her sale. Although the price was steep, Yang Jinrong remained cautious and asked, "Is the weight accurate?" "Absolutely," the shopkeeper assured him, pointing to the small print on the packaging. "See? The net weight is 12 grams. If it were to weigh less, I would compensate you tenfold without a second thought." Satisfied, Yang Jinrong weighed the items in his hand. Feeling they were approximately correct, he completed his purchase, though his balance dwindled, and he requested an invoice before leaving. Concerned that the old director might lack ginger, garlic, and scallions at home, He stopped by a nearby small supermarket, which did not carry seafood, to buy those items. While weighing them, he decided to check the sea cucumber's weight, that to his astonishment, the scale showed 1050 grams. With the packaging included, that meant it was 150 grams less than the stated net weight. Was this a case of being shortchanged? Especially for such an expensive item? To verify, Yang Jinrong carefully opened the sea cucumber box, took a transparent plastic bag from the supermarket, and transferred the sea cucumbers into it, avoiding any weight from the packaging. The scale read 730 grams. Sir, just a reminder, our scale is certified by the Market Supervision Administration, absolutely accurate, the shopkeeper noted. Thank you, Yang Jinrong replied, taking a deep breath. You promised a net weight of 12 grams. And that's what I paid for. Yet the actual weight is only 730 grams. That's a discrepancy of 470 grams. I've been overcharged by $1,880. Yang Jinrong recalled the shopkeeper's prior assurances and felt he had been severely defrauded. However, adhering to his principle of preferring to believe in the possibility of an accident rather than misunderstandings, he assumed there might have been an error on her part. After gathering his belongings and paying for the items at the supermarket, he deliberately recorded a video of himself unboxing the sea cucumbers in the supermarket surveillance footage before returning to the seafood market. Concerned that his presence might disrupt the shopkeeper's business, he waited until 2 customers had left before entering the store, speaking as softly and gently as possible. Excuse me, but the net weight of the sea cucumbers doesn't match. Could there have been a mistake? Impossible! The shopkeeper, initially welcoming, immediately changed her demeanor upon hearing Yang Jinrong's words, her expression darkening. I have run this store for over a decade, and I have never cheated a customer, not even a penny. I am not in need of customers who would steal a pound. But the sea cucumbers you sold me were claimed to have a net weight of 12 grams. Yet when I unboxed and weighed them, they only came to 730 grams, a full 470 grams short, resulting in an overcharge of $1,880, Yang Jinrong stated earnestly. You really shouldn't make such wild accusations, the shopkeeper retorted, her demeanor turning hostile. Be careful. Your words could lead to trouble. The implication of her threat was unmistakable at that moment. Yang Jinrong's remaining goodwill evaporated, yet he maintained a semblance of patience, explaining, why don't you weigh them for yourself? This packaging has already been opened, so weighing it like this is ineffective. How can I trust that you didn't hide some of the sea cucumbers after unboxing? Her voice sharpened. If you leave now, I will treat this as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, don't say, I didn't warn you. What is happening? A bystander inquired, holding a slice of watermelon and chewing contentedly. The shopkeeper, known as Huang Xiangxia, scoffed. A university student bought a box of dry sea cucumbers from me, unboxed it, and is now falsely accusing me of shortchanging him, attempting to extort me. Isn't that laughable? Oh, a student. The onlookers glanced at Yang Jinrong, surprised by his handsome appearance. Why would he do such a thing? I have not falsely accused her, Yang Jinrong asserted, producing his phone to play the recorded video from the supermarket, which clearly showed him unboxing the product and the scale reading 730 grams in high definition. This video is sufficient to prove that I have not slandered her. She has indeed shortchanged me by $1,880 and is now attempting to turn the tables. Surveillance? What surveillance? Huang Xiangxiao lunged for Yang Jinrong's phone. But when she failed, she swiftly pulled out her own phone to call for help. Moments later, a formidable man with a robust build and tattoos arrived, his eyes wide as he approached with an intimidating demeanor. Are you causing trouble in my store? Are you accusing us? Hand over that phone. Huang Xiangxiao instructed quietly. Do you understand that what you're doing is illegal? Yang Jinrong declared, his voice resolute as he stood firm against the impending threat. Embodying the righteous spirit that feared no evil, that he continued, attempting to awaken their sense of morality. If you cease your actions now, this will merely be a case of shortchanging in a commercial transaction. However, if you take another step forward, you will plunge deeper into the abyss of criminality. Yet his warnings fell on deaf ears, inciting only indignation. The fearsome man sneered. A student is just a student. If you delete that video and humbly admit your mistake, I might consider sparing you a slap. Otherwise, you will receive a crash course on the harsh realities of society. Yang Jinrong had given them a chance, but their refusal to repent only fueled his anger. He recognized the man's imposing stature and fierce expression, adorned with tattoos that marked him as someone familiar with violence. Such individuals should either be avoided or confronted with full force. Seize his phone, Huang Xiangxia commanded, abandoning all pretenses as she stepped forward, emboldened by her companion's intimidation tactics, that in the fleeting moment when the opponent charged forward, Yang Jinrong's mind echoed with the system's alert. Ding. The true positive energy system has detected that the host has encountered a negative energy situation, successfully triggering a task. Option 1. Endure for a moment to achieve tranquility. Take a step back to gain a broader perspective. Plead for mercy on the spot. Bow down and admit fault, and request the other party to spare him. Reward. The Distress Award, a high-tech cloud platform produced by the system, which is globally advanced. Equipped with various functions, capable of automatically capturing live broadcast images, handheld, strap-mounted, or placed. Option 2. This individual poses a severe threat to society. As a positive energy ambassador, how can one tolerate such audacity? There are limits to endurance. Given the system's enhancement of his physical abilities, he must confront this head-on. And even if he cannot defeat the opponent, he should at least knock out a few teeth or bite off a piece of flesh. Reward. The title of ruthlessness, bestowed upon those who can emit a formidable aura, intimidating all manner of petty individuals. Option 3. Convey positive energy to society and fight against injustice. However, the host's current influence is weak, and societal energy is feeble, making direct confrontation unwise. The host is advised to devise a comprehensive strategy to uphold social fairness and justice while ensuring personal safety. Reward. Mastery of Baji Quan. Not to be disclosed. Note. The combination of Baji Quan with criminal law ensures greater safety. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Please remember this, host. No need to choose, faced with the imminent crisis. A torrent of thoughts surged through Yang Jinrong's mind, evolving various feasible strategies and simulating the optimal plan, that he deftly sidestepped the opponent's hand, suddenly softening his tone, and feigning a hint of grievance said, "I'll delete it. Is that not enough?" Huang Xiangxia once again failed to snatch the phone. Intending to have her husband intervene, she was utterly taken aback when, in this critical moment, the student unexpectedly yielded. "Look, I'll delete it," Yang Jinrong lamented, his fingers gliding over the screen as he deleted the video before placing the phone in his pocket. Yet, as his fingers slid, he inadvertently pressed the recording button, then gazed at the tattooed brute with a face full of trepidation, biting his lip, summoning all the grievance he could muster. "You are too bullying. Wife, did you see that? I, Zhao Chonglong, have scared this wet behind-the-ears student to tears." The tattooed giant, Zhao Chonglong, shook his belly like Zhu Beiji, the dense black hair quivering in waves. He preferred to call himself Zhao Chonglong, despite his shorter stature, for he held an air of confidence. What else with the shaking? ISNT had always just a couple of trembles and it's done." Huang Xiangxia scoffed quietly, then turned to Yang Jinrong, "Classmate, if you had been this sensible earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. However, you were shouting outside my store, and unless you provide me with an explanation, don't think you can leave easily today." The commotion naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers. Yet none stepped forward to defend Yang Jinrong. Each one remained aloof, as if the matter did not concern them. Yang Jinrong had long anticipated that the other party would take advantage of the situation. His display of submission only emboldened their audacity, and Huang Xiangxia's words were nothing short of a blatant threat. Yang Jinrong raised his chin, stiffened his neck, and glared fiercely. "What more do you want from me? I am not holding you accountable for your discrepancies. Is that not sufficient?" Oh, how amusing. This student is spouting accusations, slandering us for discrepancies. Is a mere word enough to settle this? Compensation. Compensate for our emotional distress. The couple chimed in unison, one on the left and one on the right, their stance radiating an air of coercion. I have no money. No money. Then borrow from your classmates, if they can't lend you any. Resort to online loans. They're everywhere among university students. This is illegal. Yang Jinrong retreated a step, speaking timidly. Illegal? Zhao Chenglong scoffed. I relish breaking the law. Smack. Huang Xianxia slapped his shoulder. Shut up. I'll handle this. Turning back to Yang Jinrong, her tone softened slightly, adopting the initial welcoming demeanor she had when Yang Jinrong came to purchase seafood. Brother, here's the deal. We want to make things difficult for you. We want to engage in illegal activities. How about this? You purchase an additional 50,000 worth of sea cucumbers from my store, and we'll let this matter slide. Such a stroke of fortune? Yang Jinrong's heart surged with joy. His gaze swept across the shelves of sea cucumbers, all uniformly packaged at a net weight of 12 grams, identical to the one in his hand. He had been worried that the 4,800 he had wouldn't meet the 5,000 threshold for filing a case. Now, however, the other side was demanding 50,000 outright, which significantly surpassed the filing threshold, not to mention the substantial amount involved. Was this not akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy? 50,000? Yang Jinrong resolutely replied, I don't have that much money, nor can I borrow that amount. My wife said 50,000, so it's 50,000. Zhao Chenglong glared with bulging eyes at Yang Jinrong. Nostrils flaring. No, I've changed my mind. It's 60,000. Today, you must purchase 60,000 worth of sea cucumbers from our store. If you take a minute longer to agree, I'll add another 10,000. Fine. Yang Jinrong was utterly exasperated, feeling constrained as he pulled out his phone to borrow money. Unfortunately, after exhausting all options, he only managed to borrow 3,000 from Yuhuai, and the rest had to be covered through Huabei. Jiebei and Weili loans points 60,000. Under normal circumstances, Yang Jinrong would have fought tooth and nail against such extortion. Yet today, he felt an icy calmness envelop him. All right, I've made the payment. Now give me the sea cucumbers. Give it to him. Huang Xiangxia beamed with delight, hastily pushing a multitude of sea cucumbers towards Yang Jinrong, even generously offering him a large bag, her face adorned with a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. We welcome your next visit. Zhao Chenglong laughed heartily. Kid, did you learn your first lesson from society? 017. A flurry of reports. Jinrong, what are you borrowing money for? As Yang Jinrong exited the seafood market. Laden with bags, he turned a corner and received a call from Yu Huai. You weren't extorted, were you? It's not entirely inaccurate to say so. Yang Jinrong pondered for a moment. I'll handle it shortly. After hanging up with Yu Huai, Yang Jinrong rushed to the previous small supermarket to verify the weight of other sea cucumbers. Indeed, they all weighed a uniform 1050 grams, including the small sea snail and shrimp he had bought before, which were also 7 tails. Upon exiting the supermarket, Yang Jinrong intended to call 12345 when suddenly the system's alert rang in his mind again. Due to the host's failure to make a specific choice, the system will evaluate based on the host's actions. Congratulations, host. You have completed option 1 and received the reward. The reward will be dispatched to the host within 20 minutes via express delivery. Please be attentive to the receipt. What the? At that moment, Yang Jinrong felt utterly dismayed. Damn. His original plan was to exploit a system bug, attempting to see if he could select multiple options simultaneously. To first yield, then strike hard afterward. Even if he ultimately did not receive the reward for option 1, he should have been eligible for the preferential reward of option 3. Never did he expect that the system would assess based on the host's current actions. A total loss. The only silver lining was that he had discerned the system's operational pattern in this regard, making it imperative to make timely choices in the future as for not receiving the reward for option 3. It was simply unfortunate. He could only await the triggering of subsequent tasks from the system. Based on the follow-up tasks regarding the slander case, the system would likely present one more extension task. Yang Jinrong ceased to dwell on this issue and took out his phone to dial 12345 that to create a national civilized city and build a warm and beautiful home. After a few seconds of waiting, the call was automatically transferred to human services. The voice on the other end was melodious and pleasant. Hello, this is the 12345 command center. How may I assist you? I would like to report a seafood store for discrepancies in weight and coercive consumption. Severely harming consumer rights. Address: Number 249, Shiqiao Seafood Market, Linhai District. Store name: Xiangxia Seafood Store. Amount involved: 64,800. This is solely for the products I purchased. Other consumers will require your investigation. Is this a real name registration? All right. Yang Jinrong provided his name and ID number. My request: a refund and triple compensation, along with a public apology. As for any penalties, that was beyond Yang Jinrong's control. The Consumer Complaint Hotline connects to the Business Administration Department. Typically, reporting transient vendors is challenging, and the relevant departments might be reluctant to engage, but investigating a physical store is far more straightforward. They can pinpoint everything precisely. Furthermore, with the amount in question exceeding 60,000, this could easily make headlines. After the Business Administration Department's operator registered the complaint, it was immediately reported to the director. What a coincidence! The director had recently seen other department heads receiving various accolades and was lamenting his lack of noteworthy achievements to publicize. Now, a significant opportunity had presented itself. He slammed his cup of goji berry tea onto the table, tucked his white shirt into his waistband, and waved his hand, leading the charge personally to ruin the consumer environment in Linhai District. We must deal with this severely. Yang Jinrong could never have imagined this. After hanging up, he dialed another number, 906889. Hello, I would like to report that the Xiangxia Seafood Store at number 249, Shiqiao Seafood Market, Linhai District lacks fire safety measures and likely does not possess a fire safety permit. Yes, my name. This process was foolproof. Aside from restaurants, the vast majority of shops tend to neglect fire safety measures. During his second forced purchase of sea cucumbers, Yang Jinrong specifically checked the store in question, only to find no fire safety equipment and no display of a fire safety permit. The speed of their emergency response was remarkably swift. Fire inspections are always met with a 100% fine rate, a performance metric, hence their considerable enthusiasm. Furthermore, there's the Tax Bureau's tip-off hotline. The other party had only issued one invoice to him. And for the second transaction of over 60,000, they merely provided a receipt without an invoice. This is clearly a blatant case of tax evasion. The crux of the matter lies in tax issues, which are invariably scrutinized with precision, and fines are as certain as fate. Curiously, upon hearing that the leaders of the Industry and Commerce Bureau were personally undertaking a mission, the head of the Tax Bureau immediately set aside his goji berry thermos. Having been rivals for years, neither party willing to concede, he promptly instructed his subordinates that for any task of even slight magnitude, they should inform him, for he too would personally oversee a mission that day. Yang Jinrong's timing was impeccable. Moreover, just as Yang Jinrong was contemplating another report, Yu Huai suddenly emerged from the side, clapping a hand on Yang Jinrong's shoulder. Brother, what's going on? Have you been bullied by the seafood shop? What does 60,000 mean? Did you get scammed for 60,000? Upon noticing the bags of packaged sea cucumbers in Yang Jinrong's hands, he immediately understood. Let us go. I'll take you to return them. Without giving Yang Jinrong a chance to explain, Yu Huai seized him and strode toward the seafood market. Wait. Yang Jinrong was hesitant to rush over so quickly. He was awaiting the arrival of law enforcement from various departments, intending to make his presence known once they contacted him. However, Yu Huai assumed he was just accustomed to being a pushover and wouldn't he dare confront anyone, so he charged ahead toward the seafood market with fervor. As he neared, his voice rang out, definitely a local, taking advantage of students from out of town. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get your money back today. Yang Jinrong hurriedly chased after him. He wasn't afraid of much, but he dreaded the thought of Yu Huai getting into a fight with the other party, resulting in mutual accusations of assault. if they intentionally damaged something. They could countersue for damages, rendering all of Yang Jinrong's efforts futile and costing him even more. Wouldn't being in the right turn into being in the wrong? Yang Jinrong didn't blame Yu Huai. After all these years, he was his only true brother. Perhaps after graduation, this bond would fade away. Yu Huai, having learned the name of the store from Yang Jinrong's tip-off call, soon stormed into the Xiangxia seafood store. At that moment, only the wavy-haired Huang Xiangxia remained, comfortably seated, swinging her legs and snacking on sunflower seeds. Upon seeing the furious young man approach, she immediately recalled the incident involving Yang Jinrong, spat out the seed shell, and mockingly asked, "Oh, what do you want?" "I want nothing." Yu Huai shouted, "Did you scam my brother for over 60,000 in sea cucumbers?" "Young man, don't cause trouble." Huang Xiangxia didn't even glance at him, continuing to munch on her seeds. "You can eat whatever you want, but don't make baseless accusations against our shop that I have the right to sue you for damaging our reputation," spitting out the seed shell. She looked up just in time to see Yang Jinrong approaching with a gimbal in hand. 018, 0.73 kilograms, that's 1.46 pounds, 1460 grams. Just as Yang Jinrong was arriving, he received a reward from the system, delivered by a courier upon signing for it, which he decided to utilize immediately as he started the live stream. Viewers trickled in, curious if they were about to witness a reckoning of online bullying. However, upon closer inspection, they realized the live stream's title was Delivering Positive Energy, the seafood store that truly shortchanges customers. What is going on? I thought they were going to address those who sent wreaths. Why are we now discussing a store that genuinely shortchanges customers? Regardless, I'm here to watch. I don't mind. I utterly despise dishonest shop owners who cheat customers. Yes, you can sell to me at a higher price, but you can't shortchange me. Teske, I seriously suspect this is scripted. Unable to find real online bullies, they just picked a random store to film for clout. Who doesn't understand this internet play? A script? Tsk, it does seem a bit like one. Unfollow. Unfollow. Yang Jinrong paid no heed to the comments. He merely wanted to test the waters, indifferent to whether viewers stayed or left. Jinrong, bring those sea cucumbers over. Let the shop owner refund you. Before Yu Huai could finish, Huang Xiangxia coldly interjected, "What's wrong, handsome? You wouldn't actually plan to return such fine sea cucumbers, would you?" And making sure everyone knows with a selfie stick. No need for a return. Yang Jinrong was not eager for conflict. He feared a direct confrontation with Zhao Chonglong could lead to unnecessary losses. That he subtly pulled Yu Huai aside, signaling for him to hold back. And fortunately, their frequent duo play had fostered some understanding. Yu Huai seemed to grasp his intention. "Still, your classmate is perceptive," Huang Xiangxia chuckled, shifting her leg position with a flourish, her golden waves cascading. "The real world is not like your school. Once you step out, if you don't learn to be clever, no one will protect you. Students, you'll have to endure the losses. Just bear with it. Even if you can't endure, you must. That is called society." Yu Huai silently recited the mantra of endurance. That number 249. This is the store. At that moment, 3 law enforcement officers in Industry and Commerce Bureau uniforms approached, led by Director Qin, who adjusted his cap. "Xiangxia Seafood Store. Who is the owner?" "Leader, this is my store." Huang Xiangxia quickly discarded her seeds, standing up with a bright smile. "I didn't know you were visiting." No need for flattery. Director Qin surveyed the store, finally resting his gaze on Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. "We are enforcement officers from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I am Qin Shizhou. Which of you is Yang Jinrong?" "I am." Yang Jinrong stepped forward, not expecting such a prompt response from the Bureau. Speed is of the essence. He politely stated, "Hello, I am the one who reported this shop for fraudulent practices, shortchanging, and coercive sales. Don't speak nonsense." "Who's shortchanging?" Huang Xiangxia opened her mouth to curse, but with 3 enforcement officers present, she could only glare fiercely at Yang Jinrong, signaling him to keep quiet lest he face consequences. She quickly switched to a placating smile, addressing the officers, "Leaders, would you like some tea?" I'll brew some for you. No petty tricks, Director Chin, seasoned in his role, entered the store and signaled his subordinates to take their positions. One officer had already seized the scale from the store, while another was equipped with professional camera gear to document the proceedings. Meanwhile, the live stream had attracted a considerable audience. Longtime viewers began to decipher the unfolding scenario. Looks quite authentic. They even hired professional actors to impersonate enforcement officers. What the heck, do law students not realize that impersonating law enforcement is illegal? Hey, don't say. It does look somewhat legitimate. This rotund enforcement officer looks like a leader who sits in an office drinking tea. It must have cost a pretty penny to set this up. Is this just for show? But Director Chin was not there for theatrics. He was there to conduct a serious investigation. In a low voice, Director Chin inquired, Yang Jinrong, you claim the store shortchanges customers. What is the method of shortchanging? The sea cucumbers that weigh only 730 grams were sold, as if they were 12 grams each. When I attempted to return them, she even called her husband to threaten me into purchasing over 60,000 worth of sea cucumbers, every single box shortchanging. Yang Jinrong produced an unopened package of sea cucumbers. Handing it to Director Chin, leaders, do you have a fair scale? We'll know the truth in no time. Xiao Zhang. At Director Chin's command, the cameraman was prepared, retrieving a fair scale from a bag. Finding a level spot to set it up. Net weight. We'll have to open it up to weigh just the sea cucumbers. Director Chin took the packaging handed over by Yang Jinrong, examining it thoroughly until he confirmed the stated net weight of 12 grams. Then proceeded to open it and pour the contents onto the fair scale. 0.73 before Director Chin or the enforcement officers could speak. Huang Xiangxiao interjected, her voice brimming with discontent. Her tone significantly intensified. 0.73? Whereas the shortchanging. 0.73 is not short. For every box I purchased, you charged me as if it were 12 grams. Yang Jinrong shot Huang Xiangxiao a glare. It was glaringly evident that it was not enough weight. Why was she so brazenly defiant? It's kilograms. Do you understand what kilograms are? To Yang Jinrong's astonishment, Huang Xiangxiao retorted even more defiantly, her neck stiffening as she shouted, how could you be a university student? Did you even pay attention in class? It's a kilogram scale. 0.73 kilograms is 1.46 pounds, 1460 grams. It was as if she had struck gold. She pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Jinrong, shouting, do you even have a brain? Have you ever read a book properly? Even elementary school students know this, and you still have the audacity to slander me and report me. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai were left utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? 0.73 kilograms is indeed 1.46 pounds, 1460 grams. Even elementary school students know that that's incorrect, and you still insist on your flawed reasoning. Director Chin and the two enforcement officers from the Industry and Commerce Bureau were equally bewildered by Huang Xiangxiao's fervent and serious outburst. However, before anyone could speak, Huang Xiangxiao once again took the initiative to voice her thoughts. Pointing at Yang Jinrong and his companion, she exclaimed, you two, still in your youth, with both hands and feet intact, do you not know how to seek a proper job to earn a living? Instead, you choose to emulate others in extortion and blackmail. Let me make this clear. This matter is far from over. You have successfully provoked my ire. After her tirade, she turned her gaze towards Director Chin. Leader, I conduct my business with integrity. My neighbors and customers can vouch for me. Now, someone has come forth to slander me, claiming I am shortchanging them, seeking to extort me that if these two are not met with severe consequences, it would be a grave injustice. To allow such behavior is to assist the wicked and undermine the enthusiasm of all legitimate business operators. The commotion had already attracted a considerable audience, including elderly women shopping for seafood and nearby vendors. Some, upon spotting officials from the Industry and Commerce Administration, had discreetly swapped their scales. Among the onlookers, many nodded and began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, the shopkeeper's words resonated. Running a physical store is no easy feat. Who would intentionally damage their own reputation by shortchanging customers? 0.73 kilograms. That's merely 1.46 pounds, remarked one young man. The shopkeeper even gave you extra weight. Why do you bite back at her? Several elderly ladies, pushing their grocery carts, paused to watch the unfolding drama, pointing at Yang Jinrong that, oh dear, today's students truly lack conscience. A fashionable mother pushing a stroller chimed in. The beautiful shopkeeper is absolutely right. I graduated from Xiguan University, and 0.73 kilograms amounts to 1.46 pounds, precisely 1460 grams. There's no error here. A surprised Anne exclaimed, wow, you're so young and already married with a child. Did you really just graduate from university? Indeed. The urban mother flicked her hair and puffed out her chest proudly. During my university days, I was also a campus beauty. Many advised me against marriage and children, but I defied their counsel. They say pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years, but I am not. My husband frequently praises my intelligence. In the live streaming room, the audience became increasingly lively. Intelligent, indeed, such great wisdom. Surely no one genuinely believes that 0.73 kilograms equals 1460 grams, right? That would be madness. This has to be scripted. No one could be that foolish in real life. Someone remarked, honestly, this script is quite entertaining. That mother-s line about not becoming foolish after pregnancy nearly made me spit out my drink. Another chimed in, my mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I showed her, and it shocked her for an entire year. This seems less like a script. As the tumult unfolded, Yang Jinrong remained oblivious to the comments on the screen, that he could not help but feel a sense of disbelief at the discussions outside. Reflecting on the daunting journey of education he had undertaken over the past 9 years, Director Qin, thoroughly amused, gazed at Huang Xiangxia and asked, you want me to penalize them for extortion? Absolutely. Huang Xiangxia insisted. Unwavering in her stance, I implore you, leader, to uphold justice. This only served to amuse Yang Jinrong further. How intriguing. It appears they are not merely malicious, but also foolish. Director Qin shook his head and instructed a staff member. Please inform her of the conversion. 0.73 kilograms equals how many grams? 0.73 kilograms is 730 grams. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. Do you understand? Under normal circumstances, this enforcement officer would have already taken action. But with the leadership present, he opted to educate Huang Xiangxia instead. After a moment's contemplation on how to explain this to someone so obstinate, he reluctantly stated, forget it. It seems futile to reason with you. Let me convert it to grams for you. The enforcement officer pressed a button, changing the scale's unit from kilograms to grams, revealing 730 grams. Now, do you comprehend how many grams are in 0.73 kilograms? Director Qin cast a cold gaze at Huang Xiangxia. She stood there, stunned at no, this cannot be right. How is it different from my calculation? 0.73 kilograms is not 1.46 pounds, 1460 grams? The onlookers, including the fashionable mother and elder women, were equally bewildered. This defies logic. What is happening? Several merchants watching the scene shared secretive smiles, some noting the fashionable mother-s appearance, contemplating how to manipulate her in future transactions with a hint of excitement. Business license, health certificate, and ID. Please, the enforcement officer stated, no longer hesitating, and began to proceed with the formalities. Huang Xiangxia grew increasingly confused. How did 0.73 kilograms not equal 1.46 pounds? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps these so-called enforcement officers were actors hired by Yang Jinrong to deceive her. With this realization, Huang Xiangxia felt a rush of clarity and fury, shouting at Director Qin, wait, I have never seen you enforce the law. I have visited the Industry and Commerce Administration before, and I have a cousin working there. Yet I have never encountered you. You must be a fraud, an imposter. Director Qin raised an eyebrow. Is it so strange that you haven't seen me? As the director, unless I sought media exposure, I wouldn't personally handle cases. And to mention your relative working in the Industry and Commerce Administration in public. Have you lost your mind? Did you not notice the filming equipment I brought? He was amused. I've encountered many deceivers, but never have I seen someone attempt to deceive their own relatives that AS for being labeled a fraud. I find it amusing. Who would dare impersonate me? Yet in front of the gathered crowd, Director Chin maintained his composure and produced his identification, clearly displaying his name, position, and an official seal. Take a good look. I am Qin Shizhong, Director of the Industry and Commerce Administration. Anyone daring to impersonate me is welcome to report it 24/7, Director. Huang Xiangxia's legs trembled, a wave of fear washing over her. Her complexion turned pale as her speech faltered. I did not mean it that way. Just then, Zhao Changlong, who had been away, returned. He was stout and imposing, his arms bearing menacing tattoos. Upon spotting Yang Jinrong, he bellowed with laughter. Why, it's you again, student. It seems you haven't learned your lesson after losing 60,000 before. This remark solidified the accusations against him. Yang Jinrong remained silent, while Zhao Changlong's gaze shifted to the three enforcement officers, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Officials from the Industry and Commerce Administration. His demeanor darkened as he glared at Yang Jinrong, realizing the audacity of this student to report him. What a fool. This student entering society must be taught a lesson. Ding. The system detected that the host was still embroiled in a negative energy event and triggered a side quest. The host must now make a choice. Option 1. This brute is far beyond what a mere student can provoke. Apologize quickly, tell the enforcement officers it was a misunderstanding, and make a hasty exit. Reward: a pair of Han Pao Pao running shoes. Option 2. Given the circumstances, there is no backing down. Even in the face of potential retaliation, fearlessly pursue justice. As the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? For the sake of fairness and justice, even sacrifice is worth it. Boldly facing death. Reward: a set of golden wooden fish. Option 3. As a master of positive energy, one must possess extraordinary intelligence. Avoiding danger while punishing evil. Please outsmart them. Reward: unlimited combat, master level. Note: the master level martial arts technique criminal law must be learned thoroughly for practical application. Here it comes. The quest is back. Yang Jinrong quickly assessed his options. Option 1. Apologizing was not in his character, especially with such a peculiar reward. Option 2. Although the reward appeared valuable, it did not align with Yang Jinrong's principles. Option 3. Perfectly aligned. System: I choose option 3. Following his confirmation, his mind began to simulate several strategies that he approached Director Chin, following his lead, and coldly remarked, "What is wrong with being a student? Do you not recognize who this is? I have invited the Director of the Industry and Commerce Administration. Dare to lay a hand on me. Do you still question the authenticity of Director Chin?" Zhao Changlong, barely containing his anger, thought to himself that were it not for the crowd, he would have happily dealt a few blows to this student. Dear, who is causing trouble in our store? Huang Xiangxia, fearing her husband might be provoked into violence, rushed to restrain him, signaling him not to act rashly. Let us call the police. Get the authorities here. She quickly dialed the number, and the operator answered promptly. Hello, someone is impersonating Industry and Commerce Enforcement officers. Yes, the address is. Hurry, I fear they might escape. You call the police? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinrong's eyes lit up with inspiration that he feigned shock, exclaiming, On what grounds do you call the police? Why are you calling them? It was evident that these were the impostors he had hired. Zhao Changlong, noticing Yang Jinrong's anxious reaction, quickly concluded that the three individuals with cameras were indeed frauds, not genuine officials. Anger surged within him. You little brat, today is your doom. He bellowed, launching a punch at Yang Jinrong. However, Yang Jinrong reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Boom! Director Chin, lacking the young man's reflexes, took the brunt of Zhao Changlong's punch squarely on the face, staggering back and collapsing to the ground. Director Chin, Yang Jinrong, quick-witted and agile, caught the fallen Director Chin and raised his voice, rebuking. How dare you assault a law enforcement officer? This constitutes the crime of obstructing official duties. You shall be punished. What obstructing official duties? Aren't those just a few actors you hired? Zhao Changlong retorted fiercely, I am ridding the public of harm, striking against those who impersonate public officials. With that, he lunged at Yang Jinrong once more. The two law enforcement officers were horrified. Their director had been attacked, and they could not stand idly by. Witnessing the ferocious beast strike again, they immediately charged at Zhao Changlong, one in front and the other behind. However, having spent too much time in air-conditioned offices and lacking exercise, they were swiftly taken down by Zhao Changlong, who landed a punch on each of them. Impersonating public officials and attacking you is not even a crime. I can even earn an Outstanding Citizen Award. The more Zhao Changlong thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, unleashing another two punches upon the two law enforcement officers. Just then, several officers from the tax bureau appeared. Point 1. An older leader with slicked back hair saw the incapacitated Qin Shizhong and shouted, What is going on? Who dares to assault a public official? Zhao Changlong, in high spirits, looked up and saw more actors arriving. Spitting disdainfully, he kicked the fallen law enforcement officers twice and set his sights on the tax bureau officers. Rising like a war god, more heads to claim. Behold my might, invincible. The seafood market was already a chaotic mix of fish and people, and Zhao Changlong had long been a notorious figure there, engaging in various forms of bullying. His grotesque tattoos and scars were testament to his unruly nature. Besides Korean dramas, who would ever find a tattooed, gentle, and kind uncle? Seeing more actors join the fray, Zhao Changlong, already fired up, assumed they were Yang Jinrong's reinforcements and charged at them with a flurry of blows. However, one of the tax bureau officers was remarkably skilled and engaged Zhao Changlong in a fierce struggle. While the others took advantage of the distraction to launch surprise attacks, the scene erupted into chaos, with fish tanks shattering, glass shards mingling with water, and seafood flying everywhere, as shrimp and crabs seized the opportunity to escape. Poor oysters and conchs were trampled, and sea urchins burst open, leaving a gruesome mess of water and entrails smeared across the floor, walls, and shelves. Stop fighting. Please stop. Huang Xiangxia cried out like a heroine from a melodramatic drama. Zhao Changlong, they are legitimate law enforcement officers. Please cease your violence. By the time Zhao Changlong regained his senses and realized something was amiss, it was too late. He could only curl up and take the beating, too frightened to retaliate. Yet the officers from both agencies had never experienced such humiliation before, especially the two leaders, who were accustomed to being revered wherever they went. They had intended to make headlines today, but found themselves inexplicably beaten up. It was a profound disgrace. Even as Zhao Changlong curled on the ground, enduring blows without retaliation, the others showed no signs of stopping. They relentlessly attacked him with whatever they could find, avoiding his head but striking fiercely at other parts. Nets, mops, chairs, and wooden planks followed by kicks, until they finally exhausted themselves and began to relent. Leader, are you all right? One of the tax bureau leaders, named Zhang Aigua, asked, having avoided much of the assault. After adjusting his waist, he noticed that his old rival, Qin Shizhong, had been helped to the side by a young man. That he chuckled, Old Qin, you're not looking too good. How could you let two thugs overpower you? Did you need me to call for help? Qin Shizhong waved him off, wiping the seafood entrails from his face, his white shirt utterly soiled, looking quite disheveled. Old Zhang, it's been a few days since we last met, and your tongue is as sharp as ever. Can't you go a moment without insulting me? Is it not satisfying unless you belittle me a bit? Ha ha. The two men exchanged glances, laughing at each other as disheveled appearances, reminiscent of their days fighting side by side in the army. The shop was already in disarray, with seafood flopping around on the floor, startling Yu Huai. Yang Jinrong maintained his composure, though he never anticipated that Zhao Changlong would dare to take on a group of law enforcement officers single-handedly. He couldn't help but give a discreet thumbs up to Zhao, a true man indeed, with a name that was surely misassigned but a nickname that fit perfectly. Zhao Chonglong. Are you all right? You won't die, will you? Huang Xiangxia knelt beside Zhao, disheveled and weeping. I told you to stop, to stop. If you continued, something terrible would happen, but you wouldn't listen. Why can't you ever control your impulsive nature? This is the end, Weavy angered the authorities. Woe is me, I'm fine. Zhao Chonglong, despite being covered in grime, truly bore no life-threatening injuries. His robust physique had absorbed the blows, with the law enforcement officers deliberately avoiding vital areas. Now, he merely felt pain coursing through his body, grimacing and rolling on the ground. Yet he dared not admit to being hurt, for he had initiated the violence. At that moment, outside the seafood market, the wailing of police sirens could be heard, followed swiftly by several security officers arriving at the scene. Upon entering the store, they were taken aback by the chaos that resembled a scene of vandalism. Seeing the Tax Bureau and Industrial and Commercial Bureau officers, each sporting some injuries, only deepened their astonishment. Director Qin, what is going on? One of the security officers, recognizing Qin Shizhong, inquired with concern. Xiao Zhang, I'm fine. Qin Shizhong waved his hand, signaling a subordinate. You explain the whole situation clearly. Comrade Zhang Xian, the matter is as follows. The law enforcement officer from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, sporting a black eye, pointed at Yang Jinrong and began recounting the entire incident from the beginning. Meanwhile, the security officers began taking notes. They succinctly summarized the fraudulent consumption and short-weight allegations, detailing their response to the report, the dispute over 0.73 kilograms, and then elaborated on Zhao Chonglong's assault on Director Qin, resulting in injuries and the violent obstruction of law enforcement. They concluded with the arrival of their colleagues from the Tax Bureau who helped subdue the violent Zhao Chonglong. This perfectly crafted narrative nearly left Zhang Ai was speechless. Was it merely an account of their injuries, while the arrival of the others was merely a footnote? At that moment, he could hardly express his frustration, merely shooting a glare at old Qin, who remained silent, thinking, I'm the one getting beaten up, and you come here to steal my spotlight while glaring at me. With a click, the security officer pulled out handcuffs and swiftly restrained the now-defeated Zhao Chonglong. Huang Xiangxia, having been utterly shocked upon realizing her husband had assaulted a director, dared not utter a word of protest. She could only kneel on the ground, weeping and pleading, Leaders, please, my husband is seriously injured. Hurry and call an ambulance to take him to the hospital. Please, are you hurt? Qin Shizhong asked, covering his injured JAW. No, I'm not hurt at all. Zhao Chonglong had fully regained his senses and even raised his hand to show everyone he was fine. How could he admit to being injured? Even if he broke a few ribs and sought legal recourse, his injury assessment would inevitably declare him only lightly wounded. In simpler terms, it was a mere scratch. He had initiated the violence, and the law enforcement officers were merely exercising their right to defend themselves in lawful duty. He could only cast a resentful glance at Yang Jinrong, for this grudge was firmly etched in his mind. At that moment, he still did not perceive the situation as his fault. Rather, he harbored resentment that all of this had stemmed from Yang Jinrong. The issues of short weight and fraudulent consumption fell under the jurisdiction of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Security Officer Zhang Xian continued to present the report, stating, according to Article 277 of the Criminal Law, obstructing state officials from performing their duties through violence or threats shall be punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or fines. According to Article 234 of the Criminal Law, intentionally causing bodily harm to others shall also be punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or supervision. The specific sentence will depend on the subsequent injury assessments provided by the comrades, and the public prosecution will be initiated by the security office. Moreover, there is the crime of forced transaction. He coerced me into purchasing his sea cucumbers. Yang Jinrong interjected at the opportune moment. According to Article 226 of the Criminal Law, the crime of forced transaction, committed through violence or threats in severe circumstances, shall be punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years or detention. and fines may also be imposed. You slanderous fiend. We did not coerce anyone. Huang Xiangxia and Zhao Chonglong simultaneously protested, already burdened with numerous charges that if they were further charged with forced transaction, the cumulative penalties would likely see them languishing in prison. Huang Xiangxia pointed at Yang Jinrong, exclaiming, "You have no evidence. You are merely slandering us." "Who says I have no evidence?" Yang Jinrong smiled. "Of course I have evidence. Have you been drinking counterfeit liquor?" "No, my friend." "Are you truly not keeping up with the news?" "As I've said before, reality is even more surreal than fiction." "Wait a moment, brothers. I've uncovered something. This is outrageous." The leader of the Linghai District Administration for Industry and Commerce, Qin Shizhong. "It's really him." "Goodness, is this for real?" "No way." "Is there still anyone who believes this is a hoax?" The law enforcement officers have arrived. Which actor would dare to brazenly impersonate so many departments? Do they think the food in prison is too delectable? As the audience came to realize that this was not a scripted performance, their interest in the live stream was piqued. And let us not forget the initial viewer named Wang Muba, who wanted to live stream himself eating excrement while standing on his head. Someone better tag him in. He is bound to be mocked by other viewers for attempting to con free food and drinks. Of course, what the audience was most eager to see was the fate of Zhao Chonglong. Yet, at this critical moment, Yang Jinrong abruptly turned off the live stream. The viewers were left bewildered. What does this mean? Without a word, he simply ended the broadcast. You are a streamer. Do you not understand? The audience is akin to deities. You rely on them for your livelihood, begging online, and yet you don't even say goodbye before shutting down. Unsubscribe. We must unfollow. Brothers, let us report the streamer. What am I afraid of? Did the streamer not just post a video threatening those who cyberbullied him, demanding apologies? And where is the lawsuit he promised? I doubt he ever intended to sue, nor does he have the means. Tiske, and now there are those mocking him. I've taken a screenshot and sent it privately to the streamer, eagerly awaiting the fallout. Such a unique streamer. I've promptly followed him. Me too, me too. Yang Jinrong, oblivious to the division within the live stream, held his phone, opened the recording, and chose to play it. The audio revealed Zhao Chonglong and Huang Xiangxia threatening him, coercing him to purchase 60,000 yuan worth of sea cucumbers. No money? Then borrow from your classmates. If you can't borrow from classmates, resort to online loans. There are plenty available for college students. Illegal activities? I relish breaking the law. Today, you must buy 60,000 yuan worth of sea cucumbers from our shop. If you delay even a minute, I'll add another 10,000. Kid, have you learned your first lesson from society? The couple who had previously boasted about suing Yang Jinrong for slander fell silent in an instant. The evidence was laid bare before them. They could no longer feign innocence and could only glare angrily at Yang Jinrong. Yet, Yang Jinrong remained unfazed, staring back at them until their fierce gazes turned to fear, that he then turned to Zhang Xian, the law enforcement officer, and politely stated, "Officer, they threaten me with their eyes that I study psychology. And their gaze clearly indicates intentions of retaliation. Despite their wrongdoings, they show no remorse. I implore you to impose the maximum penalty." Zhang Xian glanced at the couple, and indeed, noted this detail that he promptly added to the report. Indications of retaliatory intent. Does not qualify for leniency. Before addressing Yang Jinrong, please provide us with a copy of the recording. And what are your demands? Very well, Officer Zhang, that MY demands are quite simple. Since the other party engaged in deceitful practices, they should return the goods and compensate threefold. Yang Jinrong cooperatively provided the recording to the officer, and we will compensate. We will pay immediately. Huang Xiangxia's expression shifted faster than one could turn a page, quickly adopting a submissive demeanor, hoping to secure a lighter sentence through monetary compensation. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Xian interrupted. Whether you pay or not is not up to you. Attempting to evade responsibility, 1T work. Your funds will be frozen, and once the case is resolved, compensation will be enforced by the court. Huang Xiangxiao's throat constricted, yet she could not utter a single word. Of course, the threefold compensation was not within the law enforcement's purview, but rather under the jurisdiction of the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Snap! Huang Xiangxiao was also fitted with silver handcuffs. So many colleagues? Just as Zhang Xian was preparing to conclude the operation and take the team back for further processing, another group approached. Comrades, we are from the Fire Safety Administration. We have received reports that Xiangxia Seafood Restaurant is operating without a license and lacks fire safety measures. We are here for a routine inspection. This is Huang Xiangxia, and this is Zhao Changlong. They are the actual operators of this seafood restaurant. Zhang Xian pointed at the handcuffed duo. The fire safety inspectors were intrigued as to why Zhao Changlong appeared so battered, but upon seeing the expressions on the faces of Leader Qin and the other officials, they were left speechless. What is going on? The fire safety team consisted of several junior employees who, although not acquainted with the leaders from the Administration for Industry and Commerce and the Tax Bureau, could sense the authoritative pressure emanating from them. You conduct your inspections thoroughly. Do not overlook any illegal activities. Leader Qin indicated the disarray within the restaurant. The fire safety officers, steeling themselves, began their inquiries. From questioning Huang Xiangxia to inspecting fire safety measures and permits. The final conclusion revealed that, after verification, Xiangxia Seafood Restaurant had no fire safety measures in place and had not obtained a fire safety permit, thus suspected of operating without a license and facing imminent closure and rectification. Only upon passing fire safety inspections could they reapply for business operations. The restaurant was to be shut down. Huang Xiangxia was utterly panicked. Zhao Changlong regretted his actions immensely, though his regret was not for the illegal practices, but rather for being reported, caught, and exposed. Nearby, some bystanders who initially came to watch the commotion discreetly slipped away, hastily returning to their shops to shut the doors, seeking ways to procure fire safety permits and implement safety measures. 90% of vendors discreetly reverted their scales back to fair scales. The bolder ones merely pressed a switch, while the more timid owners destroyed their scales altogether, replacing them with brand new fair scales. Dear colleagues, please accompany us to the police station, and we also need you to undergo injury assessments. Zhang Xian courteously requested. Old Zhang, let us go for injury assessments together? Leader Qin jested. You go ahead. I want to be going to the police station. Xiao Jiang, you cooperate with the investigation at the station. I am not injured. I'll head back to the bureau first. Zhang Xian turned to Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. You two, you must be students, right? You should also accompany us back to the police station for a cooperation investigation. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai boarded one police vehicle, while Huang Xiangxia and Zhao Changlong were escorted into another newly dispatched police car. Sirens blared as the police cars sped toward the station. Before long, the group arrived at the police station. Yang Jinrong stepped out of the vehicle, greeted by the sight of the national flag at the entrance, resembling a sword of justice against malevolent forces. While the giant police emblem on the building served as a shield protecting the safety of the citizens behind it. This was Yang Jinrong's first visit to the police station as a victim. He had an inexplicable premonition that he would become a well-known frequent visitor in the realm of law enforcement. 022. Time for reckoning. All lawsuits. Name? Officer. Don't you already know? Spare me the pleasantries. Name? Zhao Changlong. Louder. Did you not eat? Zhao Changlong. Bang. Why are you shouting so loudly? Behave yourself. Do you know where this is? This is the police station, a place specifically designed to punish societal pests like you. Zhao Changlong trembled in fear, his untreated wounds still fresh as he was dragged into the interrogation room. The cold atmosphere of the room made his already battered body shiver uncontrollably, his voice hoarse, yet the officer denied his request for water. He could only hope the interrogation would conclude swiftly. Gender? Male? Age? Officer, could you please expedite this? I truly cannot bear the pain any longer. No more nonsense. Answer my questions directly. That if you keep rambling, do you wish to remain here? I wish to leave. Why aren't you answering quickly? Age, 38 years. Provide a detailed account of your crimes. I what? Can't remember. Do you need me to help you recall? Under the piercing gaze of the officer, Zhao Changlong was stripped of any remnants of his previous arrogance. At that moment, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, trembling in fear. Hearing the suggestion of assistance sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly spilled everything, not daring to omit a single detail. He could not withstand the weight of such a memory recovery technique. After half an hour of interrogation, the officer finally escorted Zhao Changlong out and handed him over to Zhang Xian. The accounts are generally consistent. I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Xian accepted the record files to be why this time Zhao Changlong was on the verge of fainting from pain, yet still awaiting treatment. Huang Xiangxia's situation was similar. She was confined to another interrogation room and, without needing any memory recovery technique to frighten her, readily confessed to her various crimes. The charges against both included fraud, coercive trade practices, and obstruction of justice. Additionally, the Tax Bureau uncovered tax evasion spanning several years, totaling over 100,000 yuan. Taxpayers employed deceitful and concealment tactics to falsely report or omit taxes and evade substantial tax payments, amounting to over 10% of the taxable amount. This incurs a prison sentence of up to 3 years or detention, along with fines ranging from 1 to 5 times the evaded amount. Maximum penalty, fivefold, over 500,000 yuan in fines. The Fire Safety Administration discovered the illegal operation without a fire safety permit, subjecting them to fines ranging from 30,000 to 300,000 yuan. However, they were spared the maximum penalty, as it did not involve criminal charges. Out of leniency, they received a fine of 150,000 yuan. Level 10, all 10-level disabilities. Therefore, Zhao Changlong is also guilty of intentional injury, that he does not meet the conditions for leniency in sentencing. Each charge carries the maximum penalty. Under the principle of cumulative punishment, Zhao Changlong faces a sentence that shatters his expectations. 12 years. His wife, Huang Xiangxia, who co-manages a seafood restaurant, is also implicated in the crime of forced trading. Given the cumulative nature of her offenses and her failure to meet the conditions for leniency, she has been sentenced to 6 years in prison. The final sentencing still awaits the public prosecution from the Security Bureau and the court's ruling. Yet this outcome seems inevitable. As for Yang Jinrong, he has completed the necessary documentation and is free to leave, with the results of the proceedings being remarkably clear. The seafood restaurant must refund 3 times the amount, totaling 64,800, and compensate 194,400. And, along with the small sea conch, prawns, and blue crabs, an additional 1,200 was added during Yang Jinrong's final documentation, also subject to the same refund and compensation principle, totaling 3,600. Alas, upon stepping out of the Security Bureau, Yang Jinrong wore a face of regret. Regret for what? Encountering such a major case alongside his brother, Yu Huai was so exhilarated he could hardly wait to share the news with the world. Yet he found Yang Jinrong looking dejected, prompting his curiosity. Yang Jinrong adjusted his collar and replied earnestly, regretful that Huang Xiangxia shortchanged me by 1150 at that time, which under the refund and compensation principle amounts to a loss of 3450. Yu Huai exclaimed, "Brother, you truly are my kin. You just earned 194,400 from this case, yet you lament over $30. That's not even enough for a bowl of noodles." Speaking of food, Yu Huai felt a pang of hunger and inquired, "What shall we eat tonight?" "You treat us. Whatever you say goes. That I'm not picky, except for sweet rice dumplings." "Why should I treat you?" "I have no money. All my funds are frozen until the final settlement is reached. When that time comes, I will treat you to as much crayfish as you desire." "Fair enough," Yu Huai cheerfully decided. Today has indeed been a tumultuous journey. Thankfully, all ended well, marking a stroke of good fortune. "How about chicken tonight?" "Let us go for chicken." The two found a chicken restaurant and relished 2 whole chickens. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Jinrong opened his computer, ready to check if the trolls online had deleted their posts and issued apologies. Suddenly, The system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, unlimited combat mastery. A gentle reminder. The host must study and master the criminal law. Exercise caution in utilizing this unlimited combat ability until fully comprehended. In that moment, Yang Jinrong felt as though a surge of electricity coursed through him. A peculiar energy and knowledge blossoming within his body and mind, as if innately understood and remarkably adept. The sensation was enigmatic and ethereal, profoundly subtle, an experience to be felt rather than articulated. Did I ask this? The ability granted by the system? Yang Jinrong felt an overwhelming sense of wonder and was eager to practice his newfound skill. His gaze instinctively shifted to his good friend Yu Huai. Yu Huai, preparing for a gaming session in bed, suddenly sneezed, jolting awake, and mumbled, "What the heck? Why does it feel so chilly behind me? Who is talking bad about me behind my back? Who could be so bored?" Yang Jinrong chuckled softly that he opened the Douyin backend, discovering that beneath the warning video he had posted against online trolls, numerous individuals were hurling insults at him. Upon checking his Weibo, he found even more vitriol directed at him. The news segment on Douyin had not deleted the inflammatory video, and neither had the trending posts by Zhang Yuqi. There was no sign of any apologies. Why do people never cherish the chance for redemption? Yang Jinrong hesitated no longer. He logged into the mobile microcourt once more and initiated a lawsuit, but he had not been idle during these days. He had already gathered a substantial amount of evidence against the online bullies, including their information, abusive content, screenshots, and recordings, all uploaded for his lawsuit. He wondered if the 66 individuals who had sent him flower wreaths were among the defendants. Yang Jinrong felt a twinge of regret. If only he could obtain the precise information of those who sent the flower wreaths and sue them all. Sending them away would be even better. 023. I have 8 properties. Do you believe I could run you over with my Lamborghini? In a certain urban village in Pengcheng, in a rented room, an emaciated youth clad in a somewhat yellowing white tank top lay on the bed, charging his phone while playing Honor of Kings. His fingers tapping furiously on the screen, that Dio not misunderstand. He was not playing skillfully, but was instead venting his frustrations. Diao Chan. What the hell? Not giving me blue buff? Click, 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 what s with that? So what if I'm 0 to 8? I'm still more useful than you. FWC Kongjun. I'm from Pingsheng. I own 8 properties. Can you compare with me and your bunch of stinky gamers? I play games for fun. I'm 0 to 9. And I'm happy. In reality, you little brother, if you have the guts, come to Pingsheng for real. I'll call 100 brothers to take you down. I have a Lamborghini at home. If you dare come to Pingcheng, I'll run you over with my Lamborghini. I have a 7-figure bank balance. What right do you have to bark at me? Defeat. A few minutes later, after losing the game, the youth placed his fingers, which had been scratching his armpit, to his nose, a wave of body odor assaulting him, that he frowned in disgust and waved his hand. So smelly, damn. What kind of weather is this? I haven't showered for just 7 days. How can it be this bad? Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside, son. The neighbor next door wants to ask you something. Are you studying? Oh, I'm reading. The youth stuffed his phone into a blue backpack, grabbed a book, and walked over to open the door. Mom, what is the matter? The neighbor's mother beamed with pride as she explained, I just met the neighbor downstairs, and she asked me if you could help tutor her son who is preparing for the college entrance exam. If you're willing to tutor, you can earn $90 an hour. That if you don't have time, that's fine. $100 isn't even enough for me. The youth scoffed. You want me to teach your son? No time, I'm not going. All right, I'll listen to you. Although the mother felt regret for missing out on the neighbor's money, she still indulged her son wholeheartedly. He was her pride. That I'll continue reading. Mom, don't disturb me. Don't worry, son. Just focus on your studies. Once you graduate and get assigned to a good company, we'll be living the good life. The mother, named Zhang Xiaofan, had left her husband years ago due to his poverty, taking her son with her. Although she received alimony from her ex-husband every month, she had never allowed him to see their son. He was solely hers and her means to rise above. The only pride she had. The youth was named Zhang Jiawen, a student at Pengcheng Technical Vocational University. Since it was not far from home, he often returned home when he had no classes. Back in his room, he did not resume playing Honor of Kings, but opened the Weibo app, glancing at the notification bar showing 99, which made him grin widely. Women these days are really RZ. I can just string together a few words and elicit their empathy. This feeling was even more intoxicating than leading a conversation. His greatest pastime was to insult others, be it in games, on Douyin, or on Weibo, that he particularly relished the interactions on Weibo. Long immersed in the platform, he had garnered attention from numerous women by targeting men with his insults. Although his follower count was modest, each time he lashed out, he received thousands of likes. Why did his comments against men always garner such high praise? Because I am a verified man. Men attacking men draws more support from women. This comment has exceeded 10,000 likes. Zhang Jiawen glanced at one of his vitriolic posts targeting Yang Jinrong, a smirk forming on his lips that he reveled in the feeling of being appreciated. He casually crafted another post, attaching a screenshot of the video where Yang Jinrong demanded apologies from the online bullies, and sent it out. Apologize? Why should I apologize to a peeping Tom? A school announcement? A police announcement? You must have bribed them. People like you would have been castrated in ancient times. The reeds have been sent. I still maintain my stance, if you have the guts. Confront me in real life. Just as he sent it out, Zhang Jiawen heard another knock on the door. Complaining about the poor soundproofing of the rental, he shouted, "Mom, who is knocking again? I'm coming to open the door." Zhang Xiaofan hurried to answer the door, saying, "Who is it? Don't knock so loudly. It disturbs my son's studies." Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find several law enforcement officers in blue uniforms. Along with a man in black attire, he stepped forward, presenting his credentials, and stated, "I am a judicial officer from the People's Court of Linhai Huqiao District, and behind me are the officers from Pengcheng Security Bureau. Is Zhang Jiawen at home? What do you want with my son?" Zhang Xiaofan asked, blocking the doorway with a protective stance. The officers, realizing Zhang Jiawen was indeed home, pushed through the door without hesitation. Zhang Xiaofan could not stop them, and at that moment, Zhang Jiawen opened his room door, facing the law enforcement officers, his heart sinking. "Zhang Jiawen, you are suspected of online defamation and slander. You have disparaged another character and damaged their reputation. And the circumstances are serious. The victim has now filed a lawsuit with our court. Please cooperate with us for further investigation." "No, In an instant, Zhang Jiawen felt an icy chill envelop him, his body trembling, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Please let me explain. The facts are clear, and the evidence is conclusive that if you do not cooperate, we will take coercive measures." The judicial officer signaled for the officers behind him to take action. The security personnel of Pengcheng promptly retrieved their silver bracelets, having received instructions from their superiors to assist in the apprehension of suspects under jurisdiction from another locality. Without a moment's hesitation, they snapped the bracelets on Zhang Jiawen's wrist that, "No, this is impossible. He is my son. What crime has he committed? On what grounds do you detain him?" Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, instinctively positioning herself in front of her son. Zhang Jiawen, overwhelmed by the cold touch of the restraints, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Mom, please save me, help me. He is a university student. You cannot arrest him," Zhang Xiaofan cried out desperately. "However, this is an arrest warrant. Should you have any objections, you may file a lawsuit with the higher people's court. But obstructing us at this moment constitutes a crime of obstructing official duties, and we could detain you for 15 days as well." The security personnel, accustomed to the legal ignorance prevalent in urban villages, found reasoning with them to be a futile endeavor. Thus, they opted to assert their authority directly to facilitate effective communication. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan was rendered speechless, frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. What is happening? Why are there so many security officers? Just then, a neighbor returned home, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, they were taken aback. "Xiaofan, what crime has your son committed? Didn't you say he excelled academically and was well-behaved since childhood?" Woo-woo. Zhang Xiaofan broke down in tears. The security officers, having lingered long enough, proceeded to escort Zhang Jiawen away. The neighbors silently expressed relief, grateful they had not been asked to tutor his son, lest he too be led astray. That as time passed, similar incidents unfolded across various cities and regions. Anyone who had undergone real name verification was apprehended. The reasons for this verification varied. Some had streamed live and were required to authenticate their identities. Others had done so inadvertently, and some were verified by their spouses or girlfriends. Yet, the reason behind Zhang Jiawen's verification was particularly peculiar. Meanwhile, news anchor Jie and the renowned star Zhang Yuqi also received subpoenas from the court. However, their relationship was complex. They were not detained, nor had they deleted the controversial video, and there were no apologies forthcoming. Finally, Yang Jinrong had obtained his motorcycle license. Ecstatic, he exited the testing center, eager to ride the Ducati Diavel he had been rewarded with by the system. After completing his tasks, he had received the motorcycle within 24 hours, but had been unable to ride it due to the lack of a license, leaving it parked at the school. Now he could finally fulfill his desire. With no classes today, he was determined to take it for a spin. 024. My favorite, Dewey Diavel Superbike. Yang Jinrong first returned to his dormitory to grab his helmet before heading to the parking lot. Just then, his phone rang, the odd ringtone a remnant of a bet he had lost, forcing him to endure this embarrassing tone. Counselor, is this Yang Jinrong? Are you at school? I have a notification for you to come and sign something. Okay, where? Please come to my office. Soon, Yang Jinrong arrived at Counselor Quan Jiwei's office. Upon seeing Yang Jinrong holding his helmet, the counselor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and jested, "Why not bring along criminal law instead of a helmet?" With no classes to attend, Yang Jinrong politely inquired, "What is the notification you mentioned earlier?" Counselor Quan produced a document stamped with the seal of Linhai University and handed it to him. "This is the school's final disciplinary decision regarding Lin Yuyu. Take a look first. If you agree, please sign." Yang Jinrong was taken aback. "Why do you need my consent? Typically, as a mere student, I wouldn't have a say in administrative decisions. You are, after all, the victim," Counselor Quan smiled. "By the way, the school's tactile pathways will be completely renovated soon. The bidding process has already been completed that in the future, similar incidents will not occur due to pathway issues. The school takes this matter very seriously." "That's great." Yang Jinrong lowered his gaze to read the document, which emphasized the school's commitment to addressing the issue. The punishment for Lin Yuyu was stated at the end. The school will expel her from the student body. The party branch will expel her from the party membership. Furthermore, a formal announcement will be disseminated throughout the university, including but not limited to campus radio broadcasts, postings on bulletin boards, top announcements on the campus forum, and highlighted notices on major media platforms. Having no objections, Yang Jinrong signed the document and intended to leave immediately, but Counselor Quan detained him briefly to inquire if he wished to arrange for psychological counseling. "No, that's unnecessary. By the way, when will this announcement be made?" "It will be released shortly." "All right then, I'll be on my way." The back-and-forth conversation consumed a fair amount of time, and by the time Yang Jinrong arrived at the parking lot, it was already lunchtime. His stomach growling, he donned his helmet, mounted his beloved Ducati Diavel Superbike, and with the roar of the engine like thunder, the striking red and white beast rolled out of the parking lot for the first time, capturing the attention of all passers-by. Yang Jinrong realized he had fallen completely in love with the Ducati Diavel Superbike. It was stunning, and riding it was exhilarating, akin to being the ghost rider himself. He adored it. He decided to grab a bowl of braised chicken rice first, ensuring he was well fed before taking a ride around the outer ring. Riding out of the campus, he stopped in front of a local restaurant, parked his cherished motorcycle in the designated spot, and couldn't resist giving it a quick wipe before entering the establishment to dine. With the announcement from Linhai University now circulating online, the defamation incident reignited fervent discussions on campus. The students who had previously condemned Yang Jinrong were now filled with shame. As university students, they ought to possess the ability to discern right from wrong and maintain independent thought. Yet, they had unwittingly been led astray by Lin Yuyu, becoming mindless spokespersons in the process. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong's two roommates felt particularly embarrassed. They had been avoiding him, feeling unworthy of his company. Perhaps we should apologize to Jinrong. He probably wouldn't mind, given his character. He likely wouldn't care if we didn't apologize, but we should still do it when he returns. They both assumed Yang Jinrong's amiable nature would make him easy to approach. The other classmates in their class felt similarly ashamed that in the girls' dormitory, Lu Qiqi initially kept her distance from Yang Jinrong. However, now that the truth had emerged, she hadn't reached out to him, believing he would continue to be kind-hearted and selfless. Yet when she sought his help yesterday, he had turned her down. Hearing the announcement today left her feeling unsettled, but she wasn't overly concerned. She had only accepted him as a backup due to his good looks and character. Unlike other girls who were naive enough to pursue romance, she merely sought financial stability. After all, looks couldn't be consumed as sustenance. After muttering her thoughts, Lu Qiqi decided to disregard the matter entirely. Following the announcement, discussions erupted not only on campus but also online, garnering significant attention, though it failed to trend. This was largely because netizens typically focused on the initial phases of unfolding stories, passionately criticizing the highlights they stumbled upon. And once they had vented their frustrations, 90% would not follow up on subsequent developments. However, this 90% did not include those who were relentlessly attacking Yang Jinrong online. In the days that followed, a story began circulating on the internet. Some individuals who had harassed Yang Jinrong were being apprehended by security personnel, while others received court subpoenas. Many participants in the online harassment found themselves unable to verify the truth of these claims. Until a well-followed small blogger, Gongzi, was confronted by security at his doorstep. Before fleeing, he posted an urgent message. "Brothers, security is at my door. It's probably regarding the Yang Jinrong incident that I need to hide for a bit." A few hours later, his family released a message on his behalf. "I hereby sincerely apologize to Mr. Yang Jinrong. I am deeply sorry for my wrongdoings, and I will never insult him online again. I am truly sorry for the harm I have caused you. I am currently in the security station and unable to record an apology video. This is Gongzi's mother, and I am sending this apology on behalf of my son. Pleading for Mr. Yang Jinrong's forgiveness. He has already been taken into custody." This incident stirred widespread anxiety, compounded by the announcement from Linhai University and Yang Jinrong's previous warnings. Chaos ensued. "Quick, delete everything I said about him." Goodness, I've never encountered someone so serious. It was merely some online insults, and now they're calling the police. Some claim that all verified accounts have been apprehended. Is it really that serious? But wait, why hasn't Zhang Yuqi deleted her post on Weibo? And the news anchor hasn't faced any repercussions either. They're major figures, surely they have protection. Even if something happens, they can pay it off. We can't afford to cross them. Rumors circulated that someone who had deleted their insults was also apprehended. I heard they are also targeting those without real name verification. He has already involved the internet police. Panic ensued among some, prompting them to delete their previous insults and issue apologies, with some even going so far as to deactivate their accounts. Yet others remained defiant. "I've deleted my insults. What more does he want?" Is he really that petty? Little did they know, each additional comment they made online only increased the risk of being traced. Underneath Yang Jinrong's Douyin account, a flurry of apology messages appeared. Occasionally, comments from the seafood incident would resurface. But Yang Jinrong had no intention of concerning himself with the defamation case. He simply wanted to move forward. The apprehension of online bullies holds no relevance to me. What I truly wish to ascertain is whether the seafood incident is indeed a scripted affair. It certainly feels like a script, albeit an intriguing one. I shall await the official announcement from the coastal authorities. Should they fail to issue a statement, it will be conclusive proof of the script's authenticity. I sincerely hope the seafood incident is genuine, for the unscrupulous vendors who cheat by shortchanging customers are utterly detestable. If it is true, I wish the streamer would come to our market for a proper rectification. As for the happenings online, Yang Jinrong paid them little mind. He elegantly finished his Huangminji rice, contemplating the imminent joy of riding his cherished motorcycle, relishing the tranquility of an unburdened mind. Such a sensation is indeed quite delightful. However, just as Yang Jinrong prepared to rise and settle his bill, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Startled, he turned to gaze outside, and the sight before him sent a jolt of fear through his heart. His beloved Ducati Diavel superbike, which he had polished meticulously before his departure and for which he had diligently obtained his license, lay sprawled on the ground for reasons unknown, its rearview mirror shattered and suffering significant damage. Cursing under his breath, Yang Jinrong's previously joyous demeanor soured in an instant as he hurried towards his fallen ding. "Hey, wait! You haven't paid yet!" shouted the owner of the Huangminji rice, chasing after him and gasping for breath. Yet, Yang Jinrong's body, enhanced by systematic conditioning, propelled him forward with the speed of a racing heartbeat, rendering the owner's voice a mere whisper in the wind. In a blink, he reached his Ducati, dismayed to find it lying on the ground. Its fairing shattered and the rearview mirror bent. Stunned, Yang Jinrong felt as if the world had come crashing down. This was his most treasured a beloved companion, a brotherly bond. He had yet to ride it even once. The exhaust gleamed like new. After parking it with care, he had taken the time to wipe it down elegantly, and now it lay in ruin. Does anyone know what just transpired? Why did my motorcycle suddenly topple over like this? Yang Jinrong lifted his gaze and spotted only two individuals nearby. Point one was a frail old woman, her skeletal frame appearing sickly and trembling, leaning on her cane as if it were her only support. Her hair was as white as snow, yet her eyes held a fierce glint, sunken like the eyes of a wicked witch from a dark fairy tale, truly unsettling. Logically, this elderly woman should not have possessed the strength to topple a motorcycle as robust as the Ducati. Should she? The other was a small boy, around 6 or 7 years old, equally frail, clad in oversized clothing that hung loosely off his thin frame, that he crouched on the ground, hugging his knees and weeping. At a glance, it seemed improbable that he could have moved the motorcycle either. Was it possible that the bike had simply fallen on its own? No, this was a Ducati. There were no design flaws. It had been parked securely in a designated motorcycle parking spot. It could not have tipped over. It must have been the action of that old woman. Not far off, a passerby pointed at her, declaring, "I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Jinrong was taken aback. Could it be true? Could this fragile old woman possess such strength? Yet, the bystander had no reason to deceive him, that if only there were security cameras to confirm the truth. As Yang Jinrong raised his head to search for cameras, the owner of the Huangminji rice, still panting, caught up to him. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, "Young man, you haven't paid yet. My apologies." Yang Jinrong replied sincerely, retrieving his phone to request a payment code from the owner. After completing the transaction, he sighed that it's no problem. The owner, appearing robust yet somewhat frail, had clearly overexerted himself. After accepting the payment, he glanced at the fallen motorcycle and then back at Yang Jinrong. "Is this motorcycle yours?" "Yes," Yang Jinrong confirmed. "How did it fall over?" "I didn't witness it. A fellow said it was the old lady who pushed it down. By the way, is there any surveillance nearby?" "Isn't there a camera right outside my shop?" The Huangminji rice owner replied enthusiastically, but then he paused, sensing something amiss. "Wait a moment. You just said the old lady pushed it down. That seems impossible. She's so old, so frail. I doubt even I could topple your motorcycle. Could it be that you were too weak?" He jested. Despite his light-hearted banter, Yang Jinrong firmly believed the old woman was indeed responsible. The Huangminji rice owner, noticing the old woman lingering nearby, decided to inquire, "Old lady, did you push this motorcycle down?" What began as a casual question left both men astounded at her response. "Yes." "What of it?" She retorted nonchalantly, exposing her crooked teeth as she spoke. "What do you intend to do about it?" But the Huangminji rice owner was bewildered, unable to fathom the situation that he knelt down, attempting to lift the motorcycle, only to find it too heavy to budge. His face flushed slightly as he muttered, "Did you really push it down? Why would you do such a thing to such a pristine motorcycle?" The old woman shrugged. "I simply found it displeasing and thought it was in my way. So I decided to push it over." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinrong was utterly flabbergasted. "I parked in the designated motorcycle parking space. How could it possibly be in your way? I just think it's unsightly to do. You have a problem with that?" She shouted defiantly, her eyes fierce and challenging. That it was as if she were daring him to retaliate. "You dare to touch me? You'd be wise to tread carefully, or you might find yourself in dire straits." Not only was Yang Jinrong, the victim, infuriated, but the Huangminji rice owner was equally taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could such a warped worldview exist in this day and age? While he often offered discounts to elderly patrons in his shop, believing in the saying, "Respect the elderly and nurture the young," he hoped that his own aging parents would also receive kindness from the younger generation. Yet, why was this old woman so brazenly unruly? It seemed to validate the adage that it is not the elderly who have grown wicked, but rather the wicked who have simply aged. "Brother, your motorcycle is quite valuable, isn't it? This impact will likely incur significant repair costs. Perhaps you should call the police." Every man has a fondness for motorcycles. And the owner, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yang Jinrong's damaged Ducati, assessed the extensive damage to its fairing, rearview mirror, and throttle grip, uncertain if the engine had sustained any harm. "Call the police? You all should call the police." Before Yang Jinrong could voice his thoughts, the old woman interjected, her tone unapologetic. "This isn't the first time I've pushed a car over. Even if the authorities arrive, they won't be able to do anything to me. A habitual offender. How utterly devoid of moral integrity." She shamelessly exploited her status as an elderly person, taking advantage of the leniency afforded by the law to the elderly. Acting with impunity, Yang Jinrong was truly furious. Just as he was about to speak, a notification chimed at his mind. Strong negative social energy detected near the host. The host has successfully triggered a mission. Option 1. This old woman clearly presents a formidable challenge. Even if you report her to the authorities, it will likely lead to no resolution, and should she become agitated, it could result in potential harm, leading to claims from her family. It would be wiser to accept this misfortune with grace, fostering a more forgiving outlook, thereby diminishing the negative energy in the world that causes you distress. Reward. A signed album from Edu. He must love you. Option 2. An individual like her poses a threat to more people and will only continue to push down more motorcycles that if she is not taught a lesson now. No motorcycle will remain upright in this vicinity. Moreover, if other malevolent elders learn from her, it will spawn further societal discord. Against such an old ruffian, one must deliver a righteous punch, rendering her dizzy and robbing her of her ill-gotten gains. To combat evil with justice is to channel positive energy. Reward. $1 million in medical insurance, fully covering the elderly woman's treatment. Note. The host may choose any insurance company. Option 3. There are many ways to convey positive energy. The host may opt for a more appropriate approach, seeking a legal and rational method to ensure the old woman receives the punishment she deserves and compensation accordingly. Reward. A truth card. Note. The target of its use will only speak the truth for 24 hours. Yang Jinrong promptly disregarded option 1, that had the old woman exhibited even a modicum of decency, he might have found it in his heart to forgive her. Yet she displayed no moral compass whatsoever, that if he overlooked her this time, who would be the unfortunate victim next? Just as the system had described, this area would soon see no upright motorcycles. For the sake of his own rights and the welfare of society, he could not choose this option, the AS for option 2. For a fleeting moment, Yang Jinrong genuinely considered it, especially when the old woman declared, "Even if the authorities arrive, they won't be able to do anything to me." He was filled with an overwhelming urge to strike her, his beloved Diavel superbike, for which he had gone through the trouble of acquiring a license, had yet to be properly ridden and had already become a casualty. Anyone in his position would experience a surge in blood pressure, feeling utterly enraged. Moreover, the system's generous offer of $1 million in medical insurance eliminated any financial concerns. As for exploiting the insurance company, he felt little moral burden. The cultivation and rationality of Yang Jinrong incessantly remind him that he must safeguard his legitimate rights and interests, eliminate harm for the people, and eradicate negative energy from society through more lawful means. System. I choose option 3, that without hesitation. Yang Jinrong confirmed option 3, fully aware of the formidable challenges this choice entailed. Nonetheless, he resolutely proceeded that if a law student equipped with a system cannot protect his rights effectively, how could others in society, faced with similar predicaments, possibly succeed in defending their own rights? After confirming his choice, Yang Jinrong restrained his anger, propped up the Ducati with its kickstand, and took out his phone to dial the police. Hello, I'd like to report an incident. That MY motorcycle has been deliberately knocked over and is severely damaged. He deliberately emphasized the word deliberately, clearly articulating his address, and only hung up after receiving a positive confirmation from the officer on the line. Throughout the reporting process, the elderly lady coldly observed, showing no sign of fear, as she had previously knocked down other people's motorcycles, and they too had reported her without any consequences in the end. She faced no penalties, nor had she ever paid a single cent for repairs. Based on her past experiences, she anticipated that upon the arrival of the security personnel, they would merely take a statement and advise the motorcycle owner to accept their misfortune. The few hundred yuan in damages would at most constitute a civil case, and she would not be penalized as long as she maintained that she had no money. Even if the other party insisted on compensation from her children, she could simply respond, "My son and daughter will not come," and ultimately, they would have no choice but to respectfully send her away. She was well aware of this. Thus, she chose to remain, not fleeing, but standing her ground. Her demeanor practically screamed, "No one can do anything to me. Even the security personnel will be infuriated." Little one, are you feeling unwell? After reporting to the police, Yang Jinrong made an after-sales call to the Ducati service center to explain the situation. Only to notice a small child squatting on the ground, wiping away tears, he approached, inquiring with concern, "What is wrong?" I hurt." The boy, approximately 6 or 7 years old, donned loose but clean clothing, his waxy yellow face devoid of color, suggesting long-term malnourishment. That a bead of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and as he removed his hand from his knee, it was covered in fresh blood. "What happened to you?" Yang Jinrong was taken aback, and upon noticing the red fragments of the fairing on the ground, he quickly understood. "You were cut by the shards from the motorcycle that just fell over?" "Yes, it hurts." The boy's voice was faint. To think that an innocent bystander had been injured. Yang Jinrong's disdain for the elderly woman's wicked actions intensified, solidifying his resolve regarding option 3. Allowing such individuals to roam free would only bring harm to more people. "Let me take a look." Yang Jinrong hastily examined the boy, initially determining that the injury was not severe, just a superficial cut. However, it was indeed painful for a child, having been particularly afraid of pain himself in his youth. He empathized deeply. "Wait here. I will fetch some antiseptic that I have some in my shop." The owner of the braised chicken restaurant, ever eager to help, dashed back inside, returning breathlessly with a small first aid kit, and exclaimed, "We have everything you need here." As Yang Jinrong tended to the child's wound, he gently asked, "What is your name, little friend?" "My name is—" The boy bit his lip, enduring the sting of the antiseptic as he bravely introduced himself. "Chen Xiaodian." Chen from the east, Xiaodian meaning the sky. "Wow, what a cool name," Yang Jinrong praised. "What about your parents?" Before Chen Xiaodian could respond, a slender woman rushed over anxiously from a distance. "Xiaodian, what happened? Are you hurt?" "Does it hurt? It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you here alone." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her complexion was pale, with prominent cheekbones, giving her a gaunt appearance, resembling someone severely ill. Yang Jinrong noticed a short catheter protruding from above her collarbone. likely exposed due to her hurried movements. Here's what happened. Yang Jinrong quickly recounted the sequence of events that it's all right, just a minor scrape, nothing serious, the woman sighed in relief, showing no signs of throwing a tantrum or demanding compensation, not even uttering an apology. Mom, can we go home now? Chen Xiaotian tugged at his mother's hand, speaking softly. Yes, the woman replied, ready to leave, which left Yang Jinrong momentarily perplexed. Could you please wait a moment? The security personnel will arrive shortly. And he intended to imply that they could demand compensation from the elderly woman. However, before he could finish, the woman forced a strained smile. It's fine. This little scrape is nothing. Just as she was about to leave with her child, a police car arrived and pulled over beside them. Zhang Xian and another security officer stepped out, spotting Yang Jinrong. The latter, particularly striking in appearance, approached him with astonishment. What brings you here? I called the police. Really? What a coincidence, you reported it. Yang Jinrong smiled and pointed to the red and white Ducati nearby. Officer, let's get straight to the point. The other officer activated the body camera and retrieved a report form. Please explain the situation. That MY motorcycle was parked in this designated spot while I went for lunch. This elderly woman deliberately knocked it over. What? The two security officers were visibly taken aback. Zhang Xian pointed incredulously at the frail, old woman beside them. You mean, this elderly lady knocked over your motorcycle? I did. The elderly woman retorted defiantly, her wrinkled face lifting in indignation. The officer cautiously inquired, Do you have the strength to do that? Don't you believe me? I can push it again, the elderly woman remarked, moving towards the Ducati to demonstrate her strength. Fortunately, Zhang Xian reacted swiftly, intercepting her. No, don't. That bike is quite expensive. If you knock it over again, it will be damaged. The elderly woman looked displeased, clearly eager to prove her point. The surveillance cameras outside my shop will have captured it, the braised chicken shop owner interjected. Perfect, Zhang Xian nodded. We will review the footage as evidence. Additionally, she not only intentionally damaged my property, but also caused this young boy's knee to be cut. Yang Jinrong pointed at Chen Xiaotian. I just treated his wound briefly. I recommend he go to the hospital for a checkup. No, we don't need to check. It's nothing. Chen Xiaotian's mother quickly waved her hands in refusal that if possible, you should remain for further investigation, Zhang Xian stated, turning to the elderly woman. Please present your ID. And you, Yang Jinrong, correct? Please show your ID as well. That we also need to call a third-party evaluation specialist to assess the vehicle. That I have already contacted the Ducati Service Center's after-sales representative for an assessment. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. Zhang Xian entered the braised chicken shop to retrieve the surveillance footage, confirming the elderly woman had indeed knocked over the motorcycle and that the shards had injured the boy. Shortly after, the after-sales representative from the Ducati Service Center arrived, that he walked around Yang Jinrong's motorcycle with a pained expression as he inspected it thoroughly, exclaiming, What a shame. This is an exceptionally rare supercar in the country. How did it get so damaged? Zhang Xian, not particularly knowledgeable about motorcycles, responded, Can you simplify it? How much will the repair cost approximately? The fairing is shattered, the rearview mirror is bent, the sensor is likely broken, and the kickstand is somewhat deformed. The stabilization system will need to be replaced. The after-sales representative lamented over the potential damages before estimating a figure that left the onlookers in shock. Preliminary estimates suggest around 77,000, possibly more, maybe slightly less. 77,000? Everyone present was astonished, thinking, my goodness, we imagined that a motorcycle of this design wouldn't cost that much to repair. This was a Ducati superbike, the pinnacle of high-performance motorcycles. The after-sales representative explained, this is not comparable to the common street bikes. The difference between street bikes and supercars is immense. Supercars have more powerful engines, better high-rev performance, lighter weight, higher configurations, and a smaller rake angle, with the entire bike enveloped in fairings. The L-twin engine has a displacement of 1285 cc, delivering 209 horsepower, with a maximum torque of 140 Nm, reaching speeds exceeding 300 km/h, and accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds. The base price is 490,000 yuan, and after import taxes and transportation, the final cost starts at 550,000 yuan. Ducati motorcycles are renowned for their exceptional performance and distinctive Italian design. Established in 1926 and headquartered in Bologna, Italy. Do you understand what I mean? I'm saying that all the repair parts and paint must be airlifted from Bologna. Hence, 77,000 is still a conservative estimate. Upon hearing the price, the old lady's initially indifferent expression gradually transformed into one of gravity that I in the past. When other motorcycles have been toppled by her, the owners, fearing the hassle, often resign themselves to the misfortune of incurring repair costs of several hundred or even 1,000 yuan. However, today, a staggering 77,000 yuan in repair fees would likely not be taken lightly by the other party. I have no money. I want to pay. I am not liable for criminal responsibility. I have no money. The old lady adopted an expression akin to that of a stubborn pig, beginning to act like a rogue, declaring that she would not compensate, dismissing the exorbitant 77,000 or 88,000 as if it were inconsequential. She claimed she had not a single cent to her name. Ho Sufin and Zhang Xan had dealt with numerous similar incidents. Instead of attempting to persuade the old lady to pay, he took her identification card and inquired, "What is your son's phone number?" "I don't know." Ho Sufin extended his hands, stating, "If you want money, there's none. If you seek a life, go ahead and arrest me. I want to live much longer anyway. It would be fitting to die in your police station, where someone might even help me with my funeral." Zhang Xian attempted to interject, but was restrained by another officer, who leaned in to whisper, "This troublesome old lady cannot be taken back. Otherwise, she will become a hot potato, leading to endless complications. Given her unreasonable demeanor, her son is likely no better. We should persuade someone more reliable." Zhang Xian was taken aback. His colleague's words held some truth. Yet, as law enforcement officers, shouldn't they be more discerning in distinguishing right from wrong? Just because one party is being obstinate does not mean the other should be left to suffer in silence. Does it? Zhang Xian refused his colleague's suggestion. "Yang Jinrong, Yang, could you please present the purchase invoice and tax documents for the motorcycle? I need to go back to school to retrieve those." Yang Jinrong nodded. He was not worried about these formalities, as the system had long arranged all necessary procedures, and there was no need for the owner to fret over the source of the vehicle. Taxation, or even insurance, which was already secured at this moment, a considerable crowd began to gather, as curiosity knows no borders. People from all walks of life halted their journeys, blocking the road to witness the unfolding drama. Many pulled out their phones to record videos. The scene became so congested that the area was virtually sealed off. Those in the outer circle, unaware of the true circumstances, began to speculate. What happened? I heard a wealthy second-generation rider knock down an elderly lady. Is that true? The old lady seems fine, though, but the child over there appears to be injured. How pitiful for that little boy. And his mother seems to be in a sorry state, lacking even a decent outfit. It was the wealthy second generation who hit the child. That old lady is the child's grandmother. Look at them. A pitiable family, all so thin. TFASK, it seems that the rich kid is reluctant to pay. In a way. That second-generation rider looks like a local from Lehigh, while that grandmother and grandson are clearly poor outsiders. It's a common occurrence for locals to bully outsiders. We, the outsiders, face harassment from local authorities when we come to Lehigh to make a living. Upon hearing this analysis, many felt a surge of indignation. Little did they know, Yang Jinrong was actually the victim and the outsider. As the rush hour approached, the two law enforcement officers realized the congestion they had caused and decided to take the individuals back to the police station to avoid any further complications. The following narrative will be entirely fictionalized, please understand, before proceeding with further investigations. After gathering evidence, Zhang Xian instructed Yang Jinrong to have the Ducati service center tow the motorcycle back for repairs. The repair costs could be temporarily covered by insurance, with subsequent compensation pursued later. This was the only solution Zhang Xin could conceive to mitigate Yang Jinrong's losses. Yang Jinrong nodded in agreement, stating, "You must issue a liability determination document first. Only after both parties sign can I approach the insurance company." "That is certainly no problem," Zhang Xin replied, having prepared the document in advance. However, when it came time for the elderly lady to sign, a complication arose that I can't read or write, she declared. The old lady flatly refused to sign. Zhang Xin, with good intentions, wrote the name of Sufan on another piece of paper and pointed to the signature line on the determination document, saying, "Just copy these 3 characters here, that I 1T copy." She huffed, "That I can't read. Who knows what you have written on that paper? What if it says I committed murder and am sentenced to death? If I sign, will I be taken away to be executed?" Those present were exasperated by the old lady's remarks. "Forget it. Even without her signature, it remains valid." Zhang Xin handed Yang Jinrong a copy of the 3-part liability determination document, signaling that he could now contact the insurance company. Yang Jinrong promptly called the insurance company, uploading the accident scene photos, damage images, and the liability determination document according to the prompts. After completing the report, he signed the necessary paperwork with the on-site service personnel, allowing the Ducati Diavel superbike, which he had yet to ride, to be taken away for repairs. "You should return to get the motorcycle's paperwork, and then come to the police station to handle the matter," Zhang Xin advised Yang Jinrong before approaching the little boy and his mother. "Ladies, please accompany us back to the police station to take a statement. No, it's not necessary. We won't be asking for compensation. You don't need to worry about us." The boy's mother shook her head, cradling her son's head. "That we just want to go home. Let's take a statement. If the child has any other injuries, he can receive timely medical attention," Zhang Xin suggested, crouching down with a smile. "What is your name, little friend?" "Hello, officer. My name is Chen Xiaodian. It's the Chen from the east of the year, and Chen means filial piety, with Tian meaning heaven." Chen Xiaodian's big, innocent eyes sparkled as he reached out to touch the shoulder insignia on Zhang Xion's uniform, though he hesitated slightly, nervously asking, "Officer, may I touch your badge?" "Oh, the badge." Zhang Xin chuckled, turning slightly to allow him access. "Go ahead. This is called a shoulder insignia, representing the honor of being a law enforcement officer." Chen Xiaodian beamed as he touched the insignia, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, albeit with a missing one. "I saw on TV that the armed police have something similar, just with a different pattern." Zhang Xin ruffled Chen Xiaodian's hair, saying, "What a good boy. I invite you and your mother to come with us to the police station to take a statement. Is that all right, Mom?" Chen Xiaodian looked up, seeking his mother's approval. After some deliberation, she finally agreed to let's go. Zhang Xin led the old lady, Ho Sufin, and the mother-son duo, Chen Xiaodian, into the police vehicle, heading towards the police station. At the police station, Yang Jinrong arrived with the necessary documents. After Chen Xiaodian underwent a check and was found to be uninjured, and his mother completed her statement, they were free to leave. "Big brother, officer, my mom and I are going home now." Chen Xiaodian waved goodbye to Yang Jinrong. "Goodbye." Yang Jinrong waved back, and once they had departed, he turned to Zhang Xin and inquired, "Officer Zhang, the old lady deliberately damaged my personal property, with damages exceeding 50,000. This constitutes a serious offense, does it not?" "A serious offense." Before Zhang Xin could respond, another officer handling the case scoffed, shaking his head. "Little brother, do you think?" He gestured toward the frail Ho Sufin, countering, "Does she possess the capacity for criminal responsibility?" "Officer, are you suggesting that if she refuses to pay, she won't face criminal charges? Essentially, she bears no responsibility." Yang Jinrong's tone was calm, not argumentative. "How old is this old lady?" 74 years old, Zhang Xin answered. Yang Jinrong's expression grew serious. "Then she has not yet reached the age at which the law allows for leniency. She should bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. There is no legal provision that exempts individuals from punishment based on age. It is only those who have reached 75 years of age who may receive lighter sentences for intentional crimes. Negligent crimes should also be treated with leniency." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Jinrong, come quickly. This wealthy second generation looks just like you. Sighed another officer. I completely empathize with your feelings. It's infuriating to have a brand new motorcycle inexplicably toppled and turned into an accident vehicle. Anyone would feel aggrieved. However, society is a complex structure. Once you enter the workforce, you will understand that distinguishing right from wrong is not always paramount. For instance, in this situation, if you can secure compensation, it would be considered a significant success. There was an unspoken implication in his words. The likelihood of receiving compensation was slim. What was there to discuss regarding criminal responsibility? The officer's words held merit. Yang Jinrong raised his gaze, asking, is it possible to contact the old lady's family? Yes. After returning to the police station, Zhang Xian and his colleagues managed to find the contact information for the old lady's two sons through her identification card. Is this Wang Chengwen? Zhang Xian dialed the station's landline, explaining the situation. This is the Lehigh District Police Station. Your mother, please come over. What? That old hag knocked over someone else's motorcycle again. Hey, bah. I have no money. Go find her younger son. The call ended abruptly with a click. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow and dialed the younger son, Wang Qinggu, only to receive the same dismissive response, with the only variation being, hey, I have no money. You should find her elder son. Not only were they unable to get the old lady's two sons to the police station for mediation, but upon Zhang Xian's second attempt, both men hung up without hesitation, and subsequent calls were met with a busy signal. They had blocked the police station's number. As you can see, this is the situation, another officer said, exasperated. Such a family is utterly incorrigible. Even if this escalates to court and a judgment is made, they will likely drag it out indefinitely. Perhaps other misfortunes will occur during this process that are no worries. Yang Jinrong initially considered granting the other party's family a chance. All they needed to do was offer compensation and an apology, and he genuinely contemplated letting the matter go. However, the other party's utter disregard for this opportunity solidified Yang Jinrong's resolve to pursue the issue to the bitter end. With a smile, he addressed the officer, saying, Comrade Security Officer, I hereby request the initiation of a criminal case that AS for the final outcome. We shall see in due course. People like this family must not be let off, whether for public or personal reasons. If Yang Jinrong lets them off today, there will be another victim tomorrow, and another the day after. As a true ambassador of positive energy, I have no reason to forgive them. The security officer attempted to dissuade him, suggesting that since there was insurance for compensation, it was unnecessary to wade into murky waters. Yet, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, stating that since the victim requested criminal proceedings and it met the criteria, they should proceed with the case. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly, transforming the original civil case into a criminal one that the willful destruction of another's property amounted to a staggering $77,000. Categorizing it as a substantial sum involved in the case, that if convicted, the penalty could range from 3 to 7 years in prison, though the final judgment would ultimately rest with the court. Upon learning that criminal charges had been filed against her, the elderly woman did not cower in fear. Rather, she became even more unruly, causing a commotion at the security office and declaring her intent to die there. Regardless of her tirades, she was still confined to a holding cell, while Yang Jinrong was free to return to school in a dilapidated urban village, within the low, old buildings, the walls plastered with newspapers and the ceiling covered in cobwebs. Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu, two brothers, gathered to strategize. Elder brother, the old man has been arrested again. How should we proceed this time? Same as before. Didn't the security office just say that motorcycle is worth a fortune? Around 400,000 to 500,000? The owner is just a student, undoubtedly a rich second generation. Whether they release him or not is irrelevant. We must ensure the old man feigns illness to extort a hefty sum from that student. All right, I'm off to work then. Work? This time we have a rich second generation on our hands, a rare opportunity. We need a plan to extort even more money, enough to fund the demolition of our old house. which will net us a substantial relocation fee, enough for us to indulge in the good life for the rest of our days. Upon hearing this, Wang Chunguan smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "You make a good point. Working for others earns a pittance. Entrepreneurship is the way forward." They began to devise a detailed plan. Meanwhile, online, someone uploaded a video of the scene, initially garnering little attention, as it is rare for ordinary individuals to achieve virality without a significant investment in promotion. However, when Daxiang News discovered the footage, they immediately recognized its potential for trending and edited it with a sensational title. Alleged rich second generation rides a motorcycle worth over 500,000, colliding with 3 pedestrians, yet refuses to compensate. Even the security officers show him undue respect. The video was meticulously edited by professionals, stripped of its original audio, and set to a heavy background score, transforming what should have been a scene of the officers persuading Yang Jinrong to drop the charges into a portrayal of 2 officers politely conversing with the handsome rich second generation, while disregarding the injured boy, his defiant grandmother, and the helpless mother. After Daxiang News released this video, it immediately attracted a wave of attention, its popularity skyrocketing. Netizens passionately voiced their outrage, decrying the affluent. Another incident in Linhai. Recently, it seems Linhai has been trending for all the wrong reasons. Locals bullying a powerless family from outside. I absolutely detest these wealthy individuals. Just because they have money, they think they can trample on us poor folks. Is that motorcycle truly worth 500,000? Can someone who can identify a model by a single screw enlighten us on what bike it is? Ducati's Big Devil Superbike, top configuration, costs 489,000. Fully imported, the on-road price exceeds 500,000. What a shock, a motorcycle worth over 500,000. With such wealth, they crash into a child and still refuse to compensate. A thorough investigation is imperative. We must scrutinize the financial history of this rich second-generation's family for 3 generations. Where did their money come from? They must be involved in corruption and bribery. Doesn't this rich second generation look familiar? I feel like I've seen him in the news before, but I can't quite place it. The internet lacks memory, and given that in the video of the slander incident, Yang Jinrong wore sunglasses, it was entirely normal for him not to be recognized immediately, especially since subsequent clarification videos obscured his face. Daxiang News cleverly exploited the public's animosity towards the wealthy, once again trending and reaping immense traffic. As Yang Jinrong returned to his dormitory, Yu Huai excitedly exclaimed, "Jinrong, come look. This rich second generation looks just like you. Could he be your long-lost brother? Didn't you mention being abandoned by your parents as a child? Hurry, see if this is your twin brother or perhaps a younger sibling. Maybe you can find your biological parents. Once you become a rich second generation, don't forget about your good friend. Oh no. When you become prosperous, don't forget your. Allow me to pay my respects. Another rich second generation as handsome as me?" Yang Jinrong leaned over to see the video playing on Yu Huai's phone, which showcased him and the 2 security officers. Upon examining the title and text, his brows furrowed in discontent. Can Daxiang News not verify the authenticity of the video before releasing it? This Blue V media outlet with millions of followers should know that their posts will be widely disseminated, right? Alleged. Yang Jinrong chuckled. Daxiang News is clearly intent on creating a contentious topic to attract traffic. What is so funny? Yu Huai paused, scrutinizing the video again. Wait, I feel like the person in the video is you. It is me, Yang Jinrong replied with a smile. Do I not resemble myself? It's just that he is wealthier than I am. I truly believe this could be your biological brother. He is also from Linhai. Why not try to find out? What if you are the son of a wealthy family from Linhai who was abandoned? Imagine the storyline. Years ago, your family was poor and unable to raise twins. They gave you away. Who would have known that later, your parents struck it rich and regretted abandoning you all those years? They've been searching for you. Can you be any more absurd? Yang Jinrong waved his hand, about to speak when their other 2 roommates returned from basketball, drenched in sweat. Zhang Xiaohua tossed the basketball under the bed and, While removing his odoriferous shoes, asked, Jinrong, why didn't you go on a date with Lu Qiqi? Yang Jinrong frowned slightly. I was surprised when I ran into her at noon. She said she wanted to find you for the Social Dance Association's event. Didn't you go? I have an elective class tonight. Yang Jinrong opened WeChat and saw the message from Lu Qiqi. Yang Jinrong, are you free tonight? The association has an event that needs assistance. Could you come help? He could not be bothered to reply. In the past, he was overly accommodating, always helping anyone who asked due to his inability to refuse others. However, after the incident involving Lin Yuyu's slander, Yang Jinrong underwent a significant transformation in mindset. After blocking her, he picked up a book and turned to leave the sweat-soaked dormitory. What elective class? If it's the same as mine, sign me in. Yang Bin, who was already flushing the toilet, called out as the next day dawned. Early in the morning, the road in front of the security office was completely obstructed, leading to a chorus of curses from many commuters rushing to clock in. This stretch of road had never seen such congestion before. What could be happening? Could it be roadwork? No, roadwork wouldn't dare block the security office. It was said that two brothers were dragging a coffin to demand justice from the security office. A coffin? Early in the morning? What bad luck! Who dared to block the entrance of the security office? Did you catch yesterday's news? The rich second generation on a motorcycle knocked over a child, and the elderly woman demanding justice was taken to the security office. What was that news outlet? It was Daxiang News. I saw it. Ugh, the wealthy who lack compassion are truly disgusting, just like our boss, who thinks of nothing but squeezing our remaining labor value, refusing to pay overtime, and constantly working us to the bone. Voices of discussion mixed with shouts rang out. Up ahead, a bright red coffin, bound by hemp ropes at both ends, was placed squarely on the road in front of the security office. The coffin's paint still emitted a pungent odor. Standing on either side were the brothers Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, each holding a pole used to carry the coffin, loudly proclaiming their grievances. My 80-year-old mother, how tragic her death! She should have enjoyed her twilight years, yet she was wrongfully captured and taken to the security office. If anything were to happen to her, how would I, her son, live on? Woe is me! It is indeed a profound disgrace for us, the two brothers. Our 80-year-old mother has been forcibly taken into the police station, and we cannot fathom the torment she may endure within those walls. If she were to perish there, we would have no face to confront our deceased father. Just moments ago, we were hurling insults at one another over the phone, referring to each other as old fools. Yet now we are consumed by inconsolable grief, our cries echoing with such intensity that they draw the attention of passers-by who pause to witness the spectacle. Such acting prowess eclipses that of the majority of today's youthful stars. Some bystanders have taken out their phones to record the scene, while others voice their outrage against the police station, advocating for the two brothers and their plight. Greetings, I am Yang Xiaoli, the host of the program Xiaoli Comes to Help, and I am here to assist you. Coincidentally, a fellow host from Xiaoli Comes to Help happened to be passing by, and quickly took out her phone to record the event, mustering her courage to approach the brothers and inquire about their situation. Upon seeing the female host approaching, the brothers' eyes lit up. Wang Qingwen, the elder, unabashedly scrutinized her figure. Though she may not possess conventional beauty, her physique was commendable, accentuated by her tight jeans which revealed an alluring silhouette that if only a hem. The clear-headed Wang Chengwu, recognizing his brother's lascivious gaze, hastily cleared his throat, feigning the act of wiping away tears. Greetings, the situation is as follows. Our elderly mother, due to her unsteady gait, accidentally brushed against a haphazardly parked motorcycle while walking by the time. We were not present and were unaware of what transpired. We only learned that our frail mother was detained and demanded to pay a staggering $77,000 for repair costs. Where would she find such money? Woe betide her, they have taken coercive measures against my poor mother. They shackled her and imprisoned her in the police station. Wang Chengwu lamented, his voice choked with sorrow. What? Merely grazing a motorcycle warrants a demand for $77,000? Yang Xiaoli exclaimed, her indignation palpable. This is nothing short of extortion. On what grounds do they demand such an exorbitant repair fee? And how dare the police station detain her? The unfolding narrative stirred a sense of injustice among the gathered crowd, who rallied in support of the brothers and their elderly mother, vociferously condemning the police station that we must demand an explanation for the detention of the elderly woman. How can they possibly demand $77,000 for a mere bump? Is this not a blatant case of bullying? Release her immediately. And not only must she be released, but we must also ensure that the elderly woman and her family receive proper redress. As the clamor escalated, the police station's chief, having arrived early for work, learned of the situation and confronted Zhang Xin with fury. Take them for a urine test. Zhang Xin, who authorized the detention of an 80-year-old woman? How have I taught you? Do not be obstinate. Not everything requires a rigid adherence to right and wrong. The silver-haired director, Wang, never anticipated that his most trusted subordinate would commit such a grave error, his frustration palpable as he smacked his forehead in disbelief. Attempting to grasp a cup of tea from his desk, he scalded his mouth with the freshly brewed liquid. Ugh, you have truly vexed me to the point of confusion, Zhang Xin, pursing her lips, corrected him. The suspect is only 74 years old. What difference does 74 make compared to 80? Director Wang shot her a glare, rapping his fingers on the table. That wasn't the last lesson sufficient. You brought me a middle school student, and now you present me with an elderly woman. The last reprimand should have sent you to the traffic division as a traffic officer. But should we not handle cases according to the law? Zhang Xin protested, her defiance evident. Director Wang, with a weary expression, imparted, the law is inflexible, yet humanity is not. Law is merely a reflection of human affairs that has devoted peacekeepers. Our foremost duty is to mediate disputes and resolve conflicts. Fostering societal harmony. After several minutes of impassioned discourse, Director Wang, parched from his lecture, finally took a sip of tea. Zhang Xin, however, seemed to absorb none of his words, her mind elsewhere. So? What does that mean? What do you mean? So, therefore, release her. Immediately attend to the family's emotional state. And then? What follows? Shall the victim's vehicle remain damaged without recompense? They have the right to sue the elderly woman for willful property damage. Let them proceed to court. Have you absorbed nothing from my teachings? While we must uphold the rights of the victim, we must also consider social tensions, minimizing losses without exacerbating conflict. Look at the chaos outside. Hurry and resolve the issue. Clear the roads. Director Wang's admonitions finally pushed Zhang Xin to action. Soon after, the elderly woman was released, and Zhang Xin personally accompanied her, unshackling her while publicly apologizing to both her and the brothers, Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu. Yet, the media had no intention of letting this matter fade. They were keen to seize the opportunity for a sensational headline. Yang Xiaoli, ever the opportunist, cornered Zhang Xin with probing questions that were laden with traps. Zhang Xin struggled to maintain her composure, but thankfully, traffic officers arrived to manage the congestion. From his office, Director Wang observed the scene below through the window, his irritation dissipating as he leisurely sipped his tea. Across from him, another officer paced nervously. But Director Wang, are you truly going to sit idly by while Zhang Xin is being bullied? This situation clearly indicates that the elderly woman was at fault from the outset. Her two sons dared to raise a coffin in protest. We should detain them all. Director Wang squinted, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Calm yourself, as I always instruct you. There are myriad ways to address a problem. This tea is delightful. Do procure some more for me, and be sure to request an invoice so I can reimburse you. The tea is from my grandfather's own garden. I will bring you more next year. But for now, you should quickly assist Zhang Xin in extricating herself from this predicament. Go on, do it. Go where? Take the elderly woman's two sons to the examination room for a urine test. Are they under suspicion? How would I know? Director Wang replied with a knowing smile. What do you mean? I never said anything about them using drugs. Merely invite them for a free urine test. No charges involved. The officer suddenly realized the implications of this directive, gasping in astonishment. Clever. It's truly brilliant. To lead them into a urine test in front of the public and media implies they are guilty without needing a verdict. And who cares about the final results? The public has already formed their opinions about the brothers, and who would believe their claims now? Quickly, the officer descended to announce the decision to take the brothers for urine testing. The elder brother, Wang Chengwen, defiantly stated, "If we must, then so be it." Who was afraid? But his younger brother, Wang Chengwu, pulled him aside, having navigated the gray areas of life for long enough to understand the risks. "Elder brother, we cannot go in there. Once we do, we may never come out. Whether we are guilty or not is irrelevant. The results will be in their hands. To enter is to walk into a trap." Wang Chengwen, shaken by his brother's wise words, realized the danger they faced. "Then what should we do? We must choose our battles wisely. Let us return home for now." The two brothers, donning forced smiles, promptly declared their intent to leave. Promising not to cause further disturbances, they bore the coffin away, disregarding the elderly woman, who struggled to keep pace behind them. Yang Xiaoli, her nurturing instincts ignited, recorded the scene while trailing after the brothers. Yet, no sooner had they taken 10 steps than she slipped on a banana peel discarded by the crowd, tumbling forward and falling hard in a desperate bid to prevent the elderly woman from falling. She leaned forward, only to crash to the ground, tears streaming down her face as her expensive pants were torn, and her meticulously made-up face scraped, "Don't carry me if you're not strong enough. This is just bad luck," the elderly woman exclaimed, stepping over Yang Xiaoli as she regained her footing and continued on her way, leaving Yang Xiaoli, now teary-eyed and disheveled, to wallow in her misfortune. In that moment, it felt as if her very faith had been shattered. At the entrance of the police station, Zhang Exine observed the departing elderly woman and the dispersing crowd, feeling a tumult of emotions as a wave of helplessness washed over him. For the first time, his convictions began to waver. Not long after, Yang Jinrong, having just finished class, received a phone call from the police station informing him that the elderly woman had been released. "Oh, understood." Yang Jinrong hung up the phone, feeling utterly unsurprised. This was entirely within his expectations, as was the subsequent issue he foresaw. Sure enough, just as noon arrived, the time when university students indulge in their meals, trouble came knocking. 031. The elderly lady is hospitalized, a retaliatory bite demanding medical expenses. On the main thoroughfare of the campus, a group of students preparing to head to the third cafeteria paused, captivated by the banner held by two individuals. Engaging in fervent discussion. What had transpired? Yang Jinrong. That name on the banner seemed eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. "You don't know Yang Jinrong?" He asked the one labeled as the Peeping Tom last time. "No. Rather, the one wrongfully accused of being a Peeping Tom. The senior who slandered him ended up imprisoned for 13 years, her academic record revoked, and her party membership stripped. TSK. To be sentenced for slander for 13 years? This guy truly deserves the title of the human race's great emperor. He's formidable. Get lost, you bunch of boys. Why are you reveling in someone else's misfortune? Just one act of slander, and it ruins a girl's entire life. Such petty and miserly individuals are destined to die alone. Oof. No wonder new troubles have arisen." These words, uttered by a girl, prompted the nearby boys to instinctively distance themselves that a few hot-tempered boys spat. "Even if I remain single for 100 lifetimes, I wouldn't seek someone like you." The girl, taken aback, could only stare in disbelief, for the boys were towering and robust, their fists as large as hammers. She dared not voice her anger, fearing a single punch might bring her to tears. Clutching a book on criminal law, Yang Jinrong pondered which cafeteria to visit for lunch when he raised his head and spotted the two brothers brandishing a banner. Coming to confront him, he did not shy away, striding directly towards them. "What are you looking at?" When Yang Jinrong reached the duo, Wang Chengwen surprisingly failed to recognize him, though we are looking for Yang Jinrong. "What? Do you know him?" Yang Jinrong, holding the criminal law book, had already deduced their identities and couldn't help but display a radiant smile that I am indeed the Yang Jinrong you seek. You? Wang Chengwen was taken aback, staring at the sunny young man before him, struggling to believe, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and he found himself at a loss for words. Brother, that's him, Wang Chengwu exclaimed, raising his voice several decibels, calling out to the students and teachers passing by. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. The rich second-generation Yang Jinrong is heartless. He bullies my elderly mother. My mother accidentally bumped into his motorcycle, and he colluded with the security office to forcibly detain her, demanding 77,000 in compensation, or else he would imprison my 80-year-old mother. My family is impoverished, residing in a dilapidated building in an urban village. How could we possibly come up with such an exorbitant compensation? Poor my elderly mother, detained at the security office, suffering inhuman torment, and now she has gone insane, slipping into a dire state. Wang Chengwu was unaware of the character for blind. Now my poor mother has been sent to the hospital, and the doctor says, Wang Chengwen, filled with fury, raised his voice, which echoed throughout the vicinity, attracting a crowd of students and teachers to stop and watch. He pretended to wipe his eyes, mimicking the demeanor of a victim oppressed by the affluent, eliciting sympathy from many. That he continued to point at Yang Jinrong, reprimanding loudly. The doctor says my mother won't live past 3 days. Unless, Wang Chengwu, momentarily at a loss for words, heard Yang Jinrong interject. Unless you pay a hefty sum for her treatment? Exactly. Wang Chengwu glared at Yang Jinrong. You must bear the entire medical expenses for my mother's hospitalization, and also compensate us. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but chuckle. Is that it? Just this little trick? Initially, he had expected them to concoct some elaborate scheme to trouble him. To his surprise, it was merely a fade of illness and hospitalization. Yet, even such a simple ruse managed to deceive many astute university students, who began to voice their condemnation of Yang Jinrong. What was it? Just because you have money, do you think you can bully the poor? The rich second generation is bound to squander their fortune. I am not envious of the rich. I simply cannot stand someone like you, a rich second generation. As a fellow rich second generation, why don't you learn from Wang Sikong? Yang Jinrong turned, surprised, to the student who had spoken, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Brother, do you expect me to emulate Wang Sikong by slapping you and handing you 2 million? I don't have it. The student was daunted by Yang Jinrong's gaze, instinctively denying it, yet his body betrayed him, tilting his face to present a more suitable angle for Yang Jinrong to slap him. Upon hearing this, the two brothers assumed the student intended to rob their business and quickly positioned themselves between him and Yang Jinrong. Wang Chengwen shouted, Yang Jinrong, hurry up and pay my mother's medical fees. Why do you think I am a rich second generation? Yang Jinrong countered curiously. Wang Chengwu yelled, you ride a motorcycle worth 500. 000. How could you not be a rich second generation? Stop pretending, hand over the money, or you want to be leaving here. A 500,000 motorcycle. Truly a rich second generation? Many in the crowd gasped at the revelation. He is so handsome. The girl who had earlier cursed Yang Jinrong to die alone now gazed at him dreamily, murmuring to herself, how wealthy. If only he were my boyfriend. I could be his motorcycle. Pah, shameless, someone overheard her and spat in disdain. Wait, Yang Jinrong, rich second generation, motorcycle. A voice rang out, isn't this the one from the trending news? The one from the big news channel. No, wait, the news reported that the rich second generation knocked down a grandson, and the grandmother seeking justice was instead detained by the security office. Let me check. Someone opened Douyin, and before he could search, the algorithm automatically pushed the news to him. Upon comparing Yang Jinrong's image, he was taken aback that, oh my, it really is him. What on earth is going on? One moment it's the rich second generation hitting an elderly woman's grandson. The next it's the elderly lady bumping into a motorcycle and facing maliciously exorbitant claims. Do you really believe the big news outlet? It starts with one image, and the content is all fabricated. Indeed, this is too surreal. Now I can't even trust the words of these two brothers. Many nodded in agreement with this sentiment, while some kind-hearted souls began to speak in defense of Yang Jinrong. That I feel. Such a handsome guy shouldn't he be lying, right? Let us call the police. We should have a security office investigate this thoroughly. A clear-headed student immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the authorities. Seeing someone call the police, the two brothers panicked. That we'll settle this later. They realized they could no longer deceive the crowd and hastily rolled up their banner and attempted to flee. Take it slow. Don't trip. Yang Jinrong, noticing the security personnel approaching, called out politely and loudly to the duo. They turned back, glaring at Yang Jinrong, but were soon met by two security guards wielding rubber batons, who swiftly sent them reeling. Arrest them. The security at Linhai University was not to be underestimated. They were well-trained. Within moments, they apprehended the two brothers and escorted them to the security office. Previously, the duo had sneaked in while the guards were changing shifts, but thankfully they hadn't caused significant disruption. Otherwise, the guards, fearing for their jobs, would have vented their frustration on the brothers, delivering a sound thrashing along the way. Disperse. Everyone, please disperse. A teacher arrived late to restore order. Yang Jinrong smiled, unperturbed by the surrounding discussions, turned and left. After finishing lunch, he attended classes for the afternoon. However, come evening, trouble unexpectedly knocked on his door once more. This time, not only did the Wang brothers show up, but they were also accompanied by another group, the Shaoli come to help program crew, including host Shaoli, assistants, and cameramen. The entire entourage arrived with great fanfare, directly seeking out the university leadership to demand an explanation from Yang Jinrong. The brothers had initially planned to resort to their usual tactics, spilling paint, sending excrement, throwing kitchen knives, and issuing threats to coerce Yang Jinrong into paying for the so-called hospitalization fees. However, after being soundly beaten by the security earlier, they had grown fearful and decided to change their strategy. Once again seeking the assistance of Shaoli to help. 032. If you have money, you should be magnanimous. At the foot of the office building, the Shaoli come to help crew had boldly blocked the entrance, attracting a curious crowd of students. Unfortunately, the high-ranking officials of the school did not make an appearance. Not even the principal, nor the department head, nor the dean of the law school showed up. Instead, they called upon Yang Jinrong's academic advisor, Quan Jiwei, to handle the situation. After mutual introductions, Shaoli took the lead in questioning that Mr. Quan, due to the inappropriate behavior of your student Yang Jinrong, the elderly Ho Sufan is still hospitalized. The family has approached us for mediation, seeking the treatment expenses for the elderly lady, which is not an unreasonable request, is it? Holding the microphone up to Quan Jiwei, she pressed him with a piercing gaze and an aggressive tone. Quan Jiwei maintained a professional smile and shook his head. Firstly, I must correct a misunderstanding. My student has committed no inappropriate actions, and whether the elderly lady is hospitalized does not have a direct causal relationship with my student. Having been informed of the situation by Yang Jinrong and having contacted the security office to ascertain the truth, he was well aware of the entire matter. How can there be no direct causal relationship? Yang Shaoli fixed her gaze on teacher Quan, her voice rising several decibels. Is it not because of your student Yang Jinrong that the elderly woman was taken to the police station, leading to her illness and hospitalization? No, Quan Jiwei replied, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. He scanned the crowd of onlookers, his gaze ultimately landing on Yang Shaoli's face. He spoke, his voice booming and resolute. As members of the media, you should not be so brazenly attacking the true victims without first understanding the facts. Instead of seeking the truth, you are complicit in the wrongdoing, aiding those devoid of moral integrity, thereby causing genuine victims to suffer injustice. And you dare to demand an explanation from the victims. If your program's intention in blocking the school entrance is to harm the victim and assist the wrongdoers, I sincerely apologize, but I will represent the school and call security to have you escorted out immediately. His voice resonated with authority, leaving Yang Xiaoli momentarily speechless. That's nonsense. My mother is the true victim. Wang Chengwu retorted, your wealthy student intentionally parked his expensive motorcycle by the roadside, and my elderly mother merely walked past and accidentally grazed it. We did not seek accountability from him. Instead, he demanded compensation. The motorcycle was barely touched, yet he is asking for an exorbitant repair fee of 77,000. I believe his claims of damage to the motorcycle are fabricated, while his extortion is all too real. He relentlessly pursued my mother, even calling the police to have her arrested. My poor 80-year-old mother was detained at the police station for an entire night. With Wang Chengwu's words, Yang Xiaoli seemed to gain newfound confidence. The elderly woman is now ill and hospitalized. She lies on a hospital bed, and yet you stand here, hypocritically defending that heartless rich student. Do you have no sense of public morality, no shred of conscience? What do you mean by merely passing by? What do you mean by accidentally grazing it? At that moment, Yang Jinrong approached, producing his phone to play surveillance footage from the day in question for all to see. The video depicted the frail, old woman deliberately approaching the newly parked Ducati motorcycle, pushing it multiple times with considerable force until it toppled over. This simply passing by. My Ducati was parked in a designated space, unobstructing any pedestrians. Your mother deliberately approached and used all her strength to knock my motorcycle over. Is this what you call an accident? Moreover, Yang Jinrong continued, opening another video that displayed the damage to the Ducati and the repair estimate provided by the service center. Is this merely grazing it? My Ducati has never been ridden. It was maliciously pushed over by your mother, resulting in intentional damage. I am only seeking compensation for the repair costs. I have not asked for depreciation or compensation for my emotional distress. Do you still dare to trouble me? Especially you, the media. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, landed squarely on Yang Xiaoli, that I will sue you for publicly damaging my reputation. The latter was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jinrong's intense glare. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, the surrounding students began to voice their outrage. I cannot believe that the Xiaoli Comes to Help program I followed for so long is such an unscrupulous show. It deeply saddens me. Such a program should not be allowed to air on television. It is a disgrace to our city. Instead of pursuing the truth, they assist morally bankrupt individuals. They must have been paid off or think we students are easy targets for extortion, plotting to split the money with the old woman's son. We should report this unscrupulous program to the relevant authorities. Unethical media, get out of our school. Get out of Linhai City. Many students took out their phones, recording videos while hurling insults, intending to expose the unethical program online. The program, now inciting public wrath, found itself in disarray, with host Yang Xiaoli blushing with shame, wishing to vanish from sight. Yet, she attempted to defend herself. Her voice considerably diminished, lacking the confidence she previously held. But Yang Jinrong is so wealthy. Why must he cling to a mistake made by an elderly woman? He can afford a 500,000 motorcycle, so surely he can cover the 70,000 repair fee. For her, however, that amount is astronomical. As she spoke, her tone seemed to gain strength, attempting to morally manipulate the situation. You are so affluent. A few thousand in repair costs is merely pocket change for you. Can't you be a bit magnanimous? You know the elderly woman cannot afford the repair costs. Why must you insist on calling the police and having her detained, leading to her illness and hospitalization? This tactic appeared effective, with several surrounding students nodding in agreement, pondering the validity of her argument that if he can afford a 500,000 motorcycle, surely a few thousand in repair costs is insignificant. Although the elderly woman erred, she lacks the means to compensate. Why must she be arrested? You have money. You shouldn't demand the elderly woman pay with her life for a minor infraction. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Chengwu resumed his obstinate stance, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Yang Jinrong, retorting, "The doctor said my mother injured her back because she pushed your motorcycle. And it was your decision to call the police that led to her being detained for a day and night, causing a delay in her treatment and worsening her condition. Yes, Wang Chunguan chimed in. Regardless of your moral stance or accusations of extortion, we just want you to pay. You must compensate today. Yang Xiaoli was taken aback. Prior to this, the brothers had never mentioned their mother's back injury. When she had inquired, they had been vague and evasive. Now they claimed it was a back injury. Regardless, they were determined to have the rich student pay. Yang Jinrong, I know your arguments are sound, but the elderly woman is truly hospitalized now that if you do not cover her treatment costs, she will die waiting for funds. Can you bear to watch a living, breathing elderly woman perish due to lack of money for medical fees? Yang Xiaoli shifted her angle, attempting to pull at Yang Jinrong's heartstrings, using the old woman's life as a means of emotional manipulation. Alas, Yang Jinrong had long since seen through the machinations of these individuals that it is likely that the old lady's hospitalization is but a ruse, and one need not even mention the specifics of her injuries. In both public and private matters, Yang Jinrong would never allow them to succeed. You do not seek to combat lawbreakers or uphold justice, yet you masquerade under the guise of altruism, aiding the wicked in their misdeeds. Have you ever considered how you would handle a similar situation when it befalls you? The old lady had toppled my motorcycle multiple times before, leaving countless victims in despair for such a habitual offender. Your production team fails to seek justice against her, to hold her accountable, to lend a voice to the victims, yet you attempt to morally bind me. The victim? Age does not grant immunity to wrongdoing. Yang Jinrong spoke with a cold laugh, his voice solemn and powerful, akin to cannonballs striking the hearts of the production team and the Wenwu brothers. If the elderly can engage in criminal activities without facing legal consequences, then should not all present, upon reaching old age, wield a so-called senior criminal immunity to act with impunity, disrupting social harmony, undermining national integrity? I shall not only refuse to pay her medical expenses, but will also file a lawsuit in court to defend my legal rights. As these words rang out, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. A cacophony of accusations mixed with insults rained down upon the production team and the Wenwu brothers. Who would have thought she was a habitual offender? Even if such an old woman were to perish, it would serve to rid society of pests, cleansing the filth and restoring clarity to our world. I had once admired your show, Xiaoli Comes to Help. Yet I am dismayed to discover your utter lack of moral integrity, your blatant disregard for reason, all in the name of your so-called assistance, while ignoring the law. I feel for the previous motorcycle owners who were pushed over. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the pressure and abandoned their pursuit of justice. Thankfully, my senior is a law major and can withstand the strain. Not only is my senior handsome, but he is also upright and principled, contributing to social progress. It is precisely due to his advocacy following the peeping incident that our school has improved the accessibility of blind pathways. The Wenwu brothers, witnessing the ire of the crowd, knew their chances were utterly dashed. Just wait for it. Wang Qinggu spat defiantly, pulling his brother away, only for Yang Jinrong to speak again. At 20, working as a security guard, avoiding 40 years of detours. Is Linhai University a place you can come and go as you please, wreaking havoc at will? Yang Jinrong's voice resonated, causing the Wenwu brothers, who had intended to leave, to halt in their tracks, turning to glare fiercely at him. Were this not a school? Were it outside the campus, devoid of surveillance and witnesses, they vowed to incapacitate Yang Jinrong, ensuring he would spend the rest of his days bedridden. Yet, they failed to realize that in a place devoid of oversight, should they choose to strike, it would be they who would find themselves incapacitated. They ought to feel fortunate that Yang Jinrong sought to reason with them rather than resort to thuggery. When a law student resorts to thuggery, the likes of them have no place in such matters. Here they come again to wreak havoc at our school. A security patrol car screeched to a halt in front of the office building, followed by 2 security guards from earlier, now joined by 4 more, swiftly surrounding the brothers and the production team. Earlier, They had snuck in during the security shift change, and now, with the evening crew and their so-called media passes, they found themselves confronted. Just moments ago, the security team had received orders from the school leadership to expel them. Upon spotting the two guards who had left them psychologically scarred earlier, the Wunwoo brothers immediately attempted to flee. But how could they outrun the guards? In the blink of an eye, they were apprehended, continuing to struggle in vain. The young security chief, pushed to his limits, knelt down, pressing Wang Chunwu into the ground with his knee. Another guard followed suit, forcing Wang Chunwen down as well. "Ouch, that hurts." Wang Chunwen cried out in pain. "Then I'm calling the police. I'll sue you for mistreating visitors at Linhai University," Wang Chunwu shouted. "Let me go. Let me go. You're just a bunch of lousy security guards. You have no authority." "Lousy guards?" The security chief, upon hearing this, increased the pressure of his knee. "I can't breathe. I can hardly breathe, you. Shut up. Keep yelling, and I'll make you eat dirt." Despite their shouts and struggles, the guards remained steadfast, with one hefty guard even preparing to sit on their faces. Leaving them pale and terrified into silence, the security chief, appearing no older than 20, declared fiercely, "You two little rascals were given a chance to reform this afternoon, and yet you dare return to my territory to cause trouble? I became a security guard at 20 to avoid 40 years of detours, and here you are, time and again, nearly costing me my job. Bind them up and take them to the security office." With a command from the security chief, Su Yang, the guards swiftly restrained the brothers, pushing them into the patrol car, preparing to escort them to the security office. "You're the media, right?" Su Yang brushed the dust off his pants and approached Yang Xiaoli and the production team. Though he was quite young, his eyes held a depth that penetrated the superficial. "That I've been online for 20 years and have never encountered such shameless media personnel. Outside, there are countless homeless people in need of help, and you turn a blind eye to assist two ruffians in bullying the nation's youth. You say you're not being paid, but I don't believe you." Yang Xiaoli was rendered speechless, her chest heaving with anger. She attempted to retort, but found her words inadequate, having already been chastised by Yang Jinrong, and now being scolded by a security guard, unable to muster a response. "Now leave our school. The school does not welcome you." Su Yang signaled two guards to keep an eye on Yang Xiaoli and her group, ushering them out. That he then turned to Yang Jinrong, a smile of camaraderie gracing his face. "Brother, your rebuke was truly impressive, eloquent and articulate. I'm Su Yang, the security chief." It was only then that Yang Jinrong realized this 20-year-old security guard was indeed the chief. "Hello, I'm Yang Jinrong," he replied politely. "That I'll escort them out first. We'll meet again later." That Su Yang rushed off, escorting the Wunwoo brothers directly to the security office, while Yang Xiaoli and her companions were also hastily shown out. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted from the students gathered below the office building, regardless of gender, all cheering for Yang Jinrong. "Senior, you're amazing. That comeback was so cool. Senior, do you have a girlfriend?" The cheers were intermingled with playful banter, resonating in the open space. Above, Principal Liu adjusted his binoculars, observing the scene below with keen interest. What a talented youth. Clear logic, exceptional eloquence, and commendable character. How fortunate I am to have found him, just as the old dean requested. Why hasn't he come to personally express his gratitude? The old dean spoken of by Principal Liu was not merely a retired dean of a department at Linhai University, but rather the head of the Linhai City Procuratorate. Below the office building, Yang Jinrong waved his hand in appreciation to the enthusiastic students, preparing to leave when he was stopped by his advisor, Quan Zhuwei. "Yang Jinrong, do you have time tonight? Please come to my office. I'd like to discuss something that I haven't eaten yet," Yang Jinrong replied in surprise. Having been at university for nearly 2.5 years, his advisor had never sought him out before. What was happening today? Quan Zhuwei's eyes lit up as he smiled. "Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Let us go eat together and chat while we're at it." Wait, could it be that Teacher Quan is henpecked and out of money for dinner? Trying to mooch off me? Yang Jinrong thought to himself. Despite the teasing, he still treated his advisor to a meal, Spending 48 yuan in the school cafeteria, it was then that Yang Jinrong learned the advisor had called him in to discuss preparations for graduate school and future career planning as a prosecutor. Regarding the graduate entrance exam, Yang Jinrong merely asked, "Is there a chance for guaranteed admission?" This left Quan Zhui momentarily speechless. Back in the dormitory, Yang Jinrong diligently studied criminal law, reevaluating his strategy for the case. "Have you eaten?" Yu Huai returned from outside, casually inquiring, "Did I have that? By the way, I'm taking a part-time job this weekend. Do you want to join?" Yang Jinrong looked up and smiled. "Do you think I would?" Yu Huai felt a bit embarrassed. Yang Jinrong saw right through his little scheme. "Are you in a relationship? Is the girl you know going to work part-time? Are you planning to run into her by chance?" "Wow, Yu Huai, are you in love?" "What?" Yu Huai's girlfriend is pregnant. Just then, the other two roommates returned, joining in the playful teasing. Yu Huai spat, fearing that if this continued, he would end up with 2 children. He quickly changed the subject, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. "Wait," he suddenly exclaimed, "Jinrong, how are you trending again on social media?" Let me see. Zhang Xiaohua and the others crowded around. Xiaoli comes to help. The heartless rich second generation. Yang Jinrong glanced at it, a glint of coldness flashing in his deep-set eyes. Truly relentless. "I once afforded you a chance, yet you insist on courting disaster." Yang Jinrong had come to a complete realization. His indifference had been perceived as apathy by others. If that is the case, then he would engage in earnest. A night passed in silence. The next day, Yang Jinrong submitted his materials and evidence, officially filing a lawsuit against Yang Xiaoli, and the production team of Xiaoli comes to help. Today, as classes remain plentiful, as law students typically have a heavier course load compared to other majors, while third-year students in other fields often had little left to take. Yang Jinrong and his peers still had to attend frequent classes that by evening, the Wenwu brothers, having been apprehended by security and detained for 24 hours, re-emerged into the world, unrepentant and ready to court further trouble. Having learned from their previous misfortunes, they refrained from approaching Yang Jinrong directly this time, instead targeting another party involved in the motorcycle case, Chen Xiaotian. This morning, as he set off for school, his mother informed him that she would be working overtime and instructed him to walk home by himself, assuring him that there was a meal prepared in the refrigerator for him to heat up. The 7-year-old Chen Xiaotian obediently made his way home on foot, only to unexpectedly encounter Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen. "It's him," Wang Chengwu exclaimed, brandishing a photograph for comparison. Upon spotting Chen Xiaotian, his eyes lit up, and both men quickly closed in. Wang Chengwu lunged forward, attempting to seize Chen Xiaotian. However, the quick-witted boy, sensing the menacing demeanor of the adults, instinctively understood they were not to be trusted. That he sidestepped their grasp, crouched low, and made a hasty escape. Yet, despite his small stature, burdened by a heavy backpack, he evaded capture while his backpack did not. Wang Chengwu caught hold of it. Initially, Chen Xiaotian managed to break free, but upon realizing that the backpack was a gift from his mother, he mustered his courage and turned back. Biting his lip, with a mix of innocence and bravery, he faced Wang Chengwu and weakly pleaded, Are you human traffickers?" I'm not well. No one will want to buy me. Please return my backpack. I in the filthy, dark alleys of Supu village, the stench of stray cats and dogs permeated the air. This area was slated for demolition, with crumbling low-rise houses and dilapidated walls, a desolate zone devoid of oversight, where few dared to tread, let alone install surveillance. "Not running anymore?" Wang Chengwu sneered at the returning Chen Xiaotian, menacingly declaring, "Little brat, if you run again, I'll burn your backpack." Why bother talking to him? Just kidnap him. His elder brother Wang Chengwen grumbled, having stepped into a pile of dog excrement during the chase, wrinkling his nose in disgust. "This place is disgusting. How can such a filthy spot exist in bustling Linghai? It's even worse than our old neighborhood." In the midst of their banter, Chen Xiaotian seized a handful of gravel from the ground and accurately hurled it at Wang Chengwu's eyes, taking advantage of the chaos to grab his backpack and make a dash for it. Damn it. You're asking for trouble. Wang Qingwu spat as the dirt and debris clouded his vision and filled his mouth, leaving him retching in disgust. "Then I'm going to kill you," he roared, his expression more exaggerated than that of a black garlic sister, as he continued to heave. "Then I'll chase him down." Wang Chunwen quickly pursued Chen Xiaodian, only for the latter, though frail, to skillfully navigate the area and disappear into a run-down old tiger stove, evading capture. Frustrated and empty-handed, Wang Chunwen was incensed, especially upon noticing the grime smeared across his brother's face, which made him retch again. "To F me," Wang Chengwu lamented, searching for a water source to wash off the filth, but this cursed place offered none. That he spotted a fetid puddle, but dared not approach it, enduring the nausea as he wiped his face with his hands. "This doesn't smell like dog poop. Could it be human waste? Ugh, I need to get home. Get home. This ain't over. If I catch him tomorrow, I'll break his legs." Little Chen Xiaodian, covered in soot, managed to escape back to his home at the end of another alley, which resembled more of a shabby storage room than a proper dwelling. Confirming that his mother had not yet returned, he finally felt a sense of relief. He quickly locked the door, set down his backpack, and after checking for damage, sighed in relief when he found none. He then filled a basin with water, washing the grime from his face and clothes. After some time, his mother returned, and he warmed up the meal, waiting for her to join him for dinner. Fearing her worry, he refrained from sharing the day's events, focusing instead on his food, oblivious to his mother's unusually pale complexion. The night passed in silence. The following day, Chen Xiaodian completed a tense day of classes, awaiting his mother to pick him up from school, too frightened to walk home alone. When she finally arrived, they had barely stepped outside when they encountered the two human traffickers from the previous day. Chen Xiaodian felt his palms sweat with anxiety. Yet upon arriving home, the men did not act against them. After suffering setbacks the day before, the Wang brothers had reconsidered their plan, deeming it too risky. Instead, they covertly captured numerous photographs of Chen Xiaodian and documented his residence, sending the images along with a message to Yang Jinrong on various social media platforms, including Zili, Douyin, and Weibo, with a note stating, "Kid, if you don't pay up, this little brat will bear the brunt of it." "Will this really work?" Wang Chunwen questioned, perplexed that it absolutely will. Wang Qingwu replied triumphantly, "I learned this from the art of war. This tactic is known as drawing the snake out of its hole. Remember when we met Yang Jinrong? I saw in his eyes the clarity typical of a university student. Someone who is not only indignant about societal injustices, but also possesses genuine compassion for the downtrodden. He is not easily intimidated by threats. If we leverage this, Yang Jinrong will take the bait." Wang Chunwen listened to his brother's lengthy exposition, bewildered. The Art of War? Which Sun wrote that, seeing his elder brother's ignorance, Wang Qingwu felt no frustration, but rather reveled in the opportunity to boast. "Have you seen Crazy Storm?" The character Gao Qiqiang rose to prominence using the Art of War, transforming from a fishmonger to a figure of immense power in Jinghai City. "In the future, we too shall achieve similar heights." Enthusiastically, Wang Qingwu spoke of dreams of wealth and status. "With dreams, anyone can be extraordinary," he declared emphatically. "Today, acquiring money from Yang Jinrong will not only mark our first earnings, but also signify the inaugural step of our venture." At Linghai University, Yang Jinrong was also in full swing. Recently, he had filed lawsuits against the participants of the online harassment regarding the floral wreaths, as well as against 69 city platforms and various takeaway services, with several cases already being processed by the courts. Moreover, he had previously unified his lawsuits against the online harassment on Weibo, receiving cooperation from the Public Security Bureau, which provided him with most of the harassers' information. The prime suspect, Zhang Jiawen, was set to stand trial soon, and Yang Jinrong had applied for a live broadcast of the proceedings, eagerly awaiting the approval process to commence. That he chose to represent himself in these cases, viewing it as practical experience. Despite this, he had spent a considerable amount of money. Most ordinary individuals facing Yang Jinrong's predicament would likely be deterred by the tedious procedures, lengthy waits, and substantial costs. Fortunately, he had previously profited from selling wreaths to a funeral home, netting over 50,000, which alleviated his financial strain. However, the funds from the seafood quality dispute, amounting to nearly 190,000, remained frozen by the Public Security Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau, awaiting closure of the related cases before he could access his money. Additionally, he had filed lawsuits against self-media outlets such as Xiao Li Come to Help, the Xiang News, and News Sister, but the responses had been disappointingly unpromising. The Xiang News and News Sister had formidable backgrounds, supported by mysterious capital. Yang Jinrong felt regretful, but resolved to target the online harassers first as he perused his backend. Contemplating whether any fortunate audience member might provide him with an outlet for his frustrations, he stumbled upon a series of photographs sent by a user named Linghai Gao Qiqiang. Recognizing the child in the images as Chun Xiaodian, Yang Jinrong immediately understood why the Wang brothers had been quiet lately. They had been busy troubling Chun Xiaodian. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised their intentions and realized that his earlier strategy could seamlessly integrate with this situation. He promptly replied, "Why do you wish to harm an innocent child? This is criminal behavior. Do you believe I want to report you?" On the other end, Wang Changwen erupted in laughter, feeling increasingly confident that Yang Jinrong would fall into their trap. He replied, "Come to Supu village in the old Tiger Stove Alley. Let us meet. Remember, come alone." Yang Jinrong acknowledged with an affirmative response, promptly retrieving his bank card and setting off alone to the designated meeting spot. Unfortunately, due to the lawsuits and recent purchases, the balance on his card was insufficient, totaling less than 30,000. A series of unexpected events unfolded. An elderly woman suddenly collapsed before departing. Yang Jinrong had even practiced his skills, carrying with him a newly purchased alloy wrench, as he arrived at Supu village and disembarked from the taxi, opting to walk the rest of the way while rehearsing his wrench attack techniques. He had been frequenting off-campus sessions to practice unrestricted combat. Although he had undergone systematic enhancements to his physical capabilities and possessed unrestricted combat prowess provided by the system, he still preferred the sensation of having complete control over everything. Caution is the mother of safety. When dealing with individuals like the Wen and Wu brothers, who are entrenched in the underbelly of society, one must be thoroughly prepared. Having studied the penal code for some time and practiced unrestricted combat on numerous occasions, today presented an opportunity for practical application. Yang Jinrong swung the wrench, producing a series of whoosh sounds in the air. Crack! Bang! Suddenly bending at the waist, he struck a stone slab with the wrench, shattering it upon impact. With such force, even the hardest bones would likely be fractured. Strangely, Yang Jinrong recalled his second system mission, where one of the rewards was the 8 Extremes Fist. He wondered what tremendous power it might have bestowed upon him had he received it at that time. However, such overwhelming strength could inadvertently instill a sense of restraint, fearing that a single blow might prove fatal. After all, in a society governed by law, even justifiable self-defense must adhere to certain conditions. Just as Yang Jinrong prepared meticulously, he was nearing Shupu village, the dimly lit, foul-smelling alley. Wang Chengwen's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from the hospital. They had deliberately admitted his mother to extort Yang Jinrong. After completing the admission procedures, they had shown no further concern, failing to pay for her care or even visit her, leaving her to languish in neglect. Now, the hospital was calling to inform them that the elderly woman, Ho Sufin, had caused several disturbances, issuing a final ultimatum for the family to arrive immediately, or they would contact the authorities. Wang Chengwen was about to respond when Wang Chengwu snatched the phone from him, exclaiming, "You bunch of unscrupulous doctors who are more treacherous than swindlers, devouring the flesh and bones of your patients. Wasn't 2,000 yuan paid upon admission? I instructed you to dispense no medication. Give no injections, just let her stay. How could the money be exhausted in just a few days? Let me make this clear. There's no money. If you neglect my mother, she will perish in your hospital, and I will sue you for everything you own." After this tirade, he hung up. "That don't let this old hag's troubles ruin our grand plans." Wang Qingwu was reveling in the impending joy of their scheme. Little did he know that shortly after, the hospital called his phone, this time with the elderly woman herself on the line. "That I know what you two brothers are up to. Come and take me home, or I will no longer cooperate with either of you." Wang Qingwu cursed and hung up, instructing his brother, "Eldest brother, you go to the hospital and bring the old woman back. That I'll wait here for Yang Jinrong to secure the money before returning to you." Wang Qingwen frowned, feeling quite displeased. "Why must I be the one to fetch her? Why should I deal with this hassle? Are you planning to pocket the money alone after waiting here for Yang Jinrong?" Although the brothers appeared harmonious, each harbored their own ulterior motives, wary of one another. Money, after all, is only secure when in one's own grasp. Even among brothers, clear accounts must be kept. How many brothers have come to blows over money? The stakes are high. Moreover, their relationship had never been particularly cordial. However, Wang Qingwen didn't show his discontent and said with concern, "Little brother, it's not that I'm doubting your abilities, but you may not be able to handle that student. You saw him the other day. He may look like a pretty boy, but he has muscles beneath that facade. If I leave you here alone and he overpowers you, wouldn't that place you in danger?" Wang Qingwu, "When did you become so concerned about me, eldest brother? Wait a minute. You're not worried about me. You're afraid I'll run off with the money. Fine." Wang Qingwu conceded with a sigh. "We'll have to reschedule with Yang Jinrong. Let us return together and deal with the old woman first." Yang Jinrong had no inkling that upon reaching the village entrance, the other party had reneged on their agreement. Sending a message to cancel the meeting, Jerty, Yang Jinrong responded with 3 letters, turning back home in resignation. The night passed without incident. The next day, just as Yang Jinrong concluded his first class, he received notification from the People's Court of Huaqiao District that his previous lawsuit against the elderly woman for toppling his motorcycle had been accepted. According to the case details, the court suggested both parties attempt an out-of-court settlement first. However, Yang Jinrong rejected this, having offered the other side numerous chances, only to be met with repeated demands. Such an elderly person and her family were not worthy of reconciliation. Their presence in society would only lead to further victimization of others. For both personal and public reasons, reconciliation was out of the question, since the plaintiff did not accept the out-of-court settlement. The court had no choice but to proceed, ultimately scheduling a hearing for 3 days hence, with a copy of the lawsuit to be delivered to the defendant today. Yang Jinrong anticipated that the Wang brothers would come to trouble him again upon receiving the copy of the legal documents. He felt regret for the missed opportunity from the previous night. However, the following morning, he received calls from both the court and the Public Security Bureau that a new predicament had arisen. The complexity and difficulty of the case against host Sufin exceeded Yang Jinrong's expectations. Even with thorough preparation, the content of the phone call left him astounded. Host Sufin was dead. Yang Jinrong could hardly fathom that the plot would unfold in such a manner, catching him utterly off guard. Not only him, but even Zhang Xian, who called to inform him, was equally shocked. He cautioned, "You must be wary of host Sufin's 2 sons. They may exploit this situation. Thank you for the warning. Truly, the heavens are unpredictable." After a series of twists and turns, he had been fully prepared the previous night, anticipating the 2 brothers would attempt to extort him for a sum that could easily secure their imprisonment for several years. If he could provoke them into action, Yang Jinrong could defend himself justifiably, and their crimes would amount to robbery and intentional injury, significantly increasing their potential sentences. Yet, the brothers abruptly canceled their meeting that night. And now, merely 2 days later, the elderly woman had unexpectedly passed away. This was all too strange. Wait a moment. Yang Jinrong suddenly awoke to a more frightening possibility and hastily inquired of Zhang Xian. "Has the Public Security Bureau conducted an autopsy on the body of host Sufin?" 037. A multi-department joint crackdown operation. Hot searches across the city. An autopsy. Are you suggesting the elderly woman was Zhang Exan seemed unfazed. Pausing only briefly, murdered? Is that not worth suspicion? Yang Jinrong recounted how the two brothers had threatened him the previous night, suggesting that given the family's character, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. These two truly had the audacity to commit extortion. Unfortunately, the messages he received from the brothers were too vague to serve as substantial evidence. Zhang Xian reminded him to be psychologically prepared for further trouble from the brothers and advised him to contact him immediately should complications arise. Leaving his personal number before hanging up, the Public Security Bureau in Lehigh District, Zhang Xian was about to enlist a colleague to accompany him to host Sufin's residence to search for any signs of foul play when he was called back by Director Wang from upstairs. Zhang Xian, come here, Director. Zhang Xian stood at attention. What do you need? Just come when I call. No need for all this chatter. Director Wang shot a disapproving glance at his most promising student, adding gruffly, get up here quickly. Once Zhang Xian entered the director's office, Wang gestured for him to close the door and spoke earnestly. Stay on the straight and narrow. A regulatory inspection is imminent regarding the red-headed document on rectifying the abuse of power by public security teams, which has just been issued to me. A meeting will be held tomorrow that I know you are upright and principled, but that very quality can easily lead you astray if you're not careful. In response, Zhang Xian assured him, Director, there is no need to worry about me. I will not abuse any power or stray from my path. I will not take a single thread from the people, show favoritism, or let any criminals escape. That I will remain true to my mission and remember my oath. Director Wang sighed, you stubborn fool. Must I spell everything out for you? Frustrated, he waved his hand. Go on, get back to work, and don't linger here. Yes, Director. Zhang Xian maintained his posture of respect. Did I ask there anything else? I need to apply for the case of host Sufin's death. This statement truly infuriated Director Wang, who feigned an intent to strike him. Get out of here. Understood. Zhang Xian beamed, quickly departing. Xiao Qin, come with me on duty. Zhang Xian's voice echoed from downstairs, prompting a sigh from Director Wang as he rubbed his sore back, glancing at the floating goji berries in his teacup, feeling utterly ineffective for the case of host Sufin's death. They would need to find evidence of unnatural causes before proceeding, and Zhang Xian, accompanied by another officer, was set to do just that at tea school. Yang Jinrong was having breakfast in the cafeteria with Yu Huai, while the television played the morning news from Lehigh City. Recently, during a seafood market complaint enforcement operation led by Director Qin Shizhong, an unexpected incident occurred when unscrupulous vendors violently resisted law enforcement, injuring several officers in the process. Ultimately, the lawbreakers were brought to justice. A lengthy official report accompanied by footage from Xiangxia Seafood Restaurant played in the background. Alas, Jinrong, look, there's dust. Wait, it's us, our seafood restaurant. Yu Huai was so excited that he stumbled over his words. What do you mean, our seafood restaurant? That is the criminal seafood restaurant. Yang Jinrong corrected him with a chuckle. Yes, we're on television now, portraying righteous citizens fighting against lawbreakers. Just the thought of it sends shivers of exhilaration down my spine. However, upon watching the entire report, he was disheartened to find that neither of them received a close-up shot, leaving him feeling quite dismayed. Just when he thought he had a profile shot, it was marred with a mosaic. Why on earth would they pixelate my handsome and striking visage? Yu Huai lamented, his once delicious soy milk and fried dough suddenly losing their appeal. After the news anchor concluded the report, the screen shifted to an interview with Director Qin Shizhong, who bore a bandage on his face, indicating that the interview had been recorded that very day. For individuals like Zhao Maolong, our Bureau will resolutely strike back to uphold the rights of citizens and create an ideal shopping environment. He stated that in the coming month, we shall collaborate with multiple departments to launch the Smash the Scale initiative, aimed at rectifying the market's malpractices, focusing on investigating and punishing illegal activities such as short-weighing, coercive trading, and more. Offenders will face penalties including refunds, tripling of fines, suspension of operations, and severe violators will have their business licenses revoked and be reported to law enforcement. Director Qin's words were eloquent. A clarion call for justice. We must also express our gratitude to the vigilant citizen who courageously reported the malpractice, and I urge all consumers to bravely document and report any instances of unfair consumption to our hotline at 12315. Collective vigilance will help restore integrity to the market, leaving no refuge for lawbreakers. Applause erupted from Yu Huai, who clapped instinctively, exclaiming, "Well said." The surrounding students, engrossed in their meals, were startled and turned their heads in unison towards Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong. In that moment, Yang Jinrong felt utterly mortified, wishing desperately for a place to hide. The embarrassment was overwhelming that Yu Huai realized this too, his face flushing crimson, and in that instant, he felt grateful for the pixelation on the news. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. Thanks to Director Chin of the Commerce Bureau for his insightful commentary, which has illuminated our city's determination to combat market malpractices and ensure a secure environment for consumers. The news continued, but Yang Jinrong, eager to escape further embarrassment, quickly finished his breakfast and made a hasty exit. Despite his initial discomfort, he felt a flicker of joy within him, although his role was minor. He had contributed to a small societal advancement. The blind pathways at school had been renovated because of him, and the market's unethical practices had begun to be addressed. That he held no lofty ideals or grand dreams. He simply wished to be a person who, when looking back at his youth and old age, would feel no regrets that if he could, along the way, spread positivity and advance justice and societal progress. However modestly, why not? The morning was filled with law courses, and Yang Jinrong was deeply engaged in his studies. The esteemed instructors from a first-class university were predominantly professors and associate professors of high caliber, captivating him completely. During this period, he also discovered that following a systematic enhancement of his physique, he found it easier to comprehend the lectures, grasping once difficult concepts with newfound clarity. That as noon approached, he was about to head for lunch when Yu Huai eagerly called out to him, "Jinrong, hurry and open Douyin. Check the trending topics." The headline read, "If a person dies, do debts vanish? Are bank loans no longer owed?" Hello everyone, we are from the Shall We Come to Help program that we previously reported on the motorcycle incident involving a wealthy second-generation heir. And today we have updates that I end the video. Young Shally donned professional attire and black glasses, holding a microphone in front of a dilapidated old house. Behind me stands the home of the subject, Ho Sufin. The camera panned to the aged structure, where a mourning couplet was affixed to the door, reading, "In this world, there is no medicine to save a mother. The living mourn for the departed." The footage followed Yang Xiaoli as she ascended the staircase into the shabby dwelling, adorned only with candles for the wake and devoid of flowers from friends or family, just a cheap, battered coffin that had been used by the two brothers to block the police station entrance. The Wins and Wu brothers, clad in mourning attire, quickly stood up upon noticing the program crew. Wang Chengwu, holding a freshly received copy of the lawsuit, trembled as he accused, "Do you see this? My mother is already dead, yet that Yang Jinrong insists on suing her. He is responsible for her death. If he hadn't parked his motorcycle recklessly, my mother would not have stumbled. If he hadn't called the police, my mother wouldn't have been detained overnight. If she hadn't gone to the hospital, she wouldn't have died. Yang Jinrong, you murderer, return my mother to me." He pointed at the lawsuit copy, his voice filled with rage that my mother's body is not yet cold, and just moments ago, I received the court summons. Yang Jinrong, you heartless rich heir, do you possess no conscience? Are you forcing me to confront you in court with my mother's remains? Wang Chengwu shouted at the camera, his emotional appeal undeniable, even moving Yang Xiaoli to tears. She choked out, "What we are witnessing is the heartbreaking reality of the household of the deceased. Ho Sufin, it is profoundly sorrowful. A once healthy elder has suddenly departed from this world." She continued, "The emotions of the two sons are extremely unstable. Their mother has just passed away, yet they receive a court summons. Anyone in their position would feel enraged. A series of emotional appeals followed. Delivered with what seemed to be genuine sentiment, the conclusion of the video, the program inquired about the brothers' demands. Wang Qingwu shouted, "Yang Jinrong, you have killed my mother. I want you imprisoned. I demand justice from the law." His elder brother, Wang Qingwen, added vehemently, "My mother is dead. This matter is far from over. You must compensate us for her life, medical expenses, funeral costs, and our emotional distress. Money means nothing. I want him imprisoned. He is responsible for my mother's death." Wang Chengwu's performance was undeniably compelling, tears streaming down his face, his indignation palpable, that a life for a life. My mother is dead, and he deserves the death penalty. Once this segment was broadcast, it swiftly surged to the trending topics. However, as Yang Jinrong and others opened the comment section, they were astonished to find that numerous viewers were supporting him. The program appeared to be biased. The situation was not as they portrayed. Clearly, the elderly woman had toppled the senior's motorcycle and refused to accept responsibility, which led to the subsequent events. While the identity of the elderly lady remained unknown, her two sons had repeatedly caused disturbances at their school. Distorting the facts. How can you have such a program in Lanhai? Support the senior. Age is not a shield for wrongdoing, nor does it grant immunity from the law. If a person dies, do debts vanish? Are bank loans no longer owed? Perhaps due to its recent posting, most viewers were local, many being students from Lanhai University who had witnessed Yang Jinrong fend off the elderly woman's sons and media on 2 occasions. Thus, the majority of comments supported Yang Jinrong. Yet, when Yu Huai refreshed the comment section again, he discovered that all the supportive comments had vanished. Damn it! Yu Huai muttered under his breath. They're controlling the comments. Deleting all the supportive ones, and indeed, after just a moment, all comments in favor of Yang Jinrong vanished, replaced by numerous sanctimonious remarks quickly elevated to the top of the feed. The video continued to gain traction beyond the local scope. Many uninformed individuals began to vocally criticize and condemn Yang Jinrong. What a heartless individual! Was it not merely a matter of the elderly woman bumping into his motorcycle? I can't believe a motorcycle would cause such harm. My uncle's motorcycle goes up and down mountains daily, and it has fallen countless times without issue. How can a rich second-generation heir bully the less fortunate, seizing upon a poor person's one mistake, relentlessly targeting them? Is he not satisfied until he drives them to ruin? The elderly deserve compassion. He continues to pursue legal action even after her passing? How utterly devoid of empathy. Such a person wielding wealth is a grave misfortune for our nation. Xiaoli, you should have the elderly woman's sons set up a donation account. We, the netizens, will contribute to support them that will sell our possessions to fund their legal battle. This comment quickly gained traction, with many echoing support. Absolutely. Give us an account. I'll sell the diamond ring my boyfriend bought me to support the elderly woman. Let us fight against evil forces. Go, go. In the Americas, my father just transferred $12,000 to me, and I will forward it to you all as a gesture of support. Yu Huai, utterly astonished, scrolled through the barrage of comments that shattered his worldview, unable to restrain his exasperation. Have these people lost their minds? You are clearly the victim, unjustly suffering losses. How on earth have you been transformed into the malevolent villain in their narratives? Supporting criminals by selling off your possessions? Fundraising for them? The production team should promptly arrange an account. Little did he know, at that moment, Yang Jinrong, too, had left a comment beneath the trending reviews that Yu Huai caught a glimpse of it, leaving him bewildered and perplexed. Wait, why are you supporting them? He reached out to touch Yang Jinrong's forehead. Finding no fever there, come, let's step outside for a moment. Yang Jinrong switched off his alternate account, exited Douyin, and stood up with a smile, stating, "We've been reactive for too long. It's time for us to take the initiative." As he spoke, he dialed a number he had never contacted before, the owner of the Ping and Funeral Service, Zhang Lingtian. "Hello, this is Ping and Funeral Service. I am the owner, Zhang Lingtian. Our establishment offers 365 days of uninterrupted service." The familiar script echoed through the phone. Yang Jinrong interrupted the introduction with a smile, inquiring, "Boss Zhang, have the wreaths we collected last time sold out?" "Oh, it's you, Yang Jinrong, I've been following you," Zhang Lingtian recalled vividly. Chuckling, "We're almost out of stock." Yang Jinrong was taken aback. "Business is that good? Thanks to you, our recent live sales of wreaths have indeed improved significantly," Zhang Lingtian replied with a grin. "What is going on? Are you looking to recycle some wreaths again?" "Not this time. I wish to purchase a wreath," Yang Jinrong clarified. "For friends or family?" "Neither. It's for an elderly lady I know. Just something reasonably priced will suffice." "Sure, provide me with the address. We offer home delivery service." Yang Jinrong shared the address, arranging to meet downstairs, eager to personally deliver it. That he had learned this address during his statement at the Public Security Bureau and later verified it with Zhang Xian. It was authentic. Meanwhile, at the funeral home, the Wenwu brothers, having finished recording the show, were also scrolling through their phones. Upon noticing the production team controlling the comments, which had shifted in their favor, they finally broke into smiles. "I believe the comments are spot on. We could organize a charity fundraiser and reveal my account." Wang Chunwen eagerly clicked on a comment advocating for donations, urging, if there's money to be had, why not seize it? But Yang Xiaoli bit her lip. Personal fundraising could be illegal. During this critical period, we should avoid complicating matters. What if the donations exceed what we could get from Yang Jinrong? Wang Chunwen contested. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Many individuals and organizations, under the guise of charitable donations, flaunted luxury watches, drove extravagant cars, and resided in opulent villas. "Brother, don't rush," Wang Chunwu concurred with Yang Xiaoli. "The priority is to extract money from this rich second-generation heir. Everything else is trivial." However, upon seeing the production team's released video, which had garnered over 600,000 views, with likes surpassing 100,000 and comments nearing 30,000, Wang Chunwu felt tempted by the traffic and popularity. Wang Chunwen turned to his brother, eager, "Brother, you are sharp. Devise a foolproof plan." Suddenly, inspiration struck Wang Chunwu. "Traffic, live streaming. We can go live and have viewers shower us with gifts. That's not illegal, right? Plus, we can simultaneously denounce Yang Jinrong. Two birds with one stone. What a splendid idea," Wang Chunwen exclaimed, but soon his enthusiasm waned. "But will anyone actually watch our stream? Who will want to watch our account live?" Wang Chunwu smiled at Yang Xiaoli. "Beauty. To deliver a gift, you must bring it to the doorstep. That we should utilize your production team's official account for the live stream. This will boost the heat. We'll take the gift money, and you can keep the additional fan base without charge." Yang Xiaoli hesitated, recognizing that this seemingly win-win scenario actually shifted the risk onto their production team. "You should seek approval from the higher-ups," Wang Chunwu cheerfully suggested. "They will surely agree." Yang Xiaoli bit her lip, hurriedly stepping outside to make a discreet call, not to the production team's leadership, but to a mysterious number. "Hello, Human Rights Care Center. I am 957, looking for Director Zhang." "Yes, right, I understand what to do." After quietly concluding her call, she re-entered the room, stating, "Our leader has approved the proposal. We shall proceed with the live stream." As the live stream time approached, Wang Chunwen grew anxious. "I've seen other female hosts performing songs and dances during their streams. I can't do any of that." "No need for that. You merely have to kneel before the altar and weep," Yang Xiaoli proposed. "The more sorrowful your cries, the more gifts will pour in." Wang Chunwen felt increasingly troubled. "But I can't cry on command. Just take a whiff of this, if all else fails. Try eating it raw." Wang Chunwu produced half an onion from somewhere, the pungent aroma immediately bringing tears to Wang Chunwen's eyes. The trio hurriedly set up their live streaming equipment, and soon, the stream went live on Douyin. With a highly controversial title, "The Poor Elderly Man Driven to Death by an Exorbitantly Priced Motorcycle. Family Live Streaming for Justice." The video quickly gained immense traction, and within moments of going live, a flood of viewers surged in, numbers skyrocketing from 5,000 to 10,000, nearly reaching 30,000. The live stream's visuals, seemingly unremarkable and dull, held a profound impact. A dimly lit, cramped room, dilapidated walls, flickering candles on the verge of extinguishment, a solitary coffin, and a son kneeling before the altar, weeping inconsolably. This scene captivated the audience, many moved to tears. Was this truly the reality of the elderly man victimized by the wealthy heir? Such a rundown, low-rise building, dark and damp. How pitiful! The living conditions of the elderly man's family were abysmal. How could he have received no care in life, only to face lawsuits and death? It was infuriating that even in death, the wealthy heir continued to pursue them, demanding compensation. How could someone who could afford a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands be so petty as to torment a destitute elderly man? This was utterly despicable. I'm going to unleash a barrage of online vitriol against him. This is precisely why I harbor such disdain for the affluent elite. Wealth should not be in their hands. The viewers' emotions reached a boiling point, and the comment section erupted with support for the elderly man, vehemently condemning Yang Jinrong. Even the occasional dissenting comments were swiftly blacklisted and expelled from the stream. As the atmosphere intensified, Yang Xiaoli activated a secondary account, flooding the chat with pre-prepared messages. Dear viewers, let us support the elderly lady with our heartfelt donations. Family members, let us shower her with love. The strategy proved effective. As her messages flooded the chat, other viewers were swept into the rhythm of gifting, those with means contributing financially while others urged gifts on behalf of the elderly lady. Kneeling before the altar, Wang Chengwen glanced at the gifts pouring in, roughly estimating they had already surpassed 20,000. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even after splitting with the platform, they would still net a significant sum. And this was only after 7 or 8 minutes. Indeed, live streaming was the quickest way to earn money. Why bother with a job? Live streaming was the true path to riches. He felt an urge to share this excitement with his brother, but was interrupted when Wang Qingwu kicked him. Stop playing with your phone and keep crying. They resumed their act of feigned sorrow, and within just 20 minutes, the gift skyrocketed to over 90,000 at Wang Qingwen, who had been peeking at the screen. Was so ecstatic he could hardly contain himself, wanting to leap up and perform an impromptu dance for the generous viewers. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice echoed from outside. Old lady, host Sufin. How could you pass away so swiftly? I've come to deliver a wreath and pay my respects. Who is that? Wang Chengwen, who had been kneeling until his legs grew numb, seized the opportunity to stand and shout toward the door. Puzzled as to who would come to mourn when they rarely had familial ties, the viewers in the live stream shared his curiosity. Indeed, why was there no one mourning the elderly lady as passing? How strange that not a single relative appeared. When my grandfather passed away, we set up over 60 tables for the wake. Can city dwellers compare to those from the countryside? In the countryside, every household is interconnected. In the city, the neighbors regard each other with suspicion and indifference. This is merely the norm. I see it. Alas, may the old lady rest in peace. I hope there are no motorcycles in heaven. Among the myriad comments, one less conspicuous message floated by. I stumbled upon this stream. Is someone deceased? Do you require comprehensive funeral services? I'll follow this account in case you need anything. This promotional comment went unnoticed, as the viewers were too engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. That moment. Yang Xiaoli and the others were equally intrigued, lifting their heads simultaneously to gaze toward the entrance. Before they could see the person, a wreath of alternating blue and white colors caught their eye, the first to enter the scene. Immediately following, a visage as handsome as that of Pan and radiating charm that eclipsed even the dawn, emerged within the gaze of the gathered crowd. He held a wreath aloft, his voice deep and hoarse, lamenting the grievous news of the elderly lady's passing, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from those who heard. His gaze fell upon the 2 sons of the deceased. May you both find solace in your grief. The visitor was none other than Yang Jinrong. He had not allowed Yu Huai to accompany him, entering the lion's den alone. You dare come here? Wang Changwen exclaimed, rushing towards Yang Jinrong, only to be swiftly restrained from behind by Wang Qingwu. Wang Qingwu pulled his elder brother aside. And as he turned to face Yang Jinrong, his eyes brimmed with tears that he thundered his accusation, fearing the audience in the live stream might not hear. Yang Jinrong, my mother has died, and you still do not intend to let her rest. It is you who caused my mother's demise. She is gone, her body yet uncremated, her coffin lies here. You have the audacity to come here and bully us. Do you think we, the poor, are easy prey? His words were not merely directed at Yang Jinrong or the production crew, but intended for the audience in the live stream. As expected, just a few utterances ignited a frenzy among the viewers. It was indeed Yang Jinrong, that murderer. How dare he, relying on his wealth, come to torment the family of the elderly lady, with her remains still fresh? He had the gall to intrude, truly despicable. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Have them arrest him. The barrage of comments denouncing Yang Jinrong surged like a tidal wave, flooding the live-stream chat, and gifts began to pour in, propelling the stream into the top 10 of Douyin's gift rankings. With revenue exceeding 100,000, Wang Chengwu's outcry naturally drew the attention of nearby neighbors. Many paused to peer in, and murmurs of gossip began to circulate. Mom, did someone in this house pass away? A little girl innocently inquired, looking up at her mother. Her mother quickly scooped her up. Yes, let us go home. Such commotion is best avoided. Was it that fierce old lady who died? The child, unfiltered, pouted and chirped. She was so fierce. Last time she snatched my yogurt bottle. I had only drunk half. She even knocked down the castle that Yi Luyan made and kicked Ziheng's volleyball into the stinky ditch. I saw her with a cute little cat. Sho, the deceased must be respected. No more talk. Her mother swiftly covered the child's mouth to silence her further. The discussions among the other neighbors echoed similar sentiments, recounting how their grandchildren had been frightened by her or how they had lost a cardboard box. And so forth. Inside the house, Yang Jinrong sighed. I simply came to pay my respects to your mother. He did not let the accusations rouse his anger. Instead, a faint sorrow graced his features as he bowed politely and said, There must be some misunderstanding between us. Death cannot be reversed. Please accept my condolences that I no longer intend to pursue any criminal charges against her. Upon hearing this, the two brothers furrowed their brows. Abandon the pursuit of criminal charges? No, my mother is dead. The underworld does not fall under the court's jurisdiction. Could it be that this university student was genuinely here to mourn? They had long heard of the navet and overflowing compassion of university students. Could he truly be sincere? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. The memory of that day at school, when Yang Jinrong had scolded their group, urged both brothers to shake their heads in unison, dismissing this notion from their minds. Yang Jinrong, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? What is your purpose? What scheme lies within that gourd of yours? Are you here to mock us? Wang Chengwen chastised loudly. Alas, Yang Jinrong ignored Wang Chengwen's rebuke, sighed again, sidestepped him, and approached the altar of the deceased, politely laying down the wreath and lighting 3 incense sticks. Having completed these gestures, he stepped aside and he glanced at the livestream setup, then stole a look at Yang Xiaoli, who seemed taken aback by his overly courteous actions. Instinctively retreating a half-step, Yang Jinrong's gaze finally settled on the two brothers, that he spoke with a refined demeanor, marked by a touch of regret. Your mother has passed. Thus, the criminal liability no longer exists. There is no unresolved animosity between us. His words rendered everyone present utterly bewildered. The Wen and Wu brothers exchanged astonished glances, perceiving mutual confusion and disbelief in each other's eyes. Yang Jinrong's behavior had become increasingly inscrutable. At this moment, even the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded by his actions. Unfathomable, completely unfathomable. This was not the wealthy heir who bullied others through his status. He seemed, instead, to embody the grace of a gentleman. Indeed, his appearance, demeanor, conduct, and attitude did not suggest a villain. Rather, he resembled a dreamlike Prince Charming. My ancestors were fortune-tellers. I perceive no malice in his countenance. Could it be that we have misjudged him? If he is not pursuing criminal charges, then let us withdraw our complaint. A matter of mutual benefit. Why not embrace it? The audience online, fickle as the wind, moments ago clamoring for Yang Jinrong's judgment, now transformed into peacemakers. However, just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, Yang Jinrong shifted his tone, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Yet his words incited great fury in the Wen and Wu brothers. As for the exorbitant repair compensation for the Dukai, it has already been covered by the insurance company. Should they choose to pursue litigation, you merely need to reimburse the insurance company that I have no further business here. I shall take my leave. What? You still expect us to pay? Wang Chunwen roared in anger, stepping in front of Yang Jinrong to block his path, glaring fiercely. You will not leave without a satisfactory explanation. I am afraid of tetanus. Who could have foreseen that the previously polite Yang Jinrong would, in the next moment, utter such a provocative remark that ignited the conflict? The audience in the program's live stream was equally taken aback. No way. I thought Yang Jinrong was being magnanimous, covering the repairs himself. How could he still expect the poor family of the elderly lady to foot the bill? This man is truly hypocritical. Deceptive. How could someone so handsome be devoid of compassion? Why should such a person be allowed to look so good? Wealth truly breeds ruthlessness. His pretense of mourning the elderly lady was but a guise to torment the grieving family. The audience, having briefly changed their perception of Yang Jinrong, once more devolved into accusations and vitriol, each one standing on a moral high ground, furiously bombarding the chat with comments. The popularity of the live stream surged rapidly, the viewer count soaring past 100,000, with even more newcomers entering the stream, unaware of the underlying truth, joining in the chorus of condemnation against Yang Jinrong. However, just as countless comments were flying in a frenzy of outrage, with a sudden click, the live stream was abruptly terminated. Unlike other platforms, when a Douyin live stream is closed, viewers are automatically exited, unable to comment or replay the session. Yet some astute individuals recorded the screen, and soon, clips would circulate across the internet. Within the cramped room, after shutting down the live stream, Wang Qingwu expelled the production crew from the premises, securely locking the door behind him, that he then turned to Yang Jinrong. His gaze akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. You tread the path of heaven, yet refuse to walk it. Now you dare to enter hell? Kid, we shall settle the account for my mother's death right now. What do you intend to do? Yang Jinrong's clear, wide eyes brimmed with apprehension as he regarded the two. This is unlawful. You are illegally restricting my personal freedom. I can charge you with unlawful detention. What do we intend to do? The brothers blocked Yang Jinrong's way, with Wang Chunwu sneering, compensation. My mother is dead. You must pay. He reiterated, we demand payment for my mother's life, the funeral expenses, and our mental anguish. Yang Jinrong stiffened his neck defiantly, retorting, why should I pay? Your mother died of natural causes. What does that have to do with me? Who claims my mother died of natural causes? Wang Qingwu scoffed, twisting a rusty kitchen knife behind the door. You still have time to pay. Spare yourself from further physical and emotional torment. You are committing extortion. Yang Jinrong feigned terror, albeit his performance was somewhat exaggerated. However, in the dim light of the house, the brothers scarcely noticed this detail. What extortion? We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. You ought to compensate us. Wang Qingwen also brandished a butcher's knife, advancing on Yang Jinrong. Pressured by the brothers, Yang Jinrong retreated repeatedly, hurriedly waving his hands. Panic etched on his face. No, please, don't wield that knife. I'm afraid. Wang Chunwen chuckled menacingly. Now you know fear? Pay up. Yang Jinrong weakly protested. That knife is rusty. I fear tetanus. You little rascal. Are you toying with us? Wang Qingwen, with a fiery temper and limited patience, swung the knife towards Yang Jinrong. The latter narrowly dodged, bending low and sidestepping to the right, narrowly escaping the blade as it struck the door with a resounding clang. embedding itself. Yang Jinrong's heart raced, a mixture of fear and thrill coursing through him. The thrill stemmed from the revelation of his unrestrained combat prowess, and now, with Wang Qingwen's swing, the charge of extortion had escalated to robbery. How dare you evade? Wang Qingwen swung again, poised to strike. Give me the money, I will pay, Yang Jinrong exclaimed in panic, fearing his act would be uncovered, oblivious to the fact that the two brothers were entirely oblivious to this detail. Then hurry and send the money. But I did not bring cash. How about you accompany me to the bank? Wang Qingwen's eyes brightened as he chuckled. Then let us proceed at once. Wait, Wang Qingwu sneered, fixating his gaze on Yang Jinrong. I knew you had ulterior motives. Are you planning to escape on the way to withdraw money? Call the police. Wang Qingwen was taken aback, cursing. Indeed, university students are wicked. Yang Jinrong replied, No, I didn't. It's a WeChat transfer. Wang Qingwu produced his phone, opened the QR code, and instructed Yang Jinrong to scan it for the transfer. Yang Jinrong retrieved his phone and complied. Ding, a notification chimed. 250 yuan credited via WeChat. Once again the target of mockery. Wang Qingwen's patience evaporated entirely as he pressed a knife against Yang Jinrong's neck, demanding, You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Yang Jinrong trembled, cautiously glancing at the coffin. That I saw it. He refrained from saying, instead feigning weakness, I have a limit on WeChat. Is Zafubo acceptable? If you try to pull a fast one again, I swear I'll plunge this knife right in. Wang Qingwen bellowed, Hurry up with the transfer. Wang Qingwu opened the Zafubo QR code. Could you move the knife away from my neck? Yang Jinrong scanned the code with one hand while gently pushing the knife away with the other. I'm truly afraid of tetanus. Sting. Zafubo credited 29,895.5 yuan. Wang Qingwu frowned. Is that all? Just this measly sum? Yang Jinrong replied honestly, I wish I had 100,000. Over 20,000 isn't enough. The threshold for robbery is amounts exceeding 30,000 to 100,000. Standards vary, but as a direct-controlled municipality, the threshold in Lehigh is higher. Just then, Yang Jinrong received a text message from the bank. Lehigh Bank, your account ending in 2585 received 660 yuan on April 12th at 1821, transferred from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Current balance, 660 yuan? Yang Jinrong was stunned. Was this the refund from the last transaction? Why did it arrive at this time? The bank should be closed. Could it be a delayed transaction? Lehigh Bank. Your account ending in 2585 received 1,584 yuan on April 12th at 1821, transferred from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Current balance, 2,244 yuan. Yang Jinrong was now elated. What a timely blessing. Though I paid taxes, 1980 became 1584, but I take pride in paying my dues. What a coincidence. Just as Wang Qingwu turned to look at Yang Jinrong's phone, he happened to read the words current balance, 2,244 yuan. He chuckled, still claiming poverty. What is this? Yang Jinrong feigned anxiety, taking a few steps back to distance himself. It's money someone transferred to me. Please don't take it. 042, self-defense. Wang Qingwen growled impatiently. Transfer the money quickly. That trifling amount you sent earlier isn't enough for compensation, Wang Qingwu added, and you still owe for my mother's burial plot. Fine. Yang Jinrong took a deep breath. If I transfer the money, will you let me go? No more delays, Ding. Zafubo credited 224,400 yuan. Thankfully, launching had no transfer limits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After sending the money, Yang Jinrong weakly asked, Can I leave now? Wang Qingwen waved his hand. Very well, you may go. Yang Jinrong turned to leave. Wang Qingwu noticed Yang Jinrong's phone screen was still lit, and with a glance, he signaled his brother to seize the phone. Wang Qingwen understood immediately and stepped forward to snatch Yang Jinrong's phone. Expecting Yang Jinrong to dodge as he did last time, he was surprised when Wang Qingwen effortlessly seized the device, laughing derisively. No dodging this time. Yang Jinrong quickly retreated half a step, stepping on a wooden stick that snapped beneath him. and nervously exclaimed, "I've already paid you. Why won't you let me go? Delete his recording." Wang Chunguan, seeing that the phone was indeed recording, paused the recording and deleted it, thinking to himself, "This university student is truly a foolish brother. Before my brother, he is nothing but a worthless brat." Yang Jinrong, frightened, retreated 2 steps until he found himself in front of a metal object, stopping there. "You deleting it won't matter. My phone has data recovery capabilities." Smash his phone and toss it in the water bucket. Wang Qingwen chuckled. "You've really let the cat out of the bag, kid." Yang Jinrong protested, "Don't smash it. My phone is worth over 6,000. Hearing this, Wang Qingwen was infuriated. "What kind of person are you to use a phone worth over 6,000? He smashed the phone to smithereens and tossed the shattered pieces into the water bucket, finally feeling satisfied as he approached Yang Jinrong with the knife. Yang Jinrong felt a pang of heartache. That phone was a Huawei he won in a supermarket raffle during the new year. Though it was 4G, it was still worth over 6,000 that he had intended to convert it to cash, but the supermarket refused. Intentional damage to another's property. While Yang Jinrong felt sorrowful, he silently noted down the brothers' misdeeds, lifting his head defiantly to confront them. "Now can I leave?" "Want to leave?" Wang Qingwu sneered. "Brother, search him." They believe that university students often learn to hide recording devices from watching too many dramas. "Search him thoroughly." "All right." Wang Qingwen, brandishing the knife, regarded Yang Jinrong like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his expression fierce and brutal. "Will you strip off your clothes willingly, or shall I do it myself? You are bullying me too much." Yang Jinrong seized a metal object at his feet, which turned out to be a handle from a water pump, possibly stolen by an old lady in a village. "Well, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll fight back. I am acting in self-defense." The brothers exchanged glances and burst into laughter, already assuming Yang Jinrong had a recording device. They brandished their knives and advanced on him. "Act now. Delay could spell disaster." With Wang Qingwu's command, Wang Chengwen lunged forward, reaching for Yang Jinrong's metal handle. The brothers had not truly intended to harm Yang Jinrong, but their actions and demeanor would suggest otherwise to any observer. Yang Jinrong was no exception. He suddenly struck, his movement as quick as lightning, swinging the metal handle towards Wang Qingwen's temple. Anticipating resistance, Wang Qingwen raised his knife to strike at the handle. Ding! The 2 metal objects clashed. Wang Qingwen was horrified to discover that his wrist had been jarred painfully. What strength? Aren't university students typically just eloquent, but physically frail? This Yang Jinrong was nothing like the university students he had encountered before. His brothers had long dwelled in the gray areas of society, where fighting was a common occurrence. They were seasoned brawlers. Wang Qingwen was responsible for brute force, while Wang Qingwu devised strategies in a 2v2 scenario. They often emerged victorious. Of course, others wouldn't engage them 2v2. Hence, they frequently found themselves outnumbered. To summarize, Wang Qingwen was no slouch in combat. Yet, Yang Jinrong, enhanced by a system that fortified his body, possessed a hidden resolve to uphold justice beneath his refined exterior. In a flash, Yang Jinrong's strike was merely a feint. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Wang Qingwen's groin. Ouch! Wang Qingwen, caught completely off guard, cried out in pain, instinctively clutching his groin, causing his knife to clatter to the ground. In agony, cold sweat dripped from Wang Qingwen's brow, his complexion turning ghastly pale, but Yang Jinrong did not relent. "Ha! Watch this." For reasons unknown, Yang Jinrong instinctively let out a monstrous roar, swinging the metal handle upward with force, striking Wang Qingwen squarely on the chin. Crack! The sound of a jawbone fracturing resonated as Wang Qingwen fell backward, crashing to the ground. This all transpired so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, from Yang Jinrong's strike to Wang Qingwen's fall, merely 2 moves. "Brother!" Wang Qingwu shouted in alarm, his gaze toward Yang Jinrong now filled with terror that asked the intelligent half of the duo. He immediately discerned that Yang Jinrong was no mere showman. He possessed genuine skill. This thought triggered memories of a certain film. There was no time to dwell on it. He needed to escape. He hurled the knife at Yang Jinrong and turned to flee. Whoosh! At that moment, outside, Zhang Xian and another security officer finally arrived. They should have arrived sooner, but to prevent the Wang brothers from fabricating excuses, they had taken the time to gather information from the community committee, resulting in a slight delay. Upon arrival, they saw Yang Xiaoli and several members of the production team being ushered out. Perhaps due to the noise inside, Yang Xiaoli, fearing for lives, immediately explained the situation upon seeing the security officers. Yang Jinrong was in danger. Zhang Xian attempted to push open the door, only to find it locked. Hearing the commotion inside, he chose the most direct and effective approach, breaking down the door. He called to his colleague, and they braced themselves, counting together. 1, 2, 3, bang! The long-neglected gate was forcefully burst open by two individuals. Splintering wood flying in all directions, they waved their hands to disperse the dust. They peered inside, and what they encountered in the dim light left the two security officers, who had initially been concerned for Yang Jinrong's safety, utterly astonished. I was terrified. In that dim illumination, there was a strikingly handsome face, defined and angular, with eyes that exuded an air of noble aloofness, akin to that of an aristocratic youth. Zhang Xian and his companion were left dumbfounded. Who could be so handsome? Naturally, it was Yang Jinrong. Officer Zhang. Yang Jinrong flashed a brilliant smile. Who would have thought that this sunny young man had just single-handedly dealt with two assailants? What transpired? Zhang Xian finally came to his senses, feeling something amiss beneath his feet, but he glanced down to see Yang Jinrong pointing at the floor beneath the two officers. That you've stepped on him, Yang Jinrong remarked. Zhang Xian looked down and exclaimed, "Oh no!" Beneath the floorboard they were standing on lay a living person, and they hurriedly jumped aside. "We're sorry. It was unintentional. We didn't mean to." Zhang Xian scolded Xiao Chun, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "That I'm sorry," Xiao Chun said, his face filled with regret. He quickly crouched down, lifting the old floorboard in an attempt to rescue the person trapped underneath. However, the decaying wooden board crumbled, and as Xiao Chun swiftly reached out to catch a falling piece, another chunk plummeted, striking Wang Chengwu squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. Wang Chengwu screamed in agony. "I am so sorry. I truly didn't mean it." Xiao Chun hurriedly moved the board aside, helping the fallen man to his feet. His forehead was nearly flattened, his face covered in dust, blood, and saliva trickling from his mouth. "Who is this?" Zhang Xian asked, suppressing his guilt as he turned to Yang Jinrong. "Wang Chengwu," Yang Jinrong explained. "His brother, and he assaulted me. I was merely defending myself that I took one down, and the other. Well, he was inadvertently crushed by you two when you burst through the door." The pitiful Wang Chengwu, upon hearing this, spat out another mouthful of blood. He desperately wanted to inform the two officers that Yang Jinrong was the real devil, that he had been beaten to this state, not crushed by the floorboard. Yet he found himself unable to utter a single coherent word, as if he were suffering from sleep paralysis, managing only incoherent sounds of him. "Zhang Xian tilted his head, inquiring of Yang Jinrong. "What does he want to say?" "He is asking for an ambulance," Yang Jinrong replied, shrugging his shoulders while casting a concerned glance at Wang Chengwu. "Would you like me to call for Yao Erling?" After a moment, he smacked his forehead. "Wait, my phone was intentionally destroyed by you guys, so I can't assist you in contacting Yao Erling. Do we need to call Yao Erling? Who's injured? I have medical knowledge. Let me handle it." At that moment, another security officer rushed in, named Lu Zhanxing, a newly graduated intern who had seen Zhang Xian on duty and volunteered to assist. Responsible for driving the police vehicle, he had just parked downstairs and was now making his way up. Zhang Xian exclaimed, "Xiao Lu, you can drive and you know medicine? I don't recall that in your R-Sum." I taught myself," Lu Zhanxing replied bashfully. "That I in truth, it was because his ex-girlfriend was a medical student from a rugged mountain town who would shout, 'I'll teach you a lesson,' whenever she was angry, often leaving him with injuries. To avoid embarrassment at the hospital, He had self-studied and acquired his surgical skills. People often rise to the occasion when pressured. As he spoke, Lu Zhanqing instructed Xiao Chun to place the injured man down and began clearing the dust from Wang Qingwu's face. Pulling out a basic first aid kit from his pocket. "Why do you carry a medical kit with you?" "Well," Lu Zhanqing chuckled awkwardly, "it's become a habit that in reality, his ex-girlfriend had visited him the night before." He hastily shifted the topic to begin treating Wang Qingwu. Wang Qingwu's cries of pain echoed through the air, causing everyone present to wince in sympathy. Merely hearing his agonized sounds was distressing. "What happened to that one?" Zhang Xian pointed to the other Wang brother sprawled on the ground. "He attacked me, and in a panic, I grabbed this iron bar and swung it at him, and he just collapsed. He clearly lacks physical conditioning," Yang Jinrong replied candidly, gesturing to the iron bar on the ground. Suddenly, Wang Chengwen, who had been lying still, twitched. Yang Jinrong looked down and asked, "Awake?" Wang Chengwen continued to feign unconsciousness. "Let us call an ambulance first." Zhang Xian signaled to Xiao Chen to make the call before pulling out his case file, activating his body camera, and asking, "Now, tell me what happened. How did you end up here? Why was the door locked from the inside? What were the circumstances with the two brothers?" The situation unfolded like this. Yang Jinrong began recounting the entire episode. "That I heard the unfortunate news of the old lady's passing and felt compelled to buy a wreath in her memory. Little did I know, the two brothers not only failed to appreciate my gesture, but also unlawfully detained me. Subsequently, they robbed me." Zhang Xian, taken aback, asked, "Robbed? How much did they take?" 250 yuan via WeChat. "And they took two separate amounts. The first was 29,895.5 yuan. The second was 2,244 yuan. I have evidence. Then they also stole my phone. Deliberately damaged it. Ultimately, they tried to prevent me from leaving, brandishing a pig-slaughtering knife at me. Illegal detention, robbery, willful destruction of property, intentional injury." Zhang Xian recorded the details while glancing at the two brothers lying on the ground. Feeling a sense of unease that I was utterly terrified. Thankfully, I regularly exercise and maintain good physical fitness, and it was fortunate that the two brothers did not attack me simultaneously, allowing me to defend myself against Wang Qingwen and then deal with Wang Qingwu. In the end, when you arrived, the floorboard fell on Wang Qingwu. After noting this down, Zhang Xian found it hard to believe, staring at Yang Jinrong with a quizzical expression. "They tried to chop you with a pig-slaughtering knife. And you managed to defeat them?" To be precise, Wang Chengwen wielded the pig-slaughtering knife, while Wang Qingwu had a kitchen knife. Yang Jinrong clarified, indicating the locations of the two knives. The pig-slaughtering knife lay on the ground, while the kitchen knife was lodged in the coffin's lid. "That if you don't believe me, you can collect evidence. Their fingerprints will be on them." The kitchen knife was the last weapon Wang Qingwu swung at Yang Jinrong, which missed and landed on the coffin. Xiao Chen had already called for an ambulance, and following Zhang Xian's instructions, he donned gloves and carefully retrieved the pig-slaughtering knife, placing it into an evidence bag while avoiding the handle to preserve the fingerprints. He then went to take the kitchen knife off the coffin, bagging it as well. Afterward, he instinctively wanted to bow toward the old lady's coffin, but was interrupted by Yang Jinrong, who remarked, "By the way, they also claimed that their mother did not die a natural death." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoli and others outside instinctively felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts racing in fear. Non-natural death? What does that mean? Murder? Who committed the murder? Could it be the old lady's two sons? If that were true, then, had she been living with a murderer? The thought of murder made Yang Xiaoli's legs tense and her spine shiver, and she lost the desire to stay any longer, hurriedly whispering to the photographer, "Let us leave. We can't remain here any longer." She attempted to exit, but Lu Zhanqing noticed her and dashed forward, stopping several people. "You can't leave. As witnesses present, you must stay to cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Xian looked over, quite pleased with Lu Zhanqing's actions, silently giving him a thumbs up. "All of you must remain." He then turned to Yang Jinrong. "We are here precisely because of this matter. Yang Jinrong merely found it coincidental. The on-site investigation was of utmost importance. The already conscious Wang Chengwen shivered with anxiety, while the fallen Wang Qingwu felt a sinking dread. Xiao Chun, secure the scene, Zhang Exine instructed, putting away his case notes, donning gloves, and preparing to investigate the scene for any signs that the old lady may have died under unnatural circumstances. He slowly approached the coffin. Wang Qingwu struggled to rise, propping himself against the wall, spitting out with chips and blood, enduring excruciating pain as he questioned, What do you intend to do with my mother? We need to open the coffin for an autopsy, Zhang Exan replied unequivocally. Who authorized you to open the coffin? Our family does not consent. Wang Qingwen also stood up, his face pale as he attempted to intervene. One hand clutching his groin and the other his shoulder, a comical sight reminiscent of a pigeon dancing. Zhang Exan turned to the two brothers, a smile gracing his lips. That I understand your urgency. But please remain calm. You yourselves have stated that your mother's death was non-natural. As security officers, we have both the duty and the right to fulfill our responsibility to investigate. Rest assured, we will not let any wrongdoer escape justice, nor will we wrongfully accuse an innocent. The two brothers continued to struggle toward the coffin, trying to stop Zhang Exan. We, the family, have the right to refuse an autopsy. Our mother is already dead. Her body is still warm. And as security officers, instead of punishing the one indirectly responsible for her death, you dare disturb her rest. As the two brothers persistently obstructed him, Zhang Exan grew increasingly suspicious that he had already prepared himself for the so-called family objection to the autopsy. According to Article 129 of the Criminal Procedure Law, for bodies with an unknown cause of death, public security organs have the authority to decide on an autopsy, and family members cannot refuse. Did you see that? Zhang Exan produced the recently completed case filing form. Criminal case registration. Yet, Wang Qingwu stood resolutely before the coffin, adamantly refusing to budge. The injuries he sustained contorted his face in pain, rendering it grotesque. However, what does my mother have to do with the current case? It is entirely unrelated. Well, you are correct. Zhang Exan had merely been probing earlier, and now had arrived at an answer. He ceased his idle chatter, donned a pair of gloves, and prepared to search the elderly lady's room for any clues. Abruptly, he halted, turned, and smiled. Xiao Lu, attend to him once more. Lu Zhanqing complied, approaching with a medical kit. Extracting gauze, applying a bit of iodine, and dressing Wang Qingwu's wound. That I am disinfecting you, bear with it. It might sting at first, but you will gradually acclimate, and it will become comfortable. Downstairs, the onlookers from the neighborhood had gathered in droves, creating an impenetrable crowd. Many bystanders, unable to discern the sounds from within, were oblivious to the truth, merely assuming that the arrival of police cars signified wrongdoing on the part of the Wang brothers. The elderly lady of the Wang family had just passed away. How could the brothers be implicated in further misdeeds? Keep this quiet. Don't tell anyone that I only heard it through the grapevine. This house is about to be demolished. The Wang brothers do not want the relocation housing for the elderly lady, and they wish to divide the demolition compensation. So, they resorted to violence. Someone gasped in shock, exclaiming maternal filicide? The Wang brothers are utterly reprehensible. Shoo, I heard it through the grapevine too. Otherwise, why would the police have come? A brother hastily made a gesture for silence, his phone ringing, his wife calling him home for dinner. He squeezed through the crowd just as a few passers-by arrived, some holding phones, recording videos, and inquiring, what is happening inside? Why is even the television station here? Keep this quiet. Don't tell anyone. I only heard it through the grapevine. Inside the room, Zhang Exan indeed discovered suspicious traces beneath the elderly lady's pillow, but he promptly took photographs as evidence, then dialed the public security office to request support, arranging for the elderly lady's body to be taken back for an autopsy. Before long, an ambulance arrived first on the scene, with several doctors ascending to treat the Wang brothers, Wang Qingwu and Wang Qingwen. The doctor unwrapped the gauze from Wang Qingwu's body to examine the wound. instructing a nurse to replace it with a fresh alcohol-soaked bandage. Wang Qingwu. The external injuries are not severe. There are merely a few comminuted fractures that, of course, there may be other internal injuries that require hospitalization. The doctor, seemingly familiar with the Wang brothers, surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the morning hall and coffin before casually stating, "However, they won't die anytime soon, that I'll attend to their wounds first. And they can be taken back to the public security office. Transferring them to the hospital can wait." The two brothers had endured considerable suffering. After being rightfully defended against by Yang Jinrong, they were then subjected to further torment by Xiao Lu, culminating in their transfer to the hands of the doctor. Ironically, this doctor was from the hospital where the brothers had previously neglected their medical bills and received a scolding. Perhaps it was merely bad luck for the brothers, or perhaps it was a coincidence of proximity. Before long, the brothers had their wounds treated repeatedly, and several police cars from the public security office arrived. A professional forensic doctor commenced the autopsy on site, initially determining the cause of death as mechanical asphyxiation, with further examinations required after transporting the body for a more thorough autopsy. It seems she was smothered with a pillow. Zhang Exin deduced, having just inspected the elderly lady's pillow, which bore traces of blood mixed with saliva. The brothers, who had nearly fainted from the pain of their treatment, were now thoroughly alarmed. Yang Xiaoli, too, turned pale with fear, covering her mouth and staring wide-eyed. She had truly been in the presence of a murderer. "Take them all away." A group of public security officers approached, handcuffing the Wang brothers and escorting them out. They had no ambulance to board and could only ride in the police car. Yang Xiaoli and her companions were also taken away. The body was placed in a body bag, loaded onto the ambulance, and transported to the public security office. Yang Jinrong naturally had to cooperate with the authorities and was also requested to return. However, before departing, he whispered a remark into Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian was taken aback. "Why didn't you mention this evidence earlier? There is more than enough evidence." Yang Jinrong shrugged. The Wang brothers are likely facing the death penalty at the very least. 045. Online outcry. Unexpected outcomes. Third update online. Due to the previous interruption of the live stream by the Wenwu brothers, a keen observer recorded it, edited the footage, and swiftly uploaded it to a short video platform while the heat was still on. The title was captivating. The aftermath of the rich second generation's exorbitant motorcycle repair fee case. The bullying of the deceased elderly lady's poor, honest family. The edited video was deliberately concise, omitting the beginning and end, presenting misleading snippets, particularly highlighting the segment where Yang Jinrong presented a floral wreath, mocking the two brothers. The final statement, "The exorbitant repair fee compensation is to be pursued by the insurance company," was conspicuously emphasized in bold red font. Every viewer who encountered this video was incensed. Likes and shares proliferated. The comment section erupted, with users vehemently criticizing Yang Jinrong, neglecting to analyze the video's authenticity, merely venting their indignation and desiring to see Yang Jinrong brought to justice. How despicable! The elderly lady has already passed. Why must her responsibility be pursued? To enlighten those unaware of the preceding events. The elderly lady had accidentally knocked over the rich second generation's motorcycle, which he claimed incurred over $70,000 in repair costs. What motorcycle could possibly be that expensive? Is it made of gold or silver? It must be a Ducati, right? That is indeed quite costly, but repair fees shouldn't reach such heights that I know someone with a Ducati. It cost only $70,000 to $80,000. Clearly, this rich second generation is colluding with the repair shop to maliciously extort the elderly lady's family. This comment received substantial support, for in the eyes of the majority, the value of a motorcycle is merely $3,000 to $5,000. Even a BMW motorcycle is only around $100,000. Naturally, some frequent buyers aware of motorcycle pricing did not perceive Yang Jinrong's pursuit of compensation as justified. Couldn't it be overlooked? You are so wealthy. Why cling to such a trivial repair fee? Setting aside the fact that the elderly lady toppled the motorcycle, Does this rich second generation bear no fault? A quintessential case of unmerited entitlement. I heard he is a student at Linhai University. I never anticipated such a scoundrel would emerge from there. Truly bringing shame to our esteemed Linhai, that I strongly recommend his expulsion. The elderly lady's body had barely grown cold, and this fellow rushed to mock the grieving family. Is this not bullying the honest? Fellow Linhai residents, can we not take action against him offline? I will crowdfund $1. The vitriol saturated the comment section. Occasionally, a few comments questioning the video's authenticity swiftly drowned in the sea of criticisms. But that was not the end. News Sister had previously shared a video of Yang Jinrong's peeping incident. She recognized him immediately and swiftly edited a new video, which she soon released. This video, coupled with her classic questioning phrases, further incited outrage. This so-called rich second generation, Yang Jinrong, you are well aware that the elderly lady succumbed to despair over this incident, yet you still have the audacity to show your face and harass the honest family. Must you cling to a minor mistake made by the elderly, driving her to her demise, and mock the grieving family still in mourning? I must ask, do you not have grandparents? This video propelled the incident's notoriety to unprecedented heights. The uproar attracted the attention of the short video platform's higher-ups, who deemed such vitriol detrimental to unity. They swiftly decided to delete the posts. Many reviewers, who had just finished their shifts playing games, were summoned back to the office for an overnight session. One reviewer, engrossed in a card game with his partner, was infuriated when called away, leaving his partner with a disgruntled expression. This series of actions naturally bred resentment among many reviewers. Initially, management had only requested the deletion of comments containing profanity, but in their anger, the reviewers deleted every derogatory comment they encountered and even banned numerous accounts. This wave of indiscriminate censorship incited further dissatisfaction among viewers, who perceived it as Yang Jinrong wielding his influence to silence them. Of course, many who had previously followed Yang Jinrong stumbled upon these two videos. Having learned from past experiences, they maintain a neutral stance. Primarily out of fear of joining the ranks of those who had criticized him previously, that I heard that many netizens who condemned him during the last peeping scandal were detained. This is true. I know someone named Zhang Jiawen. His mother said he had been in custody for quite some time and is likely nearing trial. His mother cries incessantly. Is that true? Brother, don't doubt it. This is his account, law student for 2.5 years. Check out the videos he posted. This wave of exposure regarding Yang Jinrong's account did not attract neutral viewers, but instead drew those disgruntled by their bans, all of whom registered new accounts to flood Yang Jinrong's comment section with insults. However, when they attempted to do so, they discovered Yang Jinrong had set his comments to followers only, compelling them to follow him. In the midst of this tumultuous turn of events, Yang Jinrong found himself utterly unaware that his fanbase had surged to over 900,000, teetering on the brink of becoming a million-follower influencer. Meanwhile, at the police station, the clock had already struck 10 in the evening. With his phone rendered unusable, Yang Jinrong remained oblivious to the happenings online that he had just completed his interrogation at the station, initially believing that the Wen and Wu brothers would be sentenced to death. However, the shocking revelation of the autopsy results for Ho Sufan left everyone astounded. It turned out that Ho Sufan did not die from mechanical asphyxiation. Zhang Xan, appearing weary, relayed the news. Yang Jinrong did not feel disheartened. Rather, he was perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. What could have transpired? He vividly recalled the genuine panic reflected in the brothers' expressions when Zhang Xan requested an exhumation for examination. And how could the preliminary autopsy conclusions be reconciled? What about the pillow that bore marks indicative of foul play? This could only be resolved after the interrogations of the suspects, Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, were concluded. Zhang Xan, fatigued, pulled a chair closer. Brother Zhang, would you like a Red Bull? Lu Zhanqing offered a can to Zhang Xan, but the latter waved it away in refusal. Brother Zhang, Lu Zhanqing expressed his concern. Prior to following Zhang Xan to the scene, he had witnessed the serious expression of the station head summoning Zhang Xan to the office, and he had overheard the internal self-investigation documents circulating within the police system. This time, Brother Zhang wouldn't be made an example of, would he? The interrogation results were in. Xiao Chun hurried over, breathlessly informing the group that the suspects, Wang Qingwu and Wang Qingwen, had been interrogated separately. And both had confessed. They all looked up at him, awaiting further details, but Xiao Chun paused, taking a can of Red Bull from Lu Zhanqing's grasp and downing it in one go before catching his breath to continue. According to their accounts, 046. You don't actually think I have no way to deal with you, do you? First update, according to the two suspect confessions, Wang Qingwen had indeed attempted to kill his mother, Ho Sufin, trying to suffocate her with a pillow. However, Xiao Chun hesitated, then added, he was interrupted by Wang Qingwu. Wang Qingwu exhibited a semblance of humanity. He not only refrained from participating in the act of murder, but also acted to prevent it. Lu Zhanqing, reflecting on the complexities of human nature, suddenly remarked, does this mean we were mistaken? No, no, no. Xiao Chun interjected, shaking his head. According to Wang Qingwen's confession, after his brother, Wang Qingwu, stopped him from killing their mother with the pillow, he suggested starving her to death instead. Yang Jinrong. Truly, they are not of one family, yet they enter the same door. Although not a charge of murder, the attempted murder was an undeniable fact. Yang Jinrong, you may return home, Zhang Xian stated, glancing at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. The preliminary procedures of the case had been completed, and now they awaited the court's sentencing of the two suspects. As well as the return of the over 200,000 Yang Jinrong had been robbed of, alongside compensation for the repair costs covered by the insurance company, and the subsequent claims for the depreciation of his motorcycle's value. Emotional distress and reputational damage. For the latter three claims, Yang Jinrong had not specified exact amounts, as he would eventually have to file a lawsuit and await the court's ruling. Unbeknownst to him, online animosity towards him had reached new heights. Every matter has two sides. The harsher the online vitriol directed at Yang Jinrong, the greater the potential compensation for emotional and reputational damages he could claim that, of course, this was not Yang Jinrong's intention. Yang Jinrong rose. What about those who came to help, Xiaoli and the others? Shouldn't they be implicated in conspiracy as well? As it stands, since they acted with the intent of assisting the suspects in safeguarding their rights. Without knowledge of the criminal acts, they cannot be charged with conspiracy, Zhang Xian clarified. Although their so-called safeguarding of rights is not supported by law, it is not illegal. They merely exploited moral coercion. What a pity, Yang Jinrong chuckled, that I asked there anything else. Zhang Xian, noticing Yang Jinrong's reluctance to leave, inquired curiously that I would appreciate it if Officer Zhang could arrange for a police car to take me back to school. Yang Jinrong spread his hands. My phone was smashed, so I cannot hail a cab, and I have no cash on me. Lu, don't you enjoy driving? Zhang Xian nudged. Take him back to school. All right. Lu Zhanqing exclaimed, eagerly grabbing the car keys and rushing off to fetch the vehicle. Perhaps it was Lu's first experience with such an external task. He chattered incessantly along the way, akin to a child reveling in a theme park, oblivious to the fact that he was actually a few years older than Yang Jinrong. The police car returned him to campus, where he fortuitously encountered Su Yang, a 20-year-old security guard who had long bypassed the struggles of life. Yang Jinrong greeted him, leaving Su Yang puzzled. What trouble had this classmate found himself in now? It seemed he was either embroiled in lawsuits or entangled with the police every day, strolling along the campus path. Yang Jinrong relished the gentle evening breeze, the faint fragrance of flowers wafting from the garden, and the occasional croaks of frogs from the lotus pond. The university life was vibrant, with students bustling about on the small paths, while couples brimming with youthful exuberance embraced and kissed on stone benches and in the pavilion by the lotus pond. What a beautiful university life it was upon returning to his dormitory. Yang Jinrong found it eerily empty. After a long day, he felt fatigued. After completing his nightly routine, he succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, an increasing number of individuals joined the chorus against him online. Without realizing it, Yang Jinrong had been branded as a rich second-generation AT home. Chen Xiaodian, who should have been fast asleep, found himself restless, burdened with unspoken worries, burying his head beneath a blanket. Xiaodian, what is wrong? Are you troubled by something? A mother knows her child best. Zhuang Lu immediately sensed something amiss with her son and inquired with concern, has someone bullied you? No. Chen Xiaodian poked his head out. Shaking it, my classmates have all been very kind to me, Mom. There's something I want to tell you, but I'm afraid it will worry you. Xiaodian, you're so well-behaved. You can tell me anything. If you don't, I'll only worry more. Zhuang Lu soothed, ruffling her son's hair. Gathering his courage, Chen Xiaodian bit his lip and said, yesterday evening, Grandma came to see me. Dad came to them. The family dynamics of Chen Xiaodian were not overly complicated. Both he and his mother suffered from difficult-to-treat ailments to avoid burdening her husband. Zhuang Lu chose to divorce during their most challenging times, raising her son alone while seeking treatment and education. Neither his father nor grandmother were heartless. They couldn't bear to see mother and son suffering, often sending food, supplies, and tuition fees. However, this meager assistance was far from sufficient for medical expenses. Zhuang Lu harbored no resentment. She would persist through any hardship for the path she had chosen. Yet, the subsequent words from Chen Xiaodian sent her heart racing. He finally revealed the incident involving Wang Chengwen and Wang Qingwu, the human traffickers who had attempted to abduct him. They are the very ones you just saw in the news on your phone, the family of the elderly woman who was knocked over by a motorcycle. Zhuang Lu was utterly alarmed. The video she had just seen, which the child assumed was news, showcased a live stream of the Wen and Wu brothers, with Yang Jinrong featured prominently. The mere thought of those ruthless brothers' faces sent shivers down her spine. That it's over. How could we, as a mother and son, possibly contend with such ruffians? For years, she had treaded carefully to make ends meet, never imagining that a single mishap could have led to her son nearly being abducted by traffickers. Quickly, go to sleep. Yet Zhuang Lu could not reveal her fear. She needed to reassure her son. Mom is here, don't be afraid. Mom, I'm not scared. Understanding and well-behaved, Chen Xiaodian shrank his head, worried his hair might prick his mother's neck, that I'm quite capable. I want to let them catch me. When I grow up, I can protect you like the armed police protect the nation. I want to let any bad people harm you. Zhuang Lu murmured softly. As Chen Xiaodian gradually drifted off to sleep. She silently shed 2 streams of tears. That a sleepless night ensued. That a woman may be weak, but for her child, she becomes resilient. Just before dawn, she resolved within her heart and eventually succumbed to sleep. Morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Lu woke early, prepared breakfast, and after they ate together, she took Chen Xiaodian to school. Unprecedentedly, she took an hour off from work to head to the police station. Inside the station, the head officer, Wang Shuyi, was about to summon Zhang Xan to reprimand him when he encountered Zhuang Lu, who had come to report the case. Did you just say that these 2 human traffickers attempted to abduct your son? Your son escaped by leveraging his familiarity with the environment. Zhang Xian, receiving the report, gazed in astonishment at the images on Zhuang Lu's phone, which showcased Wang Qingwu and Wang Qingwen. He recalled Yang Jinrong mentioning extortion previously, suddenly realizing that these 2 brothers had accrued yet another charge. Rest assured, they have already been apprehended and are currently detained in the holding cell. They will no longer have the opportunity to commit crimes. Zhuang Lu, who had been anxious all night, finally felt a sense of relief. That moment, Yang Jinrong, informed by his roommates, finally saw the maliciously edited video of himself circulating among the news media. How amusing. These unscrupulous media outlets had persistently provoked him, and they truly believed he had no recourse against them. 047. You little rascal. You're not still a virgin, are you? Second update. Since someone was covering the legal fees, he might as well hire a lawyer this time. One who was expensive and specialized in criminal law, with experience in winning defamation cases. Yang Jinrong had no intention of practicing on his own any longer. He planned to fully entrust the matter to a lawyer. After all, winning the case would compel the opponent to pay, providing him with a valuable opportunity for practical learning that he searched online for the most formidable lawyers in Linhai. Only to be bombarded with a plethora of advertisements. Scrolling down, he encountered no fewer than 17 or 18 links, all of which led to promotions. And even after turning the page, the situation remained unchanged. Not a single result met his expectations. In that moment, he felt an urge to express his frustration towards the search engine. Just then, a call from the public security office rang on Yu Huai's phone. "Jinrong, it's your call. Why did it come to my number?" "My phone was smashed." Yang Jinrong took the phone, and on the other end was Officer Chen from the public security office. "I ask this Yang Jinrong? The case from last night progressed very smoothly. I have two pieces of good news for you." "Officer Chen, please go ahead." "The first piece of good news is that all the money you were robbed of has been returned to the bank account you left behind. There may be a delay, so please keep an eye on IT.as for the compensation you requested for the damaged phone. The motorcycle depreciation and emotional distress, we will need to wait for the court's final ruling. The Wang family's property has already been frozen by the court, so you need not worry about that. The second piece of good news, you should know Zhuang Lu, right? She's the mother of that little boy. She came in this morning to report and identified Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu for having kidnapped Chen Xiaodian. After we conducted a renewed interrogation, both confessed to the crime. This truly was good news." After thanking Officer Chun, Yang Jinrong hung up the phone and returned it to Yu Huai. "What happened?" Yu Huai asked with concern. "Nothing, it's all settled, and no need to worry," Yang Jinrong replied with a smile. The motorcycle case had finally come to an end. Now, only the defamation lawsuit against the self-media remained. "Since we have no classes this morning, shall we do some charity work?" Yu Huai suggested cheerfully. "Are you really in love? Well, let's go. Her best friend is quite beautiful, that we could become even closer." "Not going. I have other matters to attend to. What could possibly be more important than a lifelong affair?" "Jinrong, you're not getting on in years without having dated yet, are you?" Suddenly recalling something, Yu Huai chuckled. "You're not still a virgin, are you?" Yang Jinrong shot him a glare. "My first kiss is still intact." "Do you believe it?" Yu Huai paused for a moment, then laughed. "I believe it." Haha. Yang Jinrong ignored his friend's inappropriate humor, took his bank card, left the school, and found a Unicom service center. There, he purchased a new Huawei phone of the same model and reissued his old phone number. He obtained receipts for all these expenses, which would ultimately be covered by Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu. Having taken care of everything, he hailed a taxi to the Linhai CBD. He walked into a law firm named Junha. The office was luxuriously decorated, resplendent, with dazzling lights and walls and floors that gleamed like mirrors. As a law student, Yang Jinrong had certainly heard of this firm, recognized as one of the top-tier establishments in Linhai. "Hello, welcome to Junha Law Firm." The receptionist in a black professional outfit greeted warmly. "Hello, I need to find a lawyer specializing in criminal law. Of course. May I ask what type of case you wish to pursue?" "I am suing a major internet celebrity for defamation. The legal fees are not an issue. What matters is that my demands extend beyond merely seeking an apology and compensation. I also wish for the other party to face imprisonment." "I see." The attractive receptionist appeared slightly taken aback, then quickly recalled a few suitable recommendations. She made an internal call to relay the situation and then led Yang Jinrong to the reception room, pouring him some tea. "Please hold on." Just then, the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed as a strikingly beautiful lawyer approached. Yang Jinrong instinctively looked up. She wore a professional knee-length skirt that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long legs clad in sheer stockings and black high heels with red soles, clutching a blue file in her arms. Her hair was styled in a simple high ponytail, and she wore frameless glasses that complemented her exquisite features. Her figure, beauty, and charisma were all simply stunning. Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow. This was not the type he desired, that he needed a lawyer capable of winning the case, not a mere decorative figure. The alluring lawyer stepped in front of Yang Jinrong and extended her delicate hand. "Hello, I am Yin Yin, a level 2 lawyer at Junha Law Firm." "A level 2 lawyer? The hierarchy of lawyers includes assistant lawyers, level 4 lawyers, level 3 lawyers, level 2 lawyers, and level 1 lawyers. Among them, assistant lawyers and level 4 lawyers are considered junior titles. Level 3 is intermediate, level 2 is advanced, equivalent to an associate professor or senior engineer. And level 1 is a senior title. To his surprise, she was already a level 2 lawyer at such a young age. Yang Jinrong realized he had underestimated this remarkable lawyer. "Hello, I am Yang Jinrong." He gently shook her cool, soft hand and, wanting to get straight to the point, was unexpectedly preempted by her. "Yang Jinrong, you are even more handsome in person than in the videos. I am aware of your situation." Yin Yin gestured for the receptionist to leave, then invited Yang Jinrong to sit down. She sat across from him, her smile fading into a serious expression as she opened a file to begin taking notes. "I came across your video. You intend to sue the media account's news sister and Shaoli come to help, correct?" "Yes." Yang Jinrong nodded that he appreciated her decisive, no-nonsense approach, preferring to skip unnecessary small talk that he added. "It also involves the Douyin platform, as they failed to fulfill their responsibility to verify the authenticity of the news. My demands for the platform are straightforward." Yin Yan's beautiful eyes met Yang Jinrong's. "You wish for the platform to ban the opposing accounts?" "Correct. What are your demands from the two media outlets?" "I want them to delete the videos, publicly apologize across the internet, cover legal fees, and compensate for defamation damages." No. Those are merely supplementary conditions. Their actions constitute defamation. My primary demand is to have them imprisoned. That is quite a tall order. Yin Yin closed the file, but I am confident that you have relevant evidence collected. Or will you be fully entrusting this to our firm? I am fully entrusting this to you. Including the complaint, I will leave everything to you. Yang Jinrong was aware that this was a paid service, but ultimately, the expenses would be covered by the opposing party. It also allowed him to assess the capabilities of Juna law firm. If necessary, I can cooperate with you. No problem. Please follow me. We will complete the necessary paperwork and contracts, Yin Yin said, rising to lead Yang Jinrong to her office. After fully entrusting the case to lawyer Yin Yin, Yang Jinrong found himself with some leisure time. By the time the delegation process was completed and payment was made, it was already noon. Yang Jinrong took out his phone, intending to find a place to eat, when he came across an official announcement from the Linhai District Public Security Office. Suspects Wang Chengwen and Wang Qingwu, accused of attempted murder of their mother, have been formally arrested by our office. Both suspects also face charges of robbery, involving a substantial amount, illegal detention, intentional destruction of property, extortion, and the kidnapping of a minor. Currently, both suspects have been sent to the detention center, awaiting trial. Yang Jinrong casually clicked to share the post. The news stirred a considerable reaction. Just yesterday, countless netizens were focused on this hot topic. So swiftly, there was an official response. Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu were, after all, the two sons of the elderly woman who had toppled the motorcycle. I even sent gifts to those two yesterday. What in the world? Attempted murder? My goodness, are the trolls coming out to walk a few steps? I apologize to Yang Jinrong. I shouldn't have blindly taken sides. Damn it, it's all news sister's fault. Didn't she verify the truth before publishing the news? I always said news sister was unreliable. She only cares about gaining attention and traffic, disregarding the authenticity of the case. Simply shameless. The online sentiment shifted dramatically. Those who had criticized Yang Jinrong the day before were now turning to attack news sister. Indeed, it was the same group of people. What a turn of events. Just last night, so many people were online, hurling insults at Yang Jinrong, and now they are left with egg on their faces. However, that wasn't the main point. The real concern was that Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu had committed so many crimes. Could someone calculate how long these two brothers would be sentenced? Attempted murder, according to relevant criminal laws, could lead to a sentence of up to 10 years. Robbery, involving a substantial amount, could result in more than 10 years. Illegal detention could incur up to 3 years. Intentional destruction of property may also lead to a sentence of less than 3 years. Extortion would depend on the specific amount. And kidnapping a minor generally carries a sentence of 10 years or life imprisonment. There is no need to calculate further. They are highly likely to face life sentences. Wow, these two are really ruthless. Buff to the max, afraid they might not stack up enough. Wait, did you all not notice a key issue? Yang Jinrong's recent location, Juina Law Firm. Observant netizens picked up on the clue. It was one thing to not say it, but once it was mentioned, many who had previously insulted Yang Jinrong were left horrified. The stakes just got real. Yang Jinrong was not merely talking. He meant business. Last time, he had successfully sent numerous trolls to prison. Rumor has it that one person was even incarcerated for just glancing at the comment section. How terrifying! Not afraid of falsehoods, just afraid of the truth. Many netizens who had insulted Yang Jinrong yesterday quickly rushed to delete their accounts and even disconnected from the internet, fearing they might be tracked down and sent in. Those reluctant to deactivate their accounts have also taken to posting apology videos. Some have changed their profile descriptions to read, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Xiao Yangge," while others have altered their names to include the suffix apologizing to Yangge. Public opinion has completely reversed. The entire internet is awash with apologies from critics. The detractors have hastily fled under the cover of night, boarding trains to escape. Yang Jinrong's followers on short video platforms have surged, surpassing 1 million and reaching a staggering 120,000. Meanwhile, the instigator, News Sister, is leisurely enjoying lunch at a Western restaurant, seated across from a balding middle-aged man with a shiny face, who is voraciously digging into a steak with knife and fork. As a phone rings, News Sister delicately raises a finger, flashing a sycophantic smile at the balding man. "Director, may I take this call?" She stands and turns away to answer. "Yes, all right. I understand." Returning to her seat, she leans in close to the corpulent, balding director, adopting a coy tone. "Director, as per your request, we have uncovered quite a number of opposing news stories over the past 2 years and orchestrated many trending topics of conflict. This time, however, we find ourselves facing another lawsuit. Regarding funding, might it be possible to increase it?" The balding director, having finished his steak, wipes his mouth with a napkin and reaches out, grasping News Sister's hand with a firm grip. "Rest assured, the benefits will not be lacking for you. All the money you've earned this year has been in dollars." News Sister allows him to hold her hand, not pulling away, clearly indicating their close relationship. Regarding the dissemination of false news and the ensuing lawsuits, this is evidently not their first experience. They handle it with practiced ease, unperturbed. After finishing lunch, Yang Jinrong sought a place to eat before returning to school. "System, have I not completed my task yet?" Yang Jinrong inquired, puzzled. It is already a foregone conclusion, merely awaiting the final court judgment. Those who deserve punishment will be punished, and the compensation owed will not be lacking. The system replied, "Please be patient. Host, only after the compensation is received will the rewards be calculated." Very well, Yang Jinrong thought. After all, a few days' time is inconsequential. The reward is indeed a truth card. If utilized wisely, it could prove to be a trump card for a dramatic turnaround. The unexpected passing of an elderly lady and the subsequent sentencing of the Wang brothers to work on sewing machines could be seen as a societal cleansing, promoting positive energy. Following these events, Yang Jinrong naturally became a figure of interest at school. Walking through campus, he would be recognized by fellow students, who would eagerly greet him. Numerous younger students harbored secret crushes on Yang Jinrong, exchanging furtive glances, yet hesitated to confess their feelings for fear of retribution. Soon enough, the week of classes came to a close, and the weekend arrived. The Yu had completely succumbed to love, deeply involved with a younger student. Making himself scarce throughout the week, that he decided to visit the former director of the orphanage. His previous plan to visit had been thwarted by the seafood incident. Yang Jinrong called the former director in advance to inform him of his visit. The old director was overjoyed, likely thrilled from the moment he received the call, anticipating Yang Jinrong's arrival since his departure from the orphanage. Thankfully, nothing untoward occurred this time. Yang Jinrong purchased numerous items that the old director favored, as well as an abundance of snacks and small gifts for the children. This time, he encountered no unscrupulous scales or shortchanging. Although Director Chin was ambitious, he also proved to be diligent, ensuring the market was well regulated. Carrying a multitude of bags, Yang Jinrong took the subway, switched to a bus, and finally hailed a taxi, arriving at the orphanage located in the outskirts. From a distance, he spotted the amiable old director playing games with several children. Yangge, Xiao Yangge. The children at the orphanage, their eyes sparkling with excitement, were the first to notice Yang Jinrong's approach, rushing towards him with joyous cheers that he was soon surrounded by a throng of eager children, who he encouraged to share the snacks and gifts he had brought. The children, demonstrating remarkable understanding, distributed the treats evenly, without quarrel or fuss. "Why did you buy so much? You must have spent quite a bit. You're a young man now. You should save more for yourself," the old director remarked, his heart filled with joy at Yang Jinrong's return, yet concerned that he might be penny-pinching to visit. "Don't worry. I can earn my own money now," Yang Jinrong deflected, just as other staff members from the orphanage came out to greet him. "I'm hungry. Let's go prepare some food." A large group gathered together to cook lunch, chat, and bond. After the meal, everyone engaged in games, and Yang Jinrong presented each child and staff member with a small red envelope, surprising them all. They hesitated to accept the envelopes, worried that Yang Jinrong might be engaging in illicit activities. After all, everyone knew that shortcuts to wealth were clearly documented in the penal code. Each person hoped that every individual leaving the orphanage would abide by the law, aspiring to be a useful member of society rather than a detriment to it. Yang Jinrong found this amusing, explaining that he was studying law and that his part-time job yielded far more than other fields, which alleviated their concerns. Before dinner, everyone gathered to make dumplings and sing songs. It was only after dinner that the old director found a moment to speak privately with Yang Jinrong. "You really don't need to buy things for the orphanage. Recently, Innocent and Pure donated a sum to us, continuing their support for 22 years. Unfortunately, we still do not know who Innocent and Pure is. Perhaps it is some benevolent, wealthy individual who wishes to remain anonymous." Yang Jinrong felt a deep sense of gratitude towards this innocent and pure benefactor, acknowledging that a significant portion of the orphanage's operational funds came from their donations. "By the way, an old friend of mine recently mentioned something, that he has a granddaughter, 24 years old, and quite lovely," the old director said kindly, gazing at Yang Jinrong. "You are not so young anymore. Perhaps you should consider dating." Yang Jinrong was taken aback. "No, old director, I'm still a student. Are you really trying to arrange a blind date for me? If I don't date now, when I start working, will I still have time for romance?" The old director shot him a stern look. "Regardless, I have already agreed on your behalf. You are to meet the young lady tomorrow morning." Yang Jinrong protested. "What young lady? She is 24, and I am only 21. That is older than me." "Nonsense. A woman 3 years older brings fortune," the old director asserted, thrusting the young lady's business card into Yang Jinrong's hands before walking away. "It has her phone number and WeChat. You should add her and arrange a meeting." Yang Jinrong looked down at the card, regrettably devoid of a photo, leaving him unaware of her appearance. "Zhuge. Oh, a compound surname. Wait, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before." 049. Why is your grandson's chest muscle so exaggerated? Yang Jinrong recalled the name Zhuge, which he was certain he had encountered before, but he could not pinpoint where. Could she be some internet celebrity who had previously criticized him? Or perhaps one of the detractors he had sued? Never mind, there were too many people he had sued for him to remember each one. He hoped she was not on the list of litigants. Yang Jinrong chose not to dwell on it. If his blind date happened to be among those he had sued, that could be fortuitous, as it would reveal her true character. The night at the orphanage was exceptionally tranquil, a stark contrast to the bustling nightlife of the coastal metropolis, as if they belonged to two separate worlds. Yang Jinrong relished this sense of seclusion, finding peace in returning to his serene hometown after the fatigue of striving in the big city. That night he slept soundly, only waking naturally the next day. After breakfast, the old director called out to him. "Did you contact her last night?" Yang Jinrong attempted to feign forgetfulness, but the old director, Liang Xuehai, produced 2 tickets to Happy Valley. An old friend gifted me these tickets. Take her to Happy Valley for some fun. Young people typically enjoy thrilling experiences. Yang Jinrong exclaimed, "Oh, my dear old director, thank you so much. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Books say that the best date locations for opposite sexes are those that are thrilling and stimulating, such as roller coasters, pendulums, pirate ships, and haunted houses, as the adrenaline and dopamine released in such environments foster closeness and intimacy." To his surprise, the old director seemed quite knowledgeable about romance. Liang Xuehai urged, "Stop dawdling. Quickly add the young lady on WeChat and set up a date." "Old director, can I discuss something with you?" Yang Jinrong suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "What is it? How about I introduce you to a lady? She is local, owns 8 properties, and leads a square dancing group. Would you like to embark on a twilight romance?" "Get lost," Liang Xuehai retorted, exasperated. "Hurry along. You must treat this young lady with seriousness. Her grandfather is a very close old friend of mine. Even if you don't feel a spark, at least make a friend." "All right." Yang Jinrong agreed verbally, but inwardly he pondered the implications. What if she ends up in trouble because of me? Your old friend wouldn't he cut ties with you, would he? Quickly, the old director glared at Yang Jinrong until he added the young lady on WeChat, arranging to meet at a restaurant near Happy Valley before finally letting him go. Yang Jinrong bid farewell to the children and staff at the orphanage, embarking on his blind date journey. As he hurried along, the scenery outside the bus window blurred past, interrupted by a phone call. "Is this Mr. Yang Jinrong? I am a representative of the People's Insurance Company that I attempted to reach you via telephone yesterday, but was unable to get through. It turns out it was a call from the insurance company. The caller explained that the repair costs for the Ducati would be covered by the insurance. A lawsuit against Ho Sufin had already been filed in court, but due to the sudden passing of the elderly lady, proceedings were delayed. The court has now scheduled a new hearing for next Wednesday. As the defendant is deceased, a legal heir will attend on their behalf to discuss compensation. The insurance company inquired whether Yang Jinrong would be attending. In this case, the insurance company, having advanced the repair costs, possesses the right of recourse, with the plaintiff being the insurance company. Yang Jinrong is not obligated to attend, yet he agreed to be present. Is it possible to apply for a live broadcast of the hearing? Well, the court has yet to provide a definitive answer, as this case involves a deceased individual, making it somewhat exceptional that we will have to wait for the court's final notification to determine whether a live broadcast will be permitted. Very well. Thank you. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jinrong took a moment to compose himself. The cases of the Wenwu brothers and this case are being handled separately. The crimes committed by the two will be prosecuted by the Public Security Bureau. Shortly thereafter, the bus arrived at its terminus, and Yang Jinrong transferred to the subway, finally reaching the vicinity of Happy Valley. He entered the restaurant as previously arranged with the lady. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was bustling, with waitstaff moving about at a brisk pace. Thankfully, Yang Jinrong had made a reservation in advance on his phone. The ambience of the restaurant was quite pleasant. Instead of a booth in the main hall, Yang Jinrong had reserved a seat separated by decorative bamboo partitions. Guided by a waiter, he located his table. "Are you Yang Jinrong?" At that moment, a kind-looking elderly gentleman with silver hair approached, accompanied by a handsome young man. The elderly gentleman held a photograph in his hand and smiled warmly at Yang Jinrong, saying, "I am Zhuge Jirong, a longtime friend of the old dean. Greetings, Mr. Zhuge." Yang Jinrong stood politely to shake hands. "The old dean often speaks of you. Thank you for your concern. He is in excellent health." Yang Jinrong replied with a smile, his gaze curiously shifting to the handsome young man beside Zhuge Jirong. "And who might this be?" "I am his grandson." Before Zhuge Jirong could respond, the young man with striking features introduced himself. "My name is Zhuge Dali." Yang Jinrong replied, astonished. "Is that name for real?" "Zhuge Lily is my sister." Zhuge Dali quirked an eyebrow, extending his hand with poise. She had an urgent matter and couldn't come, so I was sent in her stead for us to get to know each other. Very well. What a fortuitous arrangement. Yang Jinrong thought to himself, relieved that he wouldn't have to wait around before heading to the amusement park, that he shook Zhuge Dali's hand, noticing it felt peculiar, soft and cool. Could he possibly be alarmed? Yang Jinrong quickly withdrew his hand, his expression turning peculiar. Zhuge Dali was indeed strikingly handsome, but his attire was rather odd. While everyone else wore short sleeves, he donned a light gray sweatshirt. Its zipper pulled up, revealing a hint of well-defined pectorals. Sensing Yang Jinrong's odd gaze, Zhuge Dali furrowed his brow. Shall we eat while we talk, or would you prefer to finish quickly? It's time for lunch. Let us enjoy a meal, Yang Jinrong replied, redirecting his attention that as the grandson of the old dean, it would be quite impolite not to eat when the time had come. Waitstaff, we would like to place our order. Please hold on a moment. It will be right out, came the reply from the busy waitstaff in the distance. You young people carry on. I have matters to attend to, Zhuge Jirong said with a cheerful smile as he prepared to leave. Inadvertently colliding with a young waitress rushing by, carrying iced tea. Grandfather! Zhuge Dali reacted swiftly, catching the elderly gentleman. Alas! The teapot tipped, splashing tea everywhere, drenching Zhuge Dali's neck and soaking his outerwear. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, the young waitress exclaimed, her face pale with fright as she instinctively grabbed some napkins to wipe Zhuge Dali clean, only to have him gently push her hands away. I'll handle it myself. Zhuge Dali let go of his grandfather and quickly unzipped his sweatshirt. The dampness had already soaked through his white t-shirt, prompting him to pull at the neckline with one hand while using the napkin to dab himself dry. Yang Jinrong, who hadn't yet taken a seat, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the stunning sight beneath the collarbone, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wow! He quickly shifted his gaze to Zhuge Jirong. Old sir, why is your grandson's physique so extravagant? Why are you cutting in line? Yang Jinrong mused, still in shock. He had just witnessed something quite inappropriate. Zhuge Jirong, sensing Yang Jinrong's peculiar gaze, cleared his throat awkwardly. Lily, be mindful of your appearance. Zhuge Dali, still wiping the tea from his chest, paused in surprise but quickly understood. Hastily pulling up his sweatshirt, he shot Yang Jinrong an admonishing look. Looking. Fortunately, their seating arrangements provided enough privacy that no one else could see. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. So, you were Zhuge Lily? Yang Jinrong remarked, feeling somewhat flustered. So you've been testing me with this disguise? What kind of test is this for a man? Enough of the charade. I'll come clean, Zhuge Lily said, shedding the damp outerwear. Beneath her soaked sweatshirt, even with bandages wrapped around, she still appeared strikingly impressive. Holding her outerwear to her chest, she raised her head confidently and declared, I am Zhuge Lily. My grandfather insisted I come for a blind date, so I thought I'd de-dress as a man to throw you off. Coughing awkwardly, Zhuge Jirong felt immense guilt towards his old friend and quickly attempted to change the subject. Well, you young people enjoy your meal together, and afterward, perhaps a visit to Happy Valley. If you get along well, all the better. If not, at least you've made a friend. Zhuge Jirong shot a stern glance at his granddaughter while smiling at Yang Jinrong. She is just a bit straightforward. She enjoys wearing men's clothing and has short hair, not quite the typical feminine appearance. Please don't take offense that it's perfectly fine. I don't mind at all. Yang Jinrong replied with a friendly wave of his hand that he had only attended at the behest of the old dean, merely going through the motions. His primary focus was to study diligently and plan his future career path. As for women, he would leave such matters to fate. With that, the elderly gentleman departed. The young waitress continued to apologize, but Zhuge Lily showed no signs of anger. She handed the menu to Yang Jinrong, saying, You order. I prefer spicy food and don't care for sweet dishes. Just choose accordingly. I'll go grab some clothes from the car. All right. Yang Jinrong perused the menu and selected several appealing dishes. Zhuge Lily departed to retrieve her clothes. After a brief wait, the dishes began to arrive, and Zhuge Lily returned, now clad in a fitted white tracksuit, still in men's attire, yet exuding an air of confidence that made her appear strikingly unique. Most women would apply makeup, but Zhuge Lily's natural beauty was without artifice, her exquisite features appearing as if chiseled by an artist. Her serious demeanor, paired with deep, bright eyes, would deter most men from approaching her. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhuge Lily said as she took a seat directly across from Yang Jinrong, extending her slender, fair hand. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhuge Lily. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Jinrong lightly shook her hand. "I still prefer to call you Zhuge Dali." "Why is that?" Zhuge Lily inquired. "Because it's easier to remember," Yang Jinrong replied. Zhuge Lily's lips curled slightly. "As you wish. If you prefer, you may continue to call me Zhuge Dali. Here are your dishes. Please enjoy," the waiter announced, placing the final dish on the table. The two of them made themselves comfortable, eating as if they were two old friends with an unspoken understanding. Until Zhuge Dali excused herself for the restroom. When Zhuge Lily returned, she spoke first. "To be frank, I don't particularly like menda. I can tell," Yang Jinrong said, adhering to his principle of not wasting food as he finished the last piece of braised pork before setting down his chopsticks. "Are you not at all surprised?" Zhuge Lily asked, her brow furrowing slightly. "Not surprised. It's the new era. While I personally cannot accept it, I can understand others." Yang Jinrong smiled, pulling out the 2 tickets to Happy Valley that the old dean had given him. "So, are we still going to Happy Valley?" "Of course. Why wouldn't we? The tickets have already been purchased. It would be a waste not to go," Zhuge Lily replied, her enthusiasm surprising Yang Jinrong. "I thought you might harbor some discrimination. I didn't expect your mindset to be so open-minded that we should become good friends. When I get married, I hope you'll come," she added. "Are we already discussing marriage? Do your family members approve?" Yang Jinrong casually inquired. "My grandfather doesn't know. He thinks I'm still single, hence the blind date. My parents are aware, but they disapprove. However, my partner and I have already taken engagement photos. Once we choose a date and book a venue, we will hold the wedding. Congratulations. I wish you all the best. Please send me an invitation to your wedding, and I shall attend." Yang Jinrong offered his well wishes. "Let us go. I've been swamped with wedding preparations lately. It's nice to relax a bit," Zhuge Lily said as she rose to leave. Yang Jinrong intended to settle the bill, but was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhuge Lily had already taken care of it during her restroom visit. Greatly enhancing his impression of her, Zhuge Lily was driving a Volkswagen Tiguan, with Yang Jinrong seated in the passenger seat. The restaurant was not far from Happy Valley, and soon they arrived. Today was the weekend, and the blue gates of Happy Valley were bustling with crowds. Tourists were coming and going, making it inevitable that they would have to queue for everything, including parking. Zhuge Lily went in search of a parking space, agreeing to meet at the ticket entrance. While she was parking, Yang Jinrong took the opportunity to buy 2 cups of lemonade. As Zhuge Lily accepted them and looked up, she could not see the end of the queue. "Thank you, there are quite a few people that we can only line up," she remarked. Sipping on his lemonade, Yang Jinrong joined her in the line, which stretched on for half an hour before reaching the halfway mark. What a disaster caused by the old dean. Yang Jinrong lamented inwardly, as he detested queuing. Had he known, he would have avoided Happy Valley altogether. Just then, he noticed 2 figures pushing their way forward, and Zhuge Lily called out, "Hey, you two, why are you cutting in line? Can't you queue like everyone else?" The 2 women disregarded her words, continuing their whispered conversation without a care for those behind them. "Hey!" Zhuge Lily reached out and tugged at the sleeve of one of the line cutters, coldly stating, "Everyone is queuing orderly, and you two shouldn't cut into we're not easy targets." The moment Zhuge Lily pulled, it ignited a powder keg. The woman turned around, indignantly shouting, "Why are you touching me? What gives you the right to pull me?" Zhuge Lily was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected the line cutters to respond so brazenly despite their wrongdoing, and frowned. "I warned you not to cut in line," the woman retorted. "Just because I didn't respond doesn't mean you can pull me. What gives you the right?" The woman, Zhang Xiaoping, was visibly furious, her face reddening with anger. Today, She was out with her mother, and the heat only added to her irritation. After waiting in line for so long without being served, she seized the opportunity to cut in, only to be publicly confronted by a man, which she found humiliating and infuriating. "What do you mean I'm touching you?" Zhuge Lili scoffed. Having encountered plenty of unreasonable women before, she refused to back down. "I reminded you not to cut in, and you pretended not to hear me, forcing me to pull you. How was I pretending? Just because I didn't respond doesn't give you the right to pull me. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Xiaoping's mother, Jia Dongmei, with her hair now mostly gray, nevertheless stood on her toes, pointing at Zhuge Lili and ranting with fervor. "Don't think you can bully us. Mother and daughter, we are not easy to mess with." Zhang Xiaoping even took out her phone, aiming it at Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong, shouting hysterically, "I will let all the netizens see how these two men bully us. The tourists from out of town. We are not to be trifled with. I have over 100,000 followers on Weibo and more than 300,000 on Xiaohongshu. I'll post this online so you understand you've messed with the wrong people." Yang Jinrong couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. What a pair of bizarre mother and daughter, and they were even minor internet celebrities. "What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing at us?" Jia Dongmei, spotting Yang Jinrong's amusement, exploded in indignation. "You two don't think just because you're men, we'll be afraid of you. Come, let the whole internet see how you two treat us." Zhang Xiaoping, with her phone aimed at Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, fumed. "Men like you only bully the weak. I tell you, what I despise most are men who bully the defenseless." Her mother, Jia Dongmei, glared with bulging eyes, her face twisted in rage, spitting venomous insults at Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong. "What's wrong with cutting in line? Just because we cut in, you think you can bully us? Don't think your gender gives you the right to manhandle us." Nearby tourists, fearing trouble, retreated, shaking their heads in disbelief. "What gives you the right to pull us? You're just men. Why do you think you can act like this towards us?" Zhang Xiaoping's mother, despite her age, was fervently gesturing, her indignation palpable. "Don't think we're easy to bully. We're not." As the commotion escalated, the surrounding tourists exchanged worried glances, trying to distance themselves from the escalating confrontation. The atmosphere was tense. Who wanted to get embroiled in trouble, especially at a place meant for enjoyment? No one wanted to be shouted at before they even entered. Moreover, given the combative demeanor of the mother and daughter, it seemed they intended to escalate the situation online, leading to a collective avoidance of confrontation. These two claimed to be the victims. "How enlightening," someone murmured. Keep your voice down, don't stir up trouble. It's best to avoid them. Otherwise, it's endless problems." Despite their disdain for queue cutters, the onlookers felt powerless against such confrontational behavior. Even if park staff intervened, it might end in a stalemate. After all, the daughter appeared to be a minor internet influencer, and the park likely feared backlash from online mobs. Nowadays, whoever posts a video is seen as justified, and netizens don't care about the truth, just the snippets that provoke outrage. "Forget it. It's not worth it. Let us leave and find somewhere else to go. We can't afford to deal with him here. It's not worth the hassle," many tourists decided, retreating to avoid further conflict. The murmurs of discontent only fueled the anger of the mother and daughter duo that you're all banding together to bully us. "We're not afraid. We will fight to the end," Zhang Xiaoping raged. Just then, several security guards rushed over to restore order. "Someone is cutting in line," Zhuge Lili pointed out, indicating the mother and daughter. They cut in line and started cursing. "How did we cut in line? You were the one who pulled first," Zhang Xiaoping screeched, even beginning to cry, holding her phone while accusing Zhuge Lili. "He was wrong for pulling me. What gives him the right to touch my clothes?" The security guards quickly assessed the situation, realizing someone had cut in line and reacted aggressively. "Everyone, let us calm down. It's a hot day, no need for a fight," one of the guards urged. While another added, "Yes, we're all sweating in this heat. Let us try to understand each other. Cutting in line is indeed wrong, but let us avoid a quarrel." However, this only escalated the emotions of Zhang Xiaoping and her mother, who began to shout at the guards in a frenzy. What do you mean we're arguing? Do you think we want to fight? We didn't cut in line. We were just moving over. And he, a man, has no right to pull me. He must apologize publicly today. I'm telling you, this INT over. Zhuge Lily stood her ground, her gaze unwavering. So what if I pulled you? Cutting in line and cursing. You're just making excuses. I can't stand people like you without basic decency. And you're old enough to know better, yet you act like a spoiled child, thinking you can bully others because you're women? What kind of nonsense is it to say moving over ISNT cutting in line? There were still dozens of people ahead of you in your line, while ours had only a few left. If you move over, how is that not cutting in line? Are you calling it something else? You should be apologizing to everyone behind us for wasting their time. Filming us 1T help your case. I am curious how far you think you'll take this. Zhuge Lily's retort left the mother and daughter momentarily speechless, unable to find a suitable response. Well said. The surrounding tourists erupted in applause. Encouraged by Zhuge Lily's words, feeling emboldened to confront the duo that if we don't address people like them today, they'll continue to cut in line elsewhere tomorrow. If everyone behaved like them, queuing would become obsolete. Just push forward with a stick, and whoever doesn't let you cut deserves to be hit. What distinguishes this situation from the neighboring zero-yuan purchase? Happy Valley still attracts numerous foreign visitors. And you two, mother and daughter, are truly bringing shame upon our nation, tarnishing the reputation of our compatriots. Should your actions be captured on video by international friends and posted on global forums, we would inevitably face ridicule regarding the low quality of our citizenry. With your individual conduct, you are dragging down the national ethos. Indeed, it is imperative that they be expelled as a cautionary measure. Several individuals recorded the mother and daughter, returning their aggression in kind. The duo was soon besieged, their defenses crumbling, particularly Zheng Xiaoping, who in a fit of emotion cried out with a quivering voice, "You are bullying us. You band together to oppress the weak. On what grounds do you accuse me of lacking quality?" Jia Dongmei roared like a lioness, her white hair flailing, baring her teeth as she yelled, "So what if I cut in line? Who told you that cutting in line equates to low quality? I cut in line, but my quality is not low." The security guards, witnessing the scene, silently cursed their fate. If this escalated, chaos would ensue, certainly not the outcome desired by the scenic area. Yet they were at a loss for how to mediate, with one side arguing vehemently while the other stood firm in their claims that if they misspoke, they might provoke public ire, resulting in an undeserved disaster. "Call the police! I demand the police!" Zheng Xiaoping shouted into her phone, filming the crowd while screaming, "Mom, call the police! Right now, I refuse to believe there is no law. I will call the police," Jia Dongmei, pulling out her phone, quickly dialed for help, her agitation palpable as she declared, "I have already called the police. None of you shall escape. With your kind, when the police arrive, it will be you they take away." Zhuge Lily scoffed, glaring at the mother and daughter. "In all my years, I have never encountered such obstinate oddities as you. Who are you calling an oddity?" Zheng Xiaoping, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury, pushing Zhuge Lily. "Who are you calling an oddity? I warn you," Zhuge Lily retorted sharply, "do not touch me, or I shall retaliate. You initiated it." "What of it if I did?" Zheng Xiaoping ignored her, continuing to shove Zhuge Lily. "Is this never-ending?" Zhuge Lily seized Zheng Xiaoping's arm and, with a swift motion, executed a shoulder throw, crashing her to the ground with a thud. Still pushing. You're hitting me!" Jia Dongmei, witnessing her daughter fall, screamed, her features contorted in rage as she glared at Zhuge Lily, suddenly lunging to claw her face, only to be intercepted and flung several meters away. "Woe is me! You re-attacking us! Help!" Both mother and daughter collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum, with Zheng Xiaoping picking up her phone to continue recording, "You hit us! I will post this online, revealing your vile faces to the nation. So everyone knows you two bully the weak." Jia Dongmei lamented, "You are the ones attacking us, two men beating us." As the security personnel arrived, One of them, a patrol officer named Huishi, recognized Yang Jinrong immediately, waving at him. Huishi, raising an eyebrow, remarked, "What a coincidence, it's you again." Yang Jinrong shrugged, somewhat familiar with this peacekeeping officer. "Some people just seek trouble. I cannot help it." Upon seeing the two officers approach, Zheng Xiaoping and her mother cried out even louder. "Security officers, you must uphold justice for us. These two big men are bullying us, two weak women. Arrest them and throw them in prison." Nearby tourists chimed in. "They cut in line and insulted us. They initiated the confrontation, and we can all testify." "Stop, stop." Huishi, seasoned in handling such disputes, turned to the nearby security guards. "What transpired here?" "We were just getting the situation. These two female tourists cut in line, and these gentlemen objected, leading to this uproar. The two women became overly agitated, attempting to claw at them, resulting in their counteraction." The guards explained clearly. "Understood." Huishi then turned to the mother and daughter. "May I see your identification?" he continued, addressing Yang Jinrong and the others. "You two must present yours as well. That if you lack physical IDs, electronic verification is acceptable." After checking everyone's IDs, Huishi suddenly looked at Zhuge Lili in astonishment. "You are a woman?" "I am female. What is so strange about that?" Zhuge Lili replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. "Wow. You truly are a woman? I found it perplexing. How can a man look this good? I had assumed you were both men." The tourists around were astonished, as Zhuge Lili remained wrapped in bandages, her appearance ambiguous to strangers. "Please stand up." She returned the IDs to the four individuals, asking Zheng Xiaoping, "Are you injured anywhere?" "Aye." Zheng Xiaoping rose, about to claim her injuries and request a hospital check, but Huishi interrupted, "It is clear you are unhurt. Since no one is injured, this matter boils down to a trivial line-cutting incident. My suggestion is to let it rest, as you are all unharmed." However, Zheng Xiaoping and Zhuge Lili spoke in unison. "I disagree. I disagree." "Will God forgive them?" "Here, God has no jurisdiction." Zheng Xiaoping, her emotions heightened from being thrown, clutched her glasses, struggling to focus her sight due to her severe myopia. She waved her glasses. "Even if we are uninjured, we demand compensation. Without at least 10,000, this matter will not conclude." "Compensate you?" "No way," Zhuge Lili retorted. "You were wrong to cut in line first. Unless you apologize to everyone, you shall not leave." "Stop." Huishi frowned, aware of the mother and daughter's obstinacy, opting to ignore them and instead address Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong. Lowering his voice, he advised, "You two, since you did initiate contact, it is best to seek a resolution. Admit fault, apologize, and let this matter conclude peacefully. That if this escalates, you will undoubtedly be the ones at a disadvantage, at the very least incurring costs for their hospital visit." "Why should I apologize? They were the ones in the wrong first," Zhuge Lili protested. "What is wrong with defending myself? They simply deserve a beating." She ceased the discussion. "Then we will take you to the security office. As per their demands, first, you will go for a medical check. You shall cover the examination and medical fees." "Yes, compensation, 10,000. If you don't pay, this matter will not conclude." Upon hearing Huishi's words, the mother and daughter became even more emboldened, like eunuchs receiving a royal decree. Nearby tourists, hearing their demands for money, could no longer hold back. "I have never seen such shamelessness. Clearly, you were in the wrong, yet you stand accused and demand payment. What a complete lack of shame. I can't take this anymore. Let us crowdfund. ILL contribute 250. Let us gather 10,000 and give them another beating. The security is here. Don't cause trouble." They quietly organize their funds. "I'll pitch in 250 as well." Many tourists voiced their disapproval of the mother and daughter's actions, even initiating a fund for their medical expenses, insisting on another round of punishment for the duo. Among them was a foreign friend, a stunning mixed-race beauty with flowing golden waves, who curiously asked her tour guide, "Oh my, I can hardly believe my eyes. They cut in line. How can they demand money?" The tour guide clasped her hands, affirming, "Indeed, They are just like those zero-yuan purchasers from your country. Utterly detestable. The mixed-race beauty mirrored the gesture, tilting her head with her striking blue eyes. Will God forgive them? I think not. Why? Here we are beyond goddess reach. At that moment, the mother and daughter remained oblivious to the tourist's accusations, clamoring for 10,000 in compensation. Well, she frowned inwardly, wondering how this situation had escalated. You too must temper your demands, if you are truly injured. Go to the hospital for a checkup. All compensation will be based on medical verification. Well, she admonished the mother and daughter before turning back to Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili. You both initiated contact first. This was initially a simple line-cutting incident, but your actions have escalated it into a brawl. Who said we initiated contact first? The composed Yang Jinrong interjected, chuckling. We were merely defending ourselves. They attacked us first. But they are so weak that they fell with just a touchdown. If you don't believe me, ask the surrounding tourists or check the surveillance footage. AS for compensation. Certainly, I can transfer 10,000 yuan to you right now. No. If you think that's too little, just name your price, and I shall comply to deal you dare to ask for it. Yang Jinrong gazed coldly at the peculiar mother-daughter duo before him. Upon hearing Yang Jinrong's remarks, Zhuge Lili cast him an appreciative glance, grateful that he had been present to prevent her from falling into the trap set by the two women. That if you dare to give, I dare to take. Jia Dongmei exclaimed, pointing at Yang Jinrong, only to be restrained by her daughter, Zeng Xiaoping, who whispered urgently, Mom, we don't want the money. This person surely harbors ill intentions and may accuse us of extortion later, which would create further trouble. After saying this, she lifted her gaze to Yang Jinrong, asserting, we can forego your compensation, as it would merely be a charitable act towards a beggar. However, you must apologize to us. Publicly, Jia Dongmei insisted defiantly, yes, a public apology. Who do you dare to call a beggar? Zhuge Lili erupted, pointing accusingly at Zeng Xiaoping. Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Stop, stop, stop. She finally experienced the scalp-tingling sensation of watching women argue. Unable to mediate the escalating conflict that if this turmoil continued, it would only become more chaotic. Thus, he decided to take decisive action. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone, let's proceed to the Public Security Bureau. We won't go. Zeng Xiaoping interjected. We did nothing wrong. Why should we be the ones to go? If not, we can settle this here. She made his intentions clear. So, will you go or not? We won't go. Zeng Xiaoping finally donned her glasses, glaring at Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong. You must apologize to us. It is you who should apologize to everyone. Both sides once again found themselves at an impasse. She sensed the situation was reaching its limit, and disinterested in further complications, he hastily filled out the report form and gestured for signatures. Was this how a forced resolution worked? Xiao Lu, accompanying Shi on his first field duty, was wide-eyed in disbelief. This method of handling cases was entirely different from Zhang Xian's approach. Let's go, Xiao Lu, Shi urged, leading her to the police car. Once there, Xiao Lu finally voiced her confusion. Huagu, is this how we conclude matters? What else should we do? Shi pressed, drive, please. This trivial matter is best resolved through reconciliation. The more one insists, the more complicated it becomes, potentially leading to greater conflict. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Such petty disputes hardly qualify as cases. All right. Xiao Lu felt her faith wobble for the second time, the first being when her former mentor, Zhang Xian, faced repercussions. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Happy Valley, as the security personnel departed, other tourists resumed their criticism of the mother and daughter. Even those who initially held the mindset of better to avoid trouble were swayed by Yang Jinrong and joined the chorus of condemnation. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. Indeed, it required someone to stand against cue jumping for others to follow suit. The mother and daughter could no longer bear the scrutiny and fled in shame, while Yang Jinrong was ushered into Happy Valley by Zhuge Lili, commencing their adventure. Zhuge Lili began addressing Yang Jinrong as brother, completely disregarding her femininity. Yang Jinrong found himself at a loss. pondering whether this truly was the granddaughter of the esteemed former dean. How strange that the system had not triggered a task. Could it be that the negative energy was insufficient to reach a critical point? System, come out and take a step. During their outing, Yang Jinrong inquired of the system, only to receive the response that the negative energy was quite ordinary and did not necessitate a task trigger. That on the other side, the mother and daughter returned to their hotel. Growing increasingly incensed, Zheng Xiaoping decisively retrieved her phone, edited the video recorded on-site, and posted it on Weibo and Xiaolan Book. With over 300,000 followers across both platforms, she deliberately edited the footage to create a narrative of gender conflict and bullying the weak. Once published, it immediately garnered numerous comments and shares, rapidly gaining traction and hinting at viral potential. This thrilled Zheng Xiaoping, who seethed at the thought of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, vowing, "I will make you realize I am not to be trifled with." Oh, so she doesn't have a mother. How pitiful. Zheng Xiaoping cunningly crafted the video thumbnail to feature a close-up of Yang Jinrong's face, ensuring that most of the footage depicted Yang Jinrong, leading viewers to assume she was bullying a woman. The comment section overflowed with expressions of outrage. These two men are disgusting. To act so brazenly in public, what would they do in private? Peeping, don't worry, let's call the police. Such men only bully the weak. Followers disregarded the veracity of the situation, focusing solely on the perceived injustice suffered by the blogger. Upon seeing someone mention contacting the police, Zheng Xiaoping hurriedly typed a response, "Dear friends, I have already reported it." But the public security personnel are inept and did nothing. They came and left without action. This reply further incited her followers' discontent, but that's how it is with public security. They always appear just and fair in the news. Yet in reality, they brush things aside. That I once reported a stolen e-bike and was sent home after filing the report without reviewing the CCTV footage. Months have passed with no feedback. In the face of such injustice, we, the weaker party, can only endure in silence. Does anyone know these two men's Weibo accounts or other social media? Let's unleash a wave of online harassment against them. Upon reading this comment, Zheng Xiaoping's eyes brightened with a new idea. She swiftly purchased 1,000 yuan's worth of traffic for her Weibo and Xiaolan Book accounts. And indeed, her views and likes surged rapidly, with her follower count skyrocketing. She decided to invest another 2,000 yuan each. Zheng Xiaoping, who had no habit of saving and was traveling on a tight budget, found her video and follower count soaring. Resolutely, she swiped her credit card to overspend, purchasing an additional 2,000 yuan's worth of traffic for both platforms. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 yuan vanished, and the traffic surged even more, attracting an ever-growing audience to like and share, triggering the platform's promotional mechanisms and rapidly escalating her video's visibility. This time, her video was on the verge of going viral. Excellent. Push me more traffic. I want them trending and on the headlines, completely disgraced. Zheng Xiaoping seethed with determination. Ping, why don't you go buy something to eat? I don't feel like going out tonight. Jia Dongmei emerged from the bathroom, kicked off her shoes, and flopped onto the bed to scroll through videos. All right, I'll head downstairs to get something. Zheng Xiaoping thought about her video climbing the trending list as she kept refreshing her phone and made her way downstairs to a pork trotter rice shop. Upon arriving, she noticed a queue and was irritated, wondering why there was a line in the afternoon. Frustrated, she slipped into the gap of a queue. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting in line. Why are you cutting in? A woman exclaimed. I enjoy cutting in. What are you going to do about it? Zheng Xiaoping shot back, glaring at the woman as if she were a sworn enemy. The startled woman took a step back. I won't eat anymore. The woman retreated in dismay. The scene caught the attention of the shop owner, who dared not say a word. Mom, didn't you always teach me to be a person of quality and not to cut in line? A cute little girl with pigtails asked her mother innocently from the back of the queue. The mother tugged at her daughter's clothing, signaling her to mind her own business. Just then, a man who had packed his pork trotter rice turned to the doorway and smiled at the little girl. Your mother is right. But not everyone has a mother, ditto. So she doesn't have a mother. How sad. The little girl, innocent and naive, failed to grasp the man's implication, speaking freely. The man gave a thumbs up before swiftly leaving Zheng Xiaoping seething with rage, stomping her feet in frustration. The little girl's mother quickly hugged her, preventing any further remarks. Zheng Xiaoping packed 2 portions of pork trotter rice and stormed out of the shop. Upon her furious return to the hotel, she realized she hadn't refreshed her video in a while and hurried to check. Indeed, her video had gone viral. Weibo views surpassed 1 million, with comments exceeding 20,000. Xiaolan book clicks also topped 1 million, with comments reaching 30,000. Why do the likes seem a bit low? Zheng Xiaoping quickly scrolled through the Weibo comment section, only to find a top comment infuriatingly accused her of misrepresenting the events. The video does not accurately depict what happened. It was completely edited. In fact, this blogger cut in line, and when a couple reminded her not to, she and her mother inexplicably exploded, cursing in public that I have my own video recording of the incident, followed by a link to the video. Upon clicking, Zheng Xiaoping heard her own voice shouting, "Just because I cut in line, you can pull me. You a man, how dare you touch me? Why do you get to lay hands on me?" And her mother, with bulging eyes and a distorted expression, screaming, "So what if we cut in line?" Countless comments condemned her for cutting in line. Zheng Xiaoping could hardly believe that in the brief time she took to go downstairs for food, so many people had turned against her. After spending 6,000 yuan on traffic, she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. This realization made her seethe with rage. She executed a decisive maneuver, swiftly deleting the comment and permanently blocking the user, only to discover an avalanche of additional accusations regarding her alleged queue jumping. This overwhelming surge left her utterly defenseless. Zheng Xiaoping, in a fit of exasperation, shouted out loud, furiously typing on her phone to respond to those who criticized her. "On what grounds do you berate me? How dare you bully me? As a woman, what is wrong with skipping the line? Can't you gentlemen show a little courtesy?" This comment indeed resonated with many, and her fans rallied to her side, empathizing and fiercely retaliating against those who dared to voice the truth. Men should defer to women. Even if queue jumping is wrong, physical confrontation is unacceptable. Resorting to violence is the real wrongdoing on your part, such a lack of masculinity, and you're nitpicking over a queue? How petty! Such individuals deserve to remain single for life. What kind of men bully a weaker woman? However, another scathing comment emerged, challenging the claim that the person who pointed out her line cutting was male. "That person is clearly a striking beauty," they asserted. "Are you blind, fans? Did you not see that they were a couple?" Those who incessantly proclaimed that men should yield to women were left speechless, unable to respond. Zheng Xiaoping initially intended to steer the narrative towards confrontation, as her video had been entirely focused on Yang Jinrong, with the thumbnail featuring him prominently. Now that her ruse had been uncovered, she was compelled to feebly retort, "I never claimed they were both men. Even if one is a woman, resorting to violence is still wrong." 055. Buff stacking in full force. Zheng Xiaoping's remarks found validation among her supporters. "Dear family, I've unearthed the information of the stingy man. He is the same voyeur previously exposed by the famous star Zhang Yuqi." This comment was accompanied by a photo of Yang Jinrong wearing sunglasses at the time. Upon seeing it, Zheng Xiaoping realized it was indeed him and promptly pinned the comment. This action triggered a flurry of responses from her supporters that is he really a voyeur? Wait, sisters, I recall that this voyeur was falsely accused. The female blogger involved was even imprisoned, allegedly for over a decade. Falsely accused? Surely not. Besides, how could someone be sentenced to 10 years for a mere accusation? A 15-day detention would be somewhat believable. But a 10-year sentence for slander? That is absurd. I heard this voyeur is a rich second generation, and when an elderly person accidentally knocked over his motorcycle, he demanded an exorbitant repair fee of over 70,000. It seems a court hearing is imminent. Family, this individual is undoubtedly suspicious. Perhaps he was wronged once or twice, but this has happened multiple times. How could it possibly be a misunderstanding, voyeurism, extorting the elderly? Such a petty man? With so many issues, it's clearly his problem. Thankfully, the internet has a memory. Such individuals are undoubtedly societal scourges. Zeng Xiaoping couldn't help but like these comments, watching her videos soar in popularity across two major platforms. A faint smile crept across her lips. Surely, this time she could bring justice to Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili. The only thing that troubled her was that these two videos had maxed out her credit card. The thought of being broke left Zeng Xiaoping unable to eat, pondering how to make some money. She irritably opened her private messages to peruse her supporters' messages. Sister Peeping, I'll help you curse him out. Go, Sister Peeping, we'll always support you. Let us band together to cyberbully that petty man. Most of the messages were comforting and calls to cyberbully Yang Jinro, until Zeng Xiaoping came across one that piqued her interest. Hello, we are Daxiang News. May we reprint your video? Her eyes lit up instantly, as she had been worried about finances. She quickly replied, Is there no fee? The other party promptly offered a price of 2,000. Soon, both parties reached an agreement. Daxiang News obtained the rights to the video, disregarding the truth or the nuances of right and wrong, and quickly edited and published it. With over 10 million followers on Douyin, this release catapulted the queue-jumping incident into the trending spotlight. Meanwhile, Zeng Xiaoping's original video surpassed 6 million views, rapidly approaching the 10 million mark. Before long, her private messages were flooded with invitations from various MCN organizations, eager to recruit her into their ranks. Hello, we are an MCN company focusing on operations for streamers that we see potential for you to become a major influencer. Can we have your contact information to discuss joining our organization? Zeng Xiaoping was overjoyed, her follower count skyrocketing, filling her with exhilaration. Yet, she was held back by her lack of appearance. She feared that mere live streaming would not suffice. After sifting through her messages, she finally found one that caught her eye. Hello, we are a local MCN company in Linhai, specializing in live commerce that we handle product supply, shipping, and after-sales service. All you need to do is live stream to earn substantial commissions. Are you interested in live commerce? Absolutely. Zeng Xiaoping responded eagerly, establishing contact with them. They invited her to their live streaming base, and both parties reached an agreement. Mom, we're going to do live commerce. What live commerce? Jia Dongmei asked, confused as she enjoyed her pig trotter rice. Just follow me. Without even finishing her meal, Zeng Xiaoping hurriedly took her mother to the designated location. Upon arriving at the live streaming base, everything went smoothly, but the other party insisted on using her personal account for the stream, suggesting they use the news as the stream title and thumbnail for greater exposure. Zeng Xiaoping paid little mind to these additional conditions. She only requested that the commission rate be changed to 25. This ratio was already difficult for even major streamers to achieve, yet since the products were all subpar cosmetics, many of which cost just a few yuan but could be sold for dozens or even hundreds, the profit margin exceeded 100% after deducting shipping and packaging costs. The other party agreed to her terms, and they signed a contract. Soon, they launched live streams on both Douyin and Xiaolan Book. The title of the live stream was straightforward and provocative. Live stream of mother and daughter beaten for queue jumping at Happy Valley. The thumbnail was outrageous, featuring photos of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, adorned with tags like Petty Man, Violent Man, and Bully. Family, support Sister Ping. Today, Sister Ping will recommend this lipstick. Under the guidance of MCN professionals, Zeng Xiaoping and her mother began their live commerce endeavor. Thanks to the influx of traffic from the news, their attention-grabbing thumbnail attracted a large audience. And although Zeng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei's acting skills were lacking and their sales pitches awkward, their portrayal as a vulnerable mother-daughter duo resonated with many, leading to a rapid increase in sales. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong had just parted ways with Zhuge Lili after enjoying a day at Happy Valley. As night fell, Zhuge Lili was urged to return home by her girlfriend's calls, and Yang Jinrong headed back to his dormitory. Just as he was about to review his coursework, he received a system notification. Ding! A highly charged negative energy event has been detected. The host has successfully triggered a task. Option 1. Post a video apology to defuse the situation. Maintaining social harmony and stability. which is also a form of positive energy. Reward: a mysterious green soup, which grants incredible powers when consumed. Option 2. As a champion of justice, I shall fight to the end. Cowardly actions will not be tolerated. Engage in fierce rebuttals against online trolls in the comments. Post videos to confront them, and live stream to challenge them directly, emphasizing genuine positivity. Reward: a comprehensive guide to masterful driving skills, enabling the host to deftly navigate various types of vehicles under any conditions. Option 3. Uphold social order. Wield the law as a weapon to ensure that those who violate it receive due punishment. Contributing to the cause of heaven umbrellas and lighters. Spread positive energy to deter others from imitating such undesirable behavior and help elevate public standards. Reward: master-level hacking skills. Note: the host should refrain from using this skill for illegal activities, such as downloading or viewing inappropriate videos. Indeed, that mother-daughter duo had not ceased their antics after the incident. They were back at it again. As for the three options, Yang Jinrong quickly dismissed option 1, apologizing to wrongdoers to seek social stability and reduce conflict. That was a false form of positive energy. Not to mention the reward, mysterious green soup. Would drinking it allow him to see the afterlife? 056. No tears shed until the coffin appears. Second update. As for option 2, engaging in a verbal battle with trolls in the comments, posting videos to confront them. Yang Jinrong felt these were futile efforts. Had rebuttals been effective, they would have prevailed at the theme park. Instead, the other party remained oblivious to their own errors. However, the reward, masterful driving skills? He wondered which master that referred to. Was it some celebrity? He was uncertain whether the skill was genuine or not. Navigating various types of vehicles. What did that even mean? He felt this reward lacked genuine positive energy. Yang Jinrong refrained from rushing to make a choice, intending to observe what the other party would do next. Upon opening Douyin, he discovered that his private messages were overwhelmed, showing 99 that without a doubt, he was being cyberbullied, with the majority of messages berating him. He clicked the magnifying glass, intending to search for relevant content, only to find the trending topic at the top of the social media charts, the queue jumping incident from today. Clicking on it, he saw that the video with the most likes was Zheng Xiaoping's, followed closely by that of Dasheng News. The comments on both videos were overwhelmingly condemning Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, with any comments revealing the truth about the incident having been swiftly deleted. Indeed, it is often said that one does not shed tears until faced with the grave reality. Yang Jinrong was inherently displeased with the other party's blatant queue-jumping behavior. To his astonishment, after involving the authorities, the mother and daughter duo not only failed to acknowledge their wrongdoing, but also felt aggrieved, exacerbating the situation by launching a campaign of online harassment against him. To his disbelief, they were even live streaming. Upon noticing their profile indicated they were broadcasting live, Yang Jinrong scrutinized their profile picture and the stream's cover image, only to find that both featured his own likeness, maliciously adorned with several derogatory tags. How splendid! How formidable, quite delightful! Initially perplexed by how the system detected such overwhelming negativity, he was taken aback by the absurdity of the ensuing events. System: I choose option 3. The host confirms the selection. Please proceed with the task. Yang Jinrong began recording the screen to gather evidence. Although screen recordings cannot serve as definitive evidence for conviction, they can substantiate claims and possess legal value, while queue jumping is not illegal. Exploiting this incident for publicity, sensationalizing it to attract viewership for live commerce, indeed crosses the legal line. Particularly, the unauthorized use of my image for commercial purposes infringes upon both my and Zhuge Lili's right to portraiture, and the tags affixed to our images constitute malicious defamation. Yang Jinrong swiftly compiled the necessary evidence. Once finished, he contacted Zhuge Lili to inform her of the developments and his intention to file a lawsuit against the offenders. Zhuge Lili expressed her unwavering support and cooperation, regrettably noting that her recent issues with her girlfriend left her with little time. Nevertheless, she insisted that should they win the lawsuit, Any compensation should be directed to Yang Jinrong. These were mere afterthoughts. Yang Jinrong then placed a call to his lawyer. Yan the call connected. Yan's slightly breathless voice resonated. Mr. Yang, what a rush regarding the case's progress. Today is Sunday, after all. Hello, Lawyer Yan. I hope I'm not intruding, Yang Jinrong replied, feeling somewhat apologetic upon hearing her labored breaths that I did not anticipate you would be occupied at this hour. If I am disturbing you, I can reach out during office hours tomorrow. You are indeed interrupting. Yin responded bluntly that I was practicing yoga, and your call has disrupted my session. Yang Jinrong felt embarrassed, well aware that some individuals possess a compulsive need to complete their routines. Feeling unsettled if interrupted, Yin likely shared a similar inclination that I sincerely apologize. He reiterated, no need for apologies. Just wait for me to finish one song. Yin replied before hanging up, placing her phone aside. She executed a full split on her yoga mat, gracefully bending forward, her supple form exquisitely highlighted by her white yoga attire. Following a series of intricate yoga poses, she finally concluded her routine and returned Yang Jinrong's call. Mr. Yang, there is no need for such urgency regarding the case. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Just await the court's notification for the hearing. Pouring herself a cup of coffee and taking a sip, she added, It seems you are not typically a person of haste today. Is urgency indicative of a desire to withdraw the lawsuit? Withdraw the lawsuit? No. Yang Jinrong fervently denied that he would never consider retracting the case against Nu's sister, and Shaoli come help. The odds of winning this lawsuit were overwhelmingly in his favor, with no financial burden on him, not to mention the opportunity to observe and learn from a top-tier lawyer in action. I am calling to request your representation for another new lawsuit. Yin was taken aback, uncertainty evident in her voice. Do you have another legal matter you wish to entrust to me? Is it related to the previous defamation case? Has the opposing party filed an appeal? Or perhaps the case involving the elderly motorcyclist? It was clear she had conducted her due diligence on Yang Jinrong, demonstrating her professional acumen. Neither. I am handling those two myself, Yang Jinrong clarified. This is a new case. Another new case has arisen. A look of astonishment graced Yan's flawless, makeup-free visage. Mr. Yang, are you perhaps a modern-day Conan? It seems bizarre occurrences abound this year, and I find myself entangled in them all. Yang Jinrong chuckled softly. I will send you the materials via WeChat. You will understand upon reviewing them, having previously exchanged WeChat contacts. Yang Jinrong meticulously compiled the details of the case, along with collected evidence and his demands, and sent them to Yan as per their usual arrangement. All costs, including legal fees, would be claimed from the opposing party. Yang Jinrong would initially cover the expenses, later seeking reimbursement. His demands were straightforward. First, Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter utilized sensationalism and other tactics to disseminate falsehoods online, inciting public opinion and leading the charge in online harassment, constituting defamation. Second, without the consent or authorization of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, they exploited their images as the cover for their live stream to draw viewership, thereby engaging in commercial gain and infringing upon their portrait rights. Third, the duo defaced Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili's images with derogatory tags, tarnishing their likenesses and committing the crime of maliciously insulting another's portrait. The compensation for mental anguish and portrait rights infringement could be determined once they verified the total profits accrued by the opposing party. As Yin perused the documents, she remarked, in simple terms, the more the opposing party profits from their infringement, the higher the amount we can claim in damages. Understood. Yang Jinrong acknowledged that at this juncture, he could hardly suppress the urge to encourage Zheng Xiaoping's family to support her during her live stream. During their conversation, however, public opinion online took yet another turn. Numerous visitors present at the scene earlier that day, upon encountering the misleading video from Daxiang News and Zheng Xiaoping, could hardly contain their outrage. Shocked that such brazenly shameless individuals existed, they promptly began sharing the videos they had recorded on their phones, and the grotesque visages of Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei quickly became viral, with many netizens even creating memes to counterattack them. Various media outlets, sensing the burgeoning interest surrounding this incident, began to disseminate the story widely. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, public sentiment shifting dramatically. The righteous individuals and subsequent media outlets versus Zheng Xiaoping and Daxiang News. A united front emerged, swiftly overwhelming Zheng Xiaoping's and Daxiang News' comment sections, as well as Zheng Xiaoping's live stream. 057. Captured live on air. Third update. The fighting spirit of this generation of netizens was formidable. The comments on Daxiang News rapidly spiraled into chaos, with editors struggling to keep up with the deletions. Zheng Xiaoping's comment section fared even worse. Those who once supported her were now bewildered by the flood of criticisms. What does it mean when the villain cries foul first? This is the very essence of the villain crying foul first. After cutting in line so many times, they finally encountered a righteous individual willing to stand up against them. Brothers, let us protect the righteous. It was the first time Yang Jinrong heard Q-jumping referred to as lateral movement. It was also the first time he found himself detesting someone based solely on their appearance. No, wait, two individuals. The horrifying visage of the elderly mother was utterly terrifying, her eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out. The two grotesque faces became known nationwide. After witnessing these two, Yang Jinrong suddenly felt that Rong Momo appeared far more amiable. One could imagine Rong Momo would feel a twinge of fear upon encountering this mother-daughter pair. Right? Security personnel and law enforcement should also bear some responsibility. While it is generally inappropriate to attack others' appearances, this time, the netizens surprisingly reached a consensus. It was not their looks being targeted, but rather their character, a reflection of their low morals. The comments from Zheng Xiaoping's family were inundated with thousands of criticisms, leaving those who initially posted them thoroughly demoralized, prompting them to delete their comments. Likewise, Zheng Xiaoping's live stream suffered a similar fate. While she was live streaming to promote a foundation, the comments in her Douyin stream overwhelmed her with ridicule. Can your foundation conceal the grotesque visages of you two? Certainly. If it couldn't, how would they dare to go live? Can we add this mother-daughter duo to the National Tourism Blacklist? A blacklist for scenic spots isn't sufficient. These individuals should be placed on the list of untrustworthy persons. Barred from public spaces, shameless individuals never perceive their own disgrace. They merely believe themselves to be more astute than others. I placed an order for 250 items. I'll return them once they arrive. TSK, let us give her a hand. Family, let South all place orders to spike the return rate. Initially, Zheng Xiaoping managed to suppress her outrage, but when her foundation sold out within moments, followed by another makeup remover that also vanished instantly. With all 250 units being snatched up before her loyal customers could even place their orders, she finally snapped. Are you done yet? Zheng Xiaoping completely lost her composure. The netizens' righteous actions rendered her unable to continue her commerce, inciting her to hurl the trial product in her hands and scream at the live stream. You scum, why are you bullying us mother and daughter? Why are you cursing us? A bunch of garbage. A bunch of lowly men. Your entire family possesses grotesque visages. As Zheng Xiaoping erupted in anger, she was indignant and continued to berate the audience. However, she was taken aback when Douyin's official account suddenly issued a notification. Your live stream has been permanently banned. Reason for ban: insulting others, violating live stream regulations. What? Why am I banned from streaming? They can curse me, but I can't retaliate. Zheng Xiaoping looked at the black screen of her Douyin live stream, utterly distraught. Just as she attempted to access the Douyin backend to counterattack those who had insulted her in the comments, she discovered that her account had also been banned. Your account has been suspended for violating regulations and is prohibited from posting content. Your account has been permanently banned from commenting. Zheng Xiaoping could only watch helplessly as others berated her in the comments, unable to retort, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet utterly powerless. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Xiaoping had once again smashed several trial cosmetic products. Still simmering with anger, the only platform left for her was Xiaolan Book, where she could continue to livestream. Initially, there were not many who criticized her on Xiaolan Book, as most users of this platform were female. However, a sudden influx of new viewers began to bombard her livestream with harsh comments. Zeng Xiaoping intended to retort, but was swiftly restrained by the staff from the live-streaming company, warning that if she continued to lash out, she might even lose her place on the platform. Left with no recourse, Zeng Xiaoping could only swallow her grievances in silence, feigning indifference as she witnessed the barrage of insults that it was her first experience of feeling anger without the liberty to express it. For the sake of money, I will endure, Zeng Xiaoping thought to herself. She persevered in promoting products late into the night, and gradually, the viewership began to dwindle. The live streaming company calculated the sales figures from the two major platforms, revealing an astonishing sales volume of over 2 million. Zeng Xiaoping's commission amounted to a staggering 520,000. Mom, we earned 520,000 from a single night's work. Wow, this money is simply too easy to make. The mother and daughter duo jumped up in excitement. Despite the ban from the Douyin platform, the earnings from sales were still withdrawable, which brought them immense joy. They fantasized about their future financial plans. 52,000 a day, 520,000 a week, 5,200,000 a month, 52 million a quarter, and 5,200 million a year. The two of them were so exhilarated that they stayed awake throughout the night, only to succumb to sleep in the afternoon. After a hurried meal, they returned to the live streaming base to begin another session. Dear viewers, today we bring you an incredible benefit. This product in my hand is a moisturizing lotion crafted from a variety of precious herbs, designed to improve skin issues. Just as Zeng Xiaoping and her mother were demonstrating the lotion, the doors of the live streaming base were suddenly flung open to a group of uniformed law enforcement officers, wielding batons and shields, stormed in, subduing several individuals attempting to flee the scene. Zeng Xiaoping and her mother were left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Don't move. Raise your hands. The leader of the group turned out to be Director Qin from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Representatives from the Public Security Bureau, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Consumer Association were all present for a joint enforcement action, accusing them of various illegal activities such as counterfeiting and selling fake goods. You are completely surrounded. Zeng Xiaoping and her mother exchanged a stunned glance, utterly dumbfounded. They had merely been live streaming to sell products. How had they attracted such a multitude of law enforcement officers? How had they become criminals? What have we done wrong? We were just selling products. Counterfeiting has nothing to do with us. Zeng Xiaoping protested, still clutching a bottle of the moisturizing lotion. Click, a camera captured her holding the lotion, and an officer from the Food and Drug Administration approached, gloved hands ready to confiscate the cosmetics that I have already documented the evidence. You are suspected of manufacturing and selling counterfeit medical products. Zeng Xiaoping's legs tightened, her body trembling in shock. What was happening? Her mother attempted to argue, but was swiftly silenced by a pair of rose gold handcuffs. Snap, snap. Zeng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei were both cuffed at the scene. The entire enforcement process was streamed live, causing an uproar in their live stream chat. Yang Jinrong, it was indeed you who framed us. Witnesses in the live stream were left in disbelief as they watched the host's arrest unfold. How could a mere product promotion lead to such a situation? Viewers, who understands this? I certainly don't. Are these people really law enforcement? Was this due to selling products or cutting in line? To address this issue, I wish to express my perspective. I am not an expert in this field and possess limited theoretical knowledge, but I believe that freedom of expression is paramount in today's society, and I have the right to voice my thoughts. After careful consideration, I reiterate my stance. As I mentioned earlier, I am not an expert and I do not have extensive theoretical knowledge. The conclusion I arrive at is that I do not know. Of course, not all viewers were supporters. Many curious onlookers from trending searches found amusement in the host's predicament. They began to fill the chat with jokes, quickly dominating the conversation. They recorded the moment of the mother and daughter's arrest and shared it on other platforms. This batch of netizens was truly talented, even going so far as to add sensational titles to the videos. Shocking. My mom for an entire year. Aftermath of cutting in line at Happy Valley. Mother and daughter live streamers captured. Is the arrest of a product-promoting host a reflection of moral decay or ethical distortion? Arrested for cutting in line. Who will dare to do it again? Shocking. This mother and daughter publicly committed such a terrifying act in the live stream. Such titles propelled the incident of Zeng Xiaoping and her mother's arrest to the trending charts. Who could have imagined that what began as a simple case of cutting in line would escalate to trending 3 times in succession? It was truly serendipitous to come across the follow dash up to S for the mother and daughter. I can only say they got what they deserved. They had exploited their popularity to promote products. It was only fitting that they face consequences. I promptly shared the news in the family group chat, sending it to relatives who enjoyed cutting in line, eager to see who would dare to do so again. Thankfully, just individuals of integrity stood up, ensuring that those who cut in line face punishment as a deterrent. That I believe that those who usually cut in line will tremble upon seeing this news, and at the very least, will refrain from doing so openly in the future. Law student Xiao Yang. This blogger is another key figure in the cutting in line incident. I am grateful to the blogger for stepping up at such a critical moment to correct the negative social behavior. I followed them. Alas, I was the one who just forwarded this to the family group. The group owner kicked me out. The group owner is my dad, and he even said he would break my legs. The online community was abuzz. Yang Jinrong once again found himself trending, unaware that his follower count on Douyin had surged to over 150,000. Other platforms also saw an influx of new followers. Within the Public Security Bureau, the joint enforcement operation proceeded smoothly. Evidence, including counterfeit products, sales lists, transaction records, and live stream footage, was collected and seized. The live streaming base was shut down. In the detention room. Zeng Xiaoping, Jia Dongmei, and several other live streaming staff members were confined together. Officers, we truly had no idea we were selling counterfeit goods. We are the victims. Zeng Xiaoping pleaded, tears welling in her eyes, that we are innocent. If we had known those products were counterfeit, how could we have engaged in illegal sales? Exactly, officers, my daughter and I are innocent. Please let us go, Jia Dongmei echoed, crying out, it's all their fault. If it weren't for them, we would never have sold counterfeit goods. The mother and daughter duo continued to struggle and plead. But the law enforcement officers paid them no mind. Whether there was subjective intent to sell inferior products, how to determine guilt, the length of sentencing, and the nature of penalties would all be thoroughly investigated. Not long after, Yang Jinrong and lawyer Yin Yin arrived at the Public Security Bureau. Yang Jinrong? They were greeted by a strikingly poised female officer. Who are you? Yang Jinrong, initially puzzled, inquired. Chen Yun, the officer replied with a smile. Oh, Yang Jinrong recalled, remembering that this was the same officer who had come to the principal's office during the incident involving Lin Yuyu's slander, but it had been some time since they last met. He was surprised to see her now promoted to the city bureau. What a coincidence to have a familiar face at the city bureau. Lawyer Yin noted with surprise, having initially assumed Yang Jinrong was merely a typical wealthy heir. Chen Yun, sensing Yin's gaze, instinctively glanced at the beautiful lawyer, her eyes revealing a flicker of admiration. This is my appointed attorney, Yang Jinrong introduced. Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement before diving into the matter at hand. I was puzzled as to why the name of the complainant was the same as yours. I now realize it is indeed you. The site for selling counterfeit products has been completely taken down. Samples of the related inferior products have also been sent for testing, and they have been preliminarily identified as substandard. The sales amount totals over 190,000. This is one of the larger cases we've dealt with recently. Yang Jinrong nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. For a sales amount of over 190,000, how long will Zeng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei be sentenced? That will depend on whether they had subjective intent to sell inferior products. If they lack such intent, the sentence and penalties will be correspondingly reduced, or they may even be exempt from criminal charges, only facing confiscation of illegal gains and a fine. just as Chen Yun was about to elaborate further. Several leaders descended from the upper floor Yang Jinrong, one of the leaders, Director Qin from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, recognized him at first glance, beaming as he approached. What a coincidence to meet again. Recently, Director Qin had been in high spirits, feeling more accomplished than ever, especially after successfully leading operations against fraudulent seafood markets, and now having cracked this case involving nearly 200,000, there was a possibility of uncovering the upstream supply chain. A significant case indeed. He would undoubtedly receive accolades in the city. In the eyes of Director Qin, Yang Jinrong had almost become his lucky star. Even though there were whispers behind his back accusing him of being greedy for power and profit. He had indeed accomplished tangible results, apprehending numerous lawbreakers that he was neither avaricious nor licentious, and his commendable achievements could hardly be dismissed. Was he not, after all, a good official? Director Qin, Yang Jinrong greeted with a smile. He understood that without Director Qin, he would not have been able to retrieve the compensation of 3 times the amount so swiftly last time. With anyone else, it could have taken a year and a half. And some might not have received anything at all, their cases dragging on indefinitely. Director Qin even took the time to shake hands with Yang Jinrong and publicly praised him, saying, young and promising. Indeed, he then shared a few light-hearted words with other leaders before departing. Chen Yun and Yin Yin, witnessing this exchange, were momentarily astonished. How could Yang Jinrong be so closely acquainted with Director Qin of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Their connection was evidently profound, especially for Yin Yin, the beautiful lawyer, who had previously investigated Yang Jinrong's background that on the surface, he was merely an orphan raised in an orphanage, but upon deeper scrutiny, she found herself increasingly astonished, eventually leading her to refrain from further investigation. Coupled with Yang Jinrong's current demeanor, Yin Yin had already firmly concluded that his background was indeed formidable. In the detention room, upon hearing the commotion, Zheng Xiaoping vaguely caught the name Yang Jinrong and shouted toward the outside, Yang Jinrong. Just as Yang Jinrong was about to take a look, he heard her call and informed Chen Yun, and the three proceeded to the detention room together. Upon seeing Yang Jinrong, Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter immediately fell apart. Yang Jinrong, it is indeed you who has framed us, Zheng Xiaoping screamed menacingly. Comrade security officer, it was him. He's the one who has falsely accused us. Law blind. Lin Yuyu is about to face her second trial. The motorcycle case is going to court. Quiet down. A duty officer wielding a baton approached, glaring fiercely at Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter, commanding, keep it down. The mother and daughter were taken aback. They had been accustomed to being domineering outside, but now confined, they realized the gravity of their situation. This was not a place for them to act recklessly. Comrade security officer, we are truly wronged. We would never engage in illegal activities. Zheng Xiaoping's voice diminished significantly, her previous ferocity replaced by a visage of grievance. It's all his fault. He maliciously reported us. Have you two not yet recognized your own unlawful actions? Chen Yun reprimanded sternly while holding a file. Will you never look for problems within yourselves? Do you always believe it is someone else's fault? That someone else has wronged you? Do you think you are blameless? Zheng Xiaoping was left dumbfounded by the retort. However, her mother, Jia Dongmei, remained unyielding, convinced they had committed no wrongdoing, adamantly insisting, Comrade security officer, what have we done wrong? We are innocent. We merely live-streamed and sold merchandise. What is the issue? The substandard products were not produced by us. You should release us. Yin Yin coldly regarded the duo, stating, you have used Mr. Yang Jinrong's image as the cover for your live streams without his authorization to profit, which constitutes an infringement of Mr. Yang Jinrong's portrait rights. Your use of his image with derogatory watermarks for profit is a malicious defamation of his likeness, tarnishing his reputation and amounts to illegality. Additionally, posting maliciously edited videos online inciting fans to harass Mr. Yang Jinrong constitutes defamation. I should mention, I am Mr. Yang Jinrong's appointed lawyer, and I have already filed a lawsuit against both of you in the District People's Court. Your actions have constituted criminal offenses, and you will not only owe my client Mr. Yang Jinrong compensation for reputational damages and emotional distress, but also face criminal penalties. In other words, imprisonment. Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter widened their eyes in shock. But how can posting a video be a crime? We have insulted many people in the past, yet none have accused us of illegal activities. How can using a photo be an infringement? That was our own video recorded on our phones. Can we not use it? Zheng Xiaoping had posted countless others' videos on her social media without any issues, right? And we must compensate for reputational damages, emotional distress, and face imprisonment. No, this is impossible. Mother, what do we do? Are we going to prison? Their understanding of the law was shockingly superficial, utterly ignorant of legal repercussions. This left Chun Yun disheartened, realizing the urgent need for legal education among the general populace, as the path ahead was arduous. Despite the abundance of legal education programs, individuals like Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter remained oblivious to the law. If only a well-known legal education program could be established, how beneficial it would be. Let us go. Yang Jinrong did not linger any longer. He had come to the Security Bureau to assist with the reporting investigation and make a record, not to witness the farce of the mother and daughter. In his mind, it was preferable to expedite their incarceration rather than revel in their misfortune. The three turned to leave. Wait. Yang Jinrong, I apologize, we apologize. Yes, we were wrong. We are sorry. Please do not sue us. We did not know what we did was illegal. Is it not enough that we acknowledge our mistakes? The mother and daughter panicked upon seeing Yang Jinrong turn to leave, hurriedly offering their apologies. However, their apologies lacked any sincerity. They were not remorseful for their unlawful actions, but were merely afraid of the financial repercussions and imprisonment. It was as if they were saying, I have apologized, so you should forgive me. Yang Jinrong had encountered many such individuals and had long since developed immunity to their insincere apologies. For such people, he would pursue legal action to the fullest extent and would never withdraw the charges. When Lin Yuyu had falsely accused him of voyeurism, he had offered her a chance for redemption. But the outcome had left him utterly disheartened. This had led Yang Jinrong to a profound transformation. The once benevolent man willing to give others a second chance had irrevocably changed alongside the Lin Yuyu case. For those who show no signs of repentance, there was no need for leniency or second chances. Extending kindness to them would only be an act of irresponsibility toward society. Granting opportunities would only serve to create more victims. This was the shift in Yang Jinrong's mindset, a hallmark of his growth. Noticing Yang Jinrong's silence, Zheng Xiaoping hastily called out, We will compensate you. We made over 400,000 from our live stream, and it has already been deposited into our bank account that we can pay you. Will 100,000 suffice? Or 20? Chinyan coldly interjected, All of your illicit gains will be confiscated. Zheng Xiaoping felt as if struck by lightning. She had hoped to enjoy the profits from their live stream upon leaving detention. But now, all illicit proceeds would be seized? I still have money. I can compensate. Gritting her teeth, Zheng Xiaoping exclaimed, I have an old house back home. I can sell it to pay you. Please, do not sue me. I do not want to go to prison. She was genuinely desperate. Yet Yang Jinrong paid her no heed. After completing the registration with Qin Yun, he departed from the Municipal Security Bureau with Yen Yen, as the court had already accepted the case, awaiting notification for the mother and daughter to face trial as for whether the duo had knowingly sold substandard products. That was a matter for the Security Bureau and relevant departments to investigate. The other procedures for the lawsuit were fully entrusted to Yen Yen, who remarked, The charges against Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei are evidently clear. In court, the only potential point of contention may lie in the amount of compensation for their infringement, particularly for the emotional distress caused by tarnishing your image, which can be claimed based on their profit margins. In simple terms, the more they profited, the higher the compensation amount we can seek. The data we recently gathered from the Security Bureau indicates their sales exceeded 1,800,000, with profits around 400,000. Hence, that is our maximum claim. Ultimately, the amount awarded will depend on the court's ruling. In summary, this case not only requires the defendants to cover legal fees and litigation costs, but Yang Jinrong could also potentially receive over $400,000 in compensation. The compensation for violations of portrait rights typically ranges from $20,000 to $50,000 for emotional distress. According to the Supreme Court's interpretation regarding compensation for civil infringement, the compensation amount is determined by several factors, including the degree of fault of the infringer, the means and circumstances of the infringement, the consequences of the act, the profits gained by the infringer, their economic capacity to bear responsibility, and the average living standards of the court's location. Normally, compensation for portrait rights infringements does not exceed $50,000. But since Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter profited over $400,000, we can claim up to that amount based on their earnings. Of course, the final decision rests with the court, Yin concluded. Casting a glance at Yang Jinrong, who appeared poised to gain significantly from this case. However, to her surprise, Yang Jinrong exhibited little emotional fluctuation, simply nodding before stating something that left Yin utterly astonished. "I am heading back to school now. I have a public lecture in the large classroom tonight." At times, Yin found it difficult to comprehend this university student. "Very well, just do not forget. The motorcycle case is going to court this Wednesday, which is the day after tomorrow. You have not entrusted this case to me. You must appear in court personally." "Understood." Yang Jinrong bid farewell to Yin. And by the time he returned to school, it was already quite late. After attending the public lecture, another day has passed, and on the following day, Tuesday, Yang Jinrong was in class when he received a notification from the People's Court of the city. Lin Yuyu, dissatisfied with the first instance verdict, had repeatedly appealed to the Huqiao District Court, and after unsuccessful attempts, had finally succeeded in filing an appeal. The higher-level People's Court, the City Court, would conduct the second instance hearing in 3 days. The notice summoned Yang Jinrong to appear in court. Finally, the second instance hearing was upon him. A smile crept across Yang Jinrong's face. He was well prepared, and the second instance would not afford Lin Yuyu any opportunities. The Tuesday schedule was light, and by noon, all classes were completed. "Jinrong, do you know where I can find a long-term part-time job?" As class ended, Yu Huai leaned in, wrapping an arm around Yang Jinrong's shoulder and inquiring softly. "I haven't been in touch for a while. I've been focusing on my scholarship these past 2 years and haven't taken many part-time jobs." Yang Jinrong responded, slightly surprised. "What is the matter? You shouldn't be short on money. Is dating that expensive? Have you reached the point of needing a part-time job? If you want, I can transfer you some money to help out." No, Yu Huai waved his hand dismissively. "It's not for me. It's for my girlfriend. She has fewer classes and is looking for a stable, long-term part-time job. Her family has been going through some difficulties lately. Then she should consider tutoring. Such part-time jobs pay well and are relatively stable." Yang Jinrong suggested, then asked, "Are you sure you don't need my support?" "No, thank you, that I'll have her look into tutoring. And if she can't find anything, she'll try going through an agency." Yu Huai replied before quickly leaving, not even stopping to have a meal with Yang Jinrong. This made the latter chuckle and shake his head, reminiscing about student romances. Although he had never met Yu Huai's girlfriend, he still hoped for their relationship to flourish. Time passed swiftly, and as the afternoon approached, the Linhai District Court notified Yang Jinrong that the previously requested live stream of the trial had been approved, instructing him to prepare accordingly. Yang Jinrong was already prepared. That night, he posted a teaser on his short video platform. Tomorrow morning, live streaming the trial of the case where an elderly woman pushed down a Ducati motorcycle. Everyone is welcome to tune in. Although the elderly woman, Ho Sufin, had passed away, her 2 sons would appear in court as guardians, fresh off the arrest of a mother-daughter duo for queue-jumping at a tourist site. The trial of the elderly woman pushing down the motorcycle was about to commence, and this news immediately attracted significant attention from netizens, especially since Yang Jinrong now boasted over 1.5 million followers. His influence had substantially increased. Many were eagerly awaiting the trial. Finally, the next day, Wednesday, Yang Jinrong rose early, prepared his materials, and naturally did not neglect the ceremonial aspects. He donned his exclusive black suit, tied his tie, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and grabbed the live streaming equipment rewarded by the system, arriving at the Linhai District People's Court. Following the court staff's instructions, he set up the live streaming equipment in the designated area and took his seat at the plaintiff's bench. The brothers Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen were also brought into the courtroom by court police, both in handcuffs and dressed in yellow prison uniforms, creating a stark contrast with Yang Jinrong's suit. The court was finally in session. This was a day I had awaited for so long. The internet was ablaze, pushing forward the rule of law with sheer determination. The verdict awaited. What kind of live stream is this? Fresh imported grapes for sale in the front row, succulent imported abalone. The trial concerning the elderly woman pushing over a motorcycle had finally arrived, but the wait had been excessively long. The streamer must persevere. Justice shall prevail. Recently, Yang Jinrong's popularity had soared, and the livestream room was quickly inundated with viewers, some cheering for Yang Jinrong while others played the role of internet saints. And there were certainly a few detractors. The elderly woman is already deceased, and her 2 sons have strayed into prison due to this incident. The family has paid a heavy price for it. Why does the streamer insist on pursuing this matter? Can't he show a bit of magnanimity? Can't he generously let them go? Is the outcome of a trial really that important? A rich second generation is merely bullying the vulnerable, isn't it? I don't understand why so many people pay attention to him. According to relevant laws, shouldn't there be no trial in the case of the defendant's death? Why go through the motions today? Is it that the rich second generation has used their connections? Is this case merely about seeking a result? No, this is a battle of values, and the streamer must win. He must win. Those who criticize you will likely commit wrongdoings in their old age as well. Yes, we cannot be lenient that if the motorist loses the case, by the time I grow old, there won't be a single motorcycle parked upright around me. The streamer winning the lawsuit does not yield any tangible benefits. Why does he persist? Because this is about advancing the rule of law, promoting social progress, and making other elderly wrongdoers think twice, deterring those who take advantage of their age to act with impunity. In my building, a row of motorcycles was scratched by an elderly man who admitted to it, and I have evidence that I reported it 10 days ago, but there has been no news since. I wonder if it will ever be addressed. Once bad people grow old, they rely on criminal immunity to harm society and repulse others. Support the streamer, support rights protection. This time, the internet saints did not occupy the moral high ground. For the world has long suffered from the existence of elderly wrongdoers. This time, a rare figure emerged, bearing the pressure of public opinion and standing up for rights protection. How could everyone not support him? In the courtroom, the representative lawyer from the insurance company took the plaintiff's seat. Then on the defendant's side sat the 2 sons of Ho Sufan, the Wenwu brothers, along with a free assistance lawyer. The brothers had been detained for so long that their mental state had visibly deteriorated, yet their gazes toward Yang Jinrong had grown even more venomous. They looked at him with eyes filled with a desire to skin him alive. Such individuals will never acknowledge their wrongdoing, which led to this dire consequence. They will always believe it is others who have caused their imprisonment. They are not worthy of sympathy, nor of pity. Yang Jinrong, may you meet a wretched fate. Once my brother is released, you are finished. The Wenwu brothers growled through clenched teeth, like 2 vicious wild dogs, glaring menacingly at Yang Jinrong, that I hope to witness the day you are released from prison. Yang Jinrong regarded the 2 with a calm demeanor, his heart devoid of turbulence, yet his indifferent gaze harbored a murderous intent. Had he not feared excessive self-defense, he would have relished the opportunity to send these 2 to reunite with their mother right before her eyes. The brothers were momentarily daunted by the murderous glint in his eyes, rendered speechless. For Yang Jinrong's gaze reminded them of the day at their mother's funeral, when they were overpowered 2 against 1 and nearly met their end. Both of them bore injuries of varying degrees, with their bones still aching intensely. Silence. The presiding judge's voice rang out, the gavel striking the table with a resounding thud, signaling the imminent commencement of the trial. The jury began verifying the attendance of the plaintiff and defendant, confirming identities, and then proceeded to read the court's regulations. When asked if there were any objections, the defendant's assistant's lawyer requested to speak. According to Article 16 of the Criminal Procedure Law, in the event of the defendant's death, criminal responsibility should not be pursued. If it had been pursued, the case should be dismissed or charges should not be filed. Or the proceedings should be terminated or a verdict of not guilty should be declared. Since our party's party is passed, any compensation for the plaintiff's economic losses will be legally compensated by the guardians, namely the inheritors Wang Chengguin and Wang Qingwu. May I ask the presiding judge, is there still a necessity for this trial? This was the most contentious point of the day as proceedings. Regardless of domestic or international norms, courts uphold the principle that the deceased are to be treated with utmost respect. It is not to say that death resolves all. Rather, once deceased, no further criminal responsibility should be pursued, nor should trials proceed. The court had already provided an explanation regarding this matter prior to the hearing. The presiding judge exhibited no emotional reaction. The court's acceptance of this case undoubtedly complied with all procedures. The plaintiff's side had added the defendant's inheritors Wang Chengguin and Wang Qingwu as defendants, and the plaintiff's demands did not include pursuing criminal responsibility against the deceased host Sufan, but rather demanded that the defendants, Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu, publicly apologize in court and clarify the facts to the public. Furthermore, the presiding judge paused, his gaze sweeping over Yang Jinrong's live-streaming platform before returning to the defendant's lawyer, slowly stating, "This case is widely circulated on the internet, causing a significant uproar. It has not only brought great distress to the plaintiff, but has also exacerbated social tensions. Our court acknowledges the societal discourse and the pressing public issues, and to alleviate the intensification of social conflict, we have submitted a relevant application to the higher-level People's Court, which has been approved to conduct a live-streaming trial based on factual truth, ensuring fairness, justice, and transparency." Upon hearing these words, the defendant's assistant's lawyer had nothing left to counter. These statements represented the case's characterization, not merely a conflict between plaintiff and defendant, but indicative of deeper societal issues, the nature of which had undergone a complete transformation, even today as trial had ascended to a higher plane. This was a special case, being treated with special attention and special hearings. This also addressed the confusion expressed by numerous netizens, as the presiding judge provided clarity, leaving many feeling vindicated. Simultaneously, everyone understood just how challenging Yang Jinrong's persistence had been in the hands of another. This matter would have been easily dismissed. It would hardly have stirred even a ripple. Streamer, press on. Evil shall face judgment. Your determination today will become the torch illuminating our future path. You may hide in silence, but do not defame or ridicule those who are braver than you, for their pursuit of light may shine upon you. This insistence on the trial, I believe, is a step toward perfecting the legal system. Age is not an excuse. I've seen many elderly individuals committing wrongdoings, with police stating they cannot arrest due to their age, that if this trial does not proceed, it will only embolden elderly wrongdoers in the future. Yang Jinrong is not merely fighting for himself, but paving the way for those who may encounter similar situations in the future. Those self-righteous individuals online, who preach magnanimity, should be avoided during thunderstorms, for they will inevitably face divine retribution. The so-called saints of the live-streaming world have been thoroughly silenced, their fingers no longer able to tap upon the keyboard, nor do they possess any justification to do so. Even some of the 1450s hesitate to flaunt their bravado at this moment, fearing the wrath of the collective. In the courtroom, the presiding judge inquired once more, do either party or their legal representatives have any objections? This time there were none. The jurors proceeded to announce their identities, informing both parties of their rights and obligations in this litigation. The procedural formalities were finally complete. The first to speak was the representative lawyer for one of the plaintiffs, the People S Insurance Company. He stood, addressing the judge, "Your Honor, Our demands are as follows. We request that the defendant pay the substitute compensation for the Ducati repair costs amounting to 77,000 yuan. Cover our legal fees of 11,550 yuan. Pay the litigation fee of 5 yuan. And settle our company's incurred costs of 240 yuan. After the lawyer concluded, the judge turned to the defendant's bench. Does the defendant wish to voice any objections? Is he not a legal representative from the insurance company? Why then does he seek compensation for legal fees? Upon hearing the substantial sum, Wang Chengwu immediately stood in agitation, exclaiming, "What a joke! If this continues, even with the compensation for their dilapidated old house, they will be utterly drained. Defendant, please maintain decorum in the courtroom." The judge warned sternly. Wang Chengwu quickly sat down, unwilling to provoke the judge further. The judge then directed his gaze toward the representative from the People's Insurance Company. "Plaintiff, please provide a reasonable explanation." The latter replied calmly, "Your Honor, I am a representative lawyer for the People's Insurance Company, not an internal legal staff member. It is evident that the company has exploited a loophole, opting to send a representative lawyer instead of utilizing their robust legal department, thereby compelling the defendant to pay an additional sum of over 10,000 yuan. Truly, they are the epitome of bloodsuckers." Yang Jinrong silently noted this, recognizing that if he were to engage in legal battles with insurance companies in the future, he must remain vigilant regarding such matters. "Approved," the judge declared, acknowledging the legal loophole, then turned to Yang Jinrong. "Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, please state your demands." Yang Jinrong rose, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, not out of necessity, for he did not suffer from myopia, but rather to impose a sense of seriousness upon each court session, that he then spoke with deliberate composure. "Your Honor, my demands are as follows. First, I require the defendant to issue a public apology in court and to acknowledge the wrongdoing of the defendant, Ho Sufan, providing an account to all who have followed this case. Second, I seek compensation for the depreciation of my Ducati, valued at 400,000 yuan, amounting to 56,000 yuan, alongside compensation for my emotional distress of 50,000 yuan, and for the damage to my reputation, which I claim at 98,000 yuan, plus the litigation fee of 5 yuan, bringing the total to 200,450 yuan. What? Upon hearing the total claim of 200,400 yuan, Wang Chengwen erupted in outrage, leaping to his feet and shouting, "Yang Jinrong, you have gone too far. What depreciation can there be on that piece of junk motorcycle? What emotional distress have you suffered? And what damage to your reputation could you possibly claim? To demand 200,400 yuan outright is absurd." The audience, including the brothers Wen and Wu, were taken aback by the sheer audacity of the claim. The representative lawyer from the People's Insurance Company was momentarily stunned, staring at Yang Jinrong in disbelief, internally lamenting, "This individual appears harmless and gentlemanly, yet his heart is darker than one might expect. A ruthless person indeed. It is said that he is merely a junior in law school. If he continues down this path, who knows what he might become?" Terrifying silence. The judge struck his gavel, admonishing Wang Chengwen, "Defendant Wang Chengwen, please maintain courtroom decorum and stabilize your emotions." He then turned to the jurors, who, upon receiving a document, passed a copy to the defendant's assisting lawyer. The judge solemnly declared, "The plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, has submitted relevant documentation concerning the depreciation of the damaged Ducati, along with third-party verification. After this court's review and investigation, the submitted evidence is authentic and complies with legal stipulations." Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu exchanged glances, their assisting lawyer reviewing the documents before handing them to the brothers that it was unnecessary to examine further. The court had already verified the authenticity. Truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehood be validated. Wang Chengwu begrudgingly stated, "Your Honor, consider Yang Jinrong's mental state. How can there be any emotional distress?" The judge turned his attention to Yang Jinrong, who began, "Your Honor, following this incident, I was subjected to defamation by various media outlets, who misrepresented the events. Yang Jinrong gestured for the jurors to present another piece of evidence previously submitted and continued. Firstly, I was vilified as a rich second generation who showed no compassion, having knocked down an elderly person without offering compensation. Secondly, I was labeled as a petty individual who deliberately harasses the vulnerable. And thirdly, I was portrayed as someone who bullies the impoverished relatives of a deceased elderly lady. This document contains evidence of 3 instances of online harassment. Point 1 includes a screenshot of the defamatory articles circulated by irresponsible media, while another comprises photographs and videos of the 2 brothers, who sought assistance from Xiao Li to confront me at Linghai University, alongside various derogatory remarks targeting me on the internet. The third pertains to the live streaming by the brothers, which was recorded by ill-intentioned individuals, who then misrepresented it, leading to a widespread backlash. The evidence also illustrated the extensive scale of the harassment, establishing a direct causal link to the incident involving the elderly lady and the motorcycle, thereby affirming that Yang Jinrong indeed suffered significant emotional torment and distress. To claim a mere 50,000 yuan in compensation is nothing short of generous. The judge, striking his gavel, proclaimed, "The plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, is entitled to a claim of 50,000 yuan for emotional distress. This demand is hereby approved." The assisting lawyer for the defendants could not restrain himself, questioning, "And what are the 98,000 yuan for reputational damages?" The judge replied, "Please review this piece of evidence." Yang Jinrong presented the prepared evidence to the jurors, and once the judge received it, he stated, "This pertains to the defendants, Wang Chengwu and Wang Qingwen, who maliciously exploited the public attention surrounding this case through live streaming, with titles containing my name, and during the broadcasts, they repeatedly defamed me to garner sympathy and elicit gifts, thereby seeking unjust enrichment. According to the relevant provisions of the Civil Code, any consequences arising from the infringement of reputation must be fully compensated by the infringer. Furthermore, the expenses incurred by the victim in restoring their reputation also fall within the realm of property damage. The amount I am seeking is based on the defendant's profits. Evidence I just submitted indicates that the defendant's share of gifts from the live stream totaled 98,000 yuan. This claim aligns with Articles 996 and 997 of the Civil Code, as well as Article 10 of the Supreme Court's interpretation regarding civil liability for emotional damages. Yang Jinrong concluded, nodding slightly, and courteously stated, "Your Honor, I have finished my statement." The deliberation panel had been reviewing the newly submitted evidence during Yang Jinrong's statement and soon completed their assessment. The judge announced, "The new evidence submitted by plaintiff Yang Jinrong is valid and complies with legal requirements." The brothers Wen and Wu glared in fury. Yang Jinrong's demand for 200,000 yuan had completely depleted their compensation for the demolition of their old house. The brothers' rage reached a boiling point, their eyes ablaze with animosity as they fixed their fiery stares upon Yang Jinrong. If anger could ignite flames, they would have incinerated him on the spot. Alas, Yang Jinrong regarded them with an icy indifference. "You should be grateful that I did not hire the most expensive lawyer in Linghai for this case. Otherwise, you would be facing an even heftier legal fee." Yang Jinrong's cold remark pierced through the tension. Silence. The judge's gavel struck down as he admonished Wang Qingwen, who, in a fit of rage, spat blood upon hearing Yang Jinrong's words. "Ah, you Yang Jinrong," Wang Qingwu, with his hands shackled, flailed at Yang Jinrong, his face contorted in fury as he struggled. Silence. The judge's gavel resounded again, and court officers swiftly restrained the struggling brothers, given the volatile emotions of the defendants. The court determined to recess for 15 minutes, resuming proceedings afterward. The judge declared the recess. The brothers remained firmly restrained, still thrashing about in desperation. Under the judge's directive, they were taken away to cool off. But what transpired in those 15 minutes was known only to them. The audience in the live streaming room erupted. Viewers were abuzz, spreading the word and drawing in more spectators for the trial. As Yang Jinrong had forgotten to disable the commenting restriction, the trial saw a significant surge in followers, skyrocketing to 180,000. Many gasped upon witnessing Yang Jinrong's claim amount, particularly those from self-media platforms secretly observing the trial, each one secretly trembling with fear. Do not provoke Yang Jinrong. He is truly formidable. This was merely the case of the elderly lady and the motorcycle, separate from the extortion case involving Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu. This realization sent shivers down spines, prompting a reluctance to engage. Naturally, Yang Jinrong's livestream also attracted the attention of certain external forces. Attempts to create a rift in the elderly case had failed, yielding a one-sided outcome favoring Yang Jinrong. However, they would not forego any opportunity for division, only increasing their stakes. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. The trial resumed, when Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu were once again brought to the defendant's stand. Their eyes were vacant, and they had utterly relinquished any semblance of resistance, following a meticulous discussion and consideration by the collegial panel. A final verdict was rendered in court. The defendant, Ho Sufin, was found guilty of willfully damaging another's property. However, due to her demise, her criminal liability was not pursued. Her legal heirs and co-defendants, Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen, were held responsible for the associated economic compensation. The facts of this case were clear, and the evidence was unequivocal. This court imposed the following sentences on the defendants Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen. 061. Pushing ceiling. Second trial, confrontation in court. The defendants were ordered to pay the plaintiff, the insurance company, 770 yuan for the repair of the damaged motorcycle, 550 yuan in legal fees, 5 yuan in litigation costs, and 240 yuan in accident fees, totaling 89,290 yuan. They were also ordered to compensate the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, with 560 yuan for the depreciation of the damaged motorcycle, 5 yuan for emotional distress, 980 yuan for reputational damage, and 5 yuan in litigation fees, amounting to a total of 2,045 yuan. The defendants Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen were further mandated to apologize to the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, and acknowledge the unlawful act of willfully damaging Yang Jinrong's motorcycle by their mother, Ho Sufin. This case has now concluded. Should any party have inquiries regarding this case, they may appeal to the higher people's court. As the presiding judge's voice resonated, it signified the formal conclusion of the day's proceedings. What remained was the act of apology. Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu rose, turning to face Yang Jinrong. Despite any lingering discontent in their hearts, they were compelled to offer their apologies in a mechanical gesture. They bowed and said, "We apologize, Yang Jinrong. Our mother, Ho Sufin, deliberately toppled your motorcycle, constituting an unlawful act that we are willing to adhere to the court's judgment and compensate for your corresponding losses," with their words. The case of the elderly lady's motorcycle incident finally drew to a close. At that very moment, the audience in the live stream erupted in cheers, a wave of exhilaration sweeping through them. They had finally triumphed. Although the outcome had long been anticipated, the entire process had remained intensely suspenseful. With individual effort, they had propelled the advancement of the rule of law, ensuring that henceforth, age would no longer serve as an excuse to evade culpability. It was fortunate that the live stream host remained steadfast in their pursuit of truth. Otherwise, one would have been left speechless, merely accepting their misfortune. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Justice shall prevail. Gratitude was expressed to the host for transmitting positive energy. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Not only that, but viewers also began sharing the recorded live stream, allowing this highly representative trial to gain widespread recognition. In an instant, Yang Jinrong's victory trended once more. This left those who had previously vilified Yang Jinrong in a state of panic and concern. The trial concluded. The brothers Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu were once again escorted away by the judicial police, subsequently handed over to the Public Security Bureau, destined for the detention center, awaiting their own trial in due course. Impressive. Before departing, the insurance company's attorney gave Yang Jinrong a thumbs up, sincerely stating, "I truly admire someone as tenacious as you. As a law student, you can command the courtroom with such authority. I am left in awe. You flatter me." Yang Jinrong replied with a humble smile, "Your insurance company also performed admirably. I have learned much. Should fate allow us to cross paths in court again, I hope you will show leniency." The attorney's lips twitched at the notion of such a future encounter. Perhaps it would be best to avoid such a fate, he thought to himself, waving goodbye to Yang Jinrong before taking his leave. Only upon exiting the courthouse did he release a sigh of relief. This young man would undoubtedly become a significant challenge in the future, and he fervently hoped he would not have to contend with him in court. He felt a sense of trepidation, for he was not particularly adept as a lawyer, and the insurance company had a 100% assurance of victory, which is why they had sent him today. Otherwise, he would not have been summoned. Yang Jinrong also gathered his live streaming equipment, preparing to depart as for the compensation. The court had already placed a lien on the old house of Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu due to recent demolition issues. If the demolition occurred swiftly, he could obtain the funds quickly. If delayed, he could request the court to enforce the sale of the old house, using the proceeds for compensation. Yang Jinrong observed the torrent of comments in the live stream. Initially, many had criticized him, but now, such voices had nearly vanished. Perhaps there were still detractors online, but in the live stream, no one dared to voice their disdain. Holding the live streaming device, Yang Jinrong exited the white courthouse building. The bright sunlight pouring down from the sky, illuminating his face, he looked up to behold a sky as clear as a wash, as if the clouds had been dispersed by the brilliant sunlight, casting his silhouette in a heroic light. Bathed in golden rays, he resembled a messenger of justice, returning triumphantly after cleansing the world of its impurities. "That I have some good news to share with everyone," Yang Jinrong exclaimed cheerfully to the livestream audience. "In just 2 days, this Friday, the second trial regarding Lin Yuyu's accusation of me spying will officially commence." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. "There's going to be a second trial? We must keep an eye on that." So the senior sister appealed. Last time her parents didn't come. This time they will probably show up, along with relatives that I bet she has hired a lawyer too. Who knows, the second trial might turn the tables. Wait, will the host really flip the script in the second trial? Then why is he calling it good news? How frustrating. If this were an ordinary student, they probably wouldn't even receive an apology after all that. We finally got a verdict, and now there's going to be a second trial. Can the second trial be live streamed? I want to see the courtroom proceedings and watch the host confront the criminals. That would be exhilarating. Host, hurry and ask the court if the second trial can be live streamed. Yang Jinrong glanced down at the comments, noticing many inquiries regarding the live stream of the second trial. With some even sending gifts to request it, he chuckled and shook his head, stating, obtaining permission for the first trial to be live streamed was already a remarkable achievement. The second trial will take place in the Intermediate People's Court. So don't hold your breath for a live stream. Yang Jinrong had already inquired, and under normal circumstances, the City People's Court did not allow live streaming of trials. His 2 trials had been approved because of the case's uniqueness, involving public opinion on the internet. Additionally, the court aimed to utilize this opportunity for legal education, and the trials were held in the jurisdiction's People's Court, where policies were relatively lenient. The audience expressed their disappointment. Without the possibility of observing the trial live stream, they would have to wait for the outcome of the second trial. Thus, today's live stream concluded. Yang Jinrong bid farewell to the viewers and closed the stream amidst their reluctant comments. Upon returning to school, it was time for lunch. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he encountered Yu Huai, who was holding hands with a petite and delicate girl. Jinrong. Yu Huai spotted Yang Jinrong and waved with a smile, asking, "What were you up to this morning? We couldn't find you." "Hey," Yang Jinrong replied with a smile, "I was at the motorcycle case trial. It's a pity you couldn't make it. This is our school's renowned law god." Yang Jinrong. Yu Huai pointed at Yang Jinrong and, after the introduction, sweetly gazed at the slender, quiet girl beside him, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Gung Gung." The name left Yang Jinrong momentarily puzzled. "Hello, Gung Gung. Is that a nickname?" No, my full name is Gung Gung. The delicate girl smiled, revealing two dimples, quite charming and a good match for Yu Huai, though she appeared slightly pale, suggesting possible malnutrition. She gently smiled at Yang Jinrong, saying, Senior Yang Jinrong, I've long admired your name. My roommates discuss you daily, saying you're handsome. Thank you. Yang Jinrong chuckled, not taking it too seriously, considering it a jest he couldn't help but internally scoff. Gung Gung Yu Huai. You two truly are a match made in heaven. By the way, this Friday, there's the second trial for Lin Yu. Are you planning to attend? Yang Jinrong recalled the upcoming second trial and casually inquired. Yu Huai had accompanied him during the first trial, so it was only natural to check in this time. This Friday, I might not have time to go. We have part-time work that it's all right you don't have to accompany me. I can go by myself. Gung Gung, being considerate, smiled and added, I'm grown up now. How could I possibly get lost? You're so sweet. Why Yu Huai affectionately ruffled Gung Gung's hair. Have you both found part-time jobs? Yang Jinrong asked curiously. Yes. They both nodded in near-perfect synchronization, exchanging knowing glances. This display nearly made Yang Jinrong's teeth ache from the sweetness that I'll head back to my dorm now. After bidding farewell, Yang Jinrong hurriedly made his exit. Back in his dormitory, he took a brief respite. Having no classes in the afternoon, he had been preoccupied with various cases and hadn't dedicated time to studying. He resolved to spend the afternoon at the library. The university library, during non-examination periods, was quite empty, with very few people present. Occasionally, couples would enter and exit, showcasing their affection in the library. Yang Jinrong immersed himself in books for the entire afternoon. Lost in the world of literature, before he realized it, evening had arrived. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and stepped outside the library, where darkness had fully enveloped the sky once more. It was time to eat again, feeling as though he had spent the entire day dining. As he walked toward the cafeteria, he stumbled upon a campus card with a card holder, which also had a phone number. Without thinking too much, Yang Jinrong took out his phone and dialed the number, intending to ask the owner to retrieve their card. However, after 2 attempts, the call was abruptly ended each time. The distance from here to the security room is quite substantial. Yang Jinrong, feeling too lazy to make the trek and also famished, decided to text the other party's mobile number. Hello, classmate, I found your campus card at school. Please come to the second canteen to retrieve it. After sending the message, Yang Jinrong proceeded to queue at the second canteen. The meals at Linhai University's canteen are genuinely delicious and reasonably priced, featuring tender and juicy braised pork, aromatic stewed pig trotters, and golden roasted duck, all of which are Yang Jinrong's favorites. He ordered a generous portion and was about to relish his dinner when his phone chimed. Upon checking the message, he was taken aback by the response. Are you annoying? What era is this? Still using such outdated tricks to flirt? Just tell me, how did you get my number? You didn't answer my call, so you resorted to texting, planning to pester me indefinitely. This made Yang Jinrong chuckle. He wasn't in a hurry to reply. Instead, he focused on his meal, for the food was delectable, and he was quite hungry that a bite of the succulent braised pork melted in his mouth, offering an exquisite taste. Suddenly, another message arrived while he was eating. You really are annoying. Do you think this is some kind of game of hard to get? Inviting me to the second canteen, hoping to treat me to a meal? Let me tell you, I have a boyfriend, so give up on that idea. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but respond with 3 question marks. No, classmate, you must have some serious misconceptions that I found your campus card and simply asked you to come pick it up. Why are you imagining all this drama? The question marks were merely to express his confusion. Yang Jinrong added, my intention is straightforward. I found your campus card. If you want it, come to the second canteen to collect it. If not, then so be it. I've encountered many men like you. First, they invite you to the canteen for a meal, then suggest watching a movie, and after the movie, they claim they can't find a ride and look for excuses to book a hotel room. Disgusting. Yang Jinrong found this utterly amusing. That wasn't she just a quintessentially naive person? Yang Jinrong replied, are you out of your mind? What do you mean? Having your ulterior motives exposed, you start cursing. Let me tell you, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Just wait until I take this to the campus wall. Yang Jinrong laughed heartily. He had never encountered such a peculiar character before, in a world full of oddities. She stood out as an exceptionally naive one, a remarkable specimen even across the vast internet. Forget it, he decided not to engage further and muted his phone. Stowing his device away, he continued to savor his meal. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, that he cleaned his plate and finished the soup before leaving the canteen. Placing the found campus card at the lost and found counter, he walked along the campus path. Enjoying the gentle evening breeze against his face, he intended to check Douyin on his phone, but was surprised to find 6 or 7 messages from the other party that you're the one with the problem. Why didn't you reply? Pretending to be aloof just because you can't flirt with me. Truly disgusting. On what grounds do you insult my mental state? Yang Jinrong found the subsequent messages filled with frantic accusations beneath his notice. Such trivial matters did not dampen his spirits. With a flick of his finger, he blocked the number. Oh right, didn't the other party mention taking this to the campus wall? Yang Jinrong decided to take a screenshot of their entire conversation and posted it on the Linhai University forum, tagging the campus wall for management to display. What is this called? This is called preemptive action. Strike first to gain the upper hand. After doing this, Yang Jinrong ignored the situation, returned to his dormitory, freshened up, and began preparing for the second trial. It had to be that Yu Huai fellow, who somehow found a match made in heaven with a younger classmate. With sound values Yang Jinrong pondered. His phone buzzed again. Hello. I am the boyfriend of the girl you just mentioned. That my girlfriend is devastated due to your inappropriate remarks and is crying. What do you propose we do about this? Yang Jinrong replied. Brother, I hope you can apologize to my girlfriend that I usually wouldn't let her cry, but you made her weep heart-wrenchingly, leading to her emotional breakdown. Yang Jinrong added, wait dude, are you alright? I found her campus card and asked her to come pick it up, but she refused. Am I supposed to apologize? Haven't you read your girlfriend's messages? Truly a match made in heaven. You two should marry on the spot to spare others from your chaos. Yang Jinrong, uninterested in this character, was about to block him when another message arrived. Brother, if you don't apologize to my girlfriend, this matter isn't over. Yang Jinrong replied, fine, I'll wait. I am curious to see how this unfolds. He then blocked the number and shared this subsequent chat on the campus forum. With classes the next day, he needed to focus on his studies. And the day after would be Lin Yuyu's second trial, so he resolved to rest early. Meanwhile, in light of the previous incidents involving online harassment and malicious video edits against him, Yang Jinrong had already filed a report. Recently, the Public Security Department had made significant progress, having acquired relevant information from the platform and apprehending some individuals who had undergone real name verification. They also achieved breakthroughs regarding those who had not verified their identities. In Jiangcheng, at a tattoo shop in a village in the city, a girl was smoking while leaning over the equipment, instructing the tattoo artist to inscribe the words "Only love Zheng Wei in this life" on her lower back. Her friend, wearing flip-flops and also smoking, was exhaling clouds of smoke, preparing to hit the bar for a bachelorette party hosted by Jiang Lanlin's boyfriend. All right. The girl getting tattooed, named Wang Yao, instinctively shook her head at the mention of the bar. Once it's done, take a photo for me to post on my moments. Her friend carelessly dropped the cigarette but on the ground and snapped several pictures. Don't worry, I got the shots. I'll send them to Zheng Wei. He'll surely be touched. After all, girls like us are rare. Just as she finished speaking, several plainclothes security personnel burst in. One of them pulled out silver handcuffs, instantly startling everyone in the shop. The tattoo artist hurriedly halted his actions, stammering in an attempt to speak, but the security officer spoke first. Wang Yao, you are suspected of criminal activity and are under arrest. Wang Yao, mid-tattoo, turned pale with fear, hastily dropping her cigarette and pulling up her shorts. I haven't taken drugs or smoked anything. Why am I being arrested? You are suspected of maliciously editing videos to defame others, which violates criminal law and constitutes defamation and insult. With a snap of the cuffs, Wang Yao was utterly bewildered. She never imagined that using a non-verified account to edit a video would lead to such a situation, especially since the incident had occurred days prior. In the following hours, several nearby cities took action as well. A bride-to-be, caught while playing cards in the restroom the day before her wedding at a bar for her bachelorette party, was arrested. A fake socialite, apprehended while trying samples at a luxury store, was also taken in. Additionally, several joyriders, having stolen a battery-powered bicycle, were captured just before they could flaunt their stolen goods. All these individuals had been among the most vocal online. The most absurd incident occurred in a hotel where 6 men were arrested in a single room, and a large number of empty bottles of shampoo and body wash were discovered on site, leaving the security personnel astounded. Time swiftly passed and Friday arrived, day of the second trial. Yang Jinrong donned a suit, put on his glasses, gathered his materials, and arrived at the municipal people's court. Then he glanced up at the pristine white courthouse before stepping inside. As he entered the courtroom, he immediately spotted Lin Yu seated in the defendant's chair. She appeared haggard and wan, her cheeks sunken, her hair reduced to a disheveled mess, greasy and unkempt. Behind her sat several older relatives, likely her kin. Upon sensing someone enter, Lin Yu looked up, and upon recognizing Yang Jinrong, all her composure shattered. She screamed, "Yang Jinrong, you have ruined my life. Everything I face today is thanks to you. I will haunt you as a ghost." Her relatives rose in an instant, glaring at Yang Jinrong with hatred, the courtroom thick with animosity. Yet, Yang Jinrong remained undeterred, meeting their hostile gazes with calmness. His eyes swept over the crowd before finally resting on Lin Yu as he spoke. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Lin Yu, I thought you would come to terms with your sins and detention and repent, but it seems the sentence was too lenient. The first instance court has rendered its judgment. Her intent is clearly to ruin me. Her arduous academic endeavors are hers alone. But what of my own struggles? My life was nearly destroyed by her actions. Yet instead of educating her to reflect on her own faults, you dare to blame me, the victim?" Yang Jinrong's voice sliced through the air like a scalpel, piercing Lin Yu's heart. "From the moment you accused me of spying, you should have braced yourself for the possibility of incarceration. Furthermore, you may question my character, but you shall not doubt my taste. With your appearance and demeanor, you possess no right to claim I would ever spy on you." This proclamation left Lin Yu's relatives at a loss for words. Indeed, Yang Jinrong is strikingly handsome and possesses an impressive stature, while Lin Yu is rather unremarkable in both looks and form. Were it not for her gender advantage and the aid of a beauty filter, it is unlikely that so many would have believed her claims initially. Compassion should dictate one's actions. Why must you seek to destroy a young woman's life? An elder relative of Lin Yu rose, misguidedly asserting fairness, stating that she has acknowledged her mistakes. Bringing forth an appeal merely aims to reduce her sentence. She does not deny her wrongdoing, so why must you cling to this, in the spirit of camaraderie among classmates? Is it not better to show some magnanimity? Do not cast unjust aspersions upon me. It is not I who seeks to ruin her life, but she who has wrought her own destruction. It is not I who judges her crimes, but the law itself. Are you attempting to trample upon the dignity of the law?" Yang Jinrong spoke with a grave tone. Why do some insist on occupying the moral high ground to impose demands on others while never restraining their own conduct? The law serves as the baseline of morality, whereas morality represents the lofty ideals of law. Lin Yu's actions transcend mere immorality. They constitute criminal behavior that violates the law, having trampled upon the law. She must face its consequences. Instead of advising me to be magnanimous, perhaps you should take my counsel and purchase a ticket to Sichuan, where you will find a place called Leshan, home to a great Buddha. Go there and request that he rise while you sit. Upon hearing this, the recently vocal relative widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless and unsure how to retort. Silence. At that moment, the presiding judge and several jurors entered, clad in black judicial robes and adorned with gold-trimmed emblems symbolizing fairness and justice. From the instant they entered, the once bustling courtroom fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. In such a sanctified setting as the courtroom, If the proceedings devolve into mere verbal battles lacking factual basis and legal standards, what distinguishes it from a raucous market quarrel or a street brawl? Yang Jinrong paid no further heed to Lin Yu's relatives, awaiting the appellate proceedings. The two bailiffs seated beside Lin Yu could not help but steal glances at Yang Jinrong. They were surprised to see him appear alone, without a lawyer, especially since they knew Lin Yu had enlisted a formidable attorney. However, after quietly listening to the exchange between Yang Jinrong and Lin Yu's family, they found themselves impressed by this seemingly amiable student, who proved to be quite formidable. Tap, tap, tap. At this juncture, a lawyer wearing black glasses entered the courtroom at a measured pace. "Lawyer Li," Lin Yu's parents exclaimed, eager to greet him. He was their sole hope for overturning the decision in this second trial. In reality, Lin Yu had previously lodged multiple appeals against the first instance court, all of which were dismissed. Ultimately, this lawyer Li approached Lin Yu's parents and met with her in detention, striving to file an appeal with the Intermediate People's Court before her transfer to prison, thereby securing today's opportunity for a second trial. As for lawyer Li's background, Lin Yu was unaware, nor were her parents. Lawyer Li claimed to be a pro bono attorney specializing in aiding women with legal matters. The presiding judge noted that all parties were present and proceeded according to courtroom protocol, confirming the identities of the plaintiff and defendant. Meanwhile, on social media, manipulated by those with ulterior motives, Lin Yu's case ascended to trending status. However, this time, the discourse among netizens had notably shifted toward a more rational tone. Many who had previously criticized Yang Jinrong had changed their perspectives, and upon encountering the trending topic of the second trial, comments had transformed from disparaging Yang Jinrong to condemning Lin Yu. The case had stirred considerable public uproar, topping the charts of online discussions. Lin Yu's brief essay had turned a heroic figure into a voyeur, ultimately leading her to the defendant's seat. Lawbreakers must bear the corresponding legal repercussions, and Lin Yu certainly brought this upon herself. Previously, I had defended her, only to later discover that she had maliciously slandered a fellow student to secure her own academic future, nearly resulting in his expulsion. Today I find myself encountering the trending topic of this case's second trial again. However, why is there no live stream for today's proceedings? I distinctly recall the first trial was broadcast. Without a live stream, I suppose I must simply await the outcome of the second trial. It seems rather unjust that Lin Yu is facing such a severe sentence of 13 years for what appears to be a minor transgression. While some criticize Lin Yu, there are also those who empathize with her. The internet is never short of those overflowing with sympathy. Of course, there are also individuals with nefarious intentions who seize any opportunity to sow discord and create division. Indeed, it is unimaginable how a fragile young woman would endure 13 years in prison. Utterly terrifying. I hope for a reduction in her sentence. Yang Jinrong truly exhibits a lack of generosity. Had he chosen to overlook this matter, Lin Yu would not have to suffer imprisonment. How despicable. This man lacks vision. Sisters, seek a partner like Tong Jinsheng, and let men like Yang Jinrong remain forever single. I prefer Wang Yuan from our midst. I wish to marry him and don a pure wedding gown. I too wish to wear a wedding gown. It seems those orchestrating the trending topic did not anticipate that the purchased attention would ultimately lead to discussions focused on wedding gowns. The online discourse will not impede the progress of the courtroom proceedings. Within the solemn courtroom, the presiding judge has completed the procedural requirements and is now prepared for the defense presentations. Lin Yu, handcuffed and wearing a face of grievance, interjected, "Your Honor, please advocate for me. I was merely momentarily bewitched and posted a false message on social media. Even if it was unlawful, I should not be sentenced to 13 thud." Lin Yu was taken aback when her words were abruptly cut off by the judge, who commanded, "Defendant, please cease speaking immediately." Lin Yu opened her mouth in an attempt to justify herself, but caught sight of her defense lawyer's frown and hastily fell silent. Lawyer Li, glancing at Lin Yu, could not help but frown, pondering how such a foolish individual managed to gain admission to Linghai University. Little did he know, Lin Yu's art major belonged to the realm of artistic students. The presiding judge disregarded Lin Yuyu and turned his attention to Yang Jinrong. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, your request is to uphold the first instance ruling. Additionally, do you wish to add any supplementary claims? Yang Jinrong rose, standing erect like a sharp sword, his gaze piercing as it swept over Lin Yuyu and her relatives before finally resting on the presiding judge. With utmost politeness, he stated, Your Honor, I wish to add a claim. Due to the defendant's slander, online harassment, exposure of my personal contact and identity information, and receiving funeral wreaths, leading to misunderstandings by the entire faculty and student body, I have suffered mental distress and seek compensation from the defendant Lin Yuyu in the amount of 50,000 yuan for emotional damages. What, upon hearing the demand for 50,000 yuan in emotional damages, Lin Yuyu erupted in anger, rising abruptly, her silver bracelets clanging. She pointed at Yang Jinrong, exclaiming, You don't appear to show any signs of emotional distress whatsoever. Funeral wreaths? You probably resold them to a funeral home for a profit. Thud. The presiding judge once again struck the gavel, interrupting Lin Yuyu's outburst with an even graver expression, admonishing, Defendant Lin Yuyu, please cease your statements immediately. This is a courtroom, not a classroom. The underlying message was unmistakable. I am the presiding judge. Unless I permit you to speak, you have no right to do so. Not even to refute. Lin Yuyu bit her lip, feeling wronged that the judge would not allow her to counter Yang Jinrong's claims. She turned towards her defense lawyer, but saw him raise an eyebrow, signaling her to remain silent that I end the courtroom. When the judge has not granted permission to speak, it is best to maintain silence. The presiding judge gestured, Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, please continue to my supplemental claims, aside from the previously mentioned 50,000 yuan for emotional damages. Include that the defendant Lin Yuyu must compensate me for the tutoring expenses incurred due to my attendance at 2 court hearings that a total of 2 days of professional classes were missed, comprising 10 class sessions with 6 different associate professors and professors that I have consulted the relevant instructors, and according to the latest national regulations, the tutoring fee for associate professors is 2,000 yuan per session, while for professors it is 3,000 yuan per session, totaling 240,000 yuan. Here is the supporting documentation for the tutoring fees. Yang Jinrong submitted the new evidence. This amount merely reflects the fees for on-campus tutoring. Should it be off-campus, securing the same quality of instruction from associate professors and professors would be unattainable at such a rate. The jurors took the materials submitted by Yang Jinrong and began to verify them. Lin Yuyu, upon hearing the second compensation demand, felt a flush of color rise to her pale face as she glared at Yang Jinrong with gritted teeth, seething with indignation, yet rendered mute by fear of the presiding judge's reprimand. In her heart, she cursed Yang Jinrong's shamelessness. Your Honor, there is a third supplementary demand, requesting that Lin Yuyu compensate me for a total of 249 yuan for 2 trips to court, supported by taxi fare receipts. Yang Jinrong concluded with a demand that thoroughly broke Lin Yuyu's composure. Unable to contain her fury, she exclaimed, Yang Jinrong, you are utterly shameless. You want me to pay for your taxi fare? Why don't you just go die? Defendant Lin Yuyu, this is your third warning. The presiding judge bellowed, striking the gavel with authority. You are disrupting court proceedings, failing to adhere to courtroom decorum, and cursing the plaintiff in open court, which constitutes the crime of disturbing court order. According to Article 309 of the criminal law, such an offense carries a penalty of up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or fines. Upon hearing the phrases disturbing court order and up to 3 years of imprisonment, Lin Yuyu was left utterly dumbfounded. She merely felt wronged and wished to refute Yang Jinrong. How could this possibly equate to disturbing court order? She cast a pleading glance at Lawyer Li, only to be met with a look of utter incredulity. Can you be any more ridiculous? You've already been warned twice, and yet you dare to insult the plaintiff in court. Is this not a death wish? Lawyer Li was infuriated. He had come to assist Lin Yuyu in reducing her sentence. Yet before they could even speak, she had added another charge to their woes. If word got out, he would be the laughingstock of the legal community. unable to hold his head high among his peers. The presiding judge disregarded Lin Yuyu and turned to Yang Jinrong, inquiring, "Plaintiff, do you have any further additions?" "Your Honor, I have finished my supplementary statements." Yang Jinrong replied, bowing slightly in a gesture of politeness. This courteous detail somewhat softened the previously furious expression on the judge's face. After nodding in acknowledgement, the judge gestured for Lawyer Li to speak. "Your Honor," Lawyer Li began, rising and bowing respectfully. "My client, the defendant Lin Yuyu, due to her unfamiliarity with courtroom discipline and the unreasonable claims of the plaintiff, Mr. Yang Jinrong, became emotionally agitated and momentarily misspoke, resulting in some inappropriate remarks that I kindly request the court to consider retracting the charge of disturbing court order against my client." Lin Yuyu cast a grateful glance at her lawyer upon hearing his defense regarding the charge of disturbing court order. This accusation felt utterly unjust to her. When she first heard of this offense, she was on the verge of tears. "Please, do not defend crimes unrelated to the first instance verdict," she thought. However, the presiding judge ignored Lawyer Li entirely, sternly declaring, "If the defendant's counsel does not require a defense, the verdict from the first instance will stand, and the plaintiff's supplementary demands will be enacted. Please know." Lin Yuyu was nearly in tears, but she dared not speak again, fearing that any further words might lead to yet another charge against her. Lawyer Li could only give her another incredulous look before pausing momentarily and then starting his defense. "The first instance judgment imposed a sentence of 13 years on my client Lin Yuyu, including charges of insult, defamation, slander, and personal attacks. The primary basis for the maximum sentences was the widespread public uproar surrounding this incident on the internet. However, my client alone cannot be held responsible for this. The primary cause of the uproar was the retweets and comments from the well-known celebrity Zhang Yuqi, along with the related videos produced by the influencer Xinwen Jie on Douyin. The subsequent escalation of the incident was beyond my client's control. I urge the court to reconsider the sentencing for these 4 charges." Indeed. Why didn't I think of this defense angle earlier? Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up as she heard Lawyer Li's arguments. Her chances of a reduced sentence suddenly seemed promising. By shifting the blame on a public discourse and the celebrity Zhang Yuqi, along with the influential Xinwen Jie, she could position herself as the one with the least culpability. If Yang Jinrong objected, he could always sue Zhang Yuqi and Xinwen Jie. Lin Yuyu's heart raced with excitement. This was splendid news, and she quickly shot a grateful look at Lawyer Li that if only she could be freed from her sentence, she would willingly offer anything in return. Yang Jinrong, however, merely raised an eyebrow. Clearly, the opposing party had come well prepared. Lawyer Li was no novice. To secure Lin Yuyu's reduced sentence, they had to lower the maximum penalties for several charges, each of which carried a sentence of over 1 year and under 3 years according to criminal law. The first instance maximum penalties were primarily based on the public uproar. Lin Yuyu knew she had to tackle this issue directly. Yet, Yang Jinrong was already prepared. "Your Honor," Yang Jinrong stood to request the floor. Upon receiving permission from the presiding judge, he calmly began, "Your Honor, the 13-year sentence imposed on Lin Yuyu in the first instance was not primarily due to the public uproar on the internet, but rather for other reasons." Lawyer Li furrowed his brow. This was impossible. Since he took on the case, he had searched tirelessly for any opportunity to argue for a reduced sentence and had only found this single loophole. How could it seem non-existent in the plaintiff's narrative? Lin Yuyu was equally bewildered. What was Yang Jinrong playing at? Was he undermining his own case? That didn't seem likely. Lin Yuyu had always perceived Yang Jinrong as a sharp, vengeful individual, not one to sabotage himself. The relatives behind Lin Yuyu instinctively cast glances at Yang Jinrong, and even the jury members and several court officers looked up at him. The presiding judge also focused intently on Yang Jinrong, awaiting his next words. Without pausing, Yang Jinrong scanned Lin Yuyu and her attorney before proclaiming with a voice that thundered like a clap of thunder, "The greatest consequence of Lin Yuyu's crimes has not harmed me, Yang Jinrong, but rather all women." The courtroom was stunned into silence as Yang Jinrong continued, Lin Yuyu's most heinous act was not merely slandering me for voyeurism, but rather maliciously writing and publishing articles online that accused me of such. Deliberately exploiting the sympathy of the public for vulnerable groups, particularly women, to incite a social uproar. His voice rang out with strength, echoing like metal clashing, resonating in the ears of all present. This situation is akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. When people discover that their compassion has been exploited, they will inevitably feel anger. The next time a woman genuinely seeks help after experiencing voyeurism or harassment, they will remember the Lin Yuyu incident and instinctively refuse to believe, having been deceived once before. This will make it exceedingly difficult for women to seek justice in the future. I urge the court to impose a harsher penalty rather than lessen it. He pointed at Lin Yuyu, his voice booming, striking her ears with painful resonance, leaving her too stunned to lift her head. Lin Yuyu has obstructed the path for real victims of sexual harassment to seek help. She is a villain of the highest order. This is the crux of her harsh sentencing. Boom! As Yang Jinrong's words fell, Lin Yuyu felt as though she had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. Her mind was in chaos, ringing with his accusations. She had never contemplated that her actions could have such profound repercussions on all women to know. I truly did not think it through. I never imagined that my one action could harm the entire female population. Lin Yuyu attempted to counter, but was horrified to find herself unable to articulate a single word. She was powerless to refute Yang Jinrong's claims, uncertain how to defend herself. Applause erupted from several male officers nearby after Yang Jinrong finished speaking. They had wives, daughters, and friends, and they did not wish for the day to come when their female acquaintances would find themselves in dire straits without help. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuyu, their contempt for her grew in silence. Even several jurors began to feel the validity of Yang Jinrong's assertions. Lin Yuyu's guilt was becoming increasingly apparent. For a fleeting moment, even Lin Yuyu's relatives regarded Yang Jinrong with newfound respect. Their gazes toward Lin Yuyu tinged with doubt. Her parents, too, were gripped by anxiety. They had never imagined their daughter's actions had escalated to such a severity. At that moment, they felt that her chances of leniency were all but extinguished. Perhaps even an increased sentence was on the horizon. What were they to do? They looked helplessly at Lawyer Li, who, in turn, was not at ease either. His brow furrowed, internal turmoil roiling within him, that he had believed this case was a sure win, only to find himself ruthlessly bested by a seemingly harmless student. For Yang Jinrong appeared merely a benign figure, outwardly refined and handsome, betraying no hint of aggression. To my utter astonishment, beneath this seemingly refined exterior lies a ferocious strength. This individual is a student of law, a future rival. Lawyer Li's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, inexplicably considering Yang Jinrong as a potential adversary. Having lost today, he was determined not to suffer defeat again should they meet in court in the future. Facing each other from opposing sides, silence. The presiding judge, his expression inscrutable, spoke. The evidence presented by the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, is deemed valid. Does the defense have any objections? Your Honor, while the plaintiff's assertions may possess some possibility, they exaggerate the facts, magnifying the consequences of my client's actions to an unreasonable extent. Lawyer Li steadied himself and continued, the actual impact is surely not as exaggerated as the plaintiff has claimed. The judge nodded, resolute in maintaining impartiality and fairness, that he glanced at Yang Jinrong, stating, Plaintiff, while what you have articulated is correct, it does indeed contain elements of hyperbole. Do you wish to contest this? Yes. Yang Jinrong raised his hand, and upon receiving permission to speak, produced a collection of printed screenshots of online comments, all of which had been notarized for authenticity, each bearing the official seal of the notary office. That he presented these new pieces of evidence to the jury. These are the most genuine comments from netizens, each boasting over 10,000 likes, with the highest reaching over 300,000. That this clearly indicates that these opinions resonate with the heartfelt sentiments of the public and have garnered widespread recognition. Although these cannot serve as direct evidence, They substantiate the claim that Lin Yuyu exploited public sympathy for defamation, highlighting the significant harm inflicted upon individuals. This corroborates that I have not exaggerated. What I have stated is merely a recitation of facts. The panel began to meticulously review the newly submitted evidence, which uniformly condemned Lin Yuyu, reflecting the sentiments of the online community and echoing Yang Jinrong's previous assertions, an allusion to the fable of the boy who cried wolf. Yang Jinrong's prior statements had not contained an ounce of exaggeration, nor had they distorted the facts. Valid evidence, the judge announced, bringing Lin Yuyu to a state of utter despair. Even lawyer Li fell silent. Yang Jinrong's words were akin to a whisper of thunder, breaking through the silence with devastating impact that he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Your Honor, I did not. I merely wish to apply for graduate school. Sob, I did not intend any malice. In her despair, Lin Yuyu's speech became incoherent. Silence. The judge interrupted once more. Defendant Lin Yuyu, you are disregarding courtroom decorum. This is your fourth warning. Lin Yuyu's vision darkened, and she fainted, collapsing to the floor. However, two court officers were quick to react, each supporting her from either side. The court had anticipated Lin Yuyu's fainting spell. Medical personnel were already prepared, swiftly reviving her. While Lin Yuyu awoke, weeping uncontrollably, her body trembling involuntarily, cold sweat pouring from her forehead, her spine chilled that it was over. The hard-fought second trial had not only failed to yield a reduced sentence, but might even have intensified her punishment. The mere thought caused her to grow pale, her body shaking, her tightly closed legs trembling and weakening, her muscles losing strength. The panel commenced a rigorous discussion and evaluation. The only sounds in the courtroom were Lin Yuyu's sobs and the quiet weeping of her parents behind her. Before long, the court reached its final verdict. The presiding judge declared, Defendant Lin Yuyu, the evidence of your crime is irrefutable. The facts are clear, the impact is severe, and it has seriously harmed public morality, jeopardizing the rights of all women. Therefore, the court hereby issues the following judgment. Defendant Lin Yuyu is to compensate plaintiff Yang Jinrong 50,000 yuan for mental distress, 24,000 yuan for remedial classes, and 249 yuan for transportation, totaling 74,249 yuan. The defendant's original conviction is upheld, with the sentence corrected to 15 years and 6 months of imprisonment. Additionally, the defendant Lin Yuyu is charged with a new crime of disturbing courtroom order, resulting in an additional sentence of 1 year in prison. Ultimately, defendant Lin Yuyu is sentenced to a total of 15 years and 6 months of imprisonment. This case is concluded. Both the plaintiff and the defendant have the right to appeal to a higher court should they have any objections. The second trial proved fruitless. There was no hope of reducing the sentence upon further appeal. Yang Jinrong had no objections whatsoever, indeed feeling quite relieved. Living well calls for a free and unburdened spirit. If one is plagued by grievances, their energy stagnates, leading to a life of despondency akin to depression. This explains why many risk everything to prove a point. Yang Jinrong felt liberated, yet for Lin Yuyu, the moment the verdict was announced, it was as if she had plunged into an abyss, her body turning cold, fear coursing through every cell, and without realizing it, a foul warmth began to seep from her trousers. The court officers and medical staff were prepared, waiting for her to faint so they could administer aid. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu remained conscious. However, her parents behind her succumbed to darkness, collapsing. Brother, sister-in-law, sister, relatives surrounding Lin Yuyu's parents panicked, quickly supporting the two and calling for a doctor to help. When Lin Yuyu's parents regained consciousness, they were informed of the need to pay the compensation. They lamented the tragic fate of their daughter, whom they had painstakingly raised, now facing a 15-year prison sentence. What difference was there from the sorrow of a parent burying their child? Yet, this was not the fault of others. Yang Jinrong had even extended an olive branch to Lin Yuyu, but she had only escalated the situation. Lin Yuyu's current predicament was entirely of her own making. The second trial officially concluded, and Yang Jinrong received the compensation funds. Before leaving the courtroom, lawyer Li cast a significant glance at Yang Jinrong before turning away. Departing with a hasty pace, he had arrived with confidence and flair, but left in a state of utter defeat, devoid of dignity. That as Yang Jinrong stepped out of the courthouse, the sunlight bathed her in warmth. At that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the subsequent tasks related to the defamation case and received a reward of 50,000 yuan. All system rewards are legal and compliant. The host need not worry about any follow-up troubles to her surprise. This side quest had concluded at such an opportune moment. It seemed the actions of the Public Security Department had progressed smoothly. The individuals who had previously engaged in online harassment against her were likely apprehended, and even if a few evaded capture, they would surely be filled with trepidation and refrain from future acts of cyberbullying. This could be seen as a contribution to purifying the online environment, promoting positive energy. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your savings account ending in 2585 received a UnionPay deposit on May 12th in the amount of 5 yuan. With a current balance of 378,544 yuan. Before long, Yang Jinrong received a text notification from the bank. Gazing at the increasingly substantial balance, a peculiar expression crossed her face that it seemed she had inadvertently earned a little through the rectification of oddities. No, it should be said that she had earned a modest sum while spreading positive energy. In addition to the funds in her bank account, she had yet to receive the compensation of 500 yuan from Wang Qingwu and Wang Qingwen's family. Adding it all up, Yang Jinrong now possessed a total of 580,000 yuan in savings. Furthermore, there was the lawsuit compensation from Jia Dongmei and Zheng Xiaoping. Although the final amount would be determined by the court and was currently uncertain, it would undoubtedly be a significant sum. There was simply no way she could spend it all. Just then, Yang Jinrong's phone rang. It was a call from the Ducati service center in Linhai. Hello, Mr. Yang. Your Ducati Dival Superbike has been perfectly repaired. You may collect it during business hours, or we can provide complimentary delivery to your location. Would you like us to do that? Yes, please deliver it to the entrance of Linhai University. Just give me a call when you arrive. Certainly. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Yang Jinrong was elated that her beloved Ducati had finally been repaired. Meanwhile, online, the second trial of the defamation case surged to the trending topics. Lacking a live courtroom broadcast, many were keenly following the verdict on the court's official website. The Linhai Municipal Court was aware of the public interest surrounding this trial. And thus, upon completing all legal procedures, they promptly published the verdict on the court's website and uploaded it to the judgment document portal. When the verdict was announced, it reignited fervent discussions online. What in the world? The second trial not only failed to reduce the sentence, but actually increased it by a year. Seriously? Wasn't it Lin Yuyu who initiated the appeal? Why is the sentence being lengthened instead of shortened? What is this new charge of disturbing courtroom order? Speculations abounded, with some even suggesting that Lin Yuyu's attorney might be a spy. Could it be that the second trial is playing some kind of social deduction game? Various discussions flooded the internet, propelling the second trial verdict into the spotlight, and many who caught wind of the outcome gasped in disbelief. This second trial result exceeded everyone's expectations. Young women trembled in fear. One could only say that Yang Jinrong was a formidable force, an entity not to be trifled with. Rumor had it that a significant number of those who had previously harassed him online were now facing consequences. How terrifying, how terrifying. It was time to bow down to the young master and offer him. Oh no, to present him with one's knees. Those keyboard warriors who had previously clamored for Yang Jinrong's magnanimity had vanished completely. They certainly did not wish to face the same fate. Truly frightened, in Linhai City, the urban district, the Huai and Gung sat disconsolately on a stone bench by the roadside. The two had joyfully traveled a great distance from Linhai University on the subway to the city's new district to take part in a promotional event for an appliance sales company. However, upon arrival, They were abruptly informed that the event no longer required part-time staff. There had been no prior notification, no apologies, and no compensation offered. The attitude was haughty, and the call was swiftly terminated. This left the two inexperienced students feeling utterly disheartened. Finding temporary work for a day or two was not particularly challenging, but securing a long-term, stable part-time position was indeed a formidable task. Recently, Gung Gung's parents had suffered a serious car accident, both sustaining severe injuries. They had sold their house in their hometown just to afford the exorbitant costs of surgery and hospitalization. Yet the subsequent expenses for nutrition and Gung Gung's tuition remained unresolved. Although the accident was entirely the other party's fault, the driver had fled into the night during the rain, and authorities had yet to apprehend him. The only information gathered indicated that the driver was operating a cloned vehicle. "It's all right, let's search 69 Tonching for options," Yu Huai optimistically suggested. "That's all we can do." "I'm sorry," Gung Gung murmured, her head bowed in guilt. "I dragged you along for nothing." "Fool," Yu Huai replied cheerfully, ruffling her hair as he opened the 69 Tonching app on his phone. Beginning the search for long-term part-time work, preferably in tutoring, which usually promised stability and higher pay. However, as the two leaned over the screen, they scrolled for what felt like an eternity, only to find the platform cluttered with advertisements, promotions, and various schemes that left them feeling overwhelmed. "Wait, we should look for a labor intermediary," Yu Huai exclaimed with a spark of inspiration, swiftly searching for agencies and selecting one with a promising name, Zhuyu, a human resources company. Limited, he called to inquire about suitable long-term part-time positions for university students, receiving an affirmative response. Instantly, the two young individuals, recently faced with disappointment, were filled with excitement and hurriedly boarded the subway to Zhuyu, a human resources company. "Limited, are you two university students?" Upon their arrival, the receptionist, Annie Xiao Qiulian, greeted them warmly, inviting them to sit on the sofa and offering them tea. "That you're looking for long-term part-time work like tutoring." "Correct? Thank you, yes. We are indeed looking for something more stable," they replied, surprised by her kindness. "Looking for higher pay, I presume?" Annie Xiao Qiulian smiled as she assessed the two, kindly inquiring, "You both don't seem to come from impoverished backgrounds. Has your family encountered sudden hardships?" "Yes." Gung Gung nodded. "That I can empathize with your situation. It must be urgent for you to find part-time work, that we have an associated tutoring center that should be perfect for you." Annie Xiao Qiulian beamed with satisfaction as she produced 2 forms. "Please fill these out, and by the way, do you have your ID with you? Hand it over, please." "Yes, we have it," thrilled at the prospect of a suitable tutoring position. The two hurriedly provided their IDs, assuming they would be photocopied, and began filling out the forms. Once they completed the forms, Annie Xiao Qiulian cleared her throat. "Now, our company has a policy requiring a fee of 10 yuan for full-time positions and 3 yuan for part-time positions." "What?" Gung Gung was taken aback. "We have to pay before we even start the part-time job." Yet, reluctant to lose this hard-earned opportunity, she cautiously inquired, "Could we have the fee deducted from our wages once we start?" "That's not possible," Annie Xiao Qiulian replied firmly. "However, seeing your predicament, I will apply for an exception, allowing each of you to pay only 2 yuan for the intermediary fee, that if that is still unacceptable, I am afraid we'll have to part ways." "All right then," with a determined sigh, Gung Gung decided to pay. Yu Huai felt a surge of vigilance, but, fearing Gung Gung's worries, quickly offered, "Let me cover it." He retrieved his wallet, pulling out 400 yuan to hand to Annie Xiao Qiulian. She glanced at the wallet and, after accepting the money, issued 2 receipts, adding, "You will also need to pay a deposit of 500 yuan each. But don't worry, this amount will be refunded after you complete a month of work." You understand, many students initially express interest in long-term positions, only to abandon the job after just a few days, causing us considerable trouble and resulting in complaints against our company. Thus, this deposit policy was established, and I hope you can understand. Just after paying the intermediary fee, we have to pay another 500 yuan each. Gung Gung felt hesitant, glancing at Yu Huai, contemplating whether to ask for the intermediary fee back and seek part-time work independently. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Huai misinterpreted her hesitation as a lack of funds. Sensing her silent appeal for rescue, feeling a surge of heroic resolve, he declared, "I'll take care of it," pulling out another 1,000 yuan. "Don't worry, there are no additional fees. The deposit is refundable, and the intermediary fee is just 200 yuan. You'll earn that back in no time." The pay for tutoring positions is that high, Yu Huai thought to himself, relieved to finally be able to assist his girlfriend. "Now, you need to go downstairs for a medical checkup. I've already registered you," Annie Xiao Chulian stated, rising from her seat, "that I have other matters to attend to, so I must get back to work." "Thank you, we'll head down now." The two quickly stood, still holding their warm teacups, making their way to the medical examination center downstairs, only to discover they needed to pay an additional 180 yuan each for the checkup, with no other options. Yu Huai consoled Gung Gung and paid the fees. After their examination, they were told to wait at home for further notification. "That I'll give you the money," Gung Gung murmured, transferring the intermediary fee. Deposit and medical fees to Yu Huai via WeChat. That IT was all she had left of her living expenses, and she could only hope to earn money from the part-time job soon. No need. I'll cover it for now. Please don't. I'm already so grateful that you accompanied me to this part-time job," Gung Gung said softly to Yu Huai, felt a wave of happiness wash over him as the two strolled down the street. Making their way to the subway station, where they fortuitously encountered Yang Jinrong, who was waiting at the entrance for a vehicle from the Ducati Center. Yu Huai, Gung Gung. Yang Jinrong greeted them. "Did your part-time job go smoothly today?" "It's a long story, but it was somewhat successful," Yu Huai replied with a blissful expression. Yang Jinrong smiled. "You two head inside. I have other matters to attend to." As they entered the school, Yang Jinrong remained outside, waiting for the service center to deliver his vehicle, when he was unexpectedly surrounded by a group of uninvited guests. The leader, a burly individual, blocked Yang Jinrong's path. "You're the one who made my girlfriend break down emotionally. If you accompany me to apologize to her in person, I might consider forgiving you." Yang Jinrong looked incredulously at the group. "Are you sure you're in your right mind?" "What do you mean?" Fei Yangyang glared at Yang Jinrong, his tone unfriendly. "Nothing much," Yang Jinrong replied as he pulled out a legal textbook, prepared to educate them on the law before resorting to self-defense, as was his usual approach. Just then, Su Yang, dressed casually, happened to pass by. As the head of security. He wasn't on duty that day, but was merely passing through. He glanced at Yang Jinrong, then curiously at Fei Yangyang and his group. "Yang Jinrong, what is going on here? Are you fighting?" "Su, look at me. Does it seem like I'm fighting?" Yang Jinrong waved, feeling quite amiable toward the 20-year-old security chief. "Well, it certainly looks like it," Su Yang chuckled, well acquainted with such scenarios from his high school days. While they conversed, Fei Yangyang's group encircled Su Yang as well, mistakenly assuming he was part of Yang Jinrong's faction. Most students were unaware of the security chief, as he often lounged in the security room reading newspapers. "You guys have been drinking fake liquor? How dare you fight at the school entrance?" Su Yang chuckled, tilting his head toward Fei Yangyang. "I'll remember you." Before he could finish, someone unexpectedly kicked him from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Yang exclaimed, stumbling forward. "How dare you?" Even Fei Yangyang was momentarily stunned. "Why are you just standing there? Get him!" Fei Yangyang shouted as his group seized the opportunity and rushed at Su Yang, kicking him as he fell. Fei Yangyang was utterly bewildered. "Wait, I didn't tell you to actually hit him. I just wanted you to scare him. Idiot!" After kicking Su Yang, the group insulted Fei Yangyang before swiftly fleeing the scene. They were clearly not students from Linhai University, ignoring Fei Yangyang's commands, likely having come for some shady business. After their swift and practiced assault, they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Fei Yangyang stunned and disoriented. "How dare they?" Su Yang rose from the ground, covered in shoe prints, his once relaxed and handsome face now marred by marks. Dust clung to his clothes as he grumbled. "Who kicked me? Do they want to die?" Seeing the situation escalate, Fei Yangyang hastily made his escape. "Don't run." Su Yang, filled with frustration, chased after him, that you're going to pay for this. As Su Yang approached Fei Yangyang, he executed a swift kick that struck Fei Yangyang squarely on the backside, sending him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Just as Su Yang was preparing to deliver a series of 5 consecutive strikes as retribution, he was taken aback to see the fellow scramble back to his feet and hastily flee. Thus commenced a pursuit, with Su Yang in hot pursuit of Fei Yangyang, who seemed as if he could sprout wings and fly away. Yang Jinrong, wide-eyed, observed the frantic chase between the two. In the brief moment of his distraction, Su Yang found himself on the receiving end of a beating. He had only contemplated intervening when the assailants made a hasty retreat. The suddenness of the events left Yang Jinrong feeling somewhat perplexed. Hadn't they come to instigate trouble for him? Why was it Su Yang who ended up injured? Never mind. Yang Jinrong shook his head, resolving to buy Su Yang a pack of cigarettes another day. The onlookers, a group of students eagerly anticipating a thrilling spectacle, exchanged bewildered glances. They had expected a riveting display of martial prowess, only to witness a sneak attack instead. How utterly devoid of martial ethics! The students internally chastised the situation. At that moment, a delightful ringtone chimed, drawing the attention of many students towards the owner of the phone. Yang Jinrong retrieved his phone to answer a call from a Ducati customer service representative, who informed him that his vehicle had been repaired and would soon arrive at the school gate for him to sign off on. Moments later, a tow truck appeared, transporting a flawlessly restored Ducati. Yang Jinrong stepped forward to sign for it, offering a word of thanks before mounting the long-awaited Ducati. Excellent, he thought. The weekend was finally an opportunity to hit the circuit. With a roar, the engine came to life, and the red and white Ducati executed a stunning drift, drawing envious gazes as it glided into the campus. How dashing! Not only was he handsome, but his motorcycle was equally magnificent. Truly, it was breathtaking. If only I possessed such a Ducati, who would need a girlfriend. The boys gathered around the motorcycle, while the girls' attention was riveted on Yang Jinrong himself. That he is so charming. I would love to have his children. Did he just glance my way? Could it be that he likes me? Enough with the infatuation. Drifting without a backward glance, is he gazing at the heavens? In the campus grounds, Su Yang, panting, muttered a curse under his breath that he had delivered a kick to Fei Yangyang, only for the latter to bolt away faster than a rabbit, evading capture with surprising agility. This infuriated Su Yang, who resolved to enlist the help of the security guards at work the next day to track him down and exact his revenge. Just then, a notification pinged on his WeChat. Opening the app, he found a voice message from a girl he had met recently, her voice laced with sweetness. Su Yang Gij, I bought you some chilled watermelon. Where are you? Shall I bring it to you? The mere sight of her message irked Su Yang. He longed to simply lounge around, eschewing romance, marriage, and certainly children, with a seaside property free of mortgage and utilizing a shared bicycle for commuting. His singular pursuit was a life of leisure. After all, he had chosen to become a security guard at the tender age of 20 to avoid taking a convoluted path for the next 40 years. Yet this girl was incessantly bothersome, persistently attempting to win his affection. To make matters worse, she was not particularly attractive, yet brimming with unwarranted confidence. Her WeChat name was Duru Xiaoxian. How could someone as dashing as Su Yang ever acquiesce to her advances? Despite rejecting her multiple times and deleting her contacts, she merely created new accounts to pester him. Could she not take a hint? Just as he had been interrupted by an imbecile, now he was being harassed by her. If she dared to message him again, he would block her. In the girls' dormitory, Shang Pume stomped her feet in frustration upon receiving a reply from her crush. Had she not discovered by sheer chance that security guard Su Yang possessed a seaside property, held a local residence permit, and was undeniably handsome, she would never have subjected herself to such indignity in pursuit for so long. This little fairy was not lacking suitors. Pouting in discontent, she received a WeChat message from her boyfriend, who was saved under the moniker No. 1 Lickspittle. Baby, I've already taught that guy a lesson. Please don't be upset. Okay. After receiving no response, he sent another message. Mua, tonight I'll take you to the movies to lift your spirits. All right, Feeling irritable, Shang Pume replied, "Get lost. Are you annoying? I'm in a bad mood. Go watch the movie yourself. Please don't be angry. I know when you're upset. You like sweets that I'll buy you a cake. It'll make you feel better. Love you, Mua." The mention of cake initially brightened Shang Pume's mood, but she suddenly recalled that Su Yang had once remarked he disliked heavier girls. Glancing down at her own love handles, her irritation flared. "No way. Are you trying to make me fat? Always thinking of giving me sweets. I'm gonna rest. Stop bothering me. Baby, please don't be angry. I was wrong." Fei Yangyang, meanwhile, stared at the unanswered messages he had sent to his girlfriend. His head bowed as he tended to his wounds. Injuries sustained from Su Yang's kick. "I suppose I should buy a cake," he thought as he hurriedly exited through the south gate and ordered a pink strawberry cake. Waiting over an hour at the bakery before retrieving it and heading back to by chance, he encountered Shang Pume, who was carrying a watermelon. With a blank expression, she handed the watermelon to him, silently conveying that it would be a waste to discard it. Though she did not voice this sentiment, Fei Yangyang was both surprised and delighted. It had been ages since he had received a gift from his girlfriend, that he quickly cradled the now warm watermelon in his arms and presented the cake to Shang Pume with a hopeful expression, saying, "I bought you your favorite strawberry cake, with your name specially written on it, Dutto." Shang Pume replied, accepting the cake with one hand, "that I'm heading back to the dorm." She had intended to deliver the chilled watermelon to Su Yang. But since he had completely ignored her, she had casually handed over the unwanted watermelon to Fei Yangyang, who treated it as a treasure. "That I knew you loved me the most." Fei Yangyang attempted to steal a kiss, but Shang Pume deftly evaded him, casually clutching the cake as she dashed away. Upon reaching a corner, she tossed the cake into a trash bin. The inscription "Pume, I love you" on the strawberry cake stood out starkly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Jinrong found himself with little to do and began perusing comments on various online platforms. Underneath his video suing the online bullies, an overwhelming number of apologies flooded the comment section. The private messages were all apologies as well. This generation of netizens was truly remarkable. That as Yang Jinrong scrolled through the messages, he stumbled upon a particularly amusing apology from a user named Deep Palace Explosion. "I, Deep Palace Explosion, have acted without needing to explain myself to anyone. Today, however, I must admit my fault. That I apologize, little Yang. No, young Master Yang. I bow to you in contrition for carelessly saying, 'You read too handsome to be a good person.' I did not mean it. I am now kneeling on my keyboard in penance, seeking your forgiveness." That he even sent a picture of himself kneeling with 2 fingers on the keyboard. This elicited a chuckle from Yang Jinrong. With time on his hands, he decided to go live and publicly call out some of the commenters. Yang Jinrong opened a Douyin live stream, and soon thousands of viewers flooded in. Streamer, the result of the second trial was absolutely exhilarating. So satisfying. "Little Yang, you must show us the footage from the second trial, or else, Thud, I'm begging you, let us see. I want to watch too." "Same here." Yang Jinrong chuckled at the live chat. "Apologies everyone, but begging 1T help. I cannot obtain the footage from the second trial." That a wave of disappointment washed over the audience. "Today, I've come across many entertaining private messages. The apologies are quite sincere. Let me read some of them live." Yang Jinrong began to read the various apology messages, creating an atmosphere of collective embarrassment for those who had previously commented, especially for those with usernames like Sen Jam, Peeking at Peaks, and Staring Cat, who found themselves mortified on the spot, eliciting laughter from the other viewers. "Jinrong, you're back so early," Yu Huai exclaimed excitedly as he entered the dorm, a bag of oranges in hand. "Here are some oranges I brought for you. They re-sweet as can be, freshly shipped from Huebua." Gung Gung says, "Thank you for your suggestion. We found a part-time tutoring agency." "That was fast. Seems like it went smoothly." Yang Jinrong peeled an orange, popping a segment into his mouth, savoring the burst of juice. Delicious, absolutely delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Huai and Gung Gung were actually working with an agency. That it seems you and Gung Gung are quite well matched. Cherish her well. That if you encounter any financial difficulties, don't hesitate to let me know. Hey, all difficulties are merely temporary. Yu Huai flexed his muscles, declaring, in the face of adversity, overthinking is the problem. Action is the answer. Timing is irrelevant. What matters is when you begin to go take action, strive, and live up to your expectations. Yang Jinro. Since when did you turn into a philosopher while pursuing romance? The live stream erupted in laughter at Yu Huai's unexpectedly profound statements. Yu Huai suddenly noticed the camera on the table. Oh, you're live streaming? Yang Jinro nodded. Yeah. Come on, show your face. Let the lady see your handsome visage. Yu Huai leaned into the camera, shaking his head. Aren't I handsome? But I must inform the female viewers in the live stream that I already have a girlfriend. Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Yang Jinrong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This guy usually isn't like this. Seriously, dating changes a person? By the way, let me share something amusing with the viewers. Yu Huai suddenly took out his phone, aimed it at the camera, and smiled as he said, I just found an unopened cake in the trash bin. He swiped through his phone screen, revealing a photo of a delectable strawberry cake that looked absolutely scrumptious. However, I gave the cake to the sanitation worker. This cake appears to be quite delightful. Is it possible that the sanitation worker herself might have picked it up? Pu Mei, I love you. He remarked, the girl named Pu Mei discarded the cake given to her by a lovesick admirer into the garbage. What a sorrowful tale. Yu Huai performed a good deed. The sanitation worker received the cake, and food that would have been wasted was put to use. Only the heartbroken admirer was left in a world of despair. The audience was amused, flooding the screen with comments. Yu Huai continued speaking to himself. I also posted about this good deed on the campus forum, urging everyone not to waste food, the cake. Just then, Yu Huai's phone rang, showing a call from Gung Gung, and he quickly answered. The couple, having been apart for only a brief moment, resumed their lengthy phone conversation. Can you believe it? Meanwhile, on the campus forum of Linghai University, the buzz was palpable. University life can be rather dull, with everyone idling away their time. Today, however, two major scandals emerged. Students began to gossip and speculate. Two posts quickly ascended to the top of the trending topics. The first post, titled rather unremarkably The Story That Unfolded After I Found a Campus Card, was a screenshot of a chat shared by Yang Jinrong. It contained just two screenshots, one from a common female student and another from a self-identified boyfriend. Naturally, the phone numbers were redacted. Students engaged in fervent discussions beneath the post. What an eye-opener. The so-called common goddess on the internet is indeed a real person. Mom asks why I'm kneeling to look at my phone. The explanation for the female student's commonness makes sense. But why is this boy so obsequious? His girlfriend is having an emotional breakdown, yet he refuses to comfort her and instead berates the poster? The real-life examples of Mei Yangyang and Fei Yangyang. This is truly a testament. Why does Linghai University have such a bizarre couple? Is this not a match made in heaven? Wishing this couple eternal togetherness and hoping they don't cause trouble for other students. The post was elevated to over 2,000 comments. The other trending post was one recently published by Yu Huai, featuring the very photograph of the cake he found in the trash. The content of the post urged fellow students not to waste food, reminding everyone that every grain is the result of hard work. Wow! On the same day, two pairs of heavenly matches surfaced. What is happening at our university? Another lovesick admirer. Is this a result of the serious gender imbalance at Linghai University? Pu Mei, I love you, he mused, glancing at the inscription on the cake. One can only imagine the heartbreak of the story's male protagonist upon discovering that the cake he had meticulously purchased was carelessly discarded by the female lead into the trash bin. He should thank the student who posted for helping him recognize the true nature of his goddess. Do you think it's possible that the protagonists of these two stories are the same pair? Please, don't let your imagination run wild. Even a novelist wouldn't dare to write such a plot. While the campus forum buzzed with discussion, these two stories also spread throughout various dormitories. The name Pu Mei, inadvertently revealed on the cake, naturally became the hot topic of the day at Linghai University, in a female dormitory. Shang Pu Mei opened her phone, contemplating what gift to send to Su Yang for a deeper connection. Suddenly, a roommate tapped her on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Pu Mei, the name on this cake is exactly the same as yours. Could it be you?" "What cake name?" Shang Pu Mei turned to look at her roommate's phone. Ah! A scream pierced through the dormitory, echoing across nearby buildings, causing many girls to believe an earthquake had struck, hastily preparing to flee. Who posted the photo? Shang Pu Mei shrieked, quickly grabbing her phone to log onto the campus forum. Upon opening the homepage, she was confronted with 2 trending posts, both about her. Ah! Shang Pu Mei was beside herself with rage. She dismissed the first trending post but was infuriated and anxious about the second. In a male dormitory, Yu Huai had just hung up when he received a private message notification from the campus forum. He opened it to find a message from a user named Succulent Little Fairy. "Delete the cake photo you just posted." "Right now," Yu Huai replied. "Why? That's my cake. I told you to delete it. No need for further discussion." Yu Huai replied, "All right, if it truly belongs to you, I can delete it, and I sincerely apologize. My intention was to encourage everyone not to waste food. Could you provide proof of ownership, such as a receipt? I told you to delete it. Just do it. Why are you asking so many questions, you garbage picker? Hurry up and delete the photo." Yu Huai became irritated. He had not noticed the inscription on the cake. He simply took a photo of the cake and gave it to the sanitation worker, and if the cake truly belonged to her, he would delete it. But her aggressive tone was intolerable. Not wishing to argue further, Yu Huai blocked her. Unexpectedly, less than 3 minutes later, another account messaged him. "Yu Yongge. Bro, I bought that cake. Here is the receipt from the bakery." Yu Huai initially thought the person was seeking sympathy for the tragedy of giving a cake to a girl only to have it discarded, and he felt pity for this brother, as he had helped him see the true nature of the girl. "I feel for you. Bro, don't be disheartened. The next one will be better. Yu Yongge, you feel for your dad. Hurry up and delete the cake photo. Did I ask you to pick it up? You feel for me? Do you even have a girlfriend? You pathetic trash picker. Focus on your own heartache first. My girlfriend merely placed the cake in the trash temporarily. Who asked you to pick it up? And you still have the audacity to post a photo. Delete it now." Yu Huai was taken aback. "What do you mean she merely placed the cake in the trash temporarily? Look at this nonsense. I helped you see your goddess's true colors, and instead of waking up, you re-hurling insults at me?" Just then, Yang Jinrong closed his live stream and noticed that Yu Huai seemed off, prompting him to ask, "What is going on? Today has been quite an eye-opener. In all my years, I've never seen such a pathetic and lowly admirer." Yu Huai handed his phone to Yang Jinrong to show the chat log. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but laugh after reading it. "I get the feeling that this girl is more concerned about the cake photo getting leaked not because she fears being hurt by Fei Yangyang, but rather because she is afraid of being seen by Shi Yangyang." "That makes sense." Yu Huai agreed with this viewpoint. At that moment, the other 2 roommates returned to the dormitory, discussing the happenings on the campus forum. Just then, Yang Jinrong's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered to hear Fei Yangyang's voice. "You better delete those chat screenshots immediately, or I'll report you to the school authorities." "Wait, isn't this guy blocked?" Yang Jinrong glanced at the number, realizing it was borrowed from someone else. "You should hurry. Better yet, have your girlfriend file the complaint. That would be more effective." After hanging up, he promptly blocked the caller again. Yang Jinrong's post did not reveal anyone's phone numbers. All were redacted, so there was no legal issue. Having suffered a setback, Fei Yangyang had to muster the courage to call Shang Pu Mei. "I'm sorry, babe. I'll find a way to fix this. Don't call me babe." Shang Pu Mei snapped angrily. "If you weren't so incompetent, I wouldn't be bullied like this. It's all your fault." Yes, Fei Yangyang said meekly, trying to appease his furious girlfriend, but the call was abruptly ended. He couldn't swallow his frustration. Yet couldn't think of a solution. Meanwhile, Shang Pu Mei was equally furious. She wanted to write a post to retaliate against Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai, but found her writing skills lacking. Unable to craft a piece that would evoke strong emotions. If only she had taken a literature elective. Little did Fei Yangyang and Shang Pu Mei realize that while their saga was gaining traction at Linghai University, the discarded cake was also becoming a sensation. Out of curiosity, some students tracked down the same cake and, finding it not only affordable but also delicious, posted their findings on the campus forum. That cake skyrocketed in popularity overnight. Upon learning of the love story between Fei Yangyang and Mei Yangyang, the bakery promptly rebranded it as Fei Yangyang Cake. Over the next few days, the cake sales soared. A week flew by. During this time, Yang Jinrong diligently studied his major subjects, spending his free time in the library, catching up on various knowledge, and occasionally riding his Ducati for some laps to AS for Fei Yangyang's supposed troublemaking. Yang Jinrong remained oblivious, unsure whether the guy had backed down or was merely biding his time. Throughout this period, the school administration had not bothered Yang Jinrong. The only instance was when the bald director contacted him, requesting the removal of his post. Due to the slander case involving Lin Yuyu, Yang Jinrong harbored no fondness for the bald director and was disinclined to comply to AS for whether the bald director would contact the forum moderator to delete the post. Yang Jinrong hadn't checked the campus forum. Finding these trivial matters unworthy of his attention, the AS June approached. The weather grew increasingly hot, with Linghai experiencing sweltering heat above 38 degrees daily, scorching the entire campus. Thankfully, the dormitory was air-conditioned. Otherwise, sleeping would be impossible. The end-of-term exams were also on the horizon. Each exam in university is graded by credit, and without sufficient credits, one cannot obtain a degree, let alone a diploma. Yang Jinrong, I have wonderful news to share with you. I have finally convinced my parents to agree to my marriage with her. On this day, Zhuge Lily sent a WeChat message. Congratulations. After experiencing the incident of queue jumping at the scenic area, the two of them had maintained a friendship. From the bottom of his heart, Yang Jinrong congratulated Zhuge Lily, a woman unafraid of societal judgment. Do you have a specific wedding date in mind? Let me know in advance, and I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you. Not yet, Zhuge Lily replied with a voice message, her tone crisp and articulate, devoid of any hesitation that I'm still discussing it with my family. Once the date is confirmed, I will inform you beforehand. Okay, wishing you all the best. Well then, I must get back to my tasks. It seems you are also approaching your finals, so don't let your grades slip. Back in my school days, I was indeed a top student. Rest assured, no one else will surpass me in my major. Just as Yang Jinrong set down his phone, he encountered the glum Yu Huai. What's wrong? Yang Jinrong inquired. Recently, you and Gung Gung have been working part-time every day. You always look both exhausted and thrilled. Why do you appear so dejected today? Alas, Yu Huai sighed heavily. That's a long story. The labor agency we contacted introduced us to a tutoring center, and initially, both the agency and the center agreed on weekly payment for part-time work. However, when the agreed payment date arrived, they not only failed to pay but also changed their stance, stating that salaries would be paid monthly. When we approached the tutoring institution, they claimed that since they had a contract with the labor agency, we were considered dispatch workers, and we should contact the labor agency. When we sought out the agency, their attitude was far from polite. They wouldn't even meet with us. After much effort, we finally managed to plead for our wages, but they simply stated that among their thousands of part-time employees, salaries were paid monthly, not weekly, alas. Yu Huai sighed heavily. Once more did I ask their contract. Yang Jinrong began to understand the situation and asked, show me. There isn't, Yu Huai shrugged, explaining that the contracts were in duplicate, one with the labor agency and the other with the tutoring center. Yang Jinrong frowned. Isn't this obviously problematic? Yu Huai lamented, but they explained that part-time jobs do not require contracts. That part-time work falls under non-full-time employment, primarily compensated by the hour, which does not necessitate a written labor contract as per the labor contract law, making it legal. What are your plans? Yang Jinrong asked. Everything depends on their willingness. Gung Gung desperately needs the part-time income. Her parents require hospital re-examinations, and the funds are yet to materialize at Yu Huai side. How much do you need? If it's just for the re-examination, a little over 3,000 will suffice. If medication or treatment is needed, it will exceed 10,000, and no need to worry about the money. Yang Jinrong smiled reassuringly. I will transfer it to you. Yang Jinrong sent Yu Huai 20,000 to Jifu Bao. Brother, thank you. Yu Huai, unaware that Yang Jinrong had received compensation, assumed it was merely from Yang Jinrong's streaming gifts. Feeling deeply moved yet not showing it on his face, he grinned and said, "No need for more thanks. Let me bow to my benefactor. Get lost." Yang Jinrong rolled his eyes at him. "Remember to inform me immediately if anything arises," that he added. "We know each other well, so it's no big deal. However, regarding you and Gung Gung, you need to be clear in your own mind. You are currently in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, not a marital one. It's not a matter of doubt, but rather an acknowledgement that the road ahead is long. There are many days to come, long enough that no one can predict what will happen in the future. Rest assured." Yu Huai patted his chest, declaring, "In this life, I will marry no one but Gung Gung." Yang Jinrong chose to ignore the fooled IT that moment. The phone rang again. That IT was Lawyer Yin Yin from Juno Law Firm. "Lawyer Yin, is there any progress in the case?" Yang Jinrong inquired proactively. "You still doubt my capabilities?" Yin Yin's voice was melodious, yet carried a cool, ethereal quality, embodying her aloof demeanor and unwavering confidence. "That I have good news and two pieces of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? What happened to your high and mighty demeanor?" Yang Jinrong casually remarked. "Let's start with the good news. The good news is that the case of Jia Dongmei and Zeng Xiaoping will go to trial in 3 days. And the court has approved our live streaming application, so remember to prepare in advance." "Okay, finally, it's happening that we've waited quite a while. Why don't you ask what the bad news is?" Yin Yin asked, slightly surprised. Yang Jinrong chuckled. "You'll certainly tell me." "Fine." Yin Yin continued, her voice growing colder and her tone serious. "The bad news is that the Public Security Department's final review concluded that Jia Dongmei and Zeng Xiaoping did not subjectively intend to participate in the sale of counterfeit products. The Public Security Bureau will not press charges against them, meaning they will not face imprisonment, but will only receive administrative penalties. That if nothing unexpected occurs, they will soon be released from the detention center. The second piece of bad news is that their illegal gains will be confiscated entirely, and they will also face hefty fines from the public security authorities." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow. The charge of selling counterfeit goods has a significant margin for maneuvering, especially concerning Zeng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, who did not subjectively intend to sell inferior products, that as long as they pay sufficient fines. It is highly likely they will avoid imprisonment. That in simpler terms, the mother and daughter will likely exchange the payment of hefty fines for avoiding prison time. This bad news implies, I may not be able to successfully claim compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jinrong asked Lawyer Yin, "Have you managed to ascertain their financial situation? Given the capabilities of Juno Law Firm, this should be a trivial matter." "Yes, we've clarified that on the other end of the line." Yin Yin delicately pressed her alluring red lips together. Jia Dongmei is in a divorce situation, and the mother and daughter own an old 2-bedroom apartment in their hometown of Shuxi, estimated to be worth around 1.5 million. "Then that's fine." Yang Jinrong smiled. He then ended the call with Lawyer Yu Huai, who had been listening nearby, was left astonished. He exclaimed, "This lawyer's voice is truly enchanting. What is your relationship?" "A client and an attorney." Yang Jinrong shot Yu Huai a glare. "What, do you think I would seek a girlfriend older than me?" "It depends on what aspect is larger." Yu Huai muttered at, "You're quite cheeky." Noticing Yang Jinrong's lack of response, Yu Huai intentionally raised his voice, indulging in mischief. "Get away from me." Yang Jinrong glared at him, exasperated. "Hurry and find Gung Gung." "Father, do you not want your child anymore?" Yu Huai scurried away. Yang Jinrong then donned his helmet, which was not for fishing, but for going for a ride. He grabbed the key to his Ducati and took his protective gear. Arriving at the parking lot, where he rode the bike out of the campus, as he passed the school gate, he encountered Su Yang. "Brother, want a smoke?" After Su Yang took a beating for Yang Jinrong previously. Yang Jinrong had bought a pack of Yin Yin cigarettes, keeping it in his bag until he met Su Yang again. Today was that day, so he tossed the cigarettes from his motorcycle. "Yo, Su Yang." Clad in a security uniform, caught the flying cigarettes, and tucked them under his arm. "Good brother, you're so generous. Those guys from last time, didn't he escape? I found them and gave them a good beating. Ensuring they won't dare to set foot in Linhai University again, that you're the best." Yang Jinrong gave a thumbs up. "I'll head out for a lap now. We'll chat another day." "Okay," once outside the campus. The engine roared to life as Yang Jinrong twisted the throttle, the Ducati gliding smoothly down the road. That it was mid-afternoon, and the streets were sparsely populated, with few vehicles on the road. Even those present seemed hurried. Yang Jinrong stopped at a small shop to buy a chilled Sprite, downing it in one go before continuing on his bike towards the outer ring. There's a bag by the roadside. Yang Jinrong had not gone far when he spotted a woman's handbag, an LV1 at that, though he wasn't too sure if it was genuine. Yang Jinrong was about to call out to see who had lost their bag when he heard a phone ringing from within it. He deliberately turned on his phone to record, opened the bag, and answered the call. That a woman's cold voice came from the phone. "I am the owner of this phone and the LV bag." Perhaps the owner was anxious, as her tone was rather brusque. Yang Jinrong, unfazed, replied, "Hello, I'm on Shun Road. Here at number 116, by the street. I can wait for you for a few minutes to come pick it up." "Ah." The other party's tone shifted. The woman angrily retorted, "Let me tell you, there are valuable items in my LV. I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions and hurry to bring it to me." Yang Jinrong frowned slightly, that he had kindly picked up this bag and was willing to take time out of his day to wait for the owner to collect it. Yet instead of gratitude, he was met with insults questioning his character and unreasonable demands to bring it to her. Such a person, Yang Jinrong would not indulge. "Are you all right? You're the one with the problem." The woman shot back and then insisted, "I advise you to be compliant and bring it over quickly. I live in Unit 2, building one of the Linhai University teachers' apartment. Otherwise, I'll call the police." "Fine, please do call the police." Yang Jinrong hung up the phone. Just as he contemplated reporting the incident, the phone rang again, displaying husband as the caller ID. Yang Jinrong answered, no longer polite, and said, "Hello. Who are you?" On the other end of the line, the woman's husband, upon hearing the voice of a young man emanating from his wife's phone, immediately became alert and barked a series of hostile inquiries, his tone laden with suspicion. "Why do you have my wife's phone? She said she was going out to play mahjong with her friends. How is it in your possession? Where is my wife? Have her answer the call." "Your wife cannot take the call," replied Yang Jinrong, his voice melodious and faintly magnetic, exuding a youthful charm. Instantly discerning the underlying tension between the couple, he casually brushed off the dust from the seat of his Ducati, producing a sharp sound as he did. "What on earth are you two up to?" The man on the other end transitioned from anxiety to fury, nearly shouting, "What have you done to my wife? Huang Xiaoqin, get her on the line. I have not harmed your wife. It is she who has done something to me," Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly before ending the call. The husband let out a furious roar. The phrase, "I have not harmed your wife. It is she who has done something to me," echoed in his mind like a curse, tormenting him with confusion. What does that mean? Is my wife the one who seduced him? Or could it be that Huang Xiaoqin, that wretched woman, is involved? The thought only fueled his anger further. He attempted to call back, but was met with a relentless disconnection, solidifying his suspicions. Huang Xiaoqin. "You vile creature, this is not over." Yang Jinrong had no such intentions, yet the man was resolute in his belief that he placed the phone back into his bag. "Wait, why does this man's voice sound so familiar? I am certain I have heard it before." Suddenly, it dawned on him. He recognized the voice that a sly smile crept onto his face. What a twist of fate! "So it is you, you old rascal today. You have fallen into my trap." Meanwhile, the young Huang Xiaoqin, clad in a yellow floral, high-slit dress, holding a spare phone while teetering on slender high heels, hurriedly exited her apartment complex upon reaching the entrance. She awaited a taxi while repeatedly dialing her own number, only to find it engaged. Frustrated, she made several attempts, but to no avail. Finally, when she managed to get through, she glared at the phone, exclaiming, "Why are you using my phone? Who gave you the right? I found your bag, but if you do not answer your calls, how am I to contact the owner?" Yang Jinrong chuckled lightly. "There is no need for you to come looking for your bag. I'm already on my way to the police station. You can collect it there." "Who said you could take it to the police station?" Huang Xiaoqin retorted, her displeasure evident. "You stay right there, or I will report you for theft." A good Samaritan, who returns lost items without expecting anything in return, now being defamed as a criminal? Yang Jinrong, as a legal advocate, naturally reminded her, according to Article 246 of the criminal law, defamation can lead to imprisonment for up to 3 years. Huang Xiaoqin, taken aback, recalled hearing about a recent case of a female student at Linhai University who had falsely accused a male student and was sentenced to 15 years in the end. Such foolishness. She would never make such a basic error. With a cold laugh, Huang Xiaoqin shot back, "So, you just want money? Young people like you are all about profit. What a tragic reflection of society." Yang Jinrong responded with a scoff. "What are you laughing at? Trying to act aloof while wanting money?" Huang Xiaoqin sneered. "Fine, I want to hold a grudge that I'll give you 50 yuan. Will you be satisfied?" Receiving no reply from Yang Jinrong, she assumed he found the sum insufficient and contemptuously remarked, "You're complaining about 50? How greedy! If I report you, you won't see a single cent." Once again, he remained silent, prompting her to curse under her breath. "Just 50. Take it or leave it. I warn you, if I find anything missing or damaged in my bag, I will make you pay." Before she could finish, the call was abruptly terminated, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, a taxi finally arrived. She hurriedly climbed in, slamming the door shut. To Academy Road 116. The driver, wincing at the sound of the door, would have preferred to refuse service had he not been concerned about a potential complaint from the irate passenger. That as the taxi sped towards Academy Road, unbeknownst to Huang Xiaoqin, her husband Siekuan was driving his Lexus ES back to the apartment complex, having witnessed her hurriedly get into the taxi, her heels clicking and hips swaying. That if Yang Jinrong had been there, he would have remarked, "Indeed, it's you, the balding supervisor. How did my wife leave the house?" Siekuan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. His mind was consumed with resentment, his greasy features contorting with rage. "I shall see what urgent matter has you rushing out, you wretched woman." He had always harbored suspicions about his young and attractive wife, believing that she had married him solely for his money. Moreover, on their wedding night, she was not a virgin, and he had heard rumors that she had undergone multiple abortions, which had left her unable to conceive. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He pressed down on the accelerator, the engine roaring in response as he chased after the taxi. However, the cab sped away under Huang Xiaoqin's impatient urging, leaving Siekuan to struggle to keep up. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong had placed the phone in LVS bag and ended the recording. That he then dialed a number. "Hello, I found a bag by the roadside. So I should take it to the nearest police station? I'm not sure where the nearest station is. I'll drive around until I see one and hand it over there. Is that all right?" "Okay." After hanging up, Yang Jinrong felt a sense of relief, mounted his Ducati, twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life. As he sped away like a phantom, he was eager to enjoy the thrill of the ride. That as for the bag, he found he had just informed them that he would turn it in upon spotting a police station. If he didn't see one along the way, it wasn't his fault. Nearly 20 minutes later, the taxi carrying Huang Xiaoqin finally arrived at Academy Road 116. That upon disembarking, she frantically searched for her bag, but found no sign of it, nor of its owner. "Where is everyone? I specifically told you to wait. Why aren't you here?" As she cursed, she attempted to call again, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she stomped her feet in anger. "Taxi!" Turning around to hail the very cab that had just dropped her off, she discovered it had already driven away. She could hardly slam the door once more. Frustrated, she pressed ahead. Meanwhile, the balding Siekuan had parked at the roadside, observing his wife's suspicious behavior with a mixture of rage and anticipation, hoping to catch her lover in the act. Suddenly, someone knocked on his window. Rolling it down, he found a monk clad in a gray robe. "What do you want?" Siakuin asked, frowning. The monk, one hand clutching prayer beads and the other in a gesture of respect, greeted him. "Amitba. Good sir, I see the light of Buddha surrounding you that I in the coming years. Your fortune will flourish, but before your good luck arrives, beware of 3 types of people: those with thick eyebrows, those with snake-like eyes, and those with hooked noses." Siakuin was too preoccupied with his mission to heed the monk's words. But as his wife moved away, the monk inadvertently obstructed his view. The monk continued his lengthy discourse, ultimately producing a talisman. "Good sir, you have a connection with the Buddha. Allow me to gift you this talisman for your safety and to help you seize the wealth that is coming your way." All right, Siakuin replied, scanning the area until he spotted his wife's silhouette entering a distant hotel. Panic surged through him. "How much?" "Hurry!" "Oh, good sir, that is where you err. The Buddha does not aid the wealthy. Only those with a connection." The monk extended a hand. "I ask for 18,000 yuan." "What? 18,000? Do you take me for a fool? I may have money, but I'm not insane." Siakuin hurled the talisman out of the window, striking the monk squarely in the face, spitting a mouthful of phlegm onto his robe. Then he pressed the accelerator, the car lunging forward, as he shouted over his shoulder, "Damn you! How dare you throw your garbage at me?" The monk, incensed, shouted back at the retreating vehicle. Just then, the brakes of Siakuin's car suddenly engaged, causing him to halt abruptly. Startled, the monk took off running, but he was terrified that the people in the car would get out and beat him. Siakuin, however, had no intention of getting out to fight. The moment he stepped out of the car, he rushed into the hotel. Unfortunately, after searching for a considerable time, he could not find his wife. When he inquired with the hotel receptionist, he was denied information under the pretext of protecting customer privacy. Damn it. Siak cursed under his breath that he thought about calling his wife, but was afraid of alerting her potential lover. So he decided to wait by the hotel entrance, lying in wait for the illicit couple that in the outskirts, 100 kilometers away, at the Border Road police station. Yang Jinrong rode his motorcycle to a modest police building marked with the words Border Police Station. He couldn't help but marvel at the unique name of this rural station. The side of the sign with the character for road had long fallen into disrepair. It was no wonder Yang Jinrong had traveled such a distance. He had set out with the intention of running laps and stumbled upon the lost bag purely by chance. After running over 100 kilometers without encountering any police station, he finally arrived at this one in the countryside. "Comrade officer, I found a bag," Yang Jinrong announced as he entered the Border Road police station. That he recounted how he had discovered the bag on Shuyuan Road, mentioning his previous phone call with the owner and his report to Yao Ling, as well as his urgency to continue running. "Such selfish individuals are common. Don't take it to heart," said the middle-aged officer who attended to Yang Jinrong, accustomed to dealing with rude people. After finishing the registration, he smiled and added, "Young man, thank you for your kind heart and for doing a good deed for society. According to procedure, I need to record your name, ID number, and contact information. These are legal requirements for returning lost items." Yang Jinrong complied without concern about being falsely accused of stealing anything from the bag. After all, whoever accused him needed to provide proof, and if they couldn't, he could just as easily counter with a defamation lawsuit. Just then, Huang Xiaoqin called again. The officer answered, only to be met with a barrage of insults from the other end. "Shut up," the middle-aged officer retorted. "This is the Border Road police station, that if you continue to speak disrespectfully, insulting a public servant, you are committing an illegal act. Please be careful." Huang Xiaoqin, clearly taken aback, quickly fell silent. "Someone found your bag. Come to the Border Road police station in the outskirts to retrieve it. But remember to bring your valid identification." With that, the officer hung up. That on the other end, Huang Xiaoqin was stunned upon hearing the name of the police station. What kind of police station was this? Having lived in Linhai for so many years, she had never heard of it. Hastily, she opened the map app and was shocked to discover that the Border Road police station was over 100 kilometers away from her location. FCK. Huang Xiaoqin stomped her foot in frustration, making her yellow floral dress ripple. ITS deliberate. That guy must have done it on purpose. Over 100 kilometers. Taking a taxi would cost hundreds. In round trip, I'd lose 1,000. Money is one thing, but this humiliation is unbearable. Just wait until I catch you. You'll regret it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling as if a thorn was lodged in her throat. Leaving her utterly distressed inside the police station, the officer waved Yang Jinrong off. You can leave now. Goodbye. Yang Jinrong donned his helmet and mounted his Ducati, glancing at the sky, realizing it was nearly time to head back. When he returned to the school, he coincidentally encountered the bald director, Xie Kuan, driving a Lexus ES. With a distressed expression, Xie had been waiting at the hotel entrance for a long time, but had not caught sight of the illicit couple he had imagined. After his anger subsided, he felt deeply dejected that in the past, other women had pursued him, and in his youth, he had taken it for granted. Now, bald and married, he had turned down several female students who had offered themselves for the sake of his thesis. Yet it seemed he couldn't hold on to his wife. Even when she called just now, he had hung up, unwilling to answer. Infidelity was akin to a paternity test. The moment doubt arose, the outcome became irrelevant. One could either choose to endure or opt for divorce. But he was reluctant to part ways. Not only would he have to share his assets, but he would also feel like he had lost more. However, remaining married was equally torturous that he never believed that someone who strayed could truly reform. Infidelity was either non-existent or rampant. There was no such thing as a wayward soul returning home, that if he tolerated it this time. What would prevent them from disrespecting him in the future? Once the seed of distrust was sown, it would inevitably erupt into a catastrophic flood. The bald director and his young wife were destined to spiral into the abyss. Yang Jinrong could hardly fathom that his inadvertent actions would cause such profound emotional turmoil for the bald director. Truly, damn, how cool, exclaimed a few female students upon spotting Yang Jinrong's Ducati. I heard it cost 400 to 500,000. It's amazing. I want to ask Yang Jinrong for a photo. Are you crazy? What if he gets angry during the photo and sends us away? It would be the end, regrettably. They could only admire from afar. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. Finally, the court hearing for Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei arrived. In the morning, Yang Jinrong was well prepared and arrived early at the Linhai District Court, where he coincidentally met lawyer Yan Yan. Dressed in a black robe and a red tie, with an imposing lawyer badge on her chest, she exuded a serious and cold demeanor. Good morning, to AS, they exchanged greetings and entered the courthouse. They encountered a middle-aged man in a judge's robe who approached them. Hello, I'm Liu, the newly appointed vice president of the Linhai District Court. Hello, Vice President Liu, they replied, pausing their steps. Yang Jinrong's gaze swept over the nameplate on the judge's desk, which read Vice President Liu, HAO. It was evident that Liu Hao was presiding over today's trial. After a moment of thought, Yang Jinrong surmised the purpose of their encounter and looked up to ask, Is there something you need from us, Vice President Liu? Liu Hao nodded slightly. You are the plaintiff in this case, Yang Jinrong, correct? Yes, Yang Jinrong affirmed that on behalf of the Linhai District Court, I am here to mediate between both parties before the trial. Liu Hao raised his chin, his tone taking on a more authoritative edge, adding a sense of pressure in the solemn courtroom. Please follow me. All right, Yang Jinrong replied, showing no signs of emotion, even in the face of the vice president's commanding tone. Following closely behind, Yan Yan couldn't help but regard Yang Jinrong with newfound respect. It wasn't that he was unflappable in the face of adversity, but rather that he had matured and progressed noticeably since their first interactions. When they first met, Yang Jinrong had seemed somewhat naive, but after several encounters, he had grown increasingly composed. Soon, they left the courtroom and entered the mediation room, where Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei were seated. Upon seeing Vice President Liu Hao enter, both women stood up, eager to say a few flattering words. However, their expressions shifted upon noticing Yang Jinrong and the lawyer, Yan Yan, who followed closely behind. Zheng Xiaoping's face changed slightly, while Jia Dongmei's countenance darkened instantly. Deep down, they still believed that all of this was Yang Jinrong's fault. The substantial commission they would have earned had been forfeited because of him. Taking away someone's livelihood was akin to murdering their parents. Such enmity could not be resolved overnight, even for those with broad minds, let alone for the narrow-minded mother and daughter. Yang Jinrong's gaze swept over the two women, discerning their expressions, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. They still held a grudge against him. Clearly, their time in detention had not prompted any self-reflection. The parties involved have arrived. Let's not linger, Vice President Liu Hao announced, standing at the large red table. I hope both parties can quickly find common ground and reach a resolution through the most expedient and appropriate means. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yang Jinrong. That it was evident that the defendants, Jia Dongmei and Zheng Xiaoping, had already been informed. Not only was Vice President Liu Hao's attention on Yang Jinrong, but the two women also cast cold glances in his direction, while Yin Yin held no expectations. Based on her understanding of Yang Jinrong, she was certain he would refuse any pretrial mediation. That was acceptable. However, Yang Jinrong surprised everyone by readily agreeing. His subsequent actions left Yin Yin utterly astonished, nearly causing her eyes to pop out. 066. The grand finale of Q jumping at the scenic area. Far-reaching impact. Femme fatale. Here is the pre-trial mediation agreement I prepared. In the midst of numerous astonished gazes, Yang Jinrong produced a document labeled Pre-Trial Mediation Agreement in bold letters, standing out conspicuously. Yin Yin furrowed her brows slightly, reflecting on her understanding of Yang Jinrong. This was not the demeanor she had come to expect from him. She distinctly recalled that when he entrusted her with this case, he had explicitly stated that, aside from compensation, he wanted the other party to face consequences, under the guise of purifying society. Yet the current situation was clearly unconventional. Not only had he accepted pre-trial mediation, but he had also prepared the agreement in advance. What on earth was going on? Yin Yin cast a peculiar glance towards Yang Jinrong, as if this fellow had anticipated the possibility of a judge mandating a pre-trial mediation all along. Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter exchanged surprised looks, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes that he agreed to the pre-trial mediation. This implies they would not bear criminal responsibility if they could manage to avoid monetary compensation. It would be nothing short of a miracle. The mother and daughter duo nearly synchronized their thoughts. The bailiffs nearby were taken aback as well. This was not their first involvement in a case related to Yang Jinrong, who had previously always refused pre-trial mediation. To their astonishment, he had now acquiesced. Only Liu Hao, the deputy president, remained unfazed. Having just been reassigned to the Linhai District Court, it was natural for him to possess a certain level of arrogance in his new role. Moreover, he had not kept track of Yang Jinrong's prior cases in other provinces. Excellent, Liu Hao nodded, feeling that Yang Jinrong had granted him a significant favor, his expression easing considerably. President Liu, Yang Jinrong smiled. I can only accept the terms outlined in this mediation agreement. The other plaintiff, Zhuge Lili, is my friend, and I have obtained her authorization. My stance in this case also reflects hers. Yang Jinrong had previously submitted a letter of authorization, and Zhuge Lili was preoccupied with wedding preparations. Thus she was absent from today's hearing, fully entrusting Yang Jinrong with the matter. According to her own words, if they won the case, she desired nothing. But if they lost, she was willing to cover half of the legal fees, leaving the rest to Yang Jinrong's discretion. Please elaborate on the terms of this agreement. Liu Hao gestured for Yang Jinrong to continue. This agreement is rather straightforward. Yang Jinrong slowly unfolded the document, articulating each point. First, compensation for the damages I proposed during litigation. Second, an acknowledgement of all the crimes I alleged in the lawsuit. That's it. Zheng Xiaoping found it hard to believe, even questioning whether she had misheard. Isn't there a need for a public apology or something of that sort? None whatsoever, Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly. I require no apologies. That is simply splendid. Zheng Xiaoping could not contain her excitement. Turning to her mother, "Mom, we are finally in the clear. We can go home. This has turned out to be a mere scare." Yet her silver-haired mother, Jia Dongmei, seemed somewhat dissatisfied, muttering, "But we still have to pay compensation. Where will we find that kind of money? The earnings from our live stream sales have all been confiscated." "Mom!" Zheng Xiaoping was about to interrupt her mother, eager to mention the old family house they could sell, but was halted by Jia Dongmei's sharp retort. "We cannot sell the house. If we do, we won't even have a place to live." She looked at Yang Jinrong, her expression one of entitlement. "Since you have forgiven us, why not take it a step further and waive the compensation? After all, you suffer no loss." Zheng Xiaoping was alarmed, fearing her mother's greed might provoke Yang Jinrong to retract his agreement, which would spell trouble as the contract had yet to be signed. However, when she glanced at Yang Jinrong, she saw no sign of displeasure on his face. Could it be a glimmer of hope? Would they truly not have to pay? This was overwhelmingly delightful. Meanwhile, Yin Yan's gaze towards Yang Jinrong grew even more peculiar after hearing the terms he proposed. Was this fellow jesting? Lu Hao cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jinrong before addressing the exuberant mother and daughter. "You are celebrating prematurely." "Huh? President Lu, why do you say that?" The mother and daughter were utterly bewildered. "The first point requires no interpretation," Lu Hao stated with a poker face. "The second point, acknowledging all crimes, implies that you are admitting to violating criminal law, which means you will face sentencing and imprisonment." "What?" Zheng Xiaoping gasped. Upon Lu Hao's explanation, the mother and daughter finally comprehended that Yang Jinrong's so-called pre-trial reconciliation was merely a cruel jest. "Yang Jinrong, what is the meaning of this?" Jia Dongmei pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "You are deliberately setting a trap to ensnare us. You want us to sign this ridiculous agreement, bypassing a trial, and go straight to sentencing?" "Indeed," Yang Jinrong nodded, ever forthright. "That is precisely my intention. President Lu, we refuse to sign this pre-trial mediation agreement. We want to go to trial and face you in court." A moment ago, Zheng Xiaoping had been jubilant. Now, her demeanor shifted to one of fury. "This is not my fault." Yang Jinrong shrugged, "That I agreed to the mediation, that I afforded the court the respect it deserves. However, the other party refuses to cooperate, thus denying you, President Lu, the courtesy you deserve." Lu Hao regarded Yang Jinrong with renewed respect, setting aside his earlier dismissive attitude. "Since both parties cannot reach a pre-trial mediation agreement, let us prepare for the trial." Zheng Xiaoping and her mother were escorted away by the bailiffs, while Yang Jinrong and Yin exited the mediation room, making their way to the courtroom from another entrance. In the courtroom, following the instructions of the staff, Yang Jinrong positioned the live stream equipment in the designated area. This time, he felt more adept, and after adjusting the angle, he changed the live stream title to "The Conclusion of the Queue Jumping Incident." Following the previous live stream, Yang Jinrong's follower count had surged to 1.8 million. As the broadcast commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded into the stream. Upon seeing the new title, excitement rippled through the audience. They had finally reached the conclusion. Since the initial queue jumping incident, they had been eager to learn the ultimate outcome for the transgressing mother and daughter. This pair had some redeeming qualities, but not many. It was hoped they would reflect on their actions, and that more individuals would recognize the detrimental societal trends that needed to be curbed. Wait a minute, wow. Is that a defense attorney beside the host? For the first time, and she is a stunning beauty. Truly. I recall that the young master did not engage a commissioned lawyer for his previous 2 cases. Could it be that he lacks confidence in winning this trial? If so, that's problematic. If this case is lost, all the anticipation would be in vain. Even if waiting this long was bearable, the critical concern is whether queue jumpers would become even more brazen and reckless if this case were to fail. Would we end up in a world where only the honest suffer? The viewers in the live stream reacted to the appearance of the beautiful lawyer, completely different from the usual frivolity seen in other streams. Even the more unruly viewers were too preoccupied to engage in mischief. Everyone sensed that the difficulty of winning this case was exceedingly high. Yang Jinrong, however, paid no mind to the barrage of comments. His focus was entirely on the courtroom. Lu Hao, indeed, was presiding over this trial. After reading the courtroom rules and verifying the identities of both the plaintiffs and defendants, this highly anticipated case was finally underway. The plaintiffs in this case were Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, represented by attorney Yin Yin. The defendants were Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, without legal representation. The reason being that the mother and daughter, emboldened by the law enforcement's declaration that the counterfeit goods case did not constitute a criminal offense, were overly confident, believing that they would surely succeed in pre-trial mediation and would not face imprisonment, thus failing to secure a lawyer. Yang Jinrong had entrusted the entirety of the case to Yin Yin from Juna law firm in this trial. Yang Jinrong adopted an observational role, keen to learn how attorneys from prestigious firms conducted their cases. Yin Yin was the first to present the client's demands. First, concerning defendants Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter, they maliciously defamed the plaintiffs, Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, via internet platforms, constituting defamation. Second, they infringed upon the plaintiff's right to portraiture for profit, seeking a total of $420,000 in economic compensation based on their earnings. Third, they tarnished the plaintiff's image, seeking $50,000 each in emotional damages for Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili. Additionally, the defendants are to bear the costs of legal fees, litigation fees, travel expenses, and material costs. Naturally, Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter objected. However, their ability to defend themselves paled in comparison to the seasoned attorney Yin Yin, creating a nearly one-sided crushing momentum in the courtroom. The only point of contention remaining was the $420,000 compensation for the infringement of portrait rights, which constituted a violation, but the amount of compensation was disputed. The mother and daughter wailed in court, claiming that their live stream earnings had been confiscated and lamenting their inability to afford any compensation. They couldn't even scrape together enough to cover the $250,000 emotional distress fees, let alone the $420,000 for infringement. They were on the brink of destitution. In the face of economic compensation disputes, the court indeed considers the defendant's basic living conditions, which is humane and safeguards fundamental human rights. Thus, it is not without merit. Yet, Yin Yin had prepared thoroughly, presenting evidence of the property deeds from the mother and daughter's hometown, along with a clear valuation, demonstrating that even after compensating all economic losses, they would still have over $20,000 remaining for living expenses, alleviating any pressure regarding housing. After further defense, Yin Yin ultimately succeeded. Lu Hao, presiding over the court, announced the verdict. Defendants Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei are found guilty of defamation, sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison, with a 6-month probation. Defendants Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, for infringing upon the plaintiff's right to portraiture, are ordered to pay a total of $420,000 in compensation. Defendants Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, for tarnishing the plaintiff's image, are ordered to pay a total of $100,000 in emotional damages. The defendants Zheng Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei shall bear legal fees amounting to $41,000, litigation fees of $5,000, travel expenses of $3,000, and material costs of $60,000, totaling $478,000. This so-called material fee was the travel and consultation expenses incurred by Junha in collecting evidence of the property deeds from Zheng Xiaoping's hometown, all supported by relevant receipts as evidence. This case is now concluded. Both the plaintiff and the defendant may appeal to a higher people's court if there are any objections. Bang, with the gavel's dissent. This court session has officially concluded. Director Liu, we are wronged. We refuse to accept this. We shall lodge a protest and file an appeal. We must seek legal counsel. Woe is us. We must find a lawyer to continue our appeal. The moment Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter heard the final verdict, they felt utterly defeated, their faces etched with sorrow as they expressed their discontent and demanded to appeal. The bailiff supported them as they staggered. The court session had ended, and Vice President Liu Hao approached them, shaking his head gently. I shall merely express my personal opinion and offer you both a word of advice. My words may be rather harsh, but candid counsel is often unwelcome. I advise you not to squander your legal fees, for even if you appeal, there is little chance of overturning the initial ruling. The opposing evidence is overwhelmingly conclusive, and you find yourselves at a disadvantage, with no opportunity for reversal. Of course, you possess the right to appeal. But what shall we do now? Woe is us! Zheng Xiaoping and her daughter burst into tears on the spot. Merely for cutting in line at a tourist attraction, they face such a dreadful consequence, a prison sentence of 2.5 years. They would have to sell their only home, their old house, and pay a heavy price. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not accept this outcome. Yet, is the law a mere jest? The moment one transgresses, one must be mentally prepared to bear the legal consequences. Moreover, the consequences they now face are not solely due to cutting in line. Had they refrained from releasing videos maliciously slandering and attacking Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Li after the incident, they would not have constituted defamation. Even if they had repented during the live broadcast, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament, needing to sell their home to compensate. Yet they propelled themselves step by step toward the path of unlawful conduct. No one has harmed them. They have harmed themselves. The bailiffs escorted the two away. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream had already erupted in excitement at the moment of the verdict, flooding the comments with fervor. How exhilarating! Initially, I thought this lawsuit was unwinnable. I never anticipated it would be a crushing victory. This beautiful lawyer is impressive. She truly lives up to the reputation of being the master's chosen counsel. Witnessing the outcome for the mother and daughter is quite satisfying. I adore such thrilling and chaotic narratives. How many peculiar individuals has the master sent in? No, rather, how many batches has he sent in? Let us welcome the next fortunate soul. Brothers upstairs, could we not hope for something better? We should aspire for a society where the master has no one left to send in, as that would signify our progress in societal civility and the high quality of our citizens. Conversely, the more the master sends in, the greater the deterrent. The scoundrels and miscreants of society would be compelled to restrain themselves and elevate their standards, gradually leading to a more peaceful society. The audience's sentiments are noble, yet wherever there are people, there will be a realm of conflict. Where there is conflict, there will be disputes and controversies, a dichotomy of good and evil, lawfulness and lawlessness. A utopia exists solely within the realm of ideals. Even with the conclusion of the court session, the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise. Yang Jinrong's fan count soared to 1.98 million, rapidly approaching the milestone of 2 million. As the court case drew to a close, the incident of cutting in line at the tourist attraction resurfaced online, instilling a sense of reverence among those who typically cut in line, deterring them from doing so casually. This verdict bears profound implications for society. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Yang Jinrong's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the reward. Master-level hacker skills. The system kindly reminds the host not to employ these skills for unlawful activities, such as viewing or disseminating inappropriate videos, all of which are illegal. Upon hearing this reminder once more, Yang Jinrong was at a loss for words. Am I truly that kind of person? Do I need to watch such inappropriate videos? It's not as if I lack a girlfriend. It seems I indeed do not. Buzz, just as Yang Jinrong contemplated the system's comments. An enigmatic torrent of profound knowledge surged within his mind, as if imprinted with eternal memories, flooding him with an abundance of elite hacker knowledge, skills, and operations. This sensation surpassed even the initial enhancement of his physical form in its profundity and wonder. Master-level hacker skills should place him among the ranks of global hackers, he mused, a smile breaking across his face. Yin Yin gathered her materials and approached Yang Jinrong, patting him on the shoulder. Winning a lawsuit brings you such joy. This isn't to your usual demeanor, of course. It's a reason for joy. Yang Jinrong replied with a grin. This joy stems from winning the lawsuit, which allows me to complete the system task. Let us go. Yang Jinrong stowed away his live streaming equipment, mercilessly shutting down the session, leaving hundreds of thousands of viewers staring blankly. It was time for lunch. Yan Yan glanced at her exquisite wristwatch, her smile radiant as she turned to Yang Jinrong, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling as she asked, "Aren't you going to invite me to lunch?" Unexpectedly, Yang Jinrong responded with an eye roll. Don't mix emotions with legal matters. This was a key lesson from my law professor on the first day of class. He insisted that every student in our program remember this phrase. Very well then, a hint of disappointment flickered across Yan Yan's elegantly made-up face as she lamented. If that's the case, you want to be updated on the latest developments regarding the lawsuit news from Sister Xiaoli and other media cases, which is quite unfortunate. Yan Yan, you're not typically like this. Are you cold, indifferent, and decisive? That's your style? What else with this today? Could there be something more to it? Yang Jinrong felt a sense of caution. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman, especially a beautiful lawyer. A femme fatale, indeed, epitomizes Yan Yan. Observing Yang Jinrong's wary reaction, Yan Yan smiled charmingly. That it was a rare sight for her to display such a relaxed smile in front of others, yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared. I would like to ask you for a favor. I wonder if you have the time, or rather, if you would be willing to help? Yan Yan inquired with a serious expression.